This is a strange world, with no magic and no cultivation. Only beast tamers one after another. There are monsters over 100 meters tall, bloodthirsty demons, and bizarre trees that can uproot and run. My name is Suyu, and having inexplicably arrived here, I wonder how I should survive. Chapter 1. The World of Beast Tamers. The autumn sunset is beautiful, gathering in the orchids. As night approaches, a hot wind gradually blows in. The sunset, having completed a day's work, is leaving the sky, taking away the remaining light and welcoming darkness. Crack, crack. The sound of fallen leaves being stepped on echoes, and not far away, a boy about 17 or 18 years old is slowly walking towards me, carrying a somewhat tattered gray sack. The boys stand around 175 centimeters tall, dressed in simple casual clothes. However, the clothes that should have been intact are now torn, and through the holes, one can vaguely see a lot of bloodstains. His ragged clothing, dried in dark bloodstains, messy hair with fallen leaves, and a delicate face covered in mud all tell others that the boy in front of them is in a terribly embarrassed state. The pain that occasionally flashes across his face keeps his brows tightly knitted. Yet, even so, he does not cry out in pain, but instead resolutely steps forward. Finally, after an unknown amount of time walking, two houses appear in front of the boy. I finally arrived. Seeing the house in front of him, Suyu's muddy face couldn't help but show a smile, and his pace quickened a bit. Creak! Just as Suyu reached the door, before he could open it, he heard the sound of a door opening beside him, but he looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that the door of the adjacent house had also opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out. Seeing that man, Suyu instinctively spoke, "Hello, Uncle Lee." As soon as he spoke, Suyu continued to take out his house key, wanting to open the door. Hello, the person who heard his voice looked over, but as soon as he saw Suyu, his unfinished words came to a halt. The smile that was about to appear on his face disappeared, and the next moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He quickly walked over to Suyu's side, looking at him covered in injuries, and a hint of heartache flashed in his eyes. "What do you mean, hello? Didn't I tell you not to go out looking for spirit materials? Why are you so disobedient? Although this isn't the wild, it's still a semi-safe zone. Even if there were spirit materials, they would have long been taken. How could they still be left for you?" Listening to the other's scolding, Suyu showed an indifferent expression and instead smiled, saying, "Uncle Lee, you can't say that. What if I really found some good spirit materials and brought them back? Then I would have struck it rich." Seeing Suyu's carefree demeanor, Li Yuan felt heartache but didn't know what to say for a moment. After a brief silence, he finally spoke, "You wait here." Without caring about Suyu's reaction, he hurried back into the house. When he came out again, he had a small, white medicine bottle in his hand that he walked up to Suyu and stuffed the bottle into his hands, saying, "Knowing I can't persuade you, take this bottle of medicine first. When you go back, apply some on your wounds, and they will heal faster." Hearing this, Suyu smiled broadly and said without hesitation, "Okay, Uncle Lee, I won't be polite then. Once I become a beast tamer, they'll take care of you." Li Yuan looked at Suyu, feeling helpless. He knew this was the boy's personality, so he didn't dwell on it, but instead said, "You brat, what's so good about being a beast tamer? Every day, you just want to become one. You might as well come work for me. It'll find you a job that pays well and has little work to do. What do you think?" "Uncle Lee, that won't do. How could working with you compare to becoming a beast tamer? Besides, once I become a beast tamer, I'll be someone important. How could that be bad?" Li Yuan fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, not saying anything further. However, a few seconds later, as if he remembered something, he looked at Suyu and slowly said, "Speaking of beast tamers, if I remember correctly, tomorrow is your third awakening. If you fail again tomorrow." As the words left his mouth, the smile on Suyu's face gradually faded, and he fell into silence. After a moment, he raised his head and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, Uncle Lee, I will definitely succeed tomorrow." Li Yuan replied, and his calm voice announced the end of the topic. Both fell silent, seemingly unwilling to discuss it further. After several seconds, Suyu spoke first, "Uncle Lee, if there's nothing else, they'll head home now. You see, I'm not feeling well with all these injuries. All right, remember to apply the medicine on your wounds when you get back. Don't forget. Rest assured, Uncle Lee." After saying that, Li Yuan turned to leave. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he stopped again. When he looked back, he saw the boy's house door slowly closing. Looking at the door, Li Yuan seemed to think of something, and his gaze gradually became absent-minded, with murmurs escaping his lips, as if asking someone else, or perhaps asking himself, "Damn brat, is being a beast tamer really that good?" On the other side, in a seemingly rather simple home, after closing the door behind him, Suyu threw the gray sack aside and collapsed against the door, as if all his strength had been drained away. It hurts like hell. A low cry of pain escaped his lips, and a grimace flickered across Suyu's face. Damn it. How could there be monsters? If I hadn't prepared earlier, cover my scent with the medicine powder, and hidden away, I would have probably been done for today. After sitting on the ground for a while to catch his breath, Suyu slowly got up and went to the bathroom to take off his already tattered clothes, barely managing to wash himself with clean water. Fortunately, his wounds weren't too large. Most were scratches and scrapes from branches while fleeing from the monsters. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to take a shower. After all, no matter what, he was still alive. After eating a little something and applying the medicine, Suyu lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. His gaze became vacant, and in a daze, Li Yuan's voice vaguely echoed in his ears. If you fail again tomorrow. Fail again tomorrow. Failure. Ah, so annoying. Suyu sat up from the bed, his face filled with frustration. Damn it, bringing me to this world and not letting me awaken. Suyu, an 18-year-old boy who had mysteriously arrived in this world 18 years ago from another world. Originally, it would have been fine to live a plain life, adapting to this world and letting time pass. But unfortunately, he awakened memories of his past life when he was 5. He thought he could thrive in this world, which is quite similar to the original one, by using the memories he had awakened. But he never expected that when he started to grow up a bit, he would learn that the world he came to was vastly different from the one he originally belonged to. This new world had many more things than the originally peaceful and comfortable one. For example, beastmasters who could summon their beasts and cruel, bloodthirsty monsters. Humans could only barely defend their own territory, lacking the ability to develop and expand freely as in their previous life. Coming here was one thing after all, as a young boy who didn't have a dream of controlling countless monsters. But strangely, while others could awaken their beast spirit rings at 16 using the awakening stone, he had not been able to awaken even at 18. Previously, he had failed twice in a row using the awakening stone, and tomorrow would be his 3rd attempt. If he failed again, he would be expelled from school. Being expelled from school was something he didn't mind too much, but if that happened, it would mean losing the opportunity to become a Beastmaster. In this world where people could only shrink back into cities, not becoming a Beastmaster meant living in uncertainty, with one's life not in their own hands. This was something Suyu could not accept at all. Yet he felt lost, not knowing what to do. Without any beast ability, he had to think carefully before doing anything, fearing that he might forget something and die. Just like today, when he went to search for that so-called spirit material, if he had not made ample preparations, and if he hadn't encountered a speed-type monster, he really might not have come back. You see, this is a world of beasts, and it is also a cruel world. Only by becoming a Beastmaster can one have a bit of capital to survive. Chapter 2. Hope Beastmaster High School. The next day, just as dawn broke, Suyu got out of bed. After a hasty wash, he hurried out without eating anything. Unlike others, he lived in the sub-safe zone. Although it was very close to the safe zone, it still took him much more time to get to school than others. So he had to wake up early to head to school. The city gate. Because the outside world was filled with monsters, there were generally not many people out except for Beastmasters with business or those looking to hunt monsters, making the city gate seem somewhat empty this moment. Only a few soldiers were patrolling diligently, and the leader, upon seeing Suyu, smiled and said, "Little Su, today is the new day for the first-year students. You should be going for your awakening again. I wish you good luck here." Suyu looked over and smiled. "Is today your shift, Brother Su?" "Yeah, old son's wife just gave birth, so he took a few days off and asked me to cover for him." "Oh, Brother Son? We need to treat him to a drink some other day. I just found out his wife gave birth." A smile appeared on Suyu's face. "Yeah, that guy old son is almost 40 if he doesn't have a child soon. His parents might beat him up," Su Feng said with some emotion. Parents of their generation have always liked grandchildren, and being nearly 40 without a grandchild is somewhat unacceptable, making it hard for them to hold their heads high. In the neighborhood, "All right, you kid, it's time to go to school. If you're late, you'll be in trouble." "Okay, I'll head out now." Suyu grinned and then stepped forward, heading towards the city. Su Feng watched Suyu's departing figure and also smiled. At that moment, someone walked over beside him, looking somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Captain, who is that kid? He seems to have a good relationship with us. And why is he coming back from outside the city so early? Could he be a Beastmaster who went out before?" Su Feng glanced at the person beside him and patted his shoulder. "Xiaoyang, you're new and don't know some things. That kid is not a Beastmaster and has no background at all, but he lives outside the city, in the sub-safe zone." "What?" The person called Xiaoyang showed an expression of disbelief. How is that possible? You see, the sub-safe zone is called that for a reason. It signifies a lack of safety. Though there are fewer monsters in the wild, there is still a significant chance of encountering them. That a 17 or 18-year-old boy living safely in the sub-safe zone for years and still doing well is remarkable. Nothing is impossible. That kid has been living in the sub-safe zone for several years and is still fine now at this point. Su Feng couldn't help but feel some admiration. A 17 or 18-year-old boy living alone in the sub-safe zone for years is something even an adult might struggle with. After all, he couldn't guarantee that monsters wouldn't appear. Then he should have nothing to do with us, right? Xiaoyang raised another question. Although that kid had lived alone outside for years, it seemed unnecessary for him to be so familiar with them. Yeah, it has nothing to do with us, but who can say for sure? After all, most things in this world are unclear. That kid sighed. Su Feng sighed and said no more. Xiaoyang wanted to ask again, but saw Su Feng wave his hand. All right, don't ask anymore. You just got here after a few days. You'll know what you want to know. Now patrol properly. Yes. After passing through the city gate, Su Yu quickly made his way to his school. I wonder if I can awaken my spirit ring this time. I'm not asking for much, just the most basic elemental spirit ring will do. Su Yu thought to himself. The first two attempts at awakening the spirit ring had failed, and he couldn't deny that he felt anxious about the third attempt. If he couldn't awaken the spirit ring, his life would lack any guarantee in the future. Here we are. Soon, Su Yu arrived at his destination. His gaze was sharp as he looked at the name on the school gate. Hope Beastmaster High School. The name might be clicked, but it was the only Beastmaster High School in the entire city. At this point, the sky was bright, and the number of people around began to increase gradually. Today was the opening day of school, and new middle school students would become first-year students. Many parents were bringing their children, and when they saw Hope Beastmaster High School, their eyes were filled with pride. Those who came here had all passed the entrance exam for the Beastmaster High School, and being able to interment their children would become Beastmasters as long as nothing unexpected happened. From then on, they would be on a path to becoming someone important. This was also their only condition to distinguish themselves from ordinary people. The children standing next to their parents also showed excitement, their eyes filled with pride. Opportunities to become Beastmasters were extremely rare, and they were about to become one of the few, which made them excited. Su Yu didn't look at them. He walked straight into the school. Some people nearby looked at Su Yu with a hint of disdain in their eyes. Su Yu was the only one in Hope Beastmaster High School who had failed to awaken his spirit ring twice in a row, gaining some fame in the school. He was well aware of this fact. But he didn't awaken a spirit ring, and indeed, both of his attempts to awaken a spirit ring failed. What more could he say? If he had to say something, it would be that he couldn't afford to provoke those Beastmasters, nor could he offend them. Moreover, others were not like the characters in those storybooks who would use their power to bully him or break his legs. They merely looked down on him and mocked him, to which Su Yu could only smile and let it go. In this world, Beastmasters were everything. They were the rulers. As for ordinary people, to put it bluntly, once you step out of the city, out of this safe zone, ordinary people can't survive outside for even half a minute. Even within the sub-safe zone, there are many dangers, let alone in the wild. As for why Su Yu was unharmed, he didn't know. Strangely enough, having lived in the sub-safe zone for several years, he had only encountered a few demon beasts when going out, and that was from a distance. Yesterday's encounter could be considered his only close contact with a demon beast. After all, he was being chased. Chapter 3. Past events. Although he couldn't thrive in this world using the knowledge from his previous life, he managed to establish good relationships with some people thanks to his own studies. Therefore, even though he is not a Beastmaster now, he has come into contact with many things that only Beastmasters can access. He is now 18 years old and an orphan. Originally, he had his own parents, and they were even Beastmasters. Unfortunately, 8 years ago, during the monster riot that invaded the city, his parents, as part of the Beastmasters, chose to stay behind to resist the monsters. They died soon after, and he lost his parents when he was 10, becoming completely alone. He then followed the main force to this city, where the officials arranged housing for him. But he was just a 10-year-old boy, in the tense housing situation. It was impossible for him to have a house to himself. It was simply out of the question. So, at the age of 10, he refused to go to an orphanage to wait for adoption. Instead, he chose to receive a generous relief fund and his parents' death compensation, and briefly stayed in the city. However, his good fortune didn't last long. With a large sum of money, he eventually attracted attention. Although he wasn't robbed through violent means, he was swindled out of his money under the guise of buying a house, using a half-coercive approach. And the house he bought is where he currently resides in the safe zone of Asia. Upon realizing this, he chose not to live there and decided to rent a place in the city instead. However, after being swindled, he could hardly afford to stay there for long. and he eventually had to grit his teeth and move into the house he had purchased. He had tried to seek help, but it was of no use. Not to mention the coercive contracts he had signed. The people who scammed him had long since left, making it impossible to track them down. Thus, he had to swallow this bitter loss all by himself. Although Suyu was very confused about this situation, he had prepared thoroughly before taking the relief fund and death compensation, and logically, others shouldn't have known about it. After that, he became smarter, realizing that one person was ultimately too weak, so he tried to build good relationships with as many people as possible. For example, the soldiers patrolling outside the city were among those he befriended. After years of coming and going, Suyu had become quite familiar with them. If anything major happened, he could easily seek their help. As he stepped into the classroom, Suyu instantly attracted everyone's attention. He ignored them and walked straight to his seat. "Hey, Suyu, are you still hoping to awaken this time?" A slightly mocking voice came from the side. Suyu turned to look and saw a person in a white shirt and black jeans looking at him with disdain. Zhao Jiao, his archenemy. Compared to Suyu, who had failed to awaken twice, Zhao Jiao's luck was incredibly good. He awakened a Thunder-type contract spirit ring right from the start and, with the help of his family, contracted a powerful monster, the Thunder Tiger, which matched perfectly with his spirit ring. Now, it probably wouldn't be long before he could awaken another spirit ring and contract a second monster. Of course, Suyu was not doing poorly either. Apart from not being able to awaken a spirit ring, his academic performance was better than anyone else's. This stemmed from Suyu's initial mindset. When he first arrived in the new city, being all alone, he learned through various inquiries that the only Beastmaster High School in Lin City was Hope Beastmaster High School. Its admission requirements were quite simple. There weren't many excessive demands. As long as the grades were good enough, they would start admitting students from the top down until a certain number was reached, after which no more would be admitted, except for some privileged individuals. After learning this, Suyu began to study hard. Perhaps influenced by memories from his past life, he learned things very quickly. He eventually entered Hope Beastmaster High School with the highest score in the written examination in Lin City. Zhao Jiao, as a wealthy heir, had the second best score, which inexplicably put him at a disadvantage, making him feel quite uncomfortable. After Suyu's awakening failures, he no longer concealed his displeasure. He often mocked Suyu, especially after Suyu's second failure. Now seeing Suyu arrive, he couldn't help but mock him again. Suyu ignored him, turned his head away, and closed his eyes, waiting for the teacher to arrive. "You see, Suyu is still ignoring you," Zhao Jiao said, feeling furious. This was always the case. Suyu would just glance at him and then dismiss him, making Zhao Jiao feel like a clown. After all, he was a wealthy heir, and regardless of his upbringing or image in front of others, he couldn't bring himself to say anything too vulgar. After a moment, he could only snort coldly and sit down. "Zhao Gu, there's no need to be angry over someone who can't awaken a spirit ring. You and he are worlds apart. You've already awakened a powerful Thunder-type spirit ring and contracted a highly potential Thunder Tiger as your beast. He won't even have the qualifications to look up to you in the future." A nearby person flattered Zhao Jiao, and upon hearing these words, Zhao Jiao's previously unpleasant expression improved, and he smiled. Seeing this, the person did not spare Suyu, turning to him and speaking up. "I'm not saying this to be mean, Suyu, but you've already failed to awaken your spirit ring twice. Why bother trying for a third time? Why not let someone else have the chance, so we can have more Beastmasters? There's no need to waste resources and opportunities here." Suyu opened his eyes again, turning his head to see someone looking quite pleased with himself. Upon seeing Suyu's gaze, he spoke again. "Suyu, why don't you take my advice and leave Hope Beastmaster High School now? You might save an opportunity and create a Beastmaster genius." Suyu looked at him with a gaze that said he was an idiot. "What else with that look? Idiot," he muttered under his breath, turning his gaze away and closing his eyes again. "You bastard. It looks like I need to teach you a lesson." Wang San's face was filled with anger, and his spirit ring appeared. Just as he was about to summon a monster, a loud shout interrupted. "Enough!" The voice drew everyone's attention. A charming figure suddenly stood up from the front row. "Wang San, put away your spirit ring. Do you really want to fight?" Upon seeing who it was, Wang San's face turned awkward, and he forced a smile. "Class monitor, I was just joking." Su Xiaoxiao walked up, glaring at Wang San. "Joking? Do you want me to take you down to the playground for a joke?" Upon hearing this, Wang San's head shook like a rattle drum. Everyone knew that Su Xiaoxiao became class monitor largely due to her strength. He didn't want to be beaten up. No, you don't have to. Then hurry up and put away your spirit ring." Su Xiaoxiao looked at Wang San as if she would take action at any moment. Yes. Not daring to delay, Wang San quickly put away his spirit ring. Su Xiaoxiao then glanced at Suyu, who had his eyes closed, before turning back to her seat. "Humph, I'll give the class monitor face this time, but next time, you won't be so lucky." Chapter 4. Awakening failure. After this series of events, the classroom quieted down. After a moment, footsteps sounded, and Suyu opened his eyes. A young and beautiful teacher walked in. Her delicate face and the professional outfit she wore accentuating her perfect figure. From any angle, she was a rare beauty. At this moment, she held a round ball that resembled a transparent crystal. Bai Li, the homeroom teacher of Suyu's class, was also a Beastmaster. After entering, she walked up to the podium, placed the transparent crystal ball on the desk, and scanned the room with her gaze. Then, with a complex expression, she looked at Suyu and said, "Suyu, come up and see if you can awaken your spirit ring this time." Suyu stood up and walked to the podium under everyone's watchful eyes. Bai Li stepped aside, and Suyu stood still, facing the crowd. Standing on the podium, he could easily see everyone's expressions. Some were surprised, some disdainful, a mix of emotions, but very few were supportive. The class monitor, Su Xiaoxiao, also looked over, but unlike others, there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Suyu was about to place his hand on the awakening stone when Bai Li's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Suyu, relax. The awakening stone still has one energy left, enough for you to awaken. Focus on sensing your spiritual world and see if you can find the spirit ring." Suyu nodded. It was impossible to say he wasn't nervous. Despite his optimistic demeanor, he knew this was a chance. However, this awakening was indeed his last opportunity. If he failed, there would be no more chances. Suyu slowly closed his eyes and placed his hand on the awakening stone. At that moment, he felt like a sinner awaiting judgment, lost and uncertain. During the waiting period of just a few seconds, it felt like hours to Suyu. After a moment, there was no light, nor any sign of redemption. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, signaling the awakening stone had exhausted its energy and shattered. "That's enough." Bai Li's clear voice rang in his ears, and Suyu opened his eyes. "Suyu, I'm sorry, you failed to awaken." The words awakening failure struck Suyu like a bolt from the blue, and a bitter expression appeared on his face, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. "I knew it. This guy Suyu couldn't possibly succeed in awakening. He has already failed twice and still wasted a third chance." Wang San's mocking voice echoed in the classroom. The surrounding classmates also broke their silence, engaging in discussions. "Yeah, failing 3 times in a row. If he had given his chance to someone else, we could have had 3 Beastmasters. Who knows what's wrong with him? We all succeeded on our first try. Could it be that he did something bad and is being punished?" Exactly. Bang. The sound of a desk being slammed echoed, and everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. Bai Li's crisp voice was now filled with anger. "What? Are you all happy that Suyu failed to awaken? Moreover, it's class time. Who allowed you to make such a ruckus here?" A spirit ring glowing with red light appeared behind Bai Li, and on the red spirit ring, a red lion figure was imprinted as if it were a seal. This was Bai Li's fire-type spirit ring, contracted with a powerful fire-type demon beast, the Crimson Flame Lion. A powerful sense of oppression swept over the students who had just spoken. Suyu felt it even more strongly, but fortunately, the oppressive force was not directed at him, allowing him to maintain his composure. His eyes sparkled. This was the Beastmaster he wanted to become. Unfortunately, thinking about his failure to awaken the spirit ring dimmed the light in his eyes. With a cold snort, she said, "If they're essay next time, I'll expel you from my class." This statement was not just a threat. It sounded like there would be no punishment, but it carried weight. Among all the senior high school classes, her class 1 was the best in the entire grade, meaning the resources available to them were significantly better than those in other classes. If one were to leave this class, it would mean a reduction in resources and slow progress, leading to a significant lag behind others. Thus, competition among the classes in the Beastmaster High School was fierce. For instance, Class 1 would replace the students who consistently ranked at the bottom with those from other classes who ranked at the top. Of course, so you didn't have to worry about this. After all, without a spirit ring and without beasts, he didn't consume resources, so he could remain in Class 1. With that, she tidied up the shattered awakening stone on the desk and stepped out with her long legs. Suyu followed behind. Moments later, in the office, Bai Li sat in a chair and pointed to another chair, saying to Suyu, "Sit down." Suyu didn't hold back and sat down directly. "Suyu, you failed to awaken. What are your thoughts?" Bai Li spoke, her words revealing a hint of concern. "What thoughts could I have?" Suyu's face was filled with bitterness. Failing to awaken meant he had a high chance of losing the opportunity to become a Beastmaster. "Aren't you sad?" "Sai, what's the use of being sad? To gain it is my fortune, to lose it is my fate. Failing 3 times in a row, perhaps I'm really not suited to become a Beastmaster." Suyu's gaze dimmed, though he understood that this was an unchangeable fact. "Do you know why I called you here?" "I do," Suyu replied, his tone full of helplessness. 2 years ago, Suyu achieved a perfect score on the high school entrance exam, ranking first in Lin City, successfully entering the Hope Beastmaster High School. That was his moment of glory, but it also marked the beginning of his descent into despair. On the first day of awakening his spirit ring, everyone had high hopes for him, believing he could awaken a rare spirit ring. especially since the second-ranked Zhao Jiao had successfully awakened a powerful lightning-type spirit ring. However, as the final participant, he placed his hand on the awakening stone for a long time without awakening any spirit ring. Thus began his downfall. This was Beastmaster High School, focused on beast taming. As long as one entered and used the awakening stone, success was guaranteed. But for some reason, Suyu failed to awaken, making him the first case of failure in the history of Hope Beastmaster High School, and even in the entire country. According to the rules, he should have been expelled on the first day of school, but miraculously, he remained, unbeknownst to everyone. Others thought Suyu had connections, but they did not know he had made a pact with the principal of the Beastmaster High School. Chapter 5. Expulsion. Is this Suyu? A slightly plump middle-aged man sat in a chair, looking sternly at Suyu. Beside him was a woman who looked at Suyu with a puzzled expression. Yes. Then you know. I know. Failing to awaken a spirit ring means I should no longer be qualified to stay at Beastmaster High School. The middle-aged man's words were interrupted by Suyu. Then what? I want to make a deal with the principal. What kind of deal? I possess a wealth of knowledge about demon beasts and understand them well. In middle school, teachers did not intentionally teach students about demon beasts because only by getting into the Beastmaster High School could one awaken the beast spirit ring and officially come into contact with demon beasts to learn related knowledge. What is the use of this? We do not lack teachers who understand demon beasts. My knowledge about demon beasts is not inferior to that of the teachers. Regardless of the truth of this statement, I still say that it is of no use to us. Especially for those like you who have failed to awaken the beast spirit ring. Understanding this knowledge is of no help at all. Perhaps you could go teach at another school? Knowing the background of the world at that time, Suyu began to study hard. In middle school, they wouldn't specifically teach students about demon beasts, but they wouldn't prohibit students from learning either. So whenever he had time, Suyu would learn a lot about demon beasts. He failed to awaken, so he had to leave Beastmaster High School. He originally intended to use his knowledge of demon beasts to exchange for a chance to stay. After all, in his past life, the world lacked talent. And the knowledge of demon beasts he understood at his current teenage age was comparable to that of a teacher, which was extremely rare. However, a sentence from Dong Ping, understanding this knowledge is of no use, and another, perhaps you could go teach at another school, completely shattered Suyu's pride. To the point where he didn't even bring up his conditions to stay at Hope Beastmaster High School. After a long silence, it was the female teacher beside him who finally spoke up. Principal Dong Ping, why not let him stay at Hope Beastmaster High School? His knowledge might be useful. Just this one sentence allowed Suyu to stay at Hope Beastmaster High School and enabled him to use the awakening stone to attempt awakening once a year. But he was ultimately just someone who could not awaken the spirit ring. Although Principal Dong Ping allowed Suyu to stay under the female teacher's persuasion, he also set a condition. If he failed to awaken 3 times in a row, Suyu could not stay here anymore. The knowledge he possessed also led to him being assigned to the library, where he had to organize the disarranged books on weekends. As for the female teacher's comment about his knowledge possibly being useful, it seemed that Principal Dong Ping did not take it to heart. Later on, his knowledge remained and used by anyone else aside from himself. Knowing he was not a formally accepted student, Suyu voluntarily paid several times the tuition every year. Even so, he felt guilty towards the school because he understood the value of the awakening stones. They were strategic resources that could help one awaken the spirit ring to become a Beastmaster, and no amount of extra tuition could compensate for that. Especially considering that he had failed to awaken for the 3rd time. Looking at Suyu's complex expression, Bailey felt a deep sense of regret. How could he not awaken the spirit ring? She really liked Suyu as a student, but unfortunately, since he did not awaken the spirit ring, he could not continue to stay here. Suddenly, Suyu stood up, walked to Bailey, and deeply bowed. Thank you, Teacher Bailey, for giving me the opportunity to stay here for 2 more years and allowing me to attempt awakening the spirit ring 2 more times. It's just that I let you down. Suyu lifted his head again, his face showing a carefree expression. Yes, it was Bailey who spoke up during his conversation with the principal, allowing Suyu to stay at Hope Beastmaster High School. This was one of the reasons he had 2 more chances to attempt awakening. The awakening stones, being strategic level resources, were recorded for each use. And it was impossible to say that because he failed to awaken, he would get 2 more chances. He knew that it must have been the help of Teacher Bailey, and he might have paid a significant price for it. He didn't know why. But he knew that Teacher Bailey treated him well, so he respected her greatly. Silly boy, if you didn't awaken, you didn't awaken. It's okay. Bailey also stood up, her face full of regret. How about you follow me in the future? Suyu was silent for a moment, but eventually smiled. I won't trouble Teacher Bailey. I already have my own plans. He knew that Bailey's identity was likely not simple. After all, someone who could make Dong Ping keep him around with just 1 sentence must not be an ordinary person. Not to mention giving him 2 more chances to awaken the spirit ring. Perhaps following her would lead to better results, but Suyu still chose to refuse. He had his own ideas and his own path to walk. As for what happened next, there was nothing much to say. After Bailey issued a withdrawal certificate, Suyu left the place. Since there were still some belongings he hadn't collected, he could only return to the classroom, facing everyone's gaze. Suyu hastily packed his things and then left. Originally, some people wanted to speak up, like Wang San. But he either noticed Su Xiaoxiao staring at him ahead or recalled Bailey's words, and he didn't say anything until Suyu walked out. Even the outspoken Wang San didn't speak, let alone the others. Suyu was glad about this. After all, he didn't have to hear mocking and teasing voices one last time before leaving. When he reached the school gate, Suyu glanced back. Next to him, a group of freshmen was gathering, and Principal Dong Ping was speaking on the stage. He talked about history and Beastmasters, all of which Suyu had heard before. But unfortunately, they no longer had anything to do with him. Among the freshmen, some listened to Dong Ping's words with excitement, some merely showed joy, and some looked around curiously. There were also those who noticed Suyu, wondering why he was carrying all his belongings out of the school gate. It was early morning. The sun was bright, and the sun was rising. The newly arrived students were like the rising sun, full of hope. They were hopeful about the future and also about Beastmaster High School. In contrast, Suyu felt that life had lost all its light at that moment. He carried something not heavy, yet his feet felt as if they were burdened with 1,000 pounds, making it hard to step forward. Finally, after accepting the withdrawal certificate handed to him by the gatekeeper, Suyu walked out through a small opening he had opened. At that moment, his back looked desolate and solitary. Why did they let him go? On the rooftop at the highest point, Dongping walked to Bailey's side and spoke in a deep voice. Looking back, the teacher who was speaking to the students on the stage had long been replaced by another teacher, and there was no trace of Dongping left. He wants to leave, and I may not be able to stop him, Bailey said helplessly. She knew Suyu's personality. When he said he had his own plans, her advice would be of no use. Alas, what a pity. He was a very good child, Dongping sighed. He had known Suyu since he proposed a deal to stay at Beastmaster High School. Originally, he didn't have high hopes for a student who could not awaken the Beast Spirit Ring. But it must be said that Suyu was quite remarkable. Apart from not being able to awaken the Beast Spirit Ring, everything else about him was impeccable. Because of this, he had a better impression of Suyu. Yes, he is very good, but what can be done? I've already given him 2 chances to awaken, but you know the outcome. Bailey's voice was filled with regret. But you should be able to let him stay at the Beastmaster Academy for another year, right? Yes. But when he initially proposed a deal with you, you already made an agreement with him. You're not unaware of how stubborn that kid is. Once he sets his mind on something, he won't change it easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come knocking on your door at 15 or 16 asking to discuss a deal. Besides, he stays at Beast Tamer High to use the Awakening Stone to awaken his spirit ring, and you know this. The 3rd attempt has already failed, and there won't be any more chances. He has learned a lot, so leaving early might not be a bad thing. Dong Ping fell silent, not speaking again, just gazing into the distance. From his high vantage point, he could see Suyu's back, small and lonely. The two remained silent, just watching quietly. Chapter 6. The method of awakening for ordinary people. Su Feng seemed to think of something and paused his words. However, Suyu appeared indifferent, cracking a smile. Sigh. Su Feng sighed, walking over and patting Suyu's shoulder. Hey kid, it's fine. So what if you didn't awaken your spirit ring? It's not the end of the world. There are plenty of people in the city who haven't awakened. Don't overthink it. Yeah, don't worry, Sugo. I'm fine. Suyu nodded, responding without a hint of despair on his face. Well, if you're fine, then you should head off. The guys and I still have to patrol. All right, then I'll head off first. Watching Suyu leave, Su Feng's face was filled with regret. The newcomer, Xiaoyang, approached again and asked Su Feng, Captain, what's up with that kid? Didn't he just go in? Why is he coming out again? Xiaoyang looked puzzled. The time between Suyu going in and coming out wasn't very long, so he couldn't help but ask. That kid is a student at Beast Tamer High, always first in exams, but he hasn't been able to awaken his spirit ring. This should be his 3rd failure. Failure? You can fail at awakening a spirit ring? Xiaoyang looked incredulous but seemed to recall something. Captain, is it him? Su Feng glanced at him and finally nodded. How is that possible? Although Xiaoyang was new, it didn't mean his knowledge was limited. He had heard about the failures in awakening spirit rings and knew the general situation. After all, it was the first case in the country, and many researchers had come to study it after the news spread. However, no accurate conclusions were reached. They all agreed that Suyu did not meet the conditions for awakening. All right, enough chatting. Get back to your posts. Time is running out. And it'll get crowded soon. Understood. When Suyu returned home, he casually tossed aside the things in his hands and lay down on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. How can this be? How can I not awaken? After murmuring to himself for a long time, tears silently streamed down Suyu's face. He couldn't understand why this was happening, as if fate was targeting him. Clearly, Everyone else using the awakening stone could awaken their spirit rings, but he couldn't. And it happened 3 times in a row. To live well, he risked his life to venture into less safe areas to search for spirit materials. Anything he could sell for money. To attend school properly, he woke up over an hour early every day. To avoid being bullied and to prevent being tricked into losing money, he had to deal with people as a teenager. And to not waste money, he still lived in this less safe area. He did so much just to awaken his spirit ring, only to find himself waking from a dream, empty-handed. His spirit ring didn't awaken, and he bore many ugly scars. He did everything he could for the awakening, but now it seemed useless. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when he woke up, the sky had darkened, and the last rays of sunlight were slowly fading. Looking at the wet mark on his pillow, he forced a bitter smile. How did I cry for so long? At this moment, Suyu calmed down. Realizing he couldn't change the fact that he hadn't awakened his spirit ring. It's fine. I've already thought of a backup plan. Since his first failure to awaken, Suyu had already considered his options. The awakening stone is a strategic resource that ordinary people cannot easily obtain. For ordinary people, without help, there are only 2 ways to obtain and use the awakening stone to awaken their spirit ring. The first is to pay a large sum of money to a specific organization for awakening. The second method is to join specific organizations, such as various families or official organizations. After a certain amount of time, they will use their own awakening stones to help you awaken. Let us set aside the first option. So you didn't have that much money, or he wouldn't still be living here. Moreover, without a beast tamer leading and guaranteeing it, others wouldn't use an awakening stone to awaken an ordinary person. Thus, Suyu's only option was actually the second one. However, as an ordinary person, the minimum requirement to join various families is to become a beast tamer. Furthermore, outsiders joining their families would inevitably not receive substantial resources and help. To put it bluntly, joining is just to become a beast tamer and serve them. Even if they accept ordinary people, Suyu has no interest in being someone else's dog, and there are plenty of ordinary people competing for these opportunities. So he might not even get a chance. The only option left is to join various official organizations, but they are mixed, and one must meet certain conditions and have recommendations or great potential to have a chance to join. After thinking it over, there is really only one choice: to join the military. Suyu knew that ordinary people could also join the military. Moreover, if he hadn't awakened, as long as he spent more than a year in the military, he would have one chance to use the awakening stone to awaken his spirit ring. But that is the military. Just hearing the name indicates it's on the front lines battling against beasts. For ordinary people, if they have connections, it's not difficult to join. However, surviving a year there as an ordinary person is no easy feat without the protection of beast tamers. How can an ordinary person survive at the forefront against beasts? Even if ordinary people don't have to face the beasts directly, surviving a year is still extremely challenging. Sigh. Thinking of this, Suyu sighed, then his gaze sharpened, and he clenched his fists. What is there to fear? I've already died once. Life goes on. Tomorrow, I'll go find Sugu. He had made up his mind to seek out Su Feng tomorrow and ask him to recommend him to join the military. This was also one of the reasons he wanted to build good relationships with military personnel. It could be considered a backup plan for himself. If he could be lucky enough to survive a year and successfully use the awakening stone, that would be great. If not, it can only be said that it was bad luck, and no one can say anything about it. Chapter 7. Awakening the Spirit Ring. Knock, knock, knock. Just after finishing a meal, there was a knock on the door. Suyu looked over in confusion, not having the time to ask. A voice came in from outside first. Xiao Su, it's me. It was Li Yuan's voice. Upon hearing this, Suyu didn't hesitate and immediately went to the door to open it. Li Yuan's figure appeared in front of him, one hand behind his back, holding something unknown. Looking at Li Yuan, Suyu asked with some confusion, Uncle Li, why are you looking for me so late? Is there something going on? However, Li Yuan just grinned and laughed without saying a word, leaving Suyu speechless. Uncle Li, if there's something you need, just say it. It's not too late now. You brat, you're the old one. Li Yuan shot back with a glare. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan immediately glared angrily. All right, I'm old. Just tell me what you need me for at this late hour. If there is nothing, I can close the door. Suyu looked helpless. Look how anxious you are. I'm just here to bring you a treasure. Seeing Li Yuan's beaming smile, Suyu didn't know what to say. Guess what I brought? Seeing Li Yuan's eager expression for him to guess, Suyu became interested. He knew that his uncle had come shortly after he moved here and was involved in the business of trading materials from demon beasts to make money. Thinking of this, he remembered his failed awakening earlier that day and half-jokingly said, could it be that behind you is an awakening stone? You know I failed my awakening and brought one for me. Suyu was just joking, but unexpectedly, after he said this, Li Yuan's smile froze, and a look of regret appeared on his face. I didn't expect you to be so sharp, you guessed it right. Saying this, he pulled out what was behind his back, revealing a transparent round ball in his hand. This is an awakening stone, Suyu thought to himself, having just seen one earlier that day and would not mistake it. Now, Suyu was stunned, stammering, "Uncle Lee, what does this mean?" Li Yuan laughed heartily and then patted Suyu's shoulder with his other hand. "You little brat. This is just an awakening stone I received from the demon beast materials today. It looks decent, so I thought I'd take it. After all, this kind of thing is not commonly seen. It might come in handy later. I just didn't expect that after I received it, I would hear about your awakening failure, so I brought it to you right away." Looking at Li Yuan's smiling face, Suyu's eyes couldn't help but become moist. And he choked out, "Thank you, Uncle Lee." Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively, looking disgusted, then shoved the awakening stone into Suyu's arms. "There should be just one more chance of awakening energy left in this. After you use it up, you're responsible for dealing with the waste. I have things to do, so I'll leave first." Suyu stood there dumbfounded, holding the awakening stone for a long time. Finally, he placed the awakening stone on the ground and deeply bowed in the direction Li Yuan had left, murmuring, "Thank you, Uncle Lee." He then picked up the awakening stone from the ground and turned to walk into the house, closing the door behind him. At the moment the door closed, Li Yuan's figure emerged from behind a tree, looking at the closed door, shaking his head and smiling. "This little brat." Inside the house, Suyu placed the awakening stone on the bed and looked at it with a smile. He had thought he would need to join the military and stay there for a year before getting the chance to use an awakening stone, but unexpectedly, Li Yuan had brought one directly to him. Although this awakening stone was not as new as the recently released ones, it didn't mean it only had one use left. He knew that Li Yuan was lying to him, but he didn't mind, as he was a person who had failed to awaken even a spirit ring and had no value anyway. Without further thought, he quickly placed his hand on the awakening stone. With anticipation in his eyes, he looked at the awakening stone in his hand. Just as he thought he would fail again, the awakening stone suddenly lit up brightly, a dazzling white light instantly illuminating the entire room, followed by a circular halo with a white edge and an almost transparent center appearing, quietly floating in front of Suyu. Seeing this scene, Suyu's face lit up with joy, his expression so excited it was beyond words. This was an attribute-less summoning spirit ring. His voice trembled, tinged with disbelief. It's important to note that spirit rings have attributes. The basic elements are red for fire, brown for earth, blue for water, cyan for wind, purple for thunder, white for ice, gold for light, yellow for metal, and green for wood. These are the basic elements that most people awaken. Higher up are deep green for plant, dark green for poison, dark for shadow, gray for undead, black for curse, milky white for healing, and silver for space. These elements represent rarity and can only be awakened by a few. As for whether there are even rarer elements beyond that, Suyu did not know, as he could not find any information about it. But he knew that he had awakened an attribute-less summoning spirit ring, meaning he could freely contract without being bound by the attributes of the spirit ring and the demon beasts. His face was filled with joy, and his excitement was palpable, his heart unable to calm down. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, suddenly, the dazzling white light emitted by the awakening stone vanished in an instant, turning pitch black, and the entire room darkened. A buzzing sound seemed to resonate in Suyu's ears, and he saw the attribute-less summoning spirit ring disappear in an instant, revealing a circular spirit ring with a black edge and a transparent center again. Suyu's heart, still not settled, erupted with waves of excitement once more. This was an attribute-less contract spirit ring. Suyu was stunned, and after a moment, he slowly raised his hand, and with that, the awakening stone returned to its original state, and the surroundings began to brighten again. He looked at his hand, unable to contain his astonishment. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and a pair of spirit rings with edges of black and white appeared, floating in Suyu's hand. Seeing this, excitement filled Suyu's eyes. "Ha ha ha! I, Suyu, have finally awakened, and it's a pair of attribute-less spirit rings." His smile was unstoppable. Having a pair of attribute-less spirit rings meant he would have one more beast to control than others. After a moment, Suyu put away his smile, though his eyes still shone with excitement. Who would have thought that in the morning he was a despised waste, but by the afternoon, he had become a genius that everyone looked up to? Of course, he would need to release this news. But even though he hadn't found any information about the dark organizations in this world, he wouldn't be foolish enough to expose himself. He picked up the awakening stone and placed it on the bedside table. Why does it feel like this awakening stone has no energy left? He could sense that the awakening stone only had a thin layer of energy remaining, barely enough to maintain its form without breaking, and it had no power left to help anyone awaken. However, he didn't dwell on it. After all, he had already awakened, and he wouldn't need the awakening stone for a while. Chapter 8. The 7 Great Otherworlds, Entering the Savage Wilderness. Spirit rings are divided into 2 types. One type has a white edge and is called a summoning spirit ring, which allows one's consciousness to enter another world and contract demon beasts to summon them. The demon beasts summoned this way are also referred to as summoned beasts. There are certain limitations. Once a summoner cannot supply the energy required by the spirit ring, the summoned beast will forcibly return to its own other world. Another type of spirit ring is the one with a black edge, which represents the contract spirit ring, capable of contracting with beasts from the current world, that is, the local continent. The beasts contracted with this type of spirit ring have relatively few restrictions, requiring very little energy consumption, allowing them to stay in the current world for a longer time than summoned beasts. Rather than saying they can stay longer in the current world, it is more accurate to say they can remain there indefinitely, as they originally belonged to the current world. The color displayed in the center of the spirit ring indicates the attribute color of the beasts you can contract. Suyu, sitting on the bed, took a few deep breaths and immediately put away the non-attribute contract spirit ring, leaving only a non-attribute summoning spirit ring, white. Although the safe zone is not as dangerous as the wilderness filled with beasts, it still carries risks. Previously, he did not mention it because he had not awakened the spirit ring, so it was useless to bring it up. Now that he has awakened the spirit ring, what he wants to do is contract a beast to have some self-defense capability. He doesn't want to keep applying the smelly powder to mask his human scent every time he goes in and out. However, as a Beastmaster without any help and without contracting any beasts, he currently cannot achieve this. Therefore, he can only choose the summoning spirit ring to enter the other world with his consciousness, which provides some guarantee for his life. There are countless other worlds, among which the 7 most famous are Ice Cavern, Insect Valley, Dragon Cliff, Primal Sea, Dark Forest, Savage Wilderness, and the most terrifying and mysterious Abyss. These are the 7 most famous and powerful other worlds. Besides them, there are numerous other worlds, but they are all inferior to these 7. Although the 7 other worlds sound more like place names, they are the most authentic representations of other worlds. For example, in the Ice Cavern, the entire world is covered in white snow. Although not everywhere is like this, over 90% of the continent is blanketed in snow, glaciers, and eternal icebergs. This is also the place that owners of ice-type summoning spirit rings most want to visit, as they can find the beasts they desire there, and their choices will be significantly increased. In Insect Valley, every part of the continent is filled with insects, such as the fire-type Holy Fire insect and the ice-type Frozen insect. Those who enter here, if they do not like insect-type summoned beasts, will probably have to choose to leave because finding a contract beast that is not an insect and compatible with their spirit ring attributes is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Dragon Cliff, unlike the previous 2 where ice elements occupy 90% of the area or insects are everywhere, here dragons only account for 10% of the entire continent. Although their number is only 10% and not all are pure-blood true dragons, with many being sub-dragons and pseudo-dragons, they dominate the entire continent, as all spirits are led by dragons. If the Ice Cavern is the place that ice-type summoning spirit ring owners most want to go, then this is the place that all summoning spirit ring holders, except for those of ice and water types, most want to visit. As long as one can successfully contract a dragon and cultivate it, even if it is just the lowest level sub-dragon or pseudo-dragon, their strength will experience explosive growth. The Primal Sea, where 90% of the continent is ocean, is a place where no one knows what lies hidden in the dark depths of the sea. This is also a place that water-type summoning spirit ring holders dream of reaching. The Dark Forest and Savage Wilderness need not be elaborated on. The former is an endless forest, while the latter is a vast plain, grassland, wasteland, with no particular emphasis. If one must say something, it is that compared to other places, the attributes of summoned beasts here are diverse, providing more options for the summoner. As for the most terrifying and mysterious Abyss, Suyu knows little about it, only that it is the place where summoning spirit ring holders enter the least among the 7 great other worlds, with very few rumors circulating. It is said that the probability of entering the Abyss among the 7 great other worlds is only 1%, or even less. Those who come out describe it as a gray sky with endless debris everywhere. Some say it has a blood-red sky. How it truly is, Suyu, who is not yet a Beastmaster, does not know. With this in mind, Suyu took another deep breath. He hoped for good luck and not to enter those extremely weak other worlds. Every time one enters an other world, it is random. Weak individuals may enter powerful other worlds, while strong individuals may end up in weak ones. Although entering the other world is done with consciousness each time, it does not mean there is no danger. If he encounters a powerful summoned beast that is displeased with him, it may attack him, causing mental damage. If those extremely powerful summoned beasts attack, they could even kill him on the spot, leaving behind a lifeless body without consciousness in the current world. Even if one has good luck and does not encounter a powerful summoned beast that attacks, to ensure that their spirit does not suffer damage, they cannot enter a second time in a short period. Therefore, Suyu can only pray that he does not enter weak other worlds. giving himself more choices. Let us begin. When Suyu opened his eyes again, what greeted him was an endless grassland. A name flashed through his mind: Savage Wilderness. This is the Savage Wilderness. A smile appeared on Suyu's face. Everyone experiences a name appearing in their mind when entering an otherworld. The Savage Wilderness, one of the 7 great otherworlds, can be considered the one that best meets Suyu's requirements at the moment. Other otherworlds are more or less focused on certain aspects, while the Dark Forest, which is somewhat similar to the Savage Wilderness, has too many trees, severely affecting Suyu's visibility and making it difficult for him to find summoned beasts. The unobstructed Savage Wilderness perfectly matches Suyu's requirements. As a consciousness entity, Suyu can roam freely, even flying. At this moment, Suyu's form slowly floated up and rushed forward rapidly. The spiritual world is something that everyone experiences when awakening their spirit rings. Its function is to store the spirit rings they have awakened. At this moment, the black-edged contract spirit ring is slowly floating within it. Suddenly, a strange book slowly manifests beside the black contract spirit ring. The black contract spirit ring, as if encountering a cat, quickly floated to the corner of the spiritual world, showing a fearful demeanor. The strange book remains undeterred, leisurely flipping through its pages. Chapter 9. Dark purple-tailed fox, redwood wolf, flameheart fox, demon, dark tree above in the sky. Suyu's consciousness is swiftly flying by, while the summoned beasts on the ground are either resting or fighting. One by one, the names of the summoned beasts are called out by Suyu. As an owner of a non-attribute summoning spirit ring, he does not need to consider the attributes of the summoned beasts. Looking at the numerous summoned beasts appearing on the ground, Suyu is filled with envy. What Suyu does not know is that in his spiritual world, that strange book is frantically flipping through pages every time Suyu sees a summoned beast. Information about that summoned beast appears on the strange book. It is as if it is a book that only knows how to record, diligently documenting everything. It was as if an invisible pen was writing above, and once the recording of the summoned beast was completed, it would automatically turn to the next page to begin recording a new summoned beast. At this moment, Suyu was racing at high speed, searching for suitable summoned beasts. No, this doesn't seem to be yielding any rare or high-potential summoned beasts. Suyu stopped, frowning in deep thought. He didn't know how long he had been flying without finding a suitable summoned beast. It's not that he couldn't find a suitable one. It's just that they all belonged to someone else. The moment he approached, he would be trying to contract someone else's father or mother, or someone else's child, which was simply impossible to consider. Then there were those that didn't belong to anyone else, but simply looked down on Suyu. Like the crimson flame tiger he had seen earlier, powerful, handsome, and with decent potential. However, when Suyu tried to communicate with it, it completely ignored him and even shouted at him in annoyance. Suyu was so frightened he thought the crimson flame tiger was going to attack him and hurriedly ran away, only to receive a scornful look from the tiger. As if to say, "You're scared of just a roar, and you still want to contract me?" Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but feel frustrated. The ones he could contract, he looked down on, and the ones he was interested in contracting, the summoned beasts looked down on him. What a damn world. Fortunately, Suyu quickly stabilized his form. It was clear that his weak spiritual world was nearing its limit. If he didn't hurry to contract a summoned beast soon, he would be forcibly expelled from this alternate world, and then he would have to wait until the next time to come back. Damn it. How could he forget that those with weak spiritual worlds can't stay long in alternate worlds? There was no time to think too much. Suyu quickly controlled his consciousness again and flew towards the distance. Those with weak spiritual worlds can't stay in alternate worlds for too long. If they stay too long, they would get dizzy, similar to a reminder from the alternate world. After 3 consecutive occurrences, a person's consciousness would be forcibly kicked out. He needed to find a suitable contracted summoned beast in a short time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enter again without waiting several days. Tree demon? Why is it this thing again? Strong, but it can't run. No. Crimson fire fox? This one is nice, but its potential is a bit low. And it always carries a certain unpleasant odor. No. Bull demon? This could work. Good defense, but it's too big, slow, and eats a lot. Every time it is released to fight, it feels like it's about to demolish a house. Shadow ghost. Damn, what a good summoned beast. It possesses the rare shadow type, has great potential, strong abilities, and can hide in shadows to protect its master. It's simply perfect for home and travel, a flawless summoned beast. Looking at the shadow ghost over a meter tall, its entire body a dark gray, Suyu's eyes lit up. This was simply his dream beast. The shadow ghost seemed to sense something and turned to glance at Suyu. Then it raised its small paw, resembling a dark gray claw, and placed it on the root of a nearby large tree, transforming into a shadow and darting into the forest ahead, disappearing in an instant. Damn, my little ghost. Suyu wanted to chase after it, but the shadow ghost had already vanished. What is this? Suyu looked at the forest ahead. He had been too focused on finding a suitable summoned beast. He hadn't noticed that a forest had appeared here. Should he go in and take a look? Suyu hesitated. The forest that had appeared was incredibly dark, and even under the illumination, he could only see a sparse 10 meters. Thinking of this, Suyu's consciousness rose, and he looked towards the back of the forest, only to see vast expanses of forest appear before his eyes. However, the forest looked like a huge blood-red mouth. Aside from a bit of sunlight hitting the very top leaves, everything else was extremely dark. The sky above the forest was gloomy, as if it were blocked from sunlight compared to other places. Damn, how could such a place exist? Before Suyu could think much longer, a wave of dizziness hit him again, accompanied by a hint of pain. Suyu's consciousness fell to the ground, and after a moment of recovery, he barely regained his composure. This was the second time. Time was running out. When the third headache struck, that would be when Suyu was forcibly expelled. Moreover, because he was forcibly expelled, the waiting time to re-enter would be longer than if he had not been expelled. This meant that if he couldn't successfully contract a summoned beast in the very short time to come, he would have to choose to leave. Regaining his composure, Suyu looked at the forest in front of him. If just a moment ago he was still hesitating about whether to go in, now he was determined to enter. He had already searched the previous place and found no suitable summoned beasts, and now he didn't have the time to look elsewhere. He could only choose to search for a suitable one in the forest ahead. In such a strange place, the summoned beasts inside might be very strong. Let's go. With his consciousness rising, Suyu headed towards the forest. Whether it was because he was in the most primitive alternate world or for some other reason, every tree here was over 100 meters tall, making Suyu feel like a tiny ant. This place is so strange. Entering, Suyu felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. The dark and gloomy forest seemed like a beast ready to devour him, making his heart race. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suyu was startled, turning to look in the direction of the sound, and saw a half-meter-long dark fox with purple-red eyes appear before him. At this moment, the fox's purple-red eyes emitted a seductive purple glow. The dark purple-tailed fox. Suyu's eyes widened in surprise. This was a rare species. It possessed a shadow type, and with its fox-like appearance and the absence of the typical fox odor that most foxes have, these points alone met the requirements of most female beast tamers who had shadow summoning spirit rings. Of course, Suyu liked this, but if he remembered correctly, he had read in a book called Record of All Beasts that the dark purple-tailed fox, with its dark body and purple-red eyes, generally lives in extremely dark environments, possesses the rare shadow type, and can create a dark environment resembling a domain when fighting with beasts, making it a rare tamed beast. Note, although the dark purple-tailed fox is excellent, it is often in heat. As a beast tamer, if you contract a dark purple-tailed fox, you must ensure it is released when in heat, or it may lead to a depressed state, refusing to battle for the beast tamer. If it cannot be released for a long time, it may lead to death. The best partners for the dark purple-tailed fox are shadow type, white-tailed shadow fox, and light type, three-tailed light fox. When Suyu read the introduction to the dark purple-tailed fox, he was silent for a long time. The precautions were longer than the introduction itself. That aside, helping it find a mate while in heat was not a problem, as this was a necessary lesson for every beast tamer, to help their required summoned beasts with partner issues. But just look at what was written. It spends a lot of time in heat. Although he didn't know how long a lot of time meant, Suyu knew it definitely wasn't short, because he had seen another type of summoned beast that clearly stated it was in heat 3 times a week. 3 times a week, that's accurately marked. And the dark purple-tailed fox? It can only be described as a lot of time. Which means even the researchers focused on summoned beasts don't know. This was fine. After all, spending so much time in heat could be seen as benefiting the beasts from both worlds. But just look at what was written below. If it doesn't get released, it may lead to a depressed state and even refuse to battle for the beast tamer. When Suyu saw these lines, he was speechless. He could already imagine the scene where the dark purple-tailed fox refused to fight and ended up dying during battles with those demon beasts. Moreover, it mentioned that in severe cases, it could lead to death. Suyu didn't even know how to evaluate this. After spending a great deal of resources to train it, it ended up not being able to release itself. Then he looked at what the best mate for the dark purple-tailed fox was, the shadow-type white-tailed shadow fox. If Suyu remembered correctly, this was an even rarer demon beast than the dark purple-tailed fox, with much stronger control over the shadow element, faster speed, and greater strength. He couldn't understand why the dark purple-tailed fox would want to mate with it. There was also the light-type three-tailed bright fox, which, although just a basic elemental type, was equally rare compared to the previous two. Furthermore, the light element and shadow element were opposing and restraining each other. He couldn't fathom why the dark purple-tailed fox would want to mate with a beast that conflicted with its own element. In a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Suyu's mind. The dark purple-tailed fox, which had been resting on a tree, looked confused. He left. The next moment, Suyu hurried deeper into the forest. He needed to move quickly. At this moment, Suyu's consciousness was already showing signs of fatigue. And even his consciousness seemed a bit transparent. It was likely that he would be forcibly expelled soon. Along the way, he had already seen quite a few suitable summoning beasts for a contract, but they all chose to reject him without exception. He couldn't stay here any longer. If he didn't leave soon, he would be forcibly expelled and wouldn't be able to enter again for a week. Suyu was still flying through the forest, but his speed had slowed considerably. Just as he was about to temporarily exit and come back in a few days, he heard a roar of fighting ahead. Suyu looked forward, gritted his teeth, and began to move forward. After passing through a few large trees, 3 summoning beasts appeared before him. One was a fire-type scarlet flame 3-tailed tiger, its body a fiery yellow, with 3 powerful tails capable of snapping steel beams, swinging wildly behind it, showing its bloodthirsty fangs. The second was an ice-type ice-field lion, its body snow-white, with sharp claws and fangs exposed, glaring intently ahead. An ice and fire pair, 2 nearly opposing species, stood together, cautiously watching the front. Suyu's eyes brightened as he saw a figure shrouded in black mist resembling a humanoid creature, holding a weapon that was as black as ink and knife-like. This was a shadow servant. Suyu's eyes lit up. He wished he could contract it right then and there, knowing it was a combination of being handsome, powerful, and full of potential. With a roar from the ice-field lion, it unleashed a breath of ice towards the shadow servant. The scarlet flame 3-tailed tiger, not to be outdone, opened its mouth and shot out a fireball the size of a soccer ball. The ice breath and fireball flew towards the shadow servant, and Suyu felt anxious. He could vaguely sense that either of those 2 summoning beasts was stronger than the shadow servant. It was shameless for them to team up against it. As the ice breath and fireball approached, the shadow servant raised its knife-like weapon and slashed at the ice breath and fireball. Bang! The fireball and ice breath exploded simultaneously. With the weapon in hand, the shadow servant disappeared in an instant. When it reappeared, it struck the distracted scarlet flame 3-tailed tiger with a single blow, leaving a gruesome wound. The scarlet flame 3-tailed tiger roared in anger and tried to turn around to attack the shadow servant, but the shadow servant vanished again. Upon closer inspection, one could see a black shadow darting across the ground at incredible speed. In this place without sunlight, the shadow servant had an unparalleled advantage. Utilizing its shadow abilities and the surrounding environment, it quickly dealt heavy damage to the scarlet flame 3-tailed tiger and lightly injured the icefield lion before they chose to flee. Wow, so strong. Suyu's eyes were filled with excitement. Despite being weaker and surrounded by 2 beasts, the shadow servant managed to severely injure the scarlet flame 3-tailed tiger and lightly injure the icefield lion. Although neither beast was dead, in this savage wilderness, being heavily injured was nearly the same as death. After the 2 beasts left, Suyu was about to approach the shadow servant to talk when he saw the once imposing shadow servant suddenly collapse, its body wreathed in black mist becoming somewhat ethereal. Damn, I thought it was so strong. Turns out it was also injured badly. With this in mind, Suyu no longer hesitated and stepped forward. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the collapsed shadow servant suddenly pick up its black knife, and in the next moment, it turned into a shadow and disappeared. Suddenly, Suyu's consciousness felt a chill at his neck. When he slowly turned his head, he saw the shadow servant holding the black knife, pressing it against Suyu's neck. At that moment, the surroundings fell silent, and Suyu was also silent. Wait, is this really necessary? I just arrived, and you're already holding a knife to my neck. That's not good. Just as he was about to speak, a clear voice echoed in his mind. Human, how did you end up here? What the hell, you can talk? Suyu's eyes widened in surprise. It's normal for summoned beasts to talk. In fact, if they reach a certain stage, they can even transform into human forms. However, that requires reaching a particular stage. The difference was that the shadow servant's voice only echoed in his mind, clearly not having reached the stage where it could speak aloud. Nevertheless, Suyu was quite surprised, as the book didn't mention that a shadow servant at this stage could talk. Seeing the surprised expression on Suyu's face, the shadow servant did not speak, but brought its black knife closer to Suyu's neck. Suyu said, I want to make a contract with you. Moreover, time was running out. He didn't have time for small talk, since he entered with his consciousness, the shadow servant, while capable of taking on 2 opponents and overcoming the odds, clearly wasn't strong enough to harm his consciousness. So, Suyu felt no fear, even a bit of excitement. After all, this was a shadow servant, one of the rare weapon-type summoned beasts that could transform into a weapon for the Beastmaster to use. The shadow servant sheathed its black knife, and with a wave of its hand, the knife transformed into a cloud of black mist and vanished. Good. The crisp voice echoed again in Suyu's mind. Suyu was taken aback, looking at the shadow servant suspiciously. Didn't the book say that shadow servants were proud and rarely contracted with humans? Why was it so easy? His initial thought was that since he didn't have much time left in this other world, he might as well come up and try. Using various reasons and benefits to persuade the Shadow Servant to contract with him. He planned to deal with the subsequent matters later, but the Shadow Servant agreed so quickly, as if it had been waiting for him to say it, without any hint of hesitation. This made Suyu feel a bit uneasy. Don't you have any other requests? The vast majority of Beastmasters have only a handful of methods to contract demon beasts or summon beasts. The first method is to offer various benefits and promises of interests. The second is to use one's own powerful strength to make the demon beast willingly accept the contract. The third is more extreme, where a Beastmaster with limited strength forces the demon beast into a contract through the powerful elders of their family. The fourth method is to contract the demon beast while it is still a cub. Aside from the third method, where the contracted demon beast might not obey the Beastmaster later, the other methods are generally acceptable. However, what puzzled Suyu at this moment was that the Shadow Servant seemed to have no other requests in mind. Yes, I want you to improve my strength as much as possible under certain conditions. This is only natural. It is only right for a Beastmaster to enhance the strength of their contracted beasts. Once Suyu confirmed that the Shadow Servant had no other conditions, he did not hesitate and summoned his attributeless summoning spirit ring. He let it float above the Shadow Servant's head to contract with it. After the contract, a faint spirit ring mark appeared at the top of the Shadow Servant, which was enveloped in dark mist. That should be the head, right? The book said that after contracting with a demon beast or a summoned beast, a faint spirit ring mark would appear on their head, which is a sign to distinguish whether a demon beast or summoned beast has been contracted. However, since this was his first face-to-face contact with a summoned beast, so he was not entirely sure. It should be, after all, below that spirit ring mark, there are two glowing holes that should be the eyes. All right, I've stayed here long enough, so I'll take my leave. In the next moment, Suyu's figure disappeared. The Shadow Servant reached out with its misty hand to touch the spirit ring mark on its head that it could not reach. Chapter 11. The four major organizations looking at the white-edged summoning spirit ring in his hand, which was radiating a soft glow and had a dark pattern resembling the Shadow Servant. A smile appeared on his face. It wasn't easy. It took so long to find it. Yawning, he didn't have time to think more. After putting away his summoning spirit ring, Suyu lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, a white-edged, dark-centered spirit ring, representing the Shadow Servant he had just contracted, appeared beside Suyu. The summoned spirit ring began to spin and shine brightly. Buzz. After a moment, accompanied by a soft chirping sound, the dark pattern representing the Shadow Servant in the center gradually faded as if ink had dripped into the ocean. Meanwhile, the Shadow Servant's figure began to appear by the bedside, its eyes dimly gazing at the sleeping Suyu, remaining silent and merely observing. At the same time, in the savage and chaotic otherworld, Suyu and the Shadow Servant were in a forest. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of oppression descended, causing the towering 100-meter trees around Suyu to snap and fall. Bang! Boom! Squeak! Squeak! Various summoned beasts emitted weak cries, pressed to the ground, trembling in fear and unable to move. Oh, they ran away? A seductive voice rang out. Following the sound, a figure was seen hovering in the sky. She looked like a normal woman, but her attire was made from the scales of some demon beast. In other words, this was her appearance. She was barefoot, and her calves and upward were covered with various crimson patterns. On her enchanting face, there was even a crimson spider pattern on the left side, adding a touch of allure. Hee hee. A crisp laugh echoed as she descended. Indeed, it is worthy of the Shadow Clan, knowing how to utilize human contracts to conceal their aura and evade enemies. Truly clever. Hee hee. As she spoke, she couldn't help but chuckle. But what use is that? Even the strongest king of the Shadow Clan died at my hands. How much less are you? I would like to see how far you can run. In an instant, her voice turned cold as her gaze swept around. Observing the surrounding weak summoned beasts still trembling in fear, a cruel smile appeared on her face. She raised her foot and lightly stomped, causing the crimson patterns on her legs to glow instantly. A large area of purple-black unknown substance began to spread out from her center. In an instant, the grass withered, and the roots of the 100-meter trees began to rot and decay. The trembling summoned beasts lying on the ground tried to struggle to their feet, but were crushed by an invisible force, unable to break free. As the purple-black unknown substance touched them, their cries abruptly ceased, and their bodies began to disappear as if thrown into strong sulfuric acid. In an instant, a foul stench filled the air. Hee hee, what a wonderful smell. The enchanting woman's face showed ecstasy as she put her hand to her mouth, looking entranced. After an unknown duration, the enchanting woman departed, and the once thriving forest, with its towering 100-meter trees, was now mostly destroyed. Buzz. The Shadow Servant contracted by Suyu suddenly appeared in this place, landing on a patch of relatively intact grass. He glanced around and walked straight away. leaving behind only the desolate scene and the lingering foul odor. The next day, as the first rays of morning sunlight shone on Suyu's face, he woke up. Why do I still feel so tired? Could it be that I stayed too long in the other world yesterday? Suyu frowned, but did not think too much about it. After all, he did spend a considerable amount of time in the other world looking for a suitable summoned beast. After getting out of bed, washing up, and putting on clothes, Suyu went out again. Because he had contracted a summoned beast, Suyu felt a bit more confident as he walked down the street. At the city gate, Su Feng was still on duty. Seeing Suyu arrive, he hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Little Su, were you all right yesterday?" Suyu was taken aback, turning his head with a puzzled expression. "All right, Sugu, what could possibly happen to me?" "Oh, ha 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 ha. It's nothing, nothing. You must have things to do in the city, so you should go ahead." Su Feng waved his hand. "All right then, Sugu, I'll be on my way." Suyu nodded and walked into the city. Watching Suyu's departing figure, Su Feng sighed. Fortunately, that kid didn't seek death after failing his awakening. Inside the city, Suyu was heading purposefully to a certain location. Those who successfully awaken their spirit rings are considered prospective Beastmasters, while those who awaken their spirit rings and successfully contract with demon beasts or summon beasts are regarded as true Beastmasters. Half an hour later, Suyu, now in a different outfit and wearing a mask, arrived at the Hunter Guild. The Hunter Guild, a grassroots organization, is one of the few powerful organizations in the world, standing alongside the official Demon Suppression Division, Beastmaster Association, and Originators Association, collectively known as the four major organizations. The Hunter Guild exists because there are many wealthy individuals who lack the ability. They offer money or other items as rewards to assist Beastmasters who are short on finances or other beast-related items. Essentially, it functions as a mutually beneficial organization. The Demon Suppression Bureau is not well known to Suyu. It is an official organization responsible for dealing with powerful demon beasts that may appear in various regions or special demon beasts that can cause significant damage. They either slay or contain these beasts. A few years ago, there was a demon beast that appeared on television. It was called a parasite. But Suyu forgot the specifics. He only knew that it was summoned by a Beastmaster who had contracted it from one of the 7 other worlds, the Insect Valley. And for some reason, it developed a desire for revenge against society, causing immense losses to a small city using the summoned beast. It is said that that city cannot accommodate ordinary people to this day and has been converted into a military base. The Beastmaster Association can be considered a golden rice bowl. Most people aspire to become Beastmasters, as it is an essential organization in every city and serves as the main force to protect the city during demon beast attacks. Its functions are primarily to maintain the city's stability and handle various chaotic matters, possessing considerable power and functioning as a semi-official organization. As for the Originators Association, that deserves a detailed discussion. The strength of demon beasts or summoned beasts is clearly categorized, such as Demon Servant level 19, Demon Attendant level 1019, Demon Soldier level 2029, Demon General level 3039, Demon Lord level 4049, Demon King level 5059, Demon Sovereign level 6069, Demon Saint level 7079, Demon Emperor level 8089, and Demon Monarch level 9099. Chapter 12. Hunter Guild. The life evolution of the Originators stems from the origin. If people in the world were to be classified by levels, there would be only 3 types of people. First, ordinary people who have not awakened their spiritual rings. Second, those who have awakened their spiritual rings and become Beastmasters. And third, the Originators. The potential of Beastmasters varies. Those with low potential may be restricted to a certain stage for life, while Originators are responsible for the evolution of beasts. A demon beast that is difficult to evolve throughout its life may achieve further growth in the hands of an Originator. In summary, the status of an Originator is very high. If 1 in 100 people is fortunate enough to become a Beastmaster, then perhaps only 1 out of 100 Beastmasters can become an Originator. An Originator is not necessarily a powerful Beastmaster, but a powerful Beastmaster is certainly cultivated by an Originator. In short, no Beastmaster would easily offend an Originator because you never know when you might need their help to evolve or strengthen your beasts if they get stuck at a certain stage. People come and go around, some exuding a menacing aura, while others are accompanied by smaller demon beasts. This is a regulation. Larger beasts are not allowed to roam the city to avoid causing panic. Suyu, with his face covered by a mask, did not attract anyone's attention as he walked towards a relatively empty counter. The Hunter Guild does not have a clear rule prohibiting ordinary people from entering, but ultimately, this is the domain of Beastmasters, and ordinary people who fear trouble generally do not choose to enter. He had been here a few times. Although he only looked at the layout from the outside, he was somewhat familiar with the place. Originally, he had thought of becoming a Beastmaster and then registering as a hunter here, but unexpectedly, 2 years passed without him awakening. Fortunately, after much hardship, he successfully awakened yesterday and contracted a rare shadow servant. Hello, I am Xiao Na. How can I assist you? A sweet voice rang out as the clerk at the counter saw Suyu approaching and asked. Since it was his first time at the Hunter Guild. Being questioned made Suyu feel a bit nervous. Is this your first time at the Hunter Guild? Seemingly guessing something, Yang Na revealed a sweet smile and asked. Yes. All right. Suyu is indeed a novice. He couldn't pretend it was not his first time. Do you need help from the Hunter Guild? I want to find an experienced demon hunting team to go out hunting. Is it a commission, or do you want to go out with the demon hunting team yourself? Together. It must be said that it was quite troublesome for inexperienced Suyu to come to the Hunter Guild. Since this is your first time, you should not be a hunter yet. If you want to find a team to go out hunting, you must first register as a hunter at the Hunter Guild. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome for you here, and no one will team up with someone who is not even a hunter to go out. After her explanation, Suyu understood most of it. The identity of a hunter at the Hunter Guild is equivalent to an ID card in society outside. Moreover, only after registering as a hunter can one accept or publish tasks here. After confirming that he wanted to register as a hunter, Yang Na typed away on the computer, and moments later, what Suyu received was a small black iron plate. I have entered your information. What you have in hand is the hunter badge, which is the lowest level, the black iron level. There are higher levels like bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. As for anything higher, I wouldn't know. Each time you successfully advance to a higher level hunter, you can come to the Hunter Guild to exchange for a higher level badge for your future dealings here. Now that I have registered as a hunter and completed the hunter badge, where should I go to find someone to go out hunting? Suyu asked. He had just contracted his summoned beast and wanted to gain some practical experience. He had already been expelled from school and couldn't go back to find a teacher to practice with. Upon hearing this, she typed on the computer again. Please wait a moment, let me check. Well, I just checked, today is Sunday. Other demon hunting teams are either fully staffed or have not accepted tasks today. Not accepting tasks? Suyu frowned slightly. He didn't understand what that meant. A demon hunting team not accepting tasks means they are either on vacation or have other matters. In any case, it is highly likely they will not be going out to hunt today. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait a few days and come back to check. Is there no team going out today with available spots? Let me see. As she spoke, she typed again on the computer. There are 3 teams that have accepted tasks and are not fully staffed. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up. However, what? One of the demon hunting team's captain also asked us to pay attention to hunters who want to join teams with available spots. But their requirement is that you must have at least 1 beast at the attendant level, which is level 10 or above. So what about the other 2 teams? Upon hearing this, Suyu fell silent. No, what does that mean? Either they don't want weaklings or they won't recruit males. I can understand not wanting weaklings. But not recruiting males, what does that mean? Isn't that discrimination? In any case, he couldn't find a suitable demon hunting team to go out today. If your strength reaches the attendant level, I still recommend you join the first team I mentioned because they are one of the few strong teams in Lin City. And there won't be any bullying of newcomers by veterans in their team. Suyu then raised his head and looked at her with a resentful expression. If my strength were at the attendant level, would I still come to this hunter guild? It's only because my strength is at the servant level that I feel a bit anxious going out alone. Seeing Suyu's expression, Yang Na tactfully did not ask further. After a moment, Suyu wanted to leave since he couldn't find his team, and it was pointless to stay here. Seeing Suyu about to leave, Yang Na asked again, May I ask which department you are from, Beastmaster? Shadow Department, Suyu replied instinctively without thinking much. And his footsteps quickened as he prepared to depart. She instinctively covered her mouth and said, Please wait a moment. Saying this, she sat back down and quickly typed on the keyboard. Hello, it's resolved. Please wait a moment. Get ready. Someone should come down to find you soon. Suyu stopped in his tracks, looking puzzled. Yang Na then spoke. You are a rare shadow attribute. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to join the team I mentioned earlier. I privately contacted their captain just now. I hope you can understand. Chapter 13. Joining the Demon Hunter team. Yang Na looked apologetic. The captain of the demon hunting team said that once they discover someone with a rare attribute, if there is no team, they should let him know. This is also one of the benefits given to the demon hunting teams by the Demon Hunter Guild. If they see items needed by a certain demon hunting team appear in the guild, they can inform that team. However, the captain exploited a loophole, changing items into people. To some extent, Yang Na could be considered acting on official business, so she couldn't be blamed. Okay, Suyu nodded, indicating that he understood. After all, he wanted to find a demon hunting team to hunt demons outside the city, so there was no need to blame Yang Na. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from upstairs, followed by a figure rushing out. Ha ha. Let me see where the shadow attribute Beastmaster is. Shadow attribute? Isn't that a rare attribute? Is there someone with shadow attribute? Where? I have hardly seen a few rare attributes in my life. When Suyu told Yang Na he was from the shadow department, His voice wasn't loud, and not many people heard it, so it didn't attract much attention. But the voice coming from upstairs was loud, and people around began to look around. At this moment, Suyu was somewhat speechless, looking at the tall figure in front of him, at least 9 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over. He couldn't help but swallow hard. No, I'm just a small shadow attribute Beastmaster. Is it that serious? Young Na, where's the shadow attribute Beastmaster you mentioned? The booming voice was like a bell, ringing in Suyu's ears, making them ache. This gentleman, it's right in front of you. Yang Na smiled helplessly and pointed at Suyu. Now Suyu finally understood why Yang Na asked him to be prepared. This straightforward personality was something most people couldn't handle. The giant figure bent down, looking at Suyu, who was less than 8 meters tall, with a serious expression. Is it you, kid? If there's no one else, it should be me. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, he laughed and patted Suyu on the shoulder. Kid, you're the best as a shadow attribute Beastmaster. Otherwise, if you dare to lie to me. Looking at the big man's smiling expression, Suyu knew that if he didn't show some proof soon, he might not be able to leave the Hunter Guild safely today. Thinking of this, he summoned the summoning ring. When everyone saw the ring appear behind him, presenting the dark color unique to the shadow department, they exclaimed, so beautiful. I haven't seen a rare attribute in a long time. This halo, this color, it's enviable. Hearing the sounds of admiration around him, Suyu remained unmoved. This should prove I'm a shadow attribute Beastmaster. But if nothing unexpected happens, I want to join you. Do you want my beast to be seen here? This made the giant realize. Except in necessary situations. Beasts are usually kept hidden to avoid being targeted by others after making enemies. Okay. The giant nodded and turned to lead Suyu away. Behind him. Yang Na's voice rang out. Suyu turned his head and asked, what? Is there something else? Suyu had a good impression of this girl who had just helped him. This is my contact information. Next time you come, you can call me. If you have any questions or need anything, you can find me. Yang Na smiled and handed him a new note with a string of phone numbers written on it. Suyu accepted it with a smile. In the corridor of the stairs, you kid, not bad, just joined the Hunter Guild and already hooked up with someone. You're talking nonsense, we just met. Alright, we're here. The big guy brought Suyu to the second floor and pushed open the door of an office that was slightly ajar. Inside the office, a petite girl was sitting on the desk, casually swinging her legs. Leaning against the wall was another person with closed eyes, seemingly lost in thought. A third person sat in an office chair, typing on a computer. The three of them were startled by the noise and looked over. Captain, is this the new team member? The petite girl jumped off the desk and spoke first, her soft voice making Suyu's heart flutter. The other two men also looked at him with curiosity. Haha, yes, this is our new member, called. The big guy patted Suyu on the shoulder. Kid, what's your name? Shadow. Shadow was the name Suyu registered as a hunter in the Hunter Guild. He initially wanted to name it Beastmaster. But after thinking about it, he changed it to Shadow, as his first contracted beast was a shadow servant. I asked for your name, not your code name. You are joining us. Knowing a name is no big deal. Otherwise, if something happens, we won't be able to find you. Joining you? But I heard from the girl down there that your requirement is to have a demon servant level. Suyu asked in confusion. Ha ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. Special people are treated specially. With your rare attribute, you must have special treatment. The big guy forced a smile and explained. But my ability is lacking. I haven't killed any demons, and I just contracted not long ago. As long as you join us, everything is not a problem. The big guy looked at Suyu with eager eyes. Well, okay. After hesitating for a moment, Suyu agreed. Ha ha ha. Good. What's your name again? Yushu. Okay. From today on, you are our team member. I am the captain of the whole team, called Wang Hu, responsible for the main attack. This girl in front of you is our control specialist, named Su Qing. You can call her Qing Qing. She is the only girl in our team. Saying this, Wang Hu turned to Suyu and whispered, she's still single, you know. Suyu remained silent. No, your loud voice is just to make sure others know what you said, right? Seeing Su Qing looking over, Suyu had no choice but to stretch out his hand awkwardly. Hello, I'm Yushu. Please take care of me in the future. Su Qing also reached out to shake Suyu's hand, her delicate hand, making Suyu unable to resist giving it a gentle squeeze. Su Qing let out a soft gasp, drawing the attention of those around her, and a hint of blush appeared on her face. Seeing this, Wang Hu smiled and began to make exaggerated gestures towards Suyu. You kid, not bad, coming in and already planning to win over our delicate flower. Fearing he might say something shocking, Suyu quickly interjected, what about the other two? Chapter 14. Mission. The one leaning against the wall is called Lin Feng. You can call him Madman. Don't be fooled by his tall and slender appearance that seems refined. He is actually quite impatient and a bit shy, serving as our team's defender. Captain, could you give me a little face in front of the new recruits? Lin Feng said, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. He then stepped forward and shook hands with Suyu, just like Su Qing had. Seeing this, Wang Hu nodded. The most important thing for a team is harmony. Otherwise, even the strongest team won't last long. He then pointed to a slightly plump man sitting in front of a computer and said, "And that one sitting at the computer is our assistant, named Shuren. You can call him Stone. He helps out in various situations on the battlefield and handles all administrative tasks, like hiring personnel or task handovers. By the way, it was his idea to recruit you, or else we might not have gotten you. Stone, come over and say hi." Wanghu called out. Only then did Shuren slowly respond. "Yushu, nice to meet you. Captain, it's already 11 o'clock. We need to prepare early. According to the plan, we are heading out to the outskirts at 1 o'clock. Okay." Wanghu turned to Suyu. "Don't mind him. He is just like that. A workaholic, so he handles all the affairs." He patted Suyu on the shoulder, fearing any misunderstandings might arise. Suyu nodded, indicating he understood. "By the way, Yushu, can you summon your beast now?" Wanghu looked at Suyu with anticipation, and the other two turned their gazes toward him, also filled with a hint of expectation. Even Shuren paused what he was doing and focused his attention on Suyu. All right. Seeing the expectation in their eyes, Suyu didn't refuse. Besides, they were all on the same team, and it was good for the team members to know what his summoned beast was for planning and personnel allocation. Contract summon, Shadow Servant. Suyu's voice rang out as a dark ring with a white edge appeared before everyone. A shadowy figure gradually emerged beside him, facing the gaze of the Shadow Servant. Suyu said, "Let me introduce you to a few friends. We are going hunting this afternoon. This is a Shadow Servant." As soon as Suyu finished speaking, Shuren's voice echoed in everyone's ears. He rose from his office chair and quickly walked over, pushing Lin Feng aside, looking at the Shadow Servant with eagerness. Before anyone could speak, he turned to Wang Hu and said, "Captain, if it's a Shadow Servant, the success rate of hunting demons this afternoon will greatly increase." "How so?" Wang Hu asked solemnly. He was very concerned about the mission. Su Qing and Lin Feng looked at Shuren with puzzled expressions. Only Su Yu and the Shadow Servant exchanged confused glances. "Captain, you should know our mission, right? Isn't that obvious? I've been worried about this mission to the point of losing my hair." Wang Hu snapped. "Stone, stop keeping him in suspense. Be careful the captain doesn't give you a hard time," Lin Feng joked from the side. "Go away, you're everywhere." Seeing their bickering, Su Qing walked over to Su Yu, her soft voice whispering in his ear, "Yushu, don't mind them. They're like this. After a few missions, you'll understand. It's fine, we're all on the same team." Su Yu waved his hand, not bothered by it. "All right, Stone. Just say what you need to say." "Okay." He glanced around before slowly continuing. "Captain, the reason our mission failed previously was that we couldn't catch up to that demon beast." "Stone, we all know this." Lin Feng couldn't help but interject again. Shuren shot him a glance. "Do you want to explain?" Wang Hu shot a glare at Lin Feng, seeing his captain looking ready to reprimand him. Lin Feng could only reluctantly say, "You go ahead." Suyu hesitated before speaking. "I'm Su Qing. Just like the captain said, you can call me Qing Qing." Su Qing glanced at Suyu and softly said, Qing Qing, what was your previous mission?" "The mission? Yes. It was to hunt demon wolves and obtain complete wolf pelts and fangs from a local wealthy landowner." "Wealthy landowner?" Suyu looked puzzled. "It's like this. The Hunters Guild emphasizes a principal-employer relationship. If the employer, the one who issues the task, offers a reward that far exceeds what can be obtained, we, the hired ones, usually refer to them as wealthy landowners." "Oh, I see. So I just heard." Suyu pointed at Shuren. "You can just call him Stone." "Okay. Then I just heard Stone say that your previous missions all failed. Why is that?" Because the previous mission was to hunt demon wolves and obtain their pelts and fangs. The wealthy landowner offered a reward that far exceeded the task itself. The mission wasn't too difficult for us, so we didn't think much of it and took it on. But after taking it, the service staff of the Hunters Guild found us and told us that the employer added a condition, which was to obtain the complete wolf pelts and fangs. "Is there a difference?" Suyu asked instinctively. Su Qing maintained her expression, showing no other emotions, and continued to explain to Suyu in her soft voice, "There is. Not discussing the fangs and claws of the demon wolf, the difficulty of obtaining a complete wolf pelt is not the same as just obtaining the pelt. One requires an intact wolf pelt, meaning it cannot have any damage. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered complete. The other is much simpler, just obtaining the pelt, regardless of whether it's complete or not." "So you all failed because of that?" "Yes, the Captain-S contracted beast is more of a strong attacker. It's impossible to kill the demon wolf without damaging the integrity of the pelt. So even though the employer added more compensation after proposing the condition, we still failed the first time." "The first time?" "Yes, after the first failure, we prepared for a second hunt. However, due to certain reasons, we failed again. This is our third chance. If we fail again, we will have our contribution points deducted and have to compensate the employer." "Contribution points?" So you caught on to that term. Contribution points are what hunters need to advance to higher ranks in the Hunters Guild, similar to membership points in a supermarket. The more points you accumulate, the higher your membership level, and besides that, they can also be exchanged for needed items in the Hunter's Guild. The more points a hunter has, the higher their rank, and thus they have more power in the Hunter's Guild. If a hunter reaches a certain level, they can even request the Hunter's Guild to pause all operations to serve only them. As for the compensation to the employer after the third failure, it is because each task has 3 chances to be completed. If the task is not completed after 3 attempts, it is deemed a lack of ability, and the Hunter Guild will automatically retrieve the task and reissue it. The team that accepted the task will lose a certain number of contribution points and provide some compensation to the employer, as failing 3 times wastes a lot of the employer's time. This compensation amounts to half of the task reward, which is also to prevent certain individuals from recklessly accepting tasks without recognizing their own limitations, thus bringing a negative impact to the Hunter Guild. Suyu nodded thoughtfully and then said, after accepting the task, if the employer proposes other requirements and my ability is insufficient to complete the task, can I ask the Hunter Guild to retrieve the task without punishment? No, the task can be retrieved, but there will be no exemption from punishment. Once a task is accepted, it must either be completed or failed. There is no second option. So even knowing the task is very difficult. The captain did not give up because giving up early and failing to complete the task 3 times both incur the same punishment. Therefore, the captain thought to give it a try. Who knows, it might succeed? Chapter 15. Shadow Escape. Isn't this a scam? Suyu instinctively said. Su Qing turned to him in confusion and asked, what scam? Cough. What I mean is, if someone releases a small task with a large reward, and then after a hunter accepts it, they suddenly add a condition that turns the small task into a super large task, can't they just wait for others to compensate? Upon hearing this, Su Qing nodded, realizing the implication. You mean someone is deliberately making things difficult for others to obtain compensation, right? Yes. Suyu nodded excitedly. No way. The Hunter Guild is not to be trifled with. Once such a person is discovered by the Hunter Guild, they will be blacklisted. In the future, if you want to rely on the Hunter Guild's power to help you find or obtain anything, it will be impossible. The rules are strict. Deliberately adding conditions to make things difficult for others in a short time will incur punishment. If there is a genuine need, the Hunter Guild will naturally not refuse. Isn't that unfair to you? Yes, but there's nothing we can do. However, the Hunter Guild will also require the task publisher who added the conditions to increase the reward. All right, it's settled then. Yushu. What? Hearing Wang Hu call him, Suyu turned his head. What's up, Captain? Haha. Yushu, how long can your shadow servant be summoned? Wang Hu and a few others looked at him with anticipation. How long? Suyu pondered, when the high school students had just awakened. The teacher mentioned that after everyone awakens their beast spirit ring, a spiritual world appears in their minds to store the rings. Besides that, each person, after awakening a ring and contracting a beast, will have an additional spiritual vein in their body. For instance, if Suyu contracted a shadow type, a shadow spiritual vein would appear in his body. This vein is used to store the attribute energy of the contracted beast. If the energy in the vein runs out, the shadow servant will return to the chaotic foreign world. He had just contracted the beast yesterday, and after coming out of the foreign world, he was too tired and went straight to sleep. This morning, he came here, and if no one had mentioned it, he would have forgotten he even had a spiritual vein. Wait a minute, let me check. Saying this, Suyu closed his eyes and began to sense. He can't still not have checked his spiritual vein, can he? Looking at Suyu's appearance, Lin Feng's voice rang out, tinged with suspicion. It wasn't that he doubted Suyu's abilities, but he was skeptical that someone could be so foolish as to not have checked their spiritual vein, which would help determine how long their beast could exist. I should have, maybe. At this moment, Shuren also spoke up. Everyone, stop arguing. I finally brought in a talent that fits our team and has a rare attribute. And just because he hasn't checked his spiritual vein, what's the big deal? He can check it more later. Wang Hu's loud voice echoed, startling Lin Feng, who stepped aside and said in a weak voice, I didn't say it was a big deal, and besides, Sure said it too. Lin Feng looked over, but saw Shuren had already turned his head away, acting as if nothing happened. No, Sure, you're not being fair. Crazy, if you keep babbling, I'll really make you a madman. Wang Hu pretended to clench his fists and looked at Lin Feng. All right, I won't say anything. Since there's a new team member, you don't need me anymore. Lin Feng immediately made a zipper motion across his mouth, indicating he would stop talking. At this moment, in Suyu's spiritual world, having just checked his spiritual vein, he was looking at a book that had appeared in it with confusion. He turned to look at the contracted spirit ring huddled in the corner. Also, didn't the teacher say that the spiritual world was created to store beast spirit rings? Logically, the beast spirit ring should be in the center, right? Why does this contracted spirit ring look so timid and huddled to the side? Suyu wanted to see what was going on with the book, but he vaguely heard Wang Hu and the others' voices, and without time to think further, he quickly exited. When Suyu opened his eyes, Wang Hu and the others asked. Yushu, what's wrong? It's nothing, nothing. Suyu scratched his head. The spiritual vein was right next to the spiritual world, after he checked it. He thought about taking a look at the spiritual world since he had never seen it before. Who knew he would stay too long and make Wang Hu call him? As long as it's nothing. Wang Hu breathed a sigh of relief. He valued Yushu highly and had called him because Suyu had been in a daze for too long. By the way, Captain, I just checked. And my shadow servant can stay out for about half an hour. The half-hour estimate was based on Suyu observing the rate of energy depletion in his shadow spiritual vein. Half an hour? Sure, N's eyes lit up. Normally, summoned beasts could stay out for more than an hour, except for powerful beasts, which consumed energy at a much higher rate. Unless one reached a certain level where the energy recovery speed in the spiritual vein balanced with the energy consumption of summoning the beast. Yeah, half an hour. But my shadow servant has already been out for quite a while, so the time might be a bit shorter. Suyu reminded them to avoid having the time the shadow servant appeared counted against them, affecting future plans. Yushu, your shadow servant should be able to use shadow escape, right? Huh, can't it? Shadow escape is considered a semi-invincible skill of the shadow type, the one that allows it to turn into a shadow and move underground. I remember the shadow servant is born with that skill. Shuren was anxious. The subsequent plans would revolve around this skill. That can. Yushu, you don't really not know what skills your beast has, do you? Lin Feng chimed in. I know. I just forgot for a moment. Suyu defended himself. The skills of beast tamers are vast and varied. No one in the world can fully research them, and there isn't much introduction in books either. Watching Suyu's demeanor, Wang Hu waved his hand and spoke in a grand voice. All right, let's disband for now. Come back here 15 minutes early. Yushu, if you don't understand your beast's skills, just communicate with it. Chapter 16. The peculiar task on the electronic screen after seeing Suyu leave the office. Lin Feng couldn't help but speak up. Captain, it seems that Yushu doesn't really understand his beast. Won't that affect our demon hunting plan? Su Qing and Shuren also looked at Wang Hu with concern. What are you afraid of? You all know the situation with the demon hunting task. Even if it affects us, so what? If we fail, it's just a matter of losing some contribution points and getting some compensation. This time, we're just like the new recruits from the military, taking in a beast tamer rookie. Besides, if a shadow-type beast tamer, such a rare attribute, understood their abilities well, they wouldn't have been picked up by us and brought into the team. This is called a wild beast tamer. Do you know that? Wild beast tamer? Lin Feng looked confused. Is there such a thing as a wild beast tamer? Wang Hu glanced at him, a bit smug, and said, a wild beast tamer is someone who isn't known by others. They might have awakened their spirit ring by chance and contracted a high potential demon beast or summoner. They could also be the kind that naturally awakens their spirit ring without needing a spirit awakening stone. They haven't gone through formal education and don't know the common knowledge of beast tamers, just like that kid Yushu. Who hasn't he even looked at his spiritual veins? From the looks of it earlier, he clearly doesn't even know the skills of his own beast. That's why I specifically mentioned for him to communicate with his beast to understand its skills. In short, these types of beast tamers often have strong talents. Which is why wild beast tamers are also called genius beast tamers. After saying this, he looked proudly at the three who still seemed quite puzzled. What do you think? Isn't your captain incredibly smart for bringing in a genius beast tamer? Captain, are you serious? Lin Feng, standing aside, clearly had doubts on his face. Of course. Didn't you all just realize that Yushu doesn't know anything about beast taming? He doesn't even know the skills of his own beast. Nor has he asked about them. And he has contracted a rare and high potential shadow servant. Doesn't that all match up? Wang Hu seemed a bit anxious and spoke more than usual. Lin Feng stepped forward, touched Wang Hu's forehead, and muttered to himself, but you're not running a fever. So why is your brain not working well? Get lost. Wang Hu slapped Lin Feng's arm without courtesy. All right, I'm going to accompany our new team member. You all get ready. With that, he walked out. Watching his departing figure, the three exchanged glances. What's wrong with the captain? Su Qing's soft voice broke the silence. Lin Feng rubbed his arm, which had just been slapped, and stepped forward, mumbling. Who knows? I just touched the captain's forehead and didn't see any fever. The captain is still as ruthless as ever. Upon hearing this, Su Qing chuckled. Aren't you just asking for it? Did it hurt? Why don't you hit back? Lin Feng seemed to recall something and quickly shook his head. I can't beat the captain. As the two continued to talk, Shuren interrupted them. All right, stop chatting. Let us all prepare. As for the captain, don't worry about him. He hasn't harmed us, and he must have his reasons for doing this. Besides, regardless, Yushu's shadow type is a rare attribute, and he might provide us with great help in the upcoming tasks, which is unchangeable. So don't overthink it. To what happened next, Suyu didn't know. At this moment, he had just communicated with the shadow servant and learned about its skills. It must be said that there is truth in the saying, what you gain from books is far less than what you gain from practice. Having just received the information transmitted by the Shadow Servant and knowing its skills, Suyu also realized that the skills are diverse and not just the few mentioned in books. Of course, it could also be that Suyu's previous identity wasn't enough to see the truly good things. Now, where to go? Standing in the lobby of the Hunter S Guild, Suyu was pondering when he noticed a crowd gathered in front of a large electronic screen not far away. Curious, he walked over. He saw everyone staring at the large electronic screen hanging on the wall. As he looked curiously, before he could see clearly, someone patted him on the shoulder. Turning around, he saw Wang Hu smiling at him. Captain, what is up? Are you curious about this? Wang Hu asked with a smile. You must be here for the first time and don't know much about the Hunter S Guild. This electronic screen records all the published tasks. New tasks will be updated in real time. For example, if you publish a task now, it will appear on the screen shortly for anyone to take. If a task has already been taken, it won't show up again. Once the task is completed, you just need to go over there to hand it in. So everyone here is waiting for suitable tasks? Yes, everyone knows their own strength clearly and knows which tasks they can take and which ones they can't. They are all looking for tasks they can do. Wang Hu pointed to the top and said to Suyu, "You Shu, look at the task in the middle." Hearing this, Suyu looked over and saw a task appearing in the middle of the screen. Task: hunt a snake-type demon beast of level 5 or above, any race, and bring the corpse back. Time: 2 days. Level: black iron. Reward: 5 contribution points, 3,000 to 5,000 dragon coins, depending on the completeness of the corpse. Suddenly, Wang Hu's voice echoed in Suyu's ears. This is the most standard task, and the kind that most hunters will take. Now take a look at some of the lower tasks. Suyu looked down. Task: a little cat is missing from a household in the west of the city. Help find the cat. Time: 1 day. Level: black iron. Reward: 300 dragon coins. Task: a child from a household in the north of the city likes wolf-type demon beasts. Recruiting a beast tamer with a wolf-type demon beast to have their beast play with the child for a day. Time: 1 day. Level: black iron. Reward: 500 dragon coins. Although these tasks are all of the same level, the danger levels are different. Most newcomers, without finding a team, would choose to take these low-risk tasks. However, low risk means low reward, so the compensation is only a few hundred dragon coins, and there are no contribution points needed for hunters to level up. Without mentioning the contribution points, just looking at the dragon coins you would know. Perhaps for an ordinary person, it's quite a bit. But you also know we are beast tamers, and this amount of money might not even be enough for a meal for our beasts. Suyu also knew that Wang Hu was speaking the truth, because in the same level, some were hunting monsters, while others were just looking for small cats and dogs. In fact, Suyu had even seen a few ridiculous tasks, like the one below. Task: the household drainage pipe is blocked. Please hire a powerful and handsome beast tamer to help clear it. Time: 1 day. Level: black iron. Reward: depends on the power and handsomeness of the beast tamer. Chapter 17. Setting off. The moment Suyu saw this task, he couldn't help but feel a bit tense. How could someone post such a task? Are you really hiring a hunter for help, or are you looking for a golden son-in-law? The most ridiculous thing wasn't this task, but as Suyu was internally complaining. Thinking that no one would take this task, he saw a slightly handsome young man beside him suddenly smile upon seeing the task and quickly rush to a counter. At first, Suyu didn't understand what this person was doing until he saw the bizarre task disappear from above. Previously, Wang Hu had mentioned that once a task was taken, it would disappear from the electronic screen. So, that person clearly took the task and went to get the information. Looking at the young man not far away who seemed quite happy, Suyu's eyes, which were mostly covered except for a pair of eyes, showed an indescribable complexity. No way, someone really accepted it. The next moment, someone beside him spoke again, causing Suyu to lose his composure. Ah, what a pity. I was just focused on the big task above, and that task to clear the pipe was unexpectedly snatched by that kid. Seeing the regret on the strong man's face beside him, Suyu remained silent. Haha, just you. The reward clearly states that it depends on the power and handsomeness of the beast tamer. If you go, the reward will probably be a deficit. Come on, let me ask you, if it means a deficit, wouldn't you want to go? Haha. The two exchanged glances and laughed. Suyu remained silent. Why did it feel like many people wanted to take tasks like this? Didn't Wang Hu say that after finding a team, or after some time? Even newbies wouldn't take such tasks? How does that contradict what Wang Hu said? Wang Hu didn't notice Suyu's thoughts, but instead spoke to him again. You Shu, take another look at the tasks at the top. Suyu looked over. Task: hunt a demon servant of any species that is above level 12 and try to ensure the integrity of the corpse. Time: 2 days. Level: bronze. Reward: 20 contribution points, 30,000 to 50,000 dragon coins. The amount of dragon coins depends on the integrity of the corpse. Task: hunt 20 demon slaves of level 8 and above and bring back something from the demon beast as proof, any species. Time: 2 days. Level: bronze reward, 15 contribution points, 30,000 dragon coins. How about it? Now you know the general difference in tasks. Wang Hu patted Suyu's shoulder. Got it. Suyu nodded. He not only understood the difference in tasks, but also realized that tasks could be this bizarre. Alright, this is your first time here today. Just get a general idea. If you come with us more often, you'll understand more over time. Let's go. Time is getting tight. We should go upstairs and meet up with the others. Wang Hu glanced at the clock hanging high in the center of the hunter's hall and said, Okay. Second floor office. Wang Hu pushed the door open and led Suyu inside. Sure too. How's the preparation going? Shuren stood up and said to Wang Hu, Captain, it's all set. Wang Hu nodded, and then as if remembering something, turned his big head directly towards Suyu. Captain, what are you doing? Suyu awkwardly scratched his head and took a step back, as the distance between them was a bit too close. You shouldn't have any electronic devices on you, right? Electronic devices? Captain, of course not. Electronic devices emit a low-frequency wave, regardless of the type. And this wave attracts demon beasts. Although it's not as huge as a shark smelling blood, it's like a person walking down the road seeing a glowing object, making them unable to resist the curiosity to walk over and take a look. Suyu's home is in the Asia safe zone, and he naturally wouldn't keep anything that could attract demon beasts. His phone and other electronic devices are kept at school, entrusted to Bai Li, and fortunately, his grades are good, so Bai Li didn't make things too difficult for him on this matter. He would go get his phone whenever he had time to see what was happening, so he wouldn't be out of touch with society. That's fine. We naturally aren't afraid of the demon beasts attracted by electronic devices, but once we engage in battle and blood is shed, it may attract more demon beasts. To avoid affecting the mission, I just wanted to remind you, don't think too much about it. Then Captain, we can't always stay together in the wild. How will we communicate then? Suyu looked at Wang Hu, waiting for his answer. Otherwise, once separated from the team in the wild, the danger would significantly increase. Wang Hu didn't speak, and instead, Shuren beside him spoke first, tossing over something that looked like an earpiece. Yushu, this is for you. This is a specially made electronic device that won't attract demon beasts in the wild. We usually use this to communicate in the wild. Its range is 2 kilometers, which is enough for normal teams on missions. Suyu took it. It was a gray-black device that could be fitted over the ear. This small thing. Suyu wasn't sure if it would work, but seeing the expressions of the other three clearly accustomed to it, it should be fine. Let's go, since we are ready. Let us set off. Wang Hu waved his hand and walked out first. At the city gate, Su Feng was on patrol when he saw Wang Hu coming and immediately smiled, greeting him first. Captain Wang Hu, are you going out of the city to hunt monsters again? Haha, Captain Su, it's all for a living. Today, you're on patrol, huh? A brother took a day off, so I had to fill in. Su Feng shrugged, looking rather helpless. Speaking of which, I really envy you guys, Captain Wang. You can hunt monsters freely every day, unlike us who have to stay here every day. It's driving me crazy. Haha, Captain Su is joking. Hunting monsters is hunting monsters. But the dangers are much greater, aren't they? Yes. Su Feng sighed, and then said, thanks to you hunters, every time you go out of the city, you kill a lot of demon beasts, which helps us relieve a lot of pressure. Captain Su is being polite. You all are doing it for Lin City. It should be us who are grateful to you. Moreover, many of the tasks from the Hunter Guild were posted by you, right? After so many years, we also formed our own hunting teams, but for various reasons, we gave up on that idea. Yes. I don't know why there have been so many more demon beasts recently. Su Feng wanted to say something else, but he saw Suyu trying to hide further back. Chapter 18, The Withered Vine Tree Demon. Hey, Captain Wang, is this your new team member? Su Feng pointed at Suyu. Wang Hu was one of the few hunters who had a relatively good relationship with him, so he naturally knew that Wang Hu had been recruiting recently. Seeing a new person, he asked out of curiosity. Wang Hu also noticed Suyu standing further back, waved his hand, and gestured for Suyu to come forward. Suyu stepped forward. Captain Su, I forgot to introduce you. This is our newly recruited team member, and he's a rare shadow attribute Beastmaster, Wang Hu said, a hint of pride on his face. Oh, Su Feng's eyes lit up, but he was interrupted by Wang Hu before he could speak. Captain Su, don't think about pulling him into your city guard. He's a Beastmaster I worked hard to recruit. Is that so? Su Feng heard Wang Hu's words and realized that his idea was unlikely to materialize, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. What's his name? His name is Yushu. Yushu, this is Captain Su Feng. Come, greet Captain Su. Suyu cursed silently in his heart, but didn't dare to speak up, because he had seen Su Feng before, and if he spoke, he would definitely be recognized. Thinking of this, he could only manage a low with his throat. Haha. Captain Su, this is our team member who just joined today. He might be a bit shy, Wang Hu awkwardly explained. Alright, I won't disturb you from hunting demons outside the city. We've already wasted enough time here. Okay, see you later, Captain Su. Outside the city. Su Qing walked up to Suyu and asked in a soft voice. Are you curious why our captain is so familiar with that Captain Su? Because hunters usually conduct their missions outside the city, and every time we leave the city, we have to pass through the city guards. Over time, we get familiar with each other, so most hunters know a few city guards. It's not a big deal to chat with them. You'll get to know them in time. No need to overthink it. Okay, I'm even more familiar with him than you are. So you thought this, but didn't dare to say it out loud. By the way, since it's your first time outside the city, you might feel a bit nervous. Don't worry about it. You'll get used to it after a few outings. Just don't let it affect your summoning of the spirit ring later. Okay, it was clear that Su Qing was worried he might get too nervous during his first outing, which could affect his summoning of the spirit ring, so she came over to chat with him to relieve his pressure. But in fact, Su Yu wasn't scared at all. He had been living in the safe zone of Asia for several years. If he weren't afraid that a shadow servant beast wouldn't be able to protect his safety, he would have come out on his own a long time ago. All right, we've arrived. Suddenly, Wang Hu raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Okay, pay attention. It's about time for me to make my entrance. Su Qing, standing next to Su Yu, reminded him, then walked forward. She looked at Wang Hu, and Wang Hu nodded at her. Then Su Yu heard Su Qing's voice. Contract summon the withered vine tree demon. A spirit ring with a black edge and a deep green center rose behind Su Qing, and in the deep green area, the shape of a tree was faintly reflected. Hee, Yushu, how about that? I didn't expect our Qingqing to be a rare attribute Beastmaster too, Lin Feng said, coming to Su Yu's side and noticing his surprised expression. I really didn't expect that. Earlier in the Hunter Hall, Su Yu thought Wang Hu was special because he didn't think their team had anyone with a rare attribute, but little did he know that Su Qing was. As Su Qing summoned, a withered vine emerged first, followed by more and more withered vines. Once Su Qing's withered vine tree demon fully appeared. It was a decayed tree over 3 meters tall that appeared before everyone. Su Qing's spirit ring disappeared, and the withered vine tree demon extended a vine to rub against Su Qing's hand. Su Qing smiled broadly. Little tree, you can root here and spread your roots around. Upon hearing this, the withered vine tree demon shook its branches, moved slightly away, and began to root itself. Yushu, Qingqing is our control hand. Her plant type is the best control method. It's just that plant-type demon beasts are not easy to find, so Qingqing could only contract this immobile withered vine tree demon. So you knew about the withered vine tree demon. It looked just like a tree that had dried up in the desert. Once it rooted down, it would possess powerful offensive capabilities. Whether its branches or roots, within its range, there would be hardly anyone it couldn't control, except for those that counter its attribute type. However, its range was limited. It couldn't move or could only move with difficulty. Qingqing's withered vine tree demon is indeed strong, but it can't move freely. Once it roots down, although it can be withdrawn in a very short time using the spirit ring to regain its combat power, it must root itself in the soil again, which takes quite a bit of time, Lin Feng said with a helpless expression. This is unavoidable, after all. Most plant-type demon beasts are like this, presenting a tree form, and trees often need to root to possess combat power, except for a very few exceptions. This was also one of the reasons Su Yu didn't choose to contract tree-type plant beasts when he saw them in the chaotic wilderness of another world. He needed a significant geographical advantage. Otherwise, forming a combat force would be troublesome. Once the withered vine tree demon had rooted itself, Su Qing turned to Wang Hu and said, Captain, little tree has rooted. Now we just need the demon wolf. Wang Hu responded, indicating he understood. The demon wolf, a wolf-type demon beast, was wind attribute, which was the target of this mission. Su Qing had mentioned that their first failure was because her withered vine tree demon couldn't seal the retreat in time, allowing the opponent to escape. And the team didn't have anyone good at enduring speed-type demon beasts, so they couldn't catch up to the wind attribute demon wolf. Yushu, come here. Wang Hu called out. Captain. Su Yu stepped forward. He had already been informed about the task plan and knew what to do at this moment. Prepare your beast spirit ring, ready to summon your shadow servant at any time. Normally, since it's your first time joining us, I shouldn't put any psychological burden on you. But the reward this time is not low, and we've already failed twice. I believe Qingqing has already told you about the consequences of failure, so, Captain, I understand. Su Yu nodded heavily. Wang Hu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as it was Su Yu's first time participating in a mission, and he was worried he might underestimate the situation, leading to some aspect not being done well and causing harm. Thus, Wang Hu could only give him some psychological pressure to ensure he took this matter seriously. Chapter 19. Hunting Demons. Sure to. Put the prepared meat next to the withered vine tree demon. Upon hearing this, Shuren immediately took out a piece of meat weighing several pounds, which had a strange smell, and threw it hard next to the withered vine tree demon. Looking at Su Yu's confused expression, Lin Feng explained from the side. The demon wolf is a rather gluttonous type of wolf, and that piece of meat is smeared with the scent that demon wolves like. Is that really possible? Suyu asked, puzzled. Can demon beasts be that foolish? Haha, you don't know this, do you? Demon wolf is just its name. Actually, we have another term for it, which is gluttonous wolf. If it were another demon beast, it might not work, but for the demon wolf, it definitely will. If that's the case, why not add some anesthetic to the meat? That would be less trouble. No, although the demon wolf is gluttonous, it won't eat anything with a special scent. Alright, let's wait a bit. Prepare your spirit ring. When the scent disperses, the demon wolf should arrive. Seeing this, Suyu didn't ask any more questions. The 5 of them found cover, hiding behind trees or rocks. Oh whoa. Sure enough, moments later, a wolf howl echoed, and a gray giant wolf with green patterns and a length of over 2 meters appeared ahead. It approached, looked around, and upon finding no one, hurried over to the piece of meat, sniffed it, and then eagerly opened its huge mouth to bite into the meat. Watching this scene, Suyu couldn't help but silently praise the demon wolf for being clever. If every demon beast were as smart as it, he wouldn't need to look for a demon hunting team. Behind the demon wolf, the branches of the withered vine tree demon began to move slowly, encircling the demon wolf. Swish, swish, swish. At Su Qing's command, the withered vine tree demon attacked the demon wolf. Oh whoa. The demon wolf sensed something and, ignoring the meat, quickly dodged. Attack. Wang Hu revealed himself from behind the tree and roared. Contract summon, Fire Lion. A spirit ring with a black edge and a red center, depicting a creature resembling a lion, appeared behind him. As Wang Hu summoned, a sharp claw first emerged from the spirit ring. Roar. Immediately, a roaring sound echoed, and a lion engulfed in flames and with a powerful build appeared before everyone. Upon its arrival, the fire lion fixed its gaze directly on the demon wolf. Fire Lion. Just make sure the demon wolf doesn't escape. Su Qing's withered vine tree demon was a plant type, while his fire lion was a fire type. Fire overcomes plants, and if it accidentally harmed the withered vine tree demon, it wouldn't recover in just a few days. Plus, since the fire lion was a powerful demon beast, he could only give the order to block the demon wolf rather than attack it to preserve the integrity of the wolf's hide. Lin Feng beside Suyu also started his summon. Contract summon, Rock Bull. A spirit ring with a black edge and a brown center, shaped like a bull, rose up. Moo. A giant bull nearly 3 meters tall, entirely brown with a single horn on its head, stepped out. Thud, thud, thud. The ground seemed unable to withstand the giant bull's stomps, producing a series of sounds. Rock Bull. While the withered vine tree demon entangles the demon wolf, use rock wall to surround it. Moo. The rock bull raised its front hooves and then stomped down hard. Boom, 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 boom. A series of sounds erupted as several earthen walls rose up, trapping the demon wolf inside. Ha ha ha. If it weren't for that incident last time, would you still want to run? Brothers, speed up. I can't hold this earthen wall for long. The earthen walls he had just raised didn't just surround a single demon wolf, but directly enclosed most of the area, with a diameter likely exceeding 10 meters. So he wouldn't be able to hold it for long. He could even feel the earth energy in his earth-type spirit vein rapidly depleting. Stone. Lin Feng shouted. Here it comes. Contract summon, Windbird. A spirit ring with a white edge and a blue center, depicting a bird, appeared behind Ka. A shadow swiftly soared into the sky, so fast that even Suyu, standing not far away, couldn't see it clearly. Damn it. Hurry and try to trap it as much as possible. My earthen wall is being attacked and about to break. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud crash, and a large hole broke through Lin Feng's earthen wall, allowing the demon wolf to escape. Its wolf eyes fixed fiercely on Lin Feng, remembering that it was Lin Feng who had trapped it with the earthen wall. The next moment, a whoa. The demon wolf roared. And just as Suyu clenched his fists, feeling anxious and thinking the demon wolf was about to attack, he saw the demon wolf turn and run, even using the power of wind elements to sweep away the surrounding dead branches and leaves as it fled. Suyu was momentarily stunned. Wait, it was so fierce just now. How did it run away in a flash? Where's your wolf nature? Where's your dignity as a demon beast? The demon wolf. I can't fight the fire lion. Yushu, it's your turn to step in. Lin Feng gently patted Suyu's shoulder, bringing him back to his senses and reminding him what he needed to do. Contract summon, Shadow Servant. A spirit ring with a white edge and a dark center, featuring a humanoid pattern, rose behind Suyu. A pitch-black figure emerged. Little Shadow, use shadow stealth to quietly follow the demon wolf. Be careful not to be discovered. The Shadow Servant nodded and then transformed into a shadow, following behind. Yes, Suyu's task was that simple. He just needed to keep the Shadow Servant following the demon wolf without losing track of it. Although he was a bit dazed at first, he didn't say anything, as the demon wolf was a level 13 demon beast, and his Shadow Servant couldn't compete. Yushu, are you stunned? Su Qing, having put away the withered vine tree demon, walked over and smiled. Mainly I didn't expect the demon wolf to run away just like that despite its fierce appearance. Ha ha, it's fine. We didn't expect it the first time either, which is why our first mission failed. Yushu, now use your spirit ring to ask your shadow servant where it is. Let's hurry. Okay. The original plan was set for 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Suyu had asked before why, because at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was still strong, which was not conducive to his shadow servant's shadow abilities. Shuren had also said that the demon wolf only came out to hunt around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so the time was set for 1 o'clock. To the left, through communication, Suyu learned the direction and informed everyone. By the way, I noticed that Shuren's wind bird is very fast. How did it let it escape during the first mission? On the way, Suyu raised his doubts. Yushu, my wind bird is indeed fast in flight. But it can't fly for long. It's more of a burst-type fighter. To the right. Chapter 20. Eliminate the demon wolf in summary. Shuren's wind bird is a burst-type fighter, while the demon wolf is a stamina-type fighter. In addition, there are quite a few flying demon beasts in the sky. If they are discovered, it could attract an attack from the flying demon beasts and a siege. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Wang Hu Wunti let Shuren's wind bird go up to chase the beasts to avoid trouble. After a few turns, Suyu led the other four to a place. This is it. Suyu pointed to a deep, dark cave in front of them, where there was a lot of weeds around the entrance, and many trees nearby perfectly concealed the cave entrance. If one didn't look closely, they would definitely overlook this entrance. Although the cave entrance wasn't large, it was big enough for normal demon beasts to enter. Is it inside? Wang Hu frowned and had to say that the demon wolf was very clever, avoiding many demon beasts. Along the way, they hadn't encountered a single demon beast. If they had been chasing normally, they probably would have had to fight many demon beasts halfway. Yes, from the direction pointed out by the shadow servant. It should be inside. Captain, it seems we haven't seen this place before? Shuren interjected. Everyone except Suyu frowned. They had searched for the demon wolf in the surrounding area before, but hadn't discovered this cave. Yushu, can you ask your shadow servant if there are any other creatures inside besides the demon wolf? After a moment, Wang Hu spoke first. Suyu closed his eyes and began to communicate with the shadow servant. Captain, it seems there are also a few small demon wolves. Small demon wolves? Yushu, are you sure? The four of them immediately turned their attention to Suyu. The demon wolf has a basic wind elemental attribute, which means many people can awaken this element. Small demon wolves indicate they are in their juvenile form. This is the best form that most people want to contract. And if they can bring them back, it would be quite a profit. Yushu, are there any other dangers? None. My shadow servant only found the demon wolf and a few small demon wolves, nothing else. That's good. Shuren, Madman, Qingqing, stay alert. By the way, is the space inside big? Yes, it's quite spacious. Suyu replied and continued. Captain, shouldn't we lure the demon wolf out? No need. The space is large. We can just go in and kill it. I have a feeling something bad is about to happen, so we should deal with it quickly and head back. Wang Hu said in a deep voice, then looked at Shuren understanding his captain's intention. Shuren nodded and then took a step forward. Contract summoned the armor-piercing beast. A spirit ring with a black edge and a brown center, resembling a pangolin pattern, appeared. Soon, a beast resembling a pangolin appeared. Armor-piercing beast, you go in first and keep an eye on the demon wolf. Don't let it escape. His armor-piercing beast is of the earth type and can sneak in from below. Although Lin Feng's rock bull is also of the earth type, it's too large and heavy, so it's better to leave the infiltration to Shuren's armor-piercing beast. After hearing Shuren's command, the armor-piercing beast directly burrowed underground and disappeared. Fire Lion, burn the weeds in front. Roar. The Fire Lion spat out a flame, directly incinerating the weeds near the cave entrance to ashes. Let us go. Deep in the cave, a demon wolf was soundly asleep, completely unaware of the impending danger, while a few small wolves leaned against it, occasionally turning over and moving. Qingqing, is everything set up around? Wang Hu inquired. Su Qing slightly nodded. There is only one entrance to this cave, and she has already stationed the Withering Vine Tree Demon outside. If the demon wolf accidentally escapes, the Withering Vine Tree Demon can also ensure it is stopped. Good. This time, we'll solve it all at once. Their strength could easily crush this level 13 demon wolf. However, Wang Hu's contracted beasts are all geared towards powerful offense. Plus, the others couldn't catch up to the wind attribute demon wolf, which is why they had failed repeatedly. But this time in the cave, the demon wolf has no place to run. Contract summoned the Thunder Serpent, a spirit ring with a black edge and a purple center, featuring a snake design. Lit up behind Wang Hu, a 4-meter-long serpent, shimmering with purple lightning, appeared before everyone's eyes. Hiss hiss hiss. The Thunder Serpent flicked its tongue, staring at the demon wolf that was waking up and growling softly. Don't hold back, Wang Hu said, and then Suyu saw Lin Feng, who was standing next to him, also beginning to summon. Haha, this time, let us see how you run. Contract summoned the Rock Giant. A spirit ring with a white edge and a brown center, shaped like a person, rose, and the next moment, roar. A furious sound echoed throughout the underground cave. A towering giant, 4 meters tall and made entirely of rock, appeared before everyone. It must be said that this 4-meter-high giant had a strong oppressive presence. If it weren't for the cave being large enough, Lin Feng probably wouldn't have summoned it. Beastmasters are not just ordinary beings. Every time a Beastmaster successfully breaks through to the next level, such as from a demon servant Beastmaster to a demon attendant Beastmaster, they can awaken a spirit ring. Then, from demon attendant Beastmaster to demon soldier Beastmaster, they can awaken another spirit ring. This means that if a person can successfully awaken all Beastmaster spirit rings, there will be a total of 9 spirit rings, allowing them to contract 9 beasts. So Suyu was not surprised that Wang Hu and the others could summon 2 beasts. After all, when Yang Na mentioned at the Hunter Guild that one must have a beast at the demon attendant level, which is level 10 or above, Suyu had already vaguely guessed their situation. At this moment, Su Qing did not summon, and Suyu roughly guessed what it was. Either it was unsuitable for battle or there was no contract. Thinking of this, Suyu looked at the demon wolf with a hint of pity in his eyes. Regardless of how strong this guy was, just from the current situation, being targeted by several demon attendant level contracted beasts at the same time was already quite a feat. Wang Hu's Fire Lion and Thunder Serpent, Shuren S Armor Piercing Beast and Wind Bird, Lin Feng S Rock Bull and Rock Giant, and the Withering Vine Tree Demon placed outside the cave made it 1 against 7. If he shamelessly added the Shadow Servant that had already returned to his side, it would be 1 against 8. Moreover, most of the contracted beasts were stronger than the demon wolf, so you really didn't know how it could escape. Although the demon wolf glared at them, its body couldn't help but tremble. Family, it's 1 against 7. I, Old Wolf, have never been this glorious in my life. The next moment, there was a sound from the spot where it stood. A woo, bang. A figure sprang out, directly knocking the demon wolf away. It was the armor-piercing beast that had been hiding underground, launching a sudden attack under Shuren's command. The demon wolf, just getting up, saw another contracted beast appear and felt even more despair. Family, it's 1 against 8. In the next moment, all the beast tamers charged forward, and the demon wolf had nowhere to escape, dying on the spot. Its proud wind attribute was rendered completely useless here. Even though Wang Hu's Fire Lion and Thunder Snake refrained from using flames and lightning out of fear of damaging the integrity of the wolf's skin, it was still not something a single demon wolf could withstand. Chapter 21. Enemies approaching. Captain, look, this little wolf hasn't even opened its eyes yet. Su Qing came over holding a small wolf, teasing it in his hands with a smile on his face. Collect all the spoils. Don't forget the complete wolf skin, fangs, and claws of the demon wolf, Wang Hu instructed. Captain, the spoils have been collected. There are 4 demon wolf pups in total. If we calculate by market price, each pup should be worth around 20,000 to 30,000, meaning we've gained nearly 100,000 this time. Shuren reported to Wang Hu. Not bad. Let us hold a celebration banquet tonight, which can also serve as a welcome party for Yushu joining us. A smile appeared on Wang Hu's rugged face. Captain. Suddenly, Su Qing spoke up, stopping his playful actions with the little wolf. What's wrong, Qing? My withered vine tree spirit told me through the spirit ring that there's a group of people outside, seemingly keeping an eye on the entrance of our cave. At this, the 4 who had been busy stopped their actions, all eyes turning to her. Qing, are you sure? Wang Hu's expression darkened as he spoke in a serious tone. Yes, it's because they've been lingering too long near the entrance that my withered vine tree spirit informed me. Wang Hu pondered for a moment before turning to Suyu and said, Yushu, have your shadow servant use the shadow system to go take a look outside. But be careful not to get spotted. Okay. Suyu complied, and the shadow servant disappeared. Captain, why haven't they come out yet? We've been waiting here for almost half an hour. I'm sweating to death. A fat man wiped the sweat from his face and muttered, What's the rush? I told you to eat less usually. It's only been a little while, and you're already sweating so much. A robust man in front scolded, his tone full of dissatisfaction. All right. Captain, the fat guy is just a bit anxious. He's mainly afraid those people will run away, right? Someone beside him tried to mediate. Enough, stop the noise. I've waited so long for this day just to successfully eliminate them. Damn it. Wang Hu dared to compete with me for resources. I'll make sure to kill him. Zhao Chun cursed, wishing he could take Wang Hu down right now. You all prepare your beasts. Once they come out, we'll attack them without hesitation. After a moment, they quieted down, continuing to watch the cave ahead, surrounded by various beasts like wolves and frogs. Yet, no one noticed the unusual shadow lurking underground. Inside the cave, everyone was looking at Suyu. Captain, have you offended anyone or taken something from someone? Suyu asked. No. Who in the entire Lin City doesn't know that I, Wang Hu, have always been righteous? Wang Hu patted his chest with confidence. Su Qing, however, frowned in thought, and after a moment, spoke softly. Captain, could it be them? With this, Wang Hu was taken aback. Su Qing continued. Yushu, what do they look like? One has a build similar to the captain, another is a fat guy, and the other three look quite similar, almost like triplet brothers. They also said that the captain stole their things and planned to fully attack us once we go out. So we need to be prepared, Su Yu explained. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, everyone's expressions turned serious. Sensing Su Yu's doubts, Su Qing approached him to explain. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Zhao Cheng and his demon hunting team. We had a dispute over a certain mission, which isn't unusual since multiple teams often compete for the same task. But Zhao Cheng, being petty, held a grudge after we took that mission, and since then, we tried to avoid each other to prevent mutual destruction. However, Zhao Cheng doesn't let things go. Whenever he encounters us, he's bound to cause trouble. We've been avoiding his area as much as possible when selecting missions. The last time we failed the second mission was also due to their sudden appearance disrupting our plans, allowing that demon wolf to escape. With Su Qing's explanation, Su Yu finally understood the origins of the feud between the two demon hunting teams. That bastard Zhao Cheng, unable to secure missions himself, blames us instead. Wang Hu was furious. Competing for the same mission among several teams isn't a big deal, yet Zhao Cheng clings to it. What do we do now? Lin Feng asked with a heavy expression. Zhao Cheng's team is stronger than theirs, and even when they meet, they usually don't escalate matters. Now they are in the cave, which in some ways is blocked at the entrance, making it unfavorable for them. Moreover, Su Yu mentioned that they plan to attack them as soon as they go out, clearly intending to kill them. If it weren't for Su Yu's shadow servant checking the situation, they might not have taken the warning seriously even with Su Qing's withered vine tree spirit's reminder. They could have walked out and been overwhelmed by attacks. The thought made Lin Feng shiver. The cave had thick stone walls and no other exits. Trying to carve out a way out was simply unrealistic. In other words, they could only exit through the entrance they came in. Wang Hu pondered for a moment before turning to Lin Feng and said, Madman, you're our team's defender. Right now, we can only rely on your rock bull and rock giant. Have your rock bull and rock giant coat themselves in a lot of earth. As long as they can withstand the first wave of attacks, everything else will be manageable. Lin Feng nodded seriously, knowing this was no joke. As the team's defender, if he couldn't withstand the damage, everyone in the team would be in danger. However, he didn't dare guarantee that even the main defenders, the rock bull and rock giant, could withstand the full force of multiple demon beasts attacking. But he didn't say much, simply directing his beasts to begin applying rock and soil to themselves to increase their defenses. Time passed little by little, and the atmosphere in the cave gradually became oppressive. No one spoke. They quietly watched Lin Feng instructing his beasts to pile earth and stones onto themselves. Fortunately, while the cave had no other exits, there were plenty of soil and rubble on the ground. Captain, it's done. But the energy from the earth attribute spirit vein within my rock giant is almost depleted. It should last just enough to get us out of the cave soon. So we need to hurry. Lin Feng's rock giant has basically no other issues apart from its speed being a shortcoming and being countered by certain specific attributes. It's very powerful and was summoned from another world by Lin Feng. But because of this, if the energy in the spiritual vein is exhausted, it will be forcibly returned. Chapter 22. The battle begins. Captain, why is it taking so long? Have they been discovered? Outside the cave, a fat man hidden among the team spoke again, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. What's the rush? Besides, this cave has no other exits. Even if they are discovered, they can only come out from here. Zhao Cheng's face was cold. He could not allow those who had offended him to live. Get ready. They should be coming out soon. He heard the sound of beasts stepping on the ground. Moo! Roar! The rock bull and rock giant charged out one after the other. Attack! Zhao Cheng shouted loudly, and in the next moment, the people behind him began issuing commands to their beasts. Zhao Cheng's own beast, the ice wolf, conjured up dozens of ice spikes around him and launched them forward. Boom! Bang! The sound of explosions rang out as the rocks and soil attached to the rock bull in the cave fell off, revealing numerous wounds on its body. Blood flowing profusely and pooling on the ground. Roar! The rock giant roared, its voice no longer filled with vigor, but instead resonating with anguish. The rock giant was originally an elemental creature, its pain sensitivity significantly reduced compared to normal creatures. However, at this moment, its rock-formed body had shattered mostly, and it had lost its right arm. The pain was enough to make it cry out. The rock bull and rock giant held off a wave of attacks, and Su Yu and others rushed out. After Lin Feng appeared, he moved towards his beast, his eyes red. He reached out to stroke his beast, grief evident on his face. I'm sorry, he murmured, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Moo! The rock bull softly mooed, as if to say it didn't blame him. Fire lion, lightning snake, attack. Wang Hu shouted angrily. Ching, contact Captain Su. Just say there's an unidentified evil force attacking a hunter team from the Hunter Guild. Su Qing was taken aback and then quickly realized. Although they were a hunter team from the Hunter Guild, the guild was not responsible for their safety. In fact, in some ways, they were merely workers of the Hunter Guild, and it was impossible to request reinforcements from them. Moreover, this location was too far from the Hunter Guild. They would have to issue a series of tasks and mobilize personnel, and by the time they arrived, the situation would be dire. However, Su Feng was different. They were from the city guard, and they had considerable rapport with them. Plus, with an unidentified evil force attacking a hunter team, they would definitely come to investigate, whether for the safety of Lin City or for other reasons. Although this felt a bit like taking advantage of them. Those whose lives were in danger couldn't care much at the moment. Lin Feng had sacrificed both of his defensive beasts to allow them to escape the cave. Su Yu had just joined, although he had the rare shadow attribute and a potential beast, the Shadow Servant. He was still just a demon servant level Beastmaster with only one beast. Su Qing had just broken through to demon servant level Beastmaster. And her Awakened Water attribute contract spirit ring, Han-Ti had a chance to find a suitable contract beast. Currently, Su Qing only had one beast. And it would take a considerable amount of time for the Withered Vine Tree Demon to take root in the ground to form combat power. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem, but now there was no time. With two useless beasts, they could only rely on Wang Hu's Fire Lion and Lightning Snake, along with Shi An's Wind Bird and Penetrating Beast. Just then, Su Qing's somewhat helpless voice rang out. Captain, the signal is gone. We can't send the information out. Up ahead, Zhao Cheng, who had just come over, also heard this and turned his attention away from the battle, mockingly saying to Wang Hu and the others, "Isn't it that you can't send the information out? Ha ha ha, I knew you would want to find help, so I already set up signal jammers around here before coming. Feeling helpless, huh? Ha ha." Zhao Cheng's eyes were dark, and his face was full of arrogance. "Isn't it just that I took your task once? And wasn't that chosen by the employer?" Seeing this scene, Su Qing couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily, her delicate face filled with rage. Having the same task stolen, if you want to determine who it belongs to, then it should be based on the strength of the two teams. Although Wang Hu's team is slightly weaker, that's only because they're down one member. The fire and lightning elements Wang Hu awakened are among the strongest in base elements. And with his excellent contract beasts, it significantly raised their team's potential. This is also why Wang Hu didn't care about whether Su Yu's beast was demon servant level when he accepted him into the team. Additionally, Wang Hu's team had a high task completion rate, so the employer chose to give the task to them. "No one can take my task away, so you all have to die." After Zhao Cheng said this, he ordered his beast. "Ice Wolf, attack the Fire Lion with all your might. Poison Frog, spread toxins on the ground to limit the penetrating beast." "Captain, what should we do?" Everyone looked at Wang Hu, whose face was dark. After a moment, he sighed. "We're probably doomed today. That scoundrel Zhao Cheng clearly has no intention of letting us go. It's just a pity about Yushu. If I hadn't forced him into our team, he wouldn't be in this situation." Saying this, he glanced at Su Yu, filled with guilt. To be honest, if he hadn't forced Su Yu into the team, he might still have a promising future now. Su Qing walked over to Su Yu's side, taking his hand. "I'm sorry, it's all our fault. If it weren't for us, you should still be waiting for an invitation from a powerful team at the Hunter Guild, not." She lowered her head and stopped speaking. Girls are typically emotional, so it was understandable for her to feel this way. Up ahead, under the siege of 10 demon beasts, even the strongest fire and lightning elements were showing signs of fatigue. The Fire Lion and Lightning Snake had many wounds on them, blood flowing from them. Roar! Hiss! The two roared and retreated to Wang Hu's side. "Ha ha ha! Wang Hu, I want to see how you escape this time." Zhao Cheng laughed heartily, as if he had grasped the situation, feeling very pleased with himself. "Zhao Cheng, this time I, Wang Hu, am defeated. Can you let them go?" Wang Hu said bitterly. To be honest, if he had known Zhao Cheng was such a petty person, he wouldn't have gone for that task. "Ha ha ha, do you think that's possible? If you don't die today, how can I feel at ease? Besides, if I let them go, will I just wait for them to come back for revenge later?" Just as Zhao Cheng was laughing and about to issue an attack order, in the next moment, his smile froze, and cold sweat began to flow down from his forehead. Chapter 23, Successful Departure. "Captain, behind you." The chubby member of Zhao Cheng's team exclaimed in terror, taking a few steps back. The other triplets remained silent, merely watching behind Zhao Cheng. The previously restless beast companions in Zhao Cheng's team also quieted down, while Zhao Cheng's Ice Wolf and Poison Frog glared fiercely at what was behind him. The Ice Wolf exuded a chilling aura, as if ready to attack at any moment. Quack! The Poison Frog's once smooth back began to sprout pus-filled blisters, each filled with deadly poison. Zhao Cheng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then opened them to force a smile that was more painful than crying. "Which friend S shadow-type beast is this? I shouldn't have offended anyone," Zhao Cheng thought bitterly. Although the aura of the shadow-type beast behind him wasn't too strong, a black knife was pressed against his neck, making the distinction of strength irrelevant. One slash, and he would be dead. Suyu stepped forward, looking at him, and said calmly, "Have your subordinates call their beasts to step aside. My team and I need to leave." Zhao Cheng was stunned as he looked at the person in front of him, who was obscured by their size and wearing a large mask that hid their face. He fell silent, realizing he hadn't returned to the Hunter Guild today. Otherwise, he would have known that Wang Hu's demon hunting team had just recruited a shadow-type newcomer. "What? Do you want to die?" Suyu barked, noticing Zhao Cheng's silence. Although his shadow servant had a significant advantage when not facing a light-type opponent, it didn't mean he had the strength to confront them. Right now, he was only temporarily holding Zhao Cheng hostage. If he waited too long, the energy would run out, and the shadow servant would be forced back, which would spell certain death for them. The surroundings were silent, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. It was unclear whether it was due to the many beast companions present or something else, but after fighting for so long, not a single wild beast had appeared. Time passed, and soon Zhao Cheng could no longer hold back. "Step aside. Let them go," he said with a frustrated expression. The chubby one spoke up again, looking anxious. "Captain, we've waited a long time and spent a lot of resources to find out that the demon wolf on their mission is here." Zhao Cheng shouted angrily, "Shut up. Do you want me to die?" Instantly, the chubby one stopped talking. Wang Hu and the others vaguely understood what was happening from the chubby one's words. Zhao Cheng took a deep breath and spoke again. "I can let you leave, but you have to make that shadow beast take the knife away from my neck." Although he was unwilling, he didn't want to die. If it were anyone else from his team, he might consider whether it was worth it. But it happened to be him, and he definitely didn't want to die, so this time he had to give in. "Captain, let us go." Suyu thought to himself, relieved. His shadow servant couldn't stay in this main world for long. They needed to hurry. Wang Hu and the others also understood Suyu's situation and didn't ask further, nodding and heading towards the path that had been cleared. "Hey," Suyu called. And everyone stopped. He turned his head, asking, "What? Don't you want to live?" "I just want to ask when he will leave," Zhao Cheng said, pointing at the shadow servant. "Don't worry, once we leave safely, he won't harm you." But as if in agreement, the shadow servant pressed the black knife down slightly, and a thin line of blood appeared on Zhao Cheng's neck. He dared not speak again. "Let us go?" Wang Hu and the others left. "Captain," the chubby member looked at his captain, noticing that the shadow servant had already vanished. "Should we chase after them?" Hearing the chubby one's words, Zhao Cheng took a deep breath and got up from the ground. "No need. They've long since run off who knows where. Besides, it's getting dark. If we don't return to Lin City before nightfall, we'll be in big trouble. Let us go this time. We can only blame ourselves for not getting the news in advance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have failed at such a critical moment." In the city, at the Hunter Guild's second-floor office, Yushu said, "You really did well. We didn't expect your shadow servant to be able to do this. Without you, we wouldn't have made it back." Wang Hu patted Suyu on the shoulder, smiling broadly. "Captain, what about the madman's beasts?" Suyu's question caused the surrounding area to fall silent. "Sai, the madman's rock bull and rock giant were seriously injured. They won't recover anytime soon. The rock bull will be fine as long as it stays near Lin Feng and waits to recover. But the rock giant is different. Since it was summoned from another world, if it leaves here, it can only return to that world. Everyone knows how brutal the slaughter is in the other world. What are the chances that the injured rock giant will survive? It might even need to be recontracted." Everyone fell silent. "By the way, Yushu, most of our beasts were also injured this time. We'll have to wait some time before hunting demons again. It's fine. Just make sure the beasts don't leave any hidden dangers." This time, apart from Su Qing and Su Yu, who each had only one beast, everyone else's beasts had sustained significant injuries. Leaving Lin Feng aside, the two Earth-type beasts, the rock bull and the rock giant, were heavily injured while ensuring everyone could safely escape the cave, and Lin Feng wouldn't have much fighting power until they recovered. Wang Hu's fire-type and lightning-type beasts, the fire lion and thunder snake, also sustained injuries while facing multiple enemies. Although they weren't as close to death as Lin Feng's dual beasts, they would also need several days to recover. En's beasts, the Earth-type penetrating beast and the Wind-type windbird, were similarly injured. Although they weren't hurt more than Wang Hu's beasts, don't forget their strength was already weaker than Wang Hu's beasts. So they also sustained significant injuries and would also take a considerable amount of time to recover. That night, everyone gathered for a celebration dinner and a welcome party for Su Yu, but after everything that had happened, no one was in the mood. It turned into a hasty meal, and after eating, everyone returned to their homes. On the road, Su Yu shed his disguise and walked leisurely, reflecting on the day. So much had happened: registering at the Hunter Guild to become a hunter, joining the demon hunting team as a member, going to hunt demons with a mission to capture a somewhat greedy and timid demon wolf, encountering Zhao Cheng and his team trying to eliminate them. and then having the shadow servant hold Zhaoqing hostage, allowing everyone to leave safely. It was quite the thrilling day. Every event today seemed more exciting than any other day in Su Yu's life, and he was no longer that weak, ordinary person. He had awakened as a Beastmaster with a dual spirit ring of no attributes. Chapter 24. The Role of the Strange Book. Beast Soul at home. Su Yu, who had just taken a shower, was lying on his bed. Today, he completed a mission with a reward of 25 contribution points and 150,000 dragon coins, plus about 100,000 from selling the little wolf. In total, he earned 250,000 dragon coins, not counting the contribution points. Just the dragon coins alone amounted to 50,000 for him. Yes, 50,000, as 250,000 was evenly divided, each person getting 50,000. Su Yu originally thought that as a newcomer, getting 20,000 or 30,000 would be good enough, but he unexpectedly got an average of 50,000. Moreover, no one seemed dissatisfied. It appeared everyone thought he deserved it. Yang Na from the Hunter-S Guild was right. Wang Hu's team indeed did not oppress newcomers. 50,000 dragon coins may not seem like much, but Su Yu was not a wealthy kid. This amount was extremely valuable to him. Besides, it was his first mission, and he would only earn more in the future. Unfortunately, Wang Hu and the others would need to wait for their beasts to recover, making it impossible for them to take on missions again for a while. Well, the newly joined hunter team had already come to an end in terms of activity. He had hoped to gain some combat experience by following the beast hunting team. But it seemed today he was only useful for tracking the wolf, and there was no opportunity to gain combat experience at all. Suddenly, Su Yu seemed to think of something. Xiaoying, you must have fought with others a lot in that other world, right? Xiaoying was the name Su Yu gave to his shadow servant. Although it seemed a bit common, it was easy to remember. And since the shadow servant did not object, Su Yu unilaterally decided on the name. The voice of the shadow servant echoed in Su Yu's mind, sounding somewhat aloof. So there's no need to think about that. I should consider what kind of second beast I should contract. As someone with one more spirit ring than others, Su Yu naturally wanted to utilize this advantage as soon as possible. But to be honest, Su Yu really had no particular thoughts about the second beast he wanted to contract. After all, unlike others whose spirit rings had attribute restrictions, his options were quite broad. With a non-attribute contract spirit ring, if he encountered a suitable beast, he could just contract it. Sigh, so annoying. Su Yu closed his eyes, then opened them again. Right. I seem to have seen a strange book in the spiritual world today, but I didn't have time to look at it then. Now, pondering this, Su Yu's consciousness had already arrived in the spiritual world. The strange book was still quietly floating in the center of the spiritual world, while the non-attribute contract spirit ring remained shrunk in a corner. Su Yu glanced over, pursed his lips, and said unhappily, spineless thing. It seemed he heard the non-attribute contract spirit ring emit a low buzzing sound, but when he looked, it was still unmoving in that corner. TCH. He then turned his gaze to the center. What is this? Su Yu wondered, trying to beckon the book down. To his surprise, the strange book floated down from the center of the spiritual world upon sensing Su Yu, slowly landing in his hands. Just as Su Yu was about to open it, a faint gray gas slowly drifted out from the book as if it sensed his intention, directly landing on Su Yu's consciousness and gradually merging into it. Su Yu was stunned. After a moment, a wild smile spread across his face, one he couldn't suppress. Ha, I knew it. How could I come to this world without a golden finger? From that faint gray gas, Su Yu learned of the book's function. He could record the beasts he had seen and write down specific information about them. Moreover, he could use beast souls to reveal the evolution routes of his beasts in the book. This meant Su Yu no longer had to rely on the originators to evolve his beasts. As long as he obtained enough beast souls, he could reveal the evolution routes and methods for his beasts. Thinking of this, Su Yu's eyes brightened. Perhaps he could become an originator and use the ability of this strange book to help others evolve their beasts. After all, the money-making ability of originators was extraordinary. Among all organizations, the Originator Association's financial power could claim second place, and no one dared to claim first. However, what exactly was a beast soul? Su Yu opened his eyes, furrowing his brows. He didn't know what a beast soul was, but he vaguely remembered it seemed to be a rather scarce resource. With this thought in mind, Su Yu took out his phone. If he were still in school, he naturally wouldn't dare to bring his phone back, leaving it there. But now that he had been expelled, while he had no reason to keep his phone, so Su Yu brought it back. However, he knew that this electronic device emitted low-frequency waves that attracted beasts, so he had kept it off and dared not use it. Now that he knew beast souls could reveal the evolution routes and methods of beasts in the book, he felt a bit itchy, wanting to know what a beast soul was. Today was a lucky day. He killed the wolf and got the little wolf pup, even managing to escape from Zhao Cheng under unfavorable circumstances. He discovered his golden finger, the strange book. There was no way one phone call would attract beasts, right? Suyu seemed to comfort himself, as if cheering himself on. In the next moment, he dialed the number. Beep, beep. After 2 rings, the call connected. And a cold voice came from Bai Li's side. That one. Bai Li teacher, it's me, Suyu. Oh, little Su, it's you. Why are you calling? As Bai Li spoke, Suyu vaguely heard the sound of water, unsure if she was taking a shower or doing something else. Bai Li teacher. I want to ask you a question. Go ahead. I want to know, what is a beast soul? Suyu's question was met with silence for a moment, and the sound of water stopped. Bai Li's voice then came through, sounding somewhat serious. Where did you hear about beast souls? I just saw it in a book. Lying. There were no books related to beast souls, at least not in this small Lin city. Really, Bai Li teacher, do you think I would lie to you? Seemingly a bit anxious, Suyu's voice grew more urgent. Humph. Then tell me which book it is, and I'll check it out tomorrow. Suyu fell silent. Bai Li continued. You better tell me honestly where you learned about beast souls. Okay, Bai Li teacher is still as smart as ever. Stop being coy, just say it. Alright, I was passing by the Hunters Guild today, and I curiously went in to take a look. I saw a huge electronic screen showing a task that required purchasing some beast souls, with a very high reward. So I got a bit curious and wanted to ask you, Bai Li teacher, what beast souls are. Chapter 25. The Role of Beast Souls. Humph, you little brat. You really don't know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. You, who haven't even awakened a beast spirit ring. Dare to think about something like a beast soul? Aren't you afraid of dying? Bai Li snorted coldly, then fell silent for a moment before explaining. A beast soul is an extremely rare resource, something that can be born after the death of a demon beast. You can think of it as the soul of a demon beast. So, does that mean that as long as you kill a demon beast, you will have a beast soul? Suyu's eyes brightened. He originally thought a beast soul was something precious. But it turns out you can obtain one just by killing a demon beast. Yes and no. Teacher Bai Li, what do you mean by that? A beast soul does appear after a demon beast is killed, but it is not something that ordinary people can see. Only Beastmasters with the rare necromancy attribute can see it, and only they can collect it. Only necromancy Beastmasters can see and collect it? Suyu looked puzzled. Yes, from a certain perspective, beast souls are not rare. It's just that necromancy Beastmasters, who can collect and preserve them, are rare, which creates the illusion that beast souls are scarce and expensive. Moreover, beast souls can be incomplete after killing a demon beast. What appears might be a fragmented beast soul or a complete one. The value of a fragmented beast soul is less than 1/20th of that of a complete beast soul. So is it useless then? Suyu asked. Not exactly. The probability of a complete beast soul appearing is extremely low. So most complete beast souls have to be synthesized from fragmented ones. Is there any difference between the two? A difference? Well, there isn't much of a difference. But in some respects, a naturally complete beast soul is definitely better than a synthetically complete one, after all, whether in terms of compatibility or other aspects. Does Teacher Bai Li know the role of beast souls? Yes, but why are you asking this? Hee. Teacher, now that I've come this far, shouldn't I learn more? You should know about the Origin Association, right? Yes, one of the 4 major organizations, and it's said to be the wealthiest organization, capable of allowing demon beasts to evolve and become stronger. Yes, but do you know what they rely on to make demon beasts evolve? Bai Li spoke again. They rely on various materials and plants. For example, if a certain demon beast needs to evolve into another, certain materials and an evolution plan must be provided. But besides that, the most important thing is still the beast soul, because it is what allows a demon beast to make a leap in life class. For instance, if you have a soil bear and you want it to become a stronger form, it depends on what beast soul you can provide. If you provide the beast soul of a Crimson Fury soil bear, and there happens to be a path for the soil bear to evolve into a Crimson Fury soil bear, then you can have the Origin Association help you evolve your soil bear into a Crimson Fury soil bear. Or, you can provide several beast souls and see what your soil bear can evolve into. If the evolution is successful, it could become extremely powerful. However, this kind of evolution is very dangerous. If the demon beast's willpower is not strong enough, it might die on the spot. Or, if you don't know what your demon beast can evolve into, or what evolutionary forms it has, you can also pay a price to have the Origin Association give you advice and plans. I don't know the specifics. After all, I'm just an ordinary little teacher. Ordinary little teacher? Suyu couldn't help but scoff internally. The reason he called Bai Li was that he knew he couldn't find this kind of information online. Otherwise, he would have mastered this information long ago. Is there any other role? Yes. Do you know about beast tools? Beast tools? I know a little, but not much. Suyu recalled seeing a message on his phone once about something called a sky-high beast tool, which sold for billions. However, that message disappeared not long after it appeared. Beast tools are also rare items. You know about weapons, right? Beast tools are similar to weapons. Forging them requires demon beast bones and beast souls. The bones are very hard bones that demon beasts have a very small chance of producing, and they are suitable for making various weapons. Beast souls can be added to the forging of these weapons to give them various skills. For example, if you add the beast soul of a wind-type demon beast that has a speed-up skill, then the equipment you create with this beast soul will have a speed-up skill. Can you forge without adding beast souls? Yes, but that beast tool will only have the most basic defensive function. Didn't the teacher say that some demon beasts can transform into various forms of weapons or defenses? Yes, but such demon beasts or summoned beasts are quite rare. Without some strength, background, and luck, one simply cannot possess them. Do you have any more questions? No, I just know that Teacher Bailey knows a lot. Suyu blew a whistle, and then he heard Bailey continue. These are all relatively basic knowledge that won't appear online. If you are a Beastmaster, you can find them in the libraries of some big cities, such as Magic City or Imperial City. Also, if you have nothing else to do, you should go to bed early. It's getting late. Suyu responded and was just about to hang up when he heard Bailey's somewhat serious voice come through. Suyu, has anyone strange been looking for you? Suyu was taken aback, feeling somewhat confused, but he still replied, Teacher, I'm just an ordinary person who hasn't even awakened a spirit ring. How could anyone be looking for me? Then there's nothing to worry about. Go to bed early. Beep beep. As soon as Bailey finished speaking, the sound of the phone hanging up rang out. On the other side, in a spacious room, Bailey hung up the phone, brushed her freshly washed hair, walked to the window, placed her hands on the windowsill, and looked out at the sky, which was shrouded in black satin, with only a few stars dotted across it. How could that kid Suyu suddenly ask me about beast souls? Despite the seemingly reasonable reasons Suyu provided, Bailey didn't believe a word of them. Beast souls have many roles. Besides the two she mentioned, there is also a special use. The origin association, could it be you? Bailey seemed to think of something, and her hands resting on the windowsill tightened unconsciously. Phew, I don't know if I can hide this from Teacher Bailey. Suyu provided two reasons. Trying to conceal the true situation of his inquiry about beast souls. Although he hadn't found any records about evil organizations in this world, he knew that evil organizations surely existed. Beast souls are clearly not something ordinary people can understand. Otherwise, information about them wouldn't be missing from the internet. So, from a certain perspective, beast souls are likely related to some evil organizations. After all, beast souls are equivalent to the souls of demon beasts, and extracting souls has an inherently sinister connotation. Perhaps there is a special role, or perhaps something else. In any case, it is certainly not something an ordinary person should understand, which is why such information has vanished from the internet. Phew, I finally know how to obtain beast souls. But I'm not a necromancer beastmaster. Although my non-attribute contract spirit ring can form contracts without restrictions, there are no necromantic beasts in Lin City. Moreover, necromantic beasts are usually just skeletons or piles of rotting flesh, always carrying a foul smell of decay. The beasts contracted by the contract spirit ring will have to be treated as my visible beasts, so directly getting a necromantic beast seems a bit hesitant for Suyu. Necromantic beasts are often reeking of rot, and the stench can make some sensitive individuals vomit on the spot. Suyu isn't opposed to contracting a necromantic beast for the sake of beast souls. But necromantic beasts at the initial stage are usually weak and extremely afraid of light-type beasts. Once they encounter them, unless their rank is particularly high, necromantic beasts generally have little chance of winning against the same rank. The contract spirit ring is something Suyu wants to keep visible. If he only contracts a weak necromantic beast, he might find himself in trouble later. Perhaps he should wait a while. After all, his shadow servant is about to reach level 9, and once it breaks through to level 10, he can awaken another spirit ring, which would give him many more options. Chapter 26. The Beast Compendium. It seems that the strange book in his spiritual world sensed Suyu's hesitation and sent him a message. Suyu was taken aback, and then his consciousness re-entered the spiritual world. The strange book landed in the palm of his hand. You can collect beast souls. The strange book wobbled slightly, as if confirming. So, when that demon wolf died today, did you collect it? Suyu's eyes lit up. The previously wobbling strange book stopped. But Suyu understood its meaning. You mean, you can only collect the demon beasts I kill, and after collecting them, you can save them for me to choose the evolution path of the beasts later? The strange book wobbled again. All right, stop wobbling. First, show me the information on the beasts you've collected today. The strange book stopped, and then the pages began to turn. Flipping to the first page, Suyu looked over. At the top appeared a picture. It seemed to be a black fox he had seen today. Name, Shadow Black Fox. Attribute, Shadow Rarity. Outstanding potential. Introduction. The Shadow Black Fox has jet black fur, but is timid in nature, usually appearing in dark places. After reading this, Suyu frowned. Why are there rarity and potential ratings? In the outside world, there aren't any specific standards for rarity and potential. Yet these appear in this book. Is it unique to this strange book? Unable to figure it out, Suyu turned to the next page. Why is there nothing here? He saw that the page recording the Shadow Black Fox was blank on the back. The strange book wobbled again. Are you saying that this page is supposed to record the evolution plan of this summoned beast, but since there is no beast soul, it hasn't shown up? Seeing the strange book wobble again, Suyu understood the reason for the blank page. He continued flipping to the next page. Again, there was a picture at the top and text below. Name, water snake attribute, water rarity, common potential, introduction, a very ordinary water snake that usually lives in rivers and feeds on small creatures. Name, woodhorn bull attribute, plant rarity, outstanding potential, introduction, a creature that lives in forests, usually likes to gather in groups, and uses its abilities to pick wild fruits from trees to feed itself. Suyu looked through many, but most had low rarity and potential. According to the information from the strange book, rarity indicates how rare a beast is, with levels from low to high being common, outstanding, rare, uncommon, epic, legendary, and mythical. Potential ranges from 1 to 9 stars. With this in mind, Suyu glanced at the book. Calling you strange book all day isn't right. Do you have a name? Seeing the strange book wobble slightly, Suyu understood its meaning. If not, then from now on, I'll call you the Beast Compendium. After all, you can record any demon beast I've seen. Not seeing any response from the Beast Compendium, Suyu knew it didn't object. By the way, can you help me flip to the page that records the Shadow Servant? Upon hearing this, the Beast Compendium's pages began to rapidly turn. After about 10 seconds, the Beast Compendium stopped, and Suyu looked over. There was the image of the Shadow Servant, its eyes seeming to be able to see Suyu, looking right at him. Name, Shadow Servant attribute, Shadow rarity, rare, epic, potential, introduction, a creature living in dark places, unlike ordinary Shadow Servants. This one's control over the Shadow attribute exceeds that of 90 of creatures at the same level. Its mastery seems to surpass that of over 99 of creatures at the same level, allowing it to transform into a pitch-black knife for its wielder. After reading this introduction, Suyu showed a hint of surprise. It's important to know that the demon beasts or summoned beasts he had just seen, few had rarity and potential reaching this level. Moreover, the introduction stated that its control over the Shadow attribute exceeds that of 99 of creatures at the same level. Just this alone is extremely rare. Exceeding 99 of creatures at the same level. Isn't that almost becoming a king of the Shadow attribute? Suyu felt secretly delighted. He had initially approached the contract with a try-it-out mentality, yet he ended up contracting such an excellent beast. Unfortunately, there is no beast soul right now. Otherwise, Suyu really wanted to see the evolution roadmap of the Shadow Servant and what it could evolve into. However, why is there a rarity note with rare and an epic in parentheses, and the introduction mentions that it is different from ordinary Shadow Servants? What does that mean? Suyu began to inquire with the Beast Compendium, and after a moment, he received a message. Are you saying that in the future, my beast will be recorded separately, and my Shadow Servant is special, as it seems to harbor a powerful force? Suyu raised an eyebrow and looked at the spirit ring floating quietly beside him that had contracted the Shadow Servant. He also knew that his Shadow Servant was not ordinary. After all, it could directly communicate with him. Even if not verbally, it was close enough. This was also the reason he was surprised at the time. Forget it, why think so much? After all, it's my beast now, the contract has been made. Can I still go back on it? What does a normal Shadow Servant look like? After a moment, Suyu posed this question, wanting to see how a normal Shadow Servant compared to his own. Hearing Suyu's words, the Beast Compendium began to flip again. When he stopped, Suyu looked and saw. Name, Shadow Servant attribute, Shadow type rarity, rare potential, introduction, a creature living in the dark lands. Its control over shadow attributes seems to exceed that of over 90% of creatures at the same level. It can transform into a pitch-black knife for its master to wield. So, it seems my Shadow Servant is quite strong. Both its rarity and potential are a level higher, which makes Suyu very satisfied. Alright, I've seen enough for today, it's time to sleep. Tomorrow, I'll go check out the Hunter's Guild. Exiting the spiritual world, Suyu had nothing else to do. So he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, at the Hunter's Guild, Suyu woke up early, washed up, and returned here. As before, he disguised himself, but this disguise was different from yesterday's. Suyu stepped forward to look at the electronic screen. He wanted to see if there was any information on it to help him determine if it would be suitable for his beast. Task: hunt a demon slave level unicorn worm and collect its horn. Time: 1 day level, black iron reward, 3 contribution points, 5,000 dragon coins. Task: obtain a fire attribute demon beast cub. Time: 5 days level, bronze reward, 20 contribution points, 100,000 dragon coins. With 20 contribution points, he only needed 100 contribution points to become a bronze hunter, meaning completing this task would count as 1/5 of the way toward becoming a bronze hunter. Suyu continued to look up, as a pinned task appeared at the top. Task: find a 3-star originator to help my venomous horned python evolve. Time: 5 days. Level: silver. Reward: 100 contribution points, 500,000 dragon coins. Suyu knew that the level of originators was based on star ratings, but the reward seemed a bit low. The only silver level task was pinned at the top for everyone to see, yet no one took it. He wondered if there were no 3-star originators or if the reward was too low for anyone to bother. If not for needing beast souls to unlock the evolution roadmap for beasts, Suyu wouldn't mind taking this task. Shaking his head, Suyu stopped looking at the electronic screen, as there was no useful information there. He glanced around and walked towards Yang Na's counter. "Hello, I'm Xiao Na. How can I assist you?" The habitual greeting came from Yang Na, and a smile appeared on Suyu's masked face. "Xiao Na, it's me." Are you Mr. Shadow?" "Yeah," Suyu nodded. Shadow was his hunter name, so Yang Na calling him Mr. Shadow was correct. After all, his real name wasn't even known by the demon hunting team he joined yesterday. Seeing Suyu confirm, Yang Na's face showed excitement, but she suppressed it and asked, "What help do you need?" "Woo, let's power up for love, my dear readers." Woo. Chapter 27. Advanced tasks I want to ask. Have you heard any interesting stories from other hunters around here? Yes, interesting stories. This was the only stupid way Suyu could think of, as he currently knew very little about the Hunter's Park. Interesting stories? Yang Na looked confused, then tentatively asked Suyu, "Mr. Shadow, are you looking for something special or a task? You could say that. Please wait a moment." Saying this, Yang Na's fingers quickly flew over the keyboard again. After a moment, she handed a piece of paper to Suyu. "Mr. Shadow, these are some special tasks in the Hunters Guild that often require specific individuals to take on, so these tasks are usually not displayed on the electronic screen." Suyu took it and began to read. Task: a 4-star originator is needed to help my venomous butterfly evolve. Time: 2 days. Level: gold. Reward: 300 contribution points, 2 million dragon coins. Task: a demon general level Beastmaster is needed to help eliminate a group of blood-winged snakes led by a demon general in the east of Lin City. Time: 5 days. Level: gold. Reward: 500 contribution points, 2 million dragon coins. After glancing over it, Suyu fell silent. "No, this is too much of an overestimation of my abilities. The highest is a gold level task, and the lowest is a silver level task." No matter how confident Suyu was, he wouldn't think he could complete these tasks. Why are these tasks not displayed on that electronic screen? Suyu asked in confusion. "Mr. Shadow, these tasks are relatively high level, and the hunters outside don't have the capability to take them on, so these tasks are temporarily kept, waiting for suitable individuals to complete them." Yang Na explained with a smile. Suyu nodded. He understood the level of these tasks. If these hunters saw them, they might be tempted by the enormous rewards, and then when they took on the tasks, they couldn't complete them. Delaying time and not being able to compensate would be enough to cause trouble for the Hunters Guild. However, Suyu looked up at Yang Na, who still wore a bright smile, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. "Why do you think I can complete them?" Seeing Suyu's gaze, Yang Na seemed to understand something and explained, "This is the rule of the Hunters Guild. We don't actively display them on the electronic screen, but if someone inquires or wants to take on some special tasks, we can't refuse them." All right. Yang Na treated Suyu as someone wanting to take on special tasks. "Aside from these tasks, have you heard any information or data about special demon beasts in this Hunters Guild?" Hearing this, Yang Na pondered for a moment, then looked around before leaning closer to Suyu and whispering, "Mr. Shadow, yes, but it's not convenient to talk here. Can I contact you tonight?" After speaking, as if afraid of being discovered, she quickly pulled her head back. Suyu was taken aback, then smiled and nodded, "Of course." After that, there was nothing more to say. After leaving Yang Na contact method, Suyu left the Hunters Guild. North Street, a small alley. This is a place where ordinary people and low-level Beastmasters trade. In this cruel world, only by shrinking within the city can one ensure their life as much as possible, but life in the city is also tough. Every place requires money. If one has a stable job, it's manageable, but if not, well. Some ordinary people risk their lives to venture into unsafe zones, or even the wilderness to search for so-called spiritual materials, or to find some unique items to sell. This small alley is a trading place for ordinary people. The reason there are Beastmasters here is that some people are lucky enough to obtain items that Beastmasters can use. This is a place Suyu used to visit often because he was once an ordinary person, doing the same things as these people for money. Most of the news he knew was learned here. Come and take a look. Come and take a look. This is something I acquired after great effort. Look. This is the extraordinary bone of a blood barbarian bull, a great material for crafting beast tools. Spirit material, spirit material. As soon as he stepped inside, various shouts reached Suyu's ears. Someone saw Suyu and immediately approached him, pulling on his shoulder and leading him to their stall. "Hey, brother. You look impressive and talented, surely destined to be a big shot in the future. Want to take a look at my exotic beast bones?" guaranteed to be good and cheap. Looking at the vendor in front of him, who was grinning widely with a mouthful of big yellow teeth, Suyu felt speechless. I'm still wearing my mask. How do you know I look impressive? The vendor was instantly rendered speechless. Looking at Suyu, he momentarily didn't know what to say. Who doesn't like to hear compliments? This was the first time he encountered someone who replied like that. After a moment, he awkwardly chuckled and said, "Isn't it because you have a special aura? I could tell you're not an ordinary person." Afraid Suyu would say something sarcastic again, he quickly pointed to the items at his stall. "Bro, why don't you check out my exotic bones first? They're really good stuff. You know beast tools, right? They're crafted from these exotic bones." Suyu had heard these typical sales pitches from vendors countless times. Following the direction the vendor pointed, he saw several pieces of unknown beast bones on the stall. No way, if you're going to lie. At least bring out some better-looking bones. Who would want these blackened bones? With that, Suyu directly walked further inside. At the very back of the alley, there were a few old-looking houses. The items sold in those houses were not the inferior goods found outside. They were things that even beast tamers could use. Suyu walked into a general store that looked very shabby, like a dilapidated building in disrepair, with various odd items displayed on the surrounding shelves. There weren't many people inside. Only an old man in a reclining chair in the center, who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, was lying there, seemingly asleep or just resting. "Boss," Suyu called out, but the old man showed no signs of waking. "Boss." Suyu raised his voice a bit. "Ah, what?" The old man got up, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Suyu standing at the door. "Young man, what do you need?" "Ah, I'm so sleepy." "Boss, I want a phone," Suyu said in a deep voice. "Is it the kind that can shield against beast perception and doesn't he emit special frequencies to attract beasts?" "Yes." After Suyu confirmed, the shopkeeper didn't hesitate, walking behind the counter and rummaging through the cabinet below. "Here, take this." He pulled out a phone. "This phone can shield against beast perception and can be used normally outside, but it only has calling functions." In such a small place, one shouldn't expect to find high-end goods. 20,000. Okay. Suyu didn't hesitate, placing 20,000 on the table, picking up the phone, and turning to walk toward the door. Chapter 28. Yang Na's news in a restaurant on North Street in Lin City. Suyu arrived at a private room he had reserved in advance. "Mr. Shadow, is that you?" Inside the room, Yang Na looked at the handsome young man in front of her with surprise. It must be said that at this moment, Yang Na looked very beautiful. Her face filled with joy, her willow eyebrows and red lips illuminated by the moonlight, giving her a silvery glow that made her quite enchanting. The form-fitting long dress she wore perfectly outlined her figure. "Yes." Suyu nodded. He didn't disguise himself this time. After all, someone had invited him to the restaurant, and wearing a mask would be somewhat disrespectful. "No need to call me Mr. Shadow anymore. I'm only 18, just call me Suyu." "All right." The two sat down, and Yang Na occasionally glanced at Suyu, her face slightly flushed, feeling her heart racing. She hadn't expected Suyu to be so young. The dishes on the table had already been served in abundance. "Mr. Shadow, just call me Suyu." "Okay, then Suyu, don't rush. It's rare to come here for a meal. Let us eat first and talk about things later." "All right." Yang Na agreed, and the two began to use their chopsticks. Though during this time, Yang Na kept glancing at Suyu. After about 20 minutes, as they were finishing up their meals, they slowly began discussing today's matters. "Suyu, do you want to contract a new beast?" Yang Na cautiously asked, afraid of provoking Suyu. "Yes." Suyu didn't hide this, as he indeed planned to contract a new beast. "That is amazing. You're already an exotic servant-level beast tamer," Yang Na said with envy. She also wanted to become a beast tamer, but unfortunately, she wasn't one. Suyu smiled, but said nothing. He knew Yang Na would definitely think of him as an exotic servant-level beast tamer, which was why he didn't bother with disguises this time. After a moment, Yang Na spoke again, though her tone was no longer as cautious as before, seemingly realizing that Suyu was easier to talk to. "I overheard something. I don't know if it's true, but a few days ago, when I went to deliver tea to an important figure in our hunter guild, I heard a few things. They said that in a valley to the west of Lin City, there seems to be a snake-type exotic beast with huge potential that is still in its juvenile stage, and it has dual attributes. However, that place is surrounded by many snake-type groups, and they are trying to gather people to go." Suyu had already become excited when he heard the first part, but when he heard that it was surrounded by many snake-type groups, his excitement quickly cooled down like being splashed with cold water. He looked at Yang Na with a bitter smile. Named after a group, there must be at least a beast general-level beast leading it. Moreover, you mentioned that many beast groups surround it, meaning there's more than one or two beast general-level beasts. It had to be said that the words huge potential juvenile dual attribute snake-type exotic beast were incredibly tempting. Dual attribute exotic beasts were extremely rare. There weren't many people who owned them. At least in school and the Hunter Guild, Suyu had never seen one. Dual attributes meant power, because if someone contracted a single attribute beast, your dual attribute beast would almost never lose in a fight against others, unless there was a significant level difference. Dual attributes. If this exotic beast had thunder and fire attributes, then under conditions without a neutral attribute spirit ring, the beast tamer would only need a thunder or fire spirit ring to contract it. There would be no need to be constrained by a single fire or thunder attribute. It was equivalent to spending for one attribute spirit ring and gaining a dual attribute beast. Moreover, snake-type demon beasts often have the potential to evolve into dragon-type ones. If you're lucky enough to obtain a dragon-type beast soul, it might even allow them to become dragons, coupled with huge potential in the juvenile stage. These two conditions applied to any demon beast would clearly be something no one would refuse, not to mention the huge potential. The juvenile stage means training from a young age, making it easier than forcing a contract when they are grown and not listening to your commands. With these four factors combined, it's hard to say that Tsuyu wasn't tempted, but the fact that he was surrounded by many demon beast groups forced him to suppress that temptation. Given his current strength, to put it bluntly, if he really went to that valley and got involved, he might not even qualify to be cannon fodder. No, he might not even make it there at all. Although his shadow servant was strong in the shadow system, it was only effective against lower-level opponents. If he encountered higher-level ones, even just 5 or 6 levels higher, there was a significant chance his shadow servant would be discovered. Even if his shadow servant was not an ordinary one, it would still likely be detected if it was only 7 or 8 levels higher. Seeing Tsuyu like this, Yang Na also understood he was thinking about something and didn't interrupt. If this demon beast is so good, why hasn't there been any news about it? After a moment, Tsuyu raised his question, as such news should have been widely circulated by now. I don't know. Maybe some big shot from the Hunters Guild has sealed off the information. I wouldn't have known if I hadn't overheard it. Moreover, it's hard for her to be serious about someone a few years younger than herself. Tsuyu nodded. After all, this was indeed a possibility. Thank you. If there's anything you can't handle in the future, feel free to find me. I will help you as much as I can. Tsuyu expressed his gratitude, even though he didn't have the ability to obtain that powerful dual attribute snake-type demon beast. But Yang Na still shared the information with him. After all, it was a favor. Really? Yang Na's eyes lit up, pausing her actions. Of course, Tsuyu smiled. Then, since you say so, I won't hold back. I actually have a favor to ask of you. Huh? Tsuyu was taken aback. He was just being polite. How did it turn into a real favor? But since he had already said it, Tsuyu clearly couldn't refuse. Then tell me, what do you need help with? Hee, I want to become a Beastmaster. I've saved up quite a bit of money, and I'm almost ready to use an awakening stone to awaken a spirit ring. As Yang Na spoke, a happy smile appeared on her face. Hearing this, Tsuyu had already guessed what favor Yang Na wanted him to help with. You want me to be the Beastmaster who leads and guarantees you? Tsuyu spoke up, wanting to confirm his guess. Is that okay? Yang Na looked at Tsuyu with a pitiful expression. No problem, that's not a big deal. Chapter 29. The shock brought by the attribute-less spirit ring after bidding farewell to Yang Na. Tsuyu returned home. Sigh. I wonder if that highly potential dual attribute demon beast Yang Na mentioned is real. Tsuyu looked out the window. He had to admit he was tempted by the demon beast Yang Na talked about, but he had no ability to pursue it. With multiple demon beast groups, without several Beastmaster level experts, it would be nearly impossible to shake things up. Although he was tempted, he could only suppress it. Suddenly, Tsuyu froze and, after a moment, a smile appeared on his face. His shadow servant had just reported that it had broken through to Demon Slave level 9. Now that he was at Demon Slave level 9, it wouldn't be long before he could awaken a spirit ring again. At that time, he would have more options to choose from after awakening a spirit ring, but the amount of dragon coins required for awakening was a significant issue. A whopping 500,000, which is not a small sum. Tsuyu fell into contemplation. Now that this attribute-less contract spirit ring hadn't found a suitable contract beast, keeping it seemed not to be a good solution. He was not far from obtaining the third spirit ring, and it felt wasteful not to use this attribute-less contract spirit ring. He was confident that even if he casually contracted a demon beast with enough beast souls, the Beast Atlas could provide a suitable evolution plan. With that, his future achievements would certainly not be low. However, having a very rare attribute-less spirit ring and casually contracting a demon beast seemed a bit of a loss. If that were the case, it would be better not to contract at all. Thinking of the highly potential snake-type demon beast Yang Na mentioned today, Tsuyu's heart itched. They say taking a step back opens up a vast ocean, but why did Tsuyu feel more frustrated the more he thought about taking a step back? Damn it. What is there to hide? It's not something to be ashamed of. With that thought, Tsuyu took out his phone and called Bai Li again. Beep, beep. After ringing twice, the phone connected. Hello, who is this? Teacher Bai Li, it's me. Oh, it's you? Do you have more questions for me? Bai Li's indifferent voice came through. Teacher Bai Li, I awakened a spirit ring. Tsuyu spoke, a bit happy, as Bai Li had treated him well, and he thought she would be pleased to know he had awakened a spirit ring. What? A shocked voice came out, seemingly not the expected surprise and joy. Teacher Bai Li, I awakened a spirit ring. What's wrong? Aren't you happy? Suyu looked puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and after a while, Bai Li's serious voice sounded, her tone solemn. Suyu, tell me honestly. How did you awaken? I just used the awakening stone normally to awaken. Suyu, although not understanding why Bai Li's tone was so serious, answered honestly. Where did you get the awakening stone? She knew Suyu's general identity and was aware that with Suyu's own abilities, it was impossible to obtain such strategic level materials like awakening stones. It was given to me by an uncle. What's wrong, Teacher Bai Li? Listening to Bai Li's tone, Suyu began to secretly regret telling her, but not saying anything would leave him unable to use the spirit ring and summon beasts in the future. This was something that couldn't be hidden. Moreover, he still wanted Bai Li to help him see if he could obtain that highly potential demon beast. An uncle? On the other end, Bai Li walked to the window, squinting her eyes, listening to Suyu's words that didn't seem to hide anything. Her fingers lightly tapped on the windowsill. The people from the Enlightenment Society shouldn't be that foolish. On the other side, Suyu vaguely heard Bai Li saying something, but he couldn't catch it clearly. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Bai Li's slightly lazy voice come through. Do you want me to take you to the wild to contract a demon beast? MHM. This is the normal process because every batch of new awakeners in the first year will be led by school teachers to the wild to contract demon beasts. Or under the teacher's guidance, enter the other world alone to contract demon beasts. Suyu, at this moment, was merely making up for what he had obtained 2 years ago. You asked me to take you to contract the wild contract beast, which proves that your spirit ring is not a summoning spirit ring, but a contract spirit ring. So, tell me, what attribute is your spirit ring? She quite likes this little guy, Suyu, so she doesn't mind helping a bit, but Suyu's next words left her stunned. Teacher Bai Li, mine is an attribute-less spirit ring. Hearing Suyu's somewhat happy voice, Bai Li began to doubt whether she had heard it wrong. You have an attribute-less contract spirit ring? Yeah, wait, let me sort this out. The chance of someone using an awakening stone to awaken a spirit ring and become a Beastmaster is roughly less than 1%. Among that 1%, 70%, 70, will awaken a basic elemental attribute, and 29.9%, 29.9, will awaken a rare attribute. The remaining 0.0099%, 0.0099, will awaken a more extreme attribute spirit ring. As long as you contract a suitable beast and are willing to sign a treaty to be incorporated into the state, you will definitely receive a large tilt of resources and become a strategic resource, the main force to protect a region in the future. Only the remaining 0.001%, 0.0001, might awaken an attribute-less spirit ring. In total, only 1 out of 10 million people might emerge. Yes, attribute-less spirit rings are that rare. Unfortunately, Suyu does not understand its value. He only knows that attribute-less spirit rings are relatively rare, as Bai Li mentioned it casually at the time, because rare attributes mean that the corresponding beasts are also rare. Contracting a suitable one could be considered as difficult as reaching the sky. But attribute-less spirit rings are different. They can contract freely without being restricted by attributes, which means he can contract those extremely rare extreme attribute beasts. There is no need to spend a high price to find an extreme attribute beast that doesn't match his spirit ring's attribute. At that time, Bai Li also did not expect anyone to awaken an extreme attribute ring or an attribute-less spirit ring, so she did not elaborate on this point, merely saying that attribute-less spirit rings are very rare. This also led to Suyu failing to realize the true application value of the attribute-less spirit ring. In other words, you didn't manage to awaken 3 times in a row, and when you went back, your so-called uncle gave you an awakening stone to awaken, and you ended up with an attribute-less spirit ring? Yeah, Suyu confirmed, and Bai Li was puzzled. If waiting 2 years could lead to having an attribute-less spirit ring, she would be willing to wait. Then, a very serious voice echoed in Suyu's ear. Suyu, I am now asking you. Do you want to join the national organization, the Demon Suppression Division? Chapter 30, The Beginning of the World. Hearing this, Suyu fell silent. He didn't want to join any organization. Teacher Bai Li, sorry, I think being alone is pretty good. Sigh, I knew it. Bai Li sighed, knowing Suyu's temperament, and did not persuade him further. So, have you thought about what kind of beast you want? Hee, Teacher Bai Li, I want to ask, how strong is your strength? Suyu inquired, wanting to see how strong Bai Li was, and if she could help him obtain the highly potential beast that Yang Na mentioned. How strong? You already have a target. Afraid I'm not strong enough, right? Yeah. Suyu spoke honestly. There was no need to hide anything. Then come find me tomorrow. It's getting late. Go to bed early. Huh. All right. Teacher, are we meeting at school tomorrow? I'll send you the address later. After saying that, the sound of the phone hanging up rang out. Why is Teacher Bai Li acting so strangely? We were just chatting fine. Suyu was puzzled. not thinking much more about it, tossed his phone aside, lay down on his bed, and began to sleep. On the other side, Bailey seemed to see something, stepped onto the windowsill, and jumped down directly. Contract summon, wind sprite. As soon as she landed, Bailey summoned her beast. A spirit ring with black edges and a cyan center, showcasing a light cyan figure, appeared. After the summon was successful, a small creature, about 4 to 5 inches tall, appeared beside Bailey, with a light cyan body and a pair of semi-transparent little wings with light cyan patterns behind it. Its bright eyes waved its little wings upon seeing Bailey and landed on her shoulder. Ching-Ying, I have something to do now. I'll play with you later. Ching-Ying, enhance with wind power. The wind sprite looked at Bailey and nodded its little head vigorously. Then it extended its delicate little hands and waved gently. Bailey felt a force being bestowed upon her, making her body feel much lighter. Ching-Ying, hold on tight. After saying that, Bailey quickly dashed out. Hey boss. It seems I've been spotted by a little girl. In a deep, narrow alley, a person clad in a black robe was on the phone with someone else. Idiot. You can be discovered in such a small Lin city. What are you doing? If you delay the master's plan, you'll wish you were dead. An angry voice came from the other end of the phone. The black-robed person seemed to think of something, shivering involuntarily, and did not dare to retort, just letting the person on the other end scold him. After a moment, when the person stopped, he cautiously asked, So, boss, what should I do now? Should I get rid of that little girl? Nonsense. If you don't get rid of her, do you want to have a candlelight dinner with her? After you take care of her, come back to accept your punishment. When the time comes, I'll plead with the master for you. You shouldn't have any major issues. Remember, be quick, don't attract others' attention. After this voice finished, it hung up without waiting for the black-robed person to respond. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the sound of the phone hanging up, the black-robed person came back to his senses, and his eyes revealed a bloodthirsty glint. Contract summon, ghost demon. A spirit ring lit up behind him, with black edges and a pitch-black center, revealing a sinister pattern within. Pitch black. No human figure appeared, just like a shadow, quietly standing beside the black-robed person. On the other side, Bailey also entered the alley. It should be here. Bailey's expression was serious as she stopped, cautiously looking around, then carefully stepped inside. A strange cry came, and suddenly a shadow appeared behind Bailey, a claw-like hand fiercely reaching for her back. A light cyan barrier suddenly appeared, blocking behind Bailey, colliding with the two. Bang! The barrier showed tiny cracks, while the shadow quickly retreated. I said, in the middle of the night, how could a little girl dare to follow? Turns out she has some skills. A voice came, and Bailey looked in the direction of the sound, seeing a black-robed person stepping out from the shadows, with a shadow-like figure quietly standing beside him. Seeing this scene, Bailey gritted her teeth and said coldly, So it's the trash from the Cheshire Society. No wonder I could smell that nauseating stench from so far away. Apart from the native continent, the world is also facing many invasions from other dimensions, where various brutal and bloodthirsty monsters live. They cannot be contracted and only survive through slaughter, so whenever a dimension opens somewhere, it results in immense suffering for living beings. The Cheshire Society is a group of madmen whose goal is to restart the world, and their method of restarting involves opening passages to other dimensions, allowing the monsters within to appear in the real world and kill indiscriminately. They also use their own spirit rings to contract monsters and try to control them through special methods. However, this is ultimately not the right path. So the monsters contracted by them often go out of control, causing massive casualties. In short, the Cheshire Society is an anti-human organization that deserves to be exterminated. Oh, you actually know our Cheshire Society's name. In that case, I can't let you go, the figure in the black robe said, his expression suddenly turning cold. Bitch. I was planning to keep you around for some fun, but now you've brought this upon yourself. Contract summon Blood Wolf. With another call, a wolf-like monster filled with a bloody aura appeared beside the figure in the black robe. You two attack. The wolf let out a low growl but did not rush forward, instead looking at the black robe figure with a bloodthirsty gaze. You little mutt, are you rebelling? The black robe figure kicked the blood wolf fiercely. Bailey watched this scene with a cold smile. Contract summon Crimson Flame Lion. Roar. A lion engulfed in flames jumped out from the spirit ring, raising the temperature around it. The roaring sound caused the black robe figure, who had been kicking the blood wolf, to freeze in shock. This is a demon general level. The black robe figure's face turned pale with fear, completely losing the arrogance from earlier. He had not realized Bailey's true strength because the wind spirit sitting on her shoulder had not fully unleashed its power and had only used a wind barrier skill. But now, the aura of the Crimson Flame Lion was fully revealed without any concealment. How is this possible? The black robe figure collapsed on the ground, while the blood wolf and ghost monster trembled beside him. What's impossible? You're just a bunch of trash from the Cheshire Society. Bailey's gaze was icy. Tell me, Does your Chishire Society have any new plans? The Crimson Flame Lion stepped forward, its overwhelming aura pressing down on the Blood Wolf and Ghost Monster. Ha ha. The Master's plan cannot be leaked. Our Master will eventually take revenge for us. Suddenly, the black-robed figure, who had been trembling in disbelief on the ground, burst into wild laughter, looking like a fanatic, his face filled with fervor. Quick, Blood Wolf, Ghost Monster, attack her! Roar! Before Bailey could speak, the Crimson Flame Lion lunged forward first, directly biting towards the Blood Wolf's neck. The Ghost Monster, wanting to turn into a shadow and hide, was pinned in place by several extremely sharp wind arrows, unable to move. A mere demon servant Beastmaster really doesn't know when to die, seeking your own demise. Chapter 31. The Demon Beast Containment of the Demon Suppression Division. Looking at the dazed expression of the black-robed figure, Bailey knew she wouldn't get any more information and directly ordered the Crimson Flame Lion to spit out a flame, incinerating him. Let's go, Flame Lion. Bailey left, and no one knew that a person had died here. Behind Bailey, only 3 charred black chunks of flesh lay quietly, ignored by everyone. Plans? What plans? Back at home, Bailey was worried. Although the black-robed figure said nothing, his manic words and the plan he mentioned before dying left her with plenty to think about. When soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will cover it. I want to see what tricks the trash from the Chishire Society can come up with. Bailey's face was as cold as frost. The next day, in a restaurant on North Street, Suyu arrived early and, after entering the private room, saw Bailey's figure, dressed in a white professional outfit. Her figure was perfectly outlined, her face beautiful, her gaze enchanting, and her red lips slightly parted. Sit down quickly, she said, pointing to a seat. Hello, Teacher Bailey. After greeting, Suyu sat down. Suyu, let me see your attribute-less spirit ring, Bailey said softly, her tone carrying a hint of curiosity. Suyu did not hesitate, and, in an instant, his attribute-less contracted spirit ring appeared behind him. Seeing the ring with a black edge and transparent center, Bailey couldn't help but lean forward, her eyes narrowing. Really, don't you want to join the Demon Suppression Division? Bailey spoke again. Let me finish first, don't rush. The Demon Suppression Division is an official organization responsible for dealing with powerful or special demon beasts that may appear in various places. The organization houses various powerful or special demon beast larvae. If you join them, with your attribute-less spirit ring, you will definitely be able to contract a demon beast that can, when grown, be described as apocalyptic. Bailey's clear voice carried a hint of temptation, making Suyu's heart flutter. However, after thinking it over, he chose to shake his head in refusal. Perhaps obtaining a demon beast would be great, but in the future, I might have to pay a significant price for the demon beast I gain now. Suyu was well aware of this, so he could never agree. Seeing that Suyu remained silent, Bailey knew her efforts were in vain. She sighed and then spoke. Then tell me, yesterday you asked me about strength. What kind of demon beast were you interested in? Bailey took a sip of tea from the table. Teacher Bailey, I don't know if you know about a valley west of Lin City, where a potentially powerful dual attribute snake-like demon beast has appeared. Suyu hesitated for a moment before speaking out, as he believed Bailey's identity was not simple and would likely know about this matter. Sure enough, as soon as Suyu's words left his mouth, Bailey's hand stopped, placing her tea on the table, her brows slightly furrowing. How do you know about this? Teacher Bailey, a friend of mine told me. Suyu scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. This matter is not as simple as you think. What? After glancing at Suyu, Bailey continued, I don't know who your friend is, but what he told you should be that in a valley west of Lin City, a potentially huge snake-like demon beast is likely to appear, and it's still in its larval stage, right? More or less. Suyu nodded, as what Yang Na said at the time was similar to what Bailey was saying now. Do you know why such a precious demon beast hasn't had any information leaked? I don't know. Suyu shook his head, recalling that Yang Na mentioned it might be because a big shot from the Hunters Guild had sealed the information. Let me tell you, it's not that it hasn't spread, but it just hasn't been revealed to the lower-level beast tamers. Any beast tamer with a bit of strength knows about this. But do you know why no one is fighting for it? Suyu shook his head. He didn't know this. Sigh. Suyu, if it were another beast, I might be able to help you get it, but that particular beast is impossible. It has long been reserved by a big figure. If someone tries to fight for it, it might anger that big figure. So even though many people know about it now, no one dares to openly organize a plan to snatch it. Suyu fell silent. If even Teacher Bailey said it's a big figure, then they must not be lacking a dual attribute snake beast. Suyu voiced his doubts. Yes, you know that beast has dual attributes. But do you know what those two attributes are? Before Suyu could speak, Bailey continued, it's thunder and fire dual attributes. Among the basic elements, they are known to have the strongest attack power and are the most violent two attributes. Coupled with great potential, in its juvenile phase, a snake-type beast under these conditions, its value has far exceeded the normal meaning. Of course, if you're willing, you can choose to join the Demon Subduing Division. Trust me, you can get better beasts there. Bailey once again brought up the idea of Suyu joining the demon subduing division, giving off a feeling of relentless ambition. Teacher Bailey, you always tell me how amazing the beasts in the demon subduing division are, but why don't you tell me what kinds of beasts there are? A smile appeared on Suyu's face. He also wanted to know what powerful beasts were housed in the official organization, the demon subduing division. Wait a moment. Saying that, she took out her phone, tapped a few times, and then handed the phone to Suyu. Take a look, don't be dumbfounded. Suyu took the phone, glanced at it briefly, and was instantly stunned. Beast, blood-colored demon, code name, parasite, attribute, shadow type. Ability, can conceal itself in darkness at all times, and can parasitize various plants and animals through blood. The surface of the parasitized plants and animals appears normal, but their insides are hollow. Life has long since disappeared. Containment date, July 18, 2053, Beast Tamer calendar. Beast, poison worm, code name, deadly poison, attribute, poison type. Ability, a body less than half a meter long contains a strong, deadly poison. A drop of blood filled with deadly poison can instantly annihilate tens of thousands of beasts. Containment date, January 9, 2055, Beast Tamer calendar. Beast, cursed demon, code name, curse, attribute, curse type, ability, uncontrollably emits curse power, causing nearby plants and animals to gradually turn into walking corpses. Containment date, July 5, 2054, Beast Tamer calendar. After reading, Suyu was shocked. He had to admit, this news was a bit explosive. Such powerful beasts were actually contained by the demon subduing division. If one accidentally escaped one day, it would likely cause considerable trouble. What? Are you scared now? If I told you this is just a tiny bit within my permissions, what would you do? Bailey chuckled lightly. There's more? Suyu was astonished. Of course, the above is just a very small part. The demon subduing division has plenty more. These are just a few of the beasts contained in recent years. There are even more powerful ones from further back in time. As long as you're willing to join the demon subduing division, the beasts you can contract will be much more powerful than these. The reason the demon tamers have the right to view these contained beasts is largely to showcase them and attract talents. Showing Suyu now is not a problem. Suyu felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed Bailey was particularly invested in his joining the demon subduing division. Aren't you afraid of unexpected incidents, like them escaping? Based on the abilities mentioned above, it would likely cause quite a bit of trouble. Chapter 32. A future already decided quite a bit of trouble? Bailey snorted coldly. Let me tell you, if one of the beasts contained in the demon subduing division escapes, we will be in huge trouble. If it's not dealt with promptly, our country's strength could plummet from being among the top internationally to the very bottom in an instant. That's why our country tries to get as many capable people as possible to contract beasts, reducing the pressure of supervision. Of course, this has to be someone loyal to our country who signs a contract. Contract? What contract? A kind of contract that, once signed, you cannot betray the country. Bailey didn't elaborate much and simply summarized briefly after taking back the phone from Suyu. So how about it? Are you tempted? Do you want to join the demon subduing division? You should know that even if an average person joins, they still have to achieve results to contract these beasts. Hearing this, Suyu smiled wryly. Teacher Bailey, I think I'll pass. I still prefer being alone. All right then, tell me what type of beast you want. Finally, they returned to the main topic. Then, could you recommend something, teacher? Suyu tentatively inquired. Bailey raised her eyebrows and looked at Suyu, saying, don't you have any thoughts of your own? Know that others might think for over 10 days just to contract a suitable beast. Yet you're so casual about it. Ahem, mainly, teacher Bailey, my spirit ring is attribute-less, so I don't need to think too much. As long as it's suitable. Bailey was speechless, but had to admit that Suyu was telling the truth. Without the restrictions of others' attributes. As long as it's suitable, he indeed could just contract it. But you must have a general direction, right? Do you want a powerful thunder or fire type? Or something else? Just say it, and I will try my best to help you. Bailey said this very seriously. And Suyu couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Teacher Bailey, are there any rare beasts around Lin City with good growth potential? Rare, and with good growth potential? Let me think carefully. Bailey furrowed her brows, and after a moment, she took out her phone and tapped on it. After a moment, she spoke again, her tone carrying a hint of joy. Got it, Thunder Python. Do you want it? Saying this, as if afraid Suyu wouldn't know, she handed over her phone, which displayed a picture of a python with a faint purple hue. From Suyu's perspective, it looked quite majestic. The Thunder Python is at level 9 of the Demon Servant rank. After you contract it, it won't be long before it can break through to the Demon Servant level, and you can also become a Demon Servant level Beast Tamer in the process. Moreover, this Thunder Python was born alongside that dual attribute Snake Beast. As siblings, its potential shouldn't be too far off. Bailey looked at Suyu, waiting for his confirmation. Okay, among the basic elements, thunder and fire have the strongest lethality. As for other rare attributes, they are clearly hard to find in Lin City. Since it's been decided, I'll get it for you in a few days. This is from the same parents as that dual attribute monster. Although its value is not as great as that of the dual attribute monster, it will still take some effort to obtain it. When they bring people to hunt it down, they will conveniently bring this one back as well, and then it will just take a small favor. Wiley said, Tomorrow is the time for new students at school to contract their monsters. The teachers will take them to contract, and I want to go too. There's no time. But if you really can't wait, you can come with me, though the potential might be a bit lacking. Then forget it. I'll just wait for the teacher to get me the Thunder Python. Suyu shook his head. The monsters contracted with the new students at school are mostly of varying quality. For example, Zhaojio's Thunder Tiger was handled by his family, and they wouldn't let the school teachers help at all. It's better to wait a couple of days until the Thunder Python arrives. Moreover, as a type of python monster, when he eventually obtains a dragon-type beast soul, it might even evolve in the direction of a dragon. By the way, now that you have awakened your spirit ring, are you going back to school? Suddenly, Bailey posed this question. I don't think so. Bailey, you know what I'm like in school. A person without money, even if they become wealthy one day, will still not be respected by the rich, let alone me as a so-called Beastmaster. Suyu shook his head and chose to refuse. The classmates in school looked down on him. So why should he look up to them? As a Beastmaster, after more than 2 years, it seems he hasn't even broken through to the monster servant level and hasn't awakened a second spirit ring. It really feels like a wasted opportunity to become a Beastmaster. You should know that once you become a Beastmaster, you don't need to cultivate. You just need to let your beasts fight to level up as much as possible. And the result? After more than 2 years. How many people have awakened their second spirit ring? Not a single one. Of course, there might be some who have, but they might be hiding it, like Zhaojio. As a rich kid, it's obvious that his family wouldn't let him have it so easily. Perhaps he has already awakened his second spirit ring, but is just hiding it and not telling anyone. However, as the class with the most resources, there are visibly not many monster servant level Beastmasters, and just this point is enough to be embarrassing. You think their levels are too low? Bailey seemed to guess what Suyu was thinking and spoke with a smile. Yes. Suyu didn't shy away and spoke directly. Yes, I also think their levels are too low. In any slightly developed city, from the age of 16, they can start awakening their spirit rings, and by now, they might have already awakened their second spirit ring, or even be preparing to awaken their third. Bailey sighed as well. 2 years is not a short time. But unfortunately it's okay, there is still a year in senior year. During this year, someone will take them to the wild, allowing them to come into contact with some battles as much as possible. If nothing unexpected happens, they will all step into the monster servant level within this year. After that, it will be up to them whether to join various official organizations or various families. Why would they choose to join various organizations? Because the cost of awakening the second spirit ring is 500,000, which very few can afford. Moreover, not many can resist the urge to awaken their spirit rings and instead save up wealth. At this time, most people will choose to join various families because the mortality rate within families is not high compared to official organizations. Those who choose to join various families are, in a certain sense, already determining their future. So Bailey feels regretting that those little guys' choices in high school have already set their future paths. If they could properly utilize their Beastmaster abilities in the first 2 years of high school without seeking pleasure, they could have accumulated a considerable amount of wealth. This wealth could allow them to smoothly awaken their second spirit rings without needing to join someone else's family under conditions like selling themselves, thus forming a virtuous cycle. But they don't know this. They only know they are Beastmasters, and after graduation, there will be big families recruiting them, and their future is limitless. Yet they never thought that at some point, the gears of their fate had already stopped turning. Bailey is aware of this, but knows she cannot speak it out loud. Moreover, saying it may not even be useful. Or rather, if saying it leads to a large number of students' deaths, she would also bear responsibility. Being able to occasionally point out 1 or 2 things subtly is already good enough. As for how many can understand or realize it, that is not really her concern. Therefore, Bailey is somewhat pleased with Suyu's choice. Chapter 33, Thunder Python in Hand. So after you successfully contract the Thunder Python, what do you want to do in this year? Bailey asked. I want to register as a hunter at the Hunter Guild first, take on hunting tasks, and accumulate the dragon coins needed to awaken the third spirit ring. Smart idea. Bailey didn't pay much attention to Suyu's words, thinking he misspoke. She nodded approvingly, affirming Suyu's idea. Suyu is very smart and understands the things and thoughts she subtly points out. This is one of the reasons she likes Suyu as a student. Compared to those foolish students in school who only know how to mock others, she prefers Suyu, who seems to stand on a high platform, looking down at everyone like a wise person. Moreover, with Suyu now having awakened his spirit ring, as long as he waits a few days to contract the Thunder Python, everything will be on the right track. Alright, as long as you have this idea. That's good. When talking to smart people, you often don't need to say too much. Just manage it well yourself. After leaving the restaurant, so you plan to go to the Hunter Guild to take on tasks. After disguising himself, he headed towards the Hunter Guild. Currently, the Shadow Servant is a level 9 monster slave. With his potential, it won't be long before he can break through to the Monster Servant level. At that time, if he doesn't have the money to awaken the Beastmaster Spirit Ring, that would be quite a trouble. Moreover, Suyu also wants to see the evolution chart for the Shadow Servant's subsequent paths and know what it can evolve into. This also requires beast souls. So no matter what, taking on tasks and hunting monsters is essential. Upon arrival, it seemed that Yongnan knew Suyu's identity. And she was no longer serious, but instead looked at Suyu with a smile. Mr. Shadow, what task would you like to take on? Yongna spoke. With a teasing tone, Suyu, with his face obscured, felt helpless and hurriedly left after taking on the task. The next few days continued like this, with Suyu taking on tasks to hunt monster slaves at the Hunter Guild, with the strength of the level 9 Shadow Servant and his own shadow abilities. As long as he didn't encounter mid to high-level monster servants, even low-level monster servants wouldn't pose a threat to him. In the past few days, Suyu's Beast Atlas has accumulated more than a dozen beast souls. According to the news from the Beast Atlas, only 2 of these are complete beast souls, while the rest are all incomplete. There is clearly still a significant gap if he wants to unlock the evolution path for Shadow Servants. Of course, the Beast Atlas also conveyed news about a weaker evolution path that could be barely unlocked, but Suyu immediately refused. After all, it's either not unlocking at all or unlocking the strongest evolution path. As for Dragon Coins, after deducting the purchased items and adding the previous 30,000, Suyu has now accumulated over 80,000, still less than 15 away from 500,000. Suyu? The phone rang, and Bai Li's charming voice came through. Yes, Teacher Bai Li, is the Thunder Python in hand? Upon hearing this, Suyu showed an excited expression. Although he hadn't encountered any danger while hunting demons these past few days, the Shadow Servant was responsible for hunting, and he had no beast to protect him nearby, so it was natural for him to feel a bit uneasy. After all, the abilities of demon beasts are varied and strange. Without a beast to protect him, it was hard to guarantee he wouldn't get caught off guard. Where shall I meet you? Go to the Hunter's Guild. I'll wait for you at the entrance. You should see me once you go in. After hanging up the phone, Suyu looked at the Hunter's Guild not far away and quickly found a spot to remove all disguises and return to his normal appearance. Then he walked towards the Hunter's Guild again. Once inside, he saw Bai Li in formal attire standing not far away, with a sizable portion of the Hunter's gazes focused on her. Suyu spotted Bai Li, and she also saw him. You came quite fast. Bai Li teased as she looked at Suyu. Haha, it's because Teacher Bai Li is too beautiful. I felt a connection and arrived early to wait. Suyu touched his nose and grinned. Talkative. Bai Li chuckled lightly. Let us go see your future beast. Bai Li led Suyu away, leaving behind a group of envious hunters. On the first basement level, this is where the Hunters Guild stores demon beasts. There were quite a few people guarding here. After passing through several teams' inspections, Bai Li brought Suyu to a large warehouse, where a team of people stood outside. The leader saw Bai Li and gestured for her to stop. Please show your token. The man spoke, and Bai Li understood his meaning. She took out a black object about 5 or 6 centimeters wide and tossed it to him. The man caught it, took a look, then put it into his pocket and said, Token number 37. You can collect the demon beast in cage number 37. Saying this, he stepped aside, signaling the team behind him to open the door. Bai Li led Suyu inside and explained, after you pay a certain fee, your demon beast can be stored in the Hunters Guild's basement for safekeeping. At that time, the guild will give you a token, and the number on the token represents the cage where your demon beast is located. You can use the token to collect your demon beast, either taking it directly or forming a contract on site. But once you hand over the token, you can't say you just came to take a look. Otherwise, it will cause quite a bit of trouble. Bai Li didn't elaborate on this. She didn't believe anyone would be foolish enough to hand over the token and just come to see the demon beast. There. Bai Li pointed to a cage covered by a black cloth not far away. All the cages here were covered with black cloth. And to know which demon beast was theirs, they could only rely on the number tags outside the black cloth. The black cloth Bai Li pointed to had the number 37 on it. Bai Li and Suyu walked towards it. Teacher, with so many shadows here, can they contain shadow-type demon beasts? Suyu looked around and raised his question. No. Bai Li glanced at Suyu and then said, but the cages all have special devices. Once it detects that the demon beast inside the cage has disappeared, the surrounding lights will turn on. At that time, the shadow attribute demon beast will reveal its true form under the light, and it won't be able to escape. Moreover, among the beast tamers outside, at least 1 or 2 have contracted light attribute demon beasts or summoned beasts, making it impossible for shadow attribute demon beasts to escape in this situation. Sure enough, as Suyu looked around, He noticed that there were rows of large lights lining the edges of the warehouse. With a swish, Bailey pulled the black cloth away, revealing the demon beast inside. Chapter 34. Contracting the Thunder Python Hiss. Before Suyu could clearly see, the Thunder Python seemed to be stimulated by the light and charged directly at the cage. Bang! Teacher Bailey, this one is quite fierce. Seeing the Thunder Python's actions, Suyu grinned. Alright, hurry up and form a contract. I'll keep an eye on it. Saying this, Bailey opened the cage, and without waiting for the Thunder Python to come out, a powerful aura emanated from her, pressing down on the Thunder Python. Go form the contract. The Thunder Python couldn't move now, so it wasn't difficult for Suyu to form a contract. After summoning an attribute-less contract spirit ring, he easily pressed it onto the Thunder Python's forehead, successfully forming the contract. Once Suyu completed the contract, Bailey also retracted her aura. Now that the contract is done, let us put it away for now. We'll head out first. Saying this, Bailey walked towards the exit. After putting away the now purple contract spirit ring, Suyu followed Bailey's footsteps. You can now be considered a true beast tamer. You can go register your information at the Beast Tamer Association. The Beast Tamer Association exists in every city and is responsible for recording the information of those who become beast tamers. If your information isn't recorded, it's equivalent to a regular person not having an ID card, making you an unregistered individual. Teacher Bailey, do you have any beast souls? Suddenly, Suyu raised such a question. Beast souls. Bailey stopped and turned to look at Suyu. Those things aren't cheap. What do you want them for? Bailey didn't say whether she had any, only asking what Suyu wanted them for. Clearly, she could obtain them, but she wanted to know what Suyu intended to do with the beast souls. Teacher Bailey, don't you believe me? It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to know what you want the beast souls for since they aren't cheap. I want to become an originator. Suyu said this calmly. After all, beast souls could unlock the evolution path map in the Beast Atlas. In a sense, he wasn't wrong. An originator? Bailey frowned, then spoke plainly. Becoming an originator isn't that easy. Out of 100 beast tamers, there might not even be one who becomes an originator. Of course, I won't stop you from pursuing what you like. I have beast souls, and I can get them for you tomorrow. Saying this, she paused again, her gaze fixed intensely on Suyu. Suyu, you're asking me for a talented beast, and I've given you one. You're asking for a rare beast soul, and I can also get that for you. You can take this as my investment in you, or as my way of helping you, so that a genius like you doesn't fall behind. You must remember, any beast resources you want, as long as I have the ability to get them, I can provide them for you. But if one day you harm even the slightest interest of our country and commit unforgivable acts, I will personally take care of you and send you to the Demon Suppression Division. Seeing the serious expression on Bailey's face, Suyu also put away his smile. Don't worry, Teacher Bailey. Suyu, will definitely not let you down. Bailey nodded, a smile returning to her face, but the next moment, the smile froze as Suyu playfully said, Teacher Bailey, can you help me get some spiritual materials later so that my beast can evolve? Upon hearing this, a black line appeared on Bailey's forehead. She kicked Suyu with her foot. Do you think I'm a wishing cat? You just wish for whatever you want. Alright. Go and register your information at the Beastmaster Association. I'll go get you a beast soul. Haha, great. I knew Teacher Bailey was the best. After saying this, Suyu ran off. Watching Suyu's departing figure, Bailey's lips curved into a slight smile, and she murmured in a voice only she could hear, You little brat. Don't let me down. At the Beastmaster Association, there were quite a few people, but most were staff members of the association. Hello, how can I help you? A staff member asked Suyu with a smile. I became a Beastmaster and came here to register my information, Suyu said casually. Okay. After providing his beast information and basic details, the registration was completed. There was no dramatic scene like in those web novels, and Suyu was happy about that. After registering his information, Suyu returned to the Hunter-S Guild, wanting to take on a few tasks to test the strength of the Thunder Python outside. Through the contract, Suyu had also learned the basic skills of the Thunder Python, so it wasn't as troublesome as being like a headless fly. In the wild, outside a forest, Suyu began the summoning. Contract summon, Thunder Python. The spirit ring lit up, and the figure of the Thunder Python appeared before Suyu. With a body 5 meters long and as thick as an adult's thigh, it looked quite imposing, perhaps due to the contract. The Thunder Python seemed to be more affectionate towards Suyu, rubbing its head against him as soon as it appeared. Hiss. Alright, wait a moment. I'll summon Little Shadow too. Patting the snake's head, Suyu said softly. Contract summon, Shadow Servant. The spirit ring lit up again, and the Shadow Servant revealed its form, black in the middle with a white edge. Little Shadow, just protect me. The Shadow Servant nodded, indicating it understood, and then transformed into a shadow, merging into Suyu's shadow. As for you, Suyu looked at the Thunder Python. You'll be responsible for fighting those demon beasts. After all, we're mainly here to see your strength this time. The Shadow Servant had broken through to level 9 of the Demon Slave class a few days ago, and after these days of battles, it was not far from the Demon Servant level. Let us go, we'll look for Demon Beasts first. Looking at the Thunder Python and his own shadow, Suyu felt a surge of security. As long as they didn't encounter mid-tier Demon Servants or above, there was basically no significant danger. Oh, not long after, Suyu heard a roar. With a whoosh, a demon beast appeared before Suyu. A wolf-type demon beast. With crimson eyes, a single horn on its head, and blood-colored patterns on its legs. Oh, it's a blood-colored demon wolf, judging by its situation. It should be around level 7 of the Demon Slave class. The blood-colored demon wolf's horn was a decent spiritual material, just right for a task at the Hunter's Guild. Go for it, my little snake. Hiss. Hearing Suyu's words, the Thunder Python lunged forward, pouncing on the blood-colored demon wolf. Chapter 35. Gathering Beast Souls. Hiss. The Thunder Python charged forward, electric arcs appearing on its body, its mouth wide open as a bolt of lightning shot out towards the blood-colored demon wolf. Oh. The blood-colored demon wolf was equally unyielding, opening its mouth to send out a fireball. With a bang, the two attacks collided, scorching the surrounding area and kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the blood-colored demon wolf's vision. Taking advantage of this, the Thunder Python raised its tail and struck fiercely at the blood-colored demon wolf. Another loud crash echoed as the blood-colored demon wolf was struck away, landing in a scorched area. Hiss. Like a display of power, the Thunder Python hissed at the blood-colored demon wolf, its eyes full of ferocity. Oh. The blood-colored demon wolf, seeing this scene, was equally enraged. The patterns on its legs lit up, and its speed increased by 50% as it charged straight at the Thunder Python. Seeing this, the Thunder Python summoned dense electric arcs around its body and charged towards the blood-colored demon wolf. Bang! The two collided. The blood-colored demon wolf's claws tearing through the Thunder Python's body, leaving a wound that bled profusely. Hiss! The Thunder Python cried out in pain, and immediately coiled its 5-meter-long body around the blood-colored demon wolf, which hadn't retreated in time. Electric arcs surged again from the Thunder Python, paralyzing the blood-colored demon wolf and preventing it from exerting any strength. Moments later, the Thunder Python slowly relaxed its body, and the ensnared blood-colored demon wolf fell to the ground. Having lost its breath, its body charred in various places. After killing the blood-colored demon wolf, the Thunder Python slowly slithered back to Suyu. Well done. Suyu patted the Thunder Python's head, offering some encouragement. The Thunder Python squinted its eyes, looking quite comfortable. After collecting the blood-colored demon wolf's horn, Suyu didn't linger and continued forward. When another demon beast appeared ahead, the Thunder Python charged forward without Suyu needing to say anything. At the Hunter's Guild, after submitting all the necessary spiritual materials for the task, Suyu returned home. By the end of the day, the Thunder Python had killed 6 demon beasts. Although it was injured, Suyu had fully understood its specific strength. Under normal circumstances, against 2 demon beasts of the same level, it might not win, but it could at least hold them off for a while. Moreover, perhaps due to the battles today, the Thunder Python's level had become the same as the Shadow Servant, both close to breaking through to the Demon Servant level. At home, Suyu was immersed in his spiritual world. Outside the spiritual world, in addition to the Shadow Spiritual Pulse, there was now obviously an additional Thunder Spiritual Pulse. At this moment, Suyu was looking at the information about the Thunder Python in the Beast Atlas. Name, Thunder Python Attribute, Thunder Rarity, Rare Potential. Introduction, a python with thunder attributes, possessing immense strength, can coil around enemies with its body and suffocate them to death. After reading the information about the Thunder Python, Suyu couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Setting aside the rarity, the potential of only 3 stars was somewhat lacking. Fortunately, Suyu had the Beast Encyclopedia as an advantage, so he didn't need to worry too much about the future of his beasts. After realizing this, Suyu stopped overthinking and lay down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. After spending the entire day outdoors, although there weren't many dangers, mental fatigue was unavoidable. Hunter's Guild, this is the beast soul you wanted. Saying this, Wiley handed a small vial to Suyu. It was a small gray vial. After receiving it, Suyu examined it back and forth but found nothing unusual. The only thing that seemed slightly odd was the cap. Unlike the gray body of the vial, the cap was transparent. Can this small vial really hold a beast soul? Suyu asked curiously, fiddling with the vial in his hand. Wiley, seeing his bewilderment, could only say, be careful with that. This vial isn't cheap. It's made by necromancer Beastmasters using their abilities to store the beast souls of slain monsters. Inside, there is a complete beast soul of a demon soldier, 3 complete beast souls of demon servants, and 10 complete beast souls of demon slaves. Just handle it wisely, Wiley said softly. To be honest, even as a demon general level Beastmaster, she felt pain to part with these beast souls all at once, since her own beasts also required a lot of resources. Haha. I knew you were the best, Teacher Bailey. Don't worry, once I become an originator, I can help evolve your beasts. Suyu grinned widely, looking very happy. Through the Beast Encyclopedia, he already had a rough idea of how many beast souls he needed for the evolution roadmap of the Shadow Servant to be revealed. Clearly, after Bailey handed these beasts to him, it was enough for his Beast Encyclopedia to unveil the evolution roadmap of the Shadow Servant. Perhaps even just the Demon Slave level Shadow Servant, after evolving, could reach the mid-high tier of the Demon Servant level. As for the Thunder Python's evolution, there was no rush, as he didn't have enough beast souls to unlock its evolution roadmap. Teacher Bailey, now that I've got the beast souls, I won't disturb you any longer. Bye. Saying this, Suyu got up to leave, as he was eager to see the evolution roadmap of the Shadow Servant. Bailey understood that Suyu had his own matters to attend to and didn't mind his departure, only watching his back with a smile. This kid seemed to be more lively after awakening the spirit ring and becoming a Beastmaster. Hunter's Guild's second-floor office. This was the office of the demon hunting team that Suyu had joined. After slightly disguising himself again, he entered. Once inside, without a moment to spare, Suyu opened the vial, and it seemed something was emerging. Not knowing what it was, he sat cross-legged. His consciousness began to enter the spiritual world. As soon as Suyu's consciousness entered, the Beast Encyclopedia eagerly floated into his hand, like a pampered girl waiting to be attended to. All right, quickly turn the pages to the Shadow Servant. Rustle, the pages turned, and various beasts and summoned beasts that Suyu had seen before flashed before his eyes, stirring his heart. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough beast souls, otherwise, he truly wanted to see what the evolution roadmaps of these beasts and summoned beasts looked like. Chapter 36, Evolution Roadmap of the Shadow Servant. After a moment, the Beast Encyclopedia stopped, landing on the page of the Shadow Servant. Name, Shadow Servant. Attribute, Shadow Rarity, Rare, Epic, Potential. Introduction, a creature living in dark places. Unlike ordinary Shadow Servants, its control over the Shadow attribute exceeds that of 90 of creatures at the same level. Its own control over the Shadow attribute seems to surpass that of 99 of creatures at the same level, capable of transforming into a pitch-black knife for its master to use. The next page was completely blank. Quick, inject the energy of the beast souls. I want to see the evolution roadmap of the Shadow Servant. Buzz. Then Suyu saw a light gathering on the book, as if someone was writing something. When the light faded, what appeared before Suyu's eyes was a complete evolution diagram. Normal evolution, Shadow Servant, Shadow Killer, Shadow Assassin, Shadow King, Shadow Servant, Shadow Guard, Dark Blade Shadow Guard. Advanced evolution, Shadow Servant, Shadow Walker, Shadow Traveler, Shadow Servant. Unique evolution, Shadow Servant, Shadow Master, Shadow Ruler, Shadow Sovereign. After seeing this scene, Suyu's smile was unstoppable. Ha ha ha, so many evolution routes. Just selling one of them could probably accumulate a lot of wealth. This was Suyu's thought. After all, having an advantage like this and not using it properly would be a waste. Moreover, with 3 tiers of evolution routes, just picking a normal tier evolution route to sell could also accumulate quite a bit of wealth. However, when Suyu signaled the Beast Encyclopedia to reveal the conditions needed for the first evolution route of the normal evolution, the information that came back made Suyu's expression change dramatically. Are you saying that my beast souls are only enough to unlock the unique evolution route? If I open the others, there won't be enough to unlock the unique evolution route? Suyu's face immediately changed, turning into disbelief. What the hell? Are you trying to hog it all? Suyu gripped the Beast Encyclopedia tightly. Teacher Bailey gave me 1 Demon Soldier level and 3 Demon Servant level beast souls, as well as 10 Demon Slave level beast souls, all complete. Adding those I saved up, even counting the incomplete souls you synthesized into complete ones. That makes almost 20 in total. And that doesn't even count the high-level beast souls from Teacher Bailey. Now you're telling me there's only enough to unlock 1 unique evolution route. Suyu's eyes turned red with anger. He couldn't help it. He had shamelessly asked Bailey for the beast souls, and he was thinking of selling these evolution routes or using them to become an originator to earn the materials needed for the Shadow Servant's evolution. Buzz. Buzz. The Beast Encyclopedia was also shaking violently, buzzing non-stop, until it sent Suyu a message that finally made him calm down a bit. Are you saying that the unique evolution route is the strongest among all the evolution routes, so it requires a lot more beast souls to unlock? Suyu frowned. If that was the case, he would have to gather more evolution materials again, which would take quite a bit of time. Buzz. The Beast Encyclopedia continued to tremble wildly, fearing that Suyu would tear it apart at any moment. Suyu glanced at him and said, All right, stop moving. I'm not going to tear you apart, so what's the rush? Upon hearing this, the Beast Atlas calmed down slightly. Next time, make sure to mention something this important earlier. If I accidentally hurt you, that's one thing, but if I accidentally tear you apart, then you can't blame me. At this, the Beast Atlas began to tremble again. Slap. Suyu directly slapped the Beast Atlas. Stop fidgeting. I want to see the evolution route of the Shadow Servant. After confirming, all the evolution routes of the Shadow Servant disappeared, leaving only a single evolution route. As if fearing Suyu would hit it again, the Beast Atlas quickly sent a message. All evolution routes would not disappear, as long as there was a beast soul. Suyu could reopen it and check the materials needed for its evolution. The only evolution: Shadow Servant, Shadow Master, Shadow King, Shadow Dominator, Shadow Servant, Shadow Master. 3 grams of Shadow Crystal Powder, 10 drops of Dark Water, 3 Shadow Flowers. A complete Beast Soul of Blood Beast, a complete Beast Soul of Night Worm, Snake Gall of Dark Snake, and a complete Beast Soul, Shadow Master, Shadow King. 2 Shadow Crystals, 100 drops of Shadow Water, 10 Shadow Grasses, a complete Beast Soul of Shadow Dragon, Subdragon. A complete Beast Soul of Shadow Treant, Shadow King, Shadow Dominator. Fortunately, this time it wasn't just the materials needed for the first stage evolution that he could see. However, even so, Suyu was stunned after looking at the materials needed for the Shadow Servant's evolution. No way. Suyu showed a look of despair. He had hardly heard of most of the materials listed, let alone obtained them. He knew about the Shadow Crystal. It was a type of material at the Demon General level, a crystal produced within magical beasts, extremely rare. He also knew about the Night Worm. It was a kind of underground worm that lived in dark places for a long time. Although it wasn't earth-based, it could move freely underground. And with its own shadow attribute, capturing and killing it was extremely difficult. He knew few other materials, but all of them were either rare or hard to obtain. To evolve the Shadow Servant, the road ahead was long and challenging. After lamenting for a while, Suyu calmed his thoughts. After all, he was just a small Beastmaster at the Demon Slave level. It would take quite some time to gather these materials. He couldn't go find Bailey either, or else she would beat him to death. No wonder people say being a Beastmaster is a money-burning profession. The materials needed for evolution routes and the various expenses add up to a significant cost. Suddenly, Suyu seemed to think of something. He grabbed the Beast Atlas again. You said the only evolution route is the most powerful among all evolution routes, so the beast souls needed to unlock the evolution route must be much larger than others. Does that mean if I don't unlock the only evolution route, I can reduce a lot of consumption? Suyu's eyes lit up, waiting for the Beast Atlas's response. Buzz. Yes, that's possible. Suyu stroked his chin. If that's the case, I can still sell evolution routes to make money. Buzz. Suyu looked at the Beast Atlas, frowning. Are you saying that the beast souls you collected can be used by me? Beast souls, I remember those things are quite expensive. Suddenly, Suyu slapped the Beast Atlas again. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me go ask Bailey for everything. Am I shameless? If I had known the beast souls from the Beast Atlas could be used, I could sell them for money. With money, I could plan something else. Why would I need to ask Bailey for everything? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Just as Suyu was about to slap the Beast Atlas again, it had already flown into the air. Looking at the Beast Atlas, Suyu heard a click as a door opened. The summoned beasts from another world are called summoned beasts, while the contracted beasts from the local continent are called demon beasts. The invading beasts from another dimension are called magical beasts. This will be stated from now on. Chapter 37. Rockheart. Without time to think further, Suyu quickly exited the spiritual world. He had to admit, when he saw the evolution route of the Shadow Servant, he almost forgot he was still in the office of the Demon Hunting Squad. At this moment, the door opened, and clearly, someone had entered. Yushu, what are you doing here? The person who came in was Su Qing. Cough, cough, Ching Ching, what are you doing here? Suyu asked in response. Su Qing was taken aback, then said, I came here to look for some materials. What about you? Why are you here? Finding a flimsy reason. Suyu sighed with relief in his heart. Fortunately, he had prepared a disguise, or he would have been exposed. Su Qing looked at him with suspicion. Although she had doubts in her heart, she didn't ask further. She walked to the desk, opened the computer, and started typing. So, how are the captain and the others doing? Su Qing paused her actions, then continued. The captain's Fire Lion and Thunder Serpent are almost ready. They can continue hunting demons in a couple of days. The Rock Bird and Piercing Beast of Shurtu are also good, but, she paused, then continued. The Madman's Rock Bull and Rock Giant still have quite some time to recover. The Rock Bull is okay, but the Rock Giant is different. Although he barely saved his life, recovering is a different story. The captain has already been persuading the Madman to contract another one. You know the summoned beasts from another world are different from the contracted demon beasts from the main world. They can be dismissed at will. Suyu fell silent. Yes. Once a summoned beast is contracted, it can be dismissed, but a demon beast cannot be dismissed once contracted. So how did he choose? Suyu asked, wanting to know Lin Feng's choice. He refused. Su Qing shook her head, looking somewhat helpless. So you could roughly guess this. As when Lin Feng's Rock Bull and Rock Giant charged out of the cave to protect everyone's safety, he was injured, and everyone saw Lin Feng's reaction. What did the captain say? He didn't say anything. Anyway, if the madman doesn't want to change his contract, then he doesn't have to. After all, he is still a demon servant-level Beastmaster. Suyu didn't ask further. Given his current situation, it was best to focus on himself for now. Found it. Suddenly, Su Qing's voice sounded, filled with joy. Suyu looked at the computer and saw a list of items appearing, seemingly a redemption list. What is this? Suyu asked curiously. Oh, right, I almost forgot about you. Come take a look. Su Qing said, as if she remembered something. This is the redemption list from the Hunters Guild. If you need anything, as long as you have enough contribution points, you can redeem it here. Will redeeming affect the Hunter's level? No, it won't. Contribution points are cumulative. As long as you have them, they will be recorded. Redeeming items doesn't affect your level up. Suyu nodded thoughtfully, then continued. Do you want to redeem anything? Not for me. Su Qing shook her head. It's a madman, or to be precise, it's everyone in our team who needs to exchange for the madman. Look. Saying this, Su Qing pointed to a picture on the computer screen. It was a brown soil block, about the size of a fist, resembling a heart. This is it, Rock Heart, a demon soldier level earth-type spiritual material. If we pool together, we can just manage to exchange for it. When the time comes, we can use it for the madman's rock giant. It should be enough for its injuries to heal, and if we're lucky, it might even level up significantly. As she spoke, seeming to worry that Suyu would overthink, she added, Yushu, don't think too much. The reason I didn't look for you is that the contribution points are already enough. Rest assured, I'm not that petty. That's fine. By the way, I found the items, so I'll go down to exchange them first. The rock giant at the madman's place is still waiting. You take care of your business first. Don't turn off the computer. I want to see what the Hunter Guild has for exchange to broaden my knowledge. Okay. Listening to Suyu, Su Qing had no doubts. After reminding her to remember to turn off the computer after she left, she exited the office. Click. As the door closed, Suyu had no time to think and directly sat down, looking at the computer screen. He awkwardly typed a few words, Ink Shadow Crystal. Hitting search, he saw the exchange list suddenly disappear. When it reappeared, there was a picture of a dark gray solid crystal block. The exchange price, as Suyu looked, was a whopping 10,000 contribution points. 10,000. Suyu's face showed helplessness. A single ink shadow crystal costing 10,000 contribution points was clearly something he couldn't obtain with his current capabilities. He clicked to search for ink shadow crystal powder, and the results came out quickly. Ink shadow crystal powder. Description: powder of the ink shadow crystal, a demon general level spiritual material possessing some rare shadow attribute energy. The exchange price per gram is 100 contribution points. An ink shadow crystal weighs about 100 grams, so exchanging 1 gram for 100 contribution points is a fair deal. One of the materials needed to evolve a shadow servant into a shadow master is 3 grams of ink shadow crystal powder, which means I need 300 contribution points to obtain this material. Suyu lowered his head in thought. 300 contribution points were not too hard to get, but it would clearly take him quite a while to collect them. After some contemplation, Suyu typed a few words on the computer, dark water. The picture of the ink shadow crystal disappeared, and when it reappeared, it showed a drop of pitch black water. Dark water. Description: a demon general level spiritual material with plenty of shadow attribute energy. The exchange price for a drop of dark water is 300 contribution points. Suyu stroked his chin. The price for a drop was 300 contribution points, needing 10 drops, which meant a total of 3,000 contribution points. Suyu frowned. He roughly understood why the price was so low, probably because the people who needed this material had to consume dozens to even hundreds of drops of dark water. Forget it, I won't think about it too much. I might as well take on more tasks to earn contribution points. Thinking this, Suyu closed the computer and left the office. As for other spiritual materials, Suyu didn't check since he couldn't afford them anyway. He vaguely speculated that if he had enough contribution points, he might be able to gather the evolution materials for the Shadow Servant at the Hunter Guild and use those to evolve the Shadow Servant. Of course, this was contingent on having enough contribution points. Chapter 38. The Fisherman in the Wild. The Thunder Python coiled around him and unleashed its body for a thunder attack. ZZZ. Ahead, Suyu's Thunder Python was tightly wrapping around a pig-like demon beast. After hearing Suyu's command, the Thunder Python sparked with electricity and struck the demon beast fiercely. Awoo. The demon beast let out a miserable cry, its struggles noticeably increasing, but helplessly, it was still tightly wrapped by the Thunder Python. Hiss. Moments later, accompanied by the Thunder Python's hiss, it loosened its grip. Boom. With a loud crash, the demon beast fell straight to the ground. Suyu rushed forward and opened the soul-collecting bottle, the soul-gathering bottle, that Bai Li had given him. A faint black gas slowly emerged, drifting aimlessly. When Suyu opened the soul-gathering bottle, the faint black gas seemed to have found a home and directly floated towards the bottle. Once the gas entered the bottle, Suyu quickly closed the lid, a smile appearing on his face. Yes, ever since Biley gave him this bottle, he could see the beast's souls. The soul of the fire hedgehog in front of him was clearly intact, which is why he chose to collect it to sell. As for why he didn't temporarily absorb it into the Beast Codex, it was because complete beast souls were worth far more than incomplete ones. The Beast Codex could currently absorb incomplete souls, and he wanted to sell the complete ones for evolution materials for the Shadow Servant. The reason he hadn't done this before was simply that he couldn't see the beast souls and didn't know he could take them out from the Beast Codex. As for the evolution route of the Thunder Python, there was no rush at present, and using complete souls synthesized from incomplete ones to open its evolution route was sufficient. After all, innate complete beast souls were worth significantly more than acquired complete ones. The most important thing was that complete souls synthesized in the Beast Codex couldn't be taken out. So Suyu had no choice but to resort to this method, using incomplete souls and synthesized complete souls for the Beast Codex, and keeping the complete beast souls obtained from killing demon beasts for exchanging for beast-related materials. The Thunder Python slowly swam over and stopped beside Suyu, looking at him earnestly. All right, eat. The Thunder Python nudged its head against Suyu before swimming towards the corpse of the fire hedgehog. Roar! A tiger howled at the sky, its roar echoing all around, and the aura of the king of beasts radiated from it. In front of it, nearly 10 wolf-type demon beasts were eyeing it, slowly forming a surrounding circle around the tiger. On the other side, Suyu peeked out from the grass, looking at the demon beasts ahead with excitement on his face. If I remember correctly, the flame tiger and the aqua wolf are natural enemies, the kind that will fight as soon as they meet. The flame tiger, fire attribute. The aqua wolf, water attribute. Whether it's due to the incompatibility of water and fire, these two demon beasts would always fight whenever they encountered each other, often resulting in both sides sustaining injuries. They should fight, right? The flame tiger should be around demon servant level 13, while the leading aqua wolf is probably only at demon servant level 12. Logically, the flame tiger should win, but unfortunately, wolves tend to hunt in packs. The leading aqua wolf is surrounded by nearly 10 aqua wolves, and plus, the water attribute counters the flame tiger's fire. Aside from having a slight level disadvantage, they're equal in every other aspect. In terms of numbers and attributes, the aqua wolves have the upper hand. Let them fight. As long as they start fighting and both suffer heavy injuries, facing the situation where they have not reached the mid-high tier of demon servants and are both severely wounded, Suyu has a great chance to take over the battlefield and intervene, becoming the last fisherman. A whoa! Accompanied by a long howl from the leading water wolf. Nearly 10 water wolves began their attack. Perhaps they are not as strong as the flame tiger, but they are numerous. And there is a leader who is not much weaker than the flame tiger waiting for the opportunity to act. A group of water wolves attacked together, while the flame tiger calmly dodged, even finding the right moment to strike fiercely at one of the water wolves. A whoa! A cry of agony rang out as the attacked water wolf was left bloodied and mangled. A whoa! The leading water wolf let out an angry roar, and arrows of water formed around it. Swish, swish, swish. The water arrows shot directly towards the flame tiger. Suyu watched them from the grass, fearing any unexpected developments. After a long fight, only one leader remained among the water wolves, all the others having died. The flame tiger had numerous wounds on its body, most of which were the result of the leader water wolf's sneak attacks while it dealt with the ordinary water wolves. Roar! The flame tiger roared, its gaze burning as it looked at the last and strongest water wolf. A whoa! The water wolf was equally unyielding and held back. Both sides launched attacks at each other simultaneously, using various skills, including the most primal methods of pouncing and tearing. Xiaoying, be ready. When the time comes, directly use your knife to cut that flame tiger. Don't let anything unexpected happen. The intelligence of the Shadow Servant is not low. It knows where to strike without Suyu needing to worry. Thunder, when the time comes, directly condense a thunderball and blast it at that wolf's waist. Suyu patted the thunder python's head, pointing at the water wolf's waist. As the saying goes, copper head, iron bone, tofu waist, which refers to wolf-type demon beasts. At this moment, both the flame tiger and the water wolf were heavily injured. The flame tiger had several wounds, blood staining its entire body, and its right hind leg was bent at different angles, clearly broken. The water wolf was also in bad shape, its skin torn and flesh exposed, with a long, ghastly wound on its back, where bone could be faintly seen, blood dripping down. Although both demon beasts could barely stand, their gazes towards each other remained fierce. Up! Suddenly, Suyu's voice rang out, causing the flame tiger and the water wolf, who were originally staring at each other, to panic. Following the sound, they saw Suyu staring at them with fiery eyes. Before they could think about why a human was here, a massive thunderball came crashing down on the water wolf, hitting it in the waist and sending it flying. Oh whoa! The water wolf whimpered, instantly becoming weak and gasping for breath. Before the flame tiger could react, it saw its opponent, the water wolf, being sent flying. Just as it was still in shock, a pitch-black knife came crashing down towards its neck, and in an instant, it met the same fate as the water wolf. Chapter 39. Sudden change. Suyu walked out from behind the bushes, with a smile on his face. Not bad, not bad. The water wolf is on the brink of death, and the flame tiger is severely injured. This time I struck gold. Roar. The flame tiger could still manage a weak roar, while the water wolf lay helplessly on the ground, barely able to emit whimpering sounds. Thunder, shouting. Finish them off completely. Cold words left Suyu's lips, and his summoned beasts moved without hesitation. Although the flame tiger and water wolf were 2 or 3 levels higher than Suyu's summoned beasts, it was evident that in their current heavily injured state, those extra levels were of no use. In less than a moment, the 2 demon beasts had passed away, watching the faint black gas rising from their bodies. Suyu felt a bit disappointed. Both of these demon beasts were at the demon servant level, but unfortunately, their beast souls were not complete. No worries. There are still so many. With the soul-collecting bottle, he could gather the beast souls of these demon beasts that he did not kill himself. So many water wolves at the demon slave level would still be worth quite a bit. Plus, there are the corpses left behind, which represent a significant wealth. By market value, the 2 demon servant level beasts could be worth around 60,000 to 80,000, while the remaining 9 demon slave level water wolves could be sold for around 30,000 to 50,000. Not bad, not bad. With this haul, I made over 100,000 directly, and together with what I had before, I am halfway to 500,000. Suyu smiled broadly. Such demon beast fights resulting in mutual destruction are rare, and he just happened to witness it at this moment. Slightly retracting his smile, Suyu stepped forward, planning to take everything valuable since the bloody scent left by the demon beast's deaths would attract many other demon beasts. If he didn't deal with it quickly, it would only lead to trouble. Just as he was about to approach, the voice of the shadow servant echoed in his mind. Someone is coming. Upon hearing this, Suyu slightly furrowed his brow and glanced at the shadow servant, who pointed towards a nearby thicket. Suyu listened closely, and sure enough, faint voices of conversation could be heard. Move. Without time to think, Suyu quickly stored the thunder python and hid with the shadow servant in the nearby bushes. It is important to remain vigilant when encountering others in the wild, especially when uncertain whether they are friend or foe. And considering there are over 10 demon beast corpses here, including 2 at the demon servant level, it is hard not to attract greed from others. After all, hunting fellow companions is often easier than hunting demon beasts. Suyu quietly watched the corpses in front of him as the voices grew louder. In no time, a standard 5-person demon hunting team appeared before him. Haha, Captain, look, these are the corpses left by the demon beasts fighting each other. It seems our luck is quite good. A chubby man burst out, accompanied by a summoned beast. He looked at the scattered demon beast corpses with excitement, as picking up scraps is something everyone enjoys. As soon as he finished speaking, several people finally emerged from the bushes behind him. One was a tall and robust man, though his gaze was somewhat sinister. The other 3 looked similar, almost like triplets, with little expression on their faces, as if this windfall did not warrant their joy. The tall, strong man spoke, his face filled with delight. All right, chubby guy, we all see it. No need to repeat it so many times. They were chatting casually, seemingly calculating the value of these demon beasts. Meanwhile, Suyu, hiding behind the bushes, squinted his eyes, observing the 5-person team in front of him. The group that appeared before him was Zhao Cheng's team of 5, the same group that had almost caused them to fail during their first mission with Wang Hu. Zhao Cheng. Suyu was secretly pondering in his heart. For safety's sake, he had chosen task locations where demon beasts appeared less frequently, so he shouldn't encounter many people. At least not a standard 5-member demon hunting team like Zhao Cheng's, especially one with demon servant level members. Fatty, you guys handle the valuable parts of these demon beasts properly, not leaving a single one behind. Okay, Fatty replied, pulling out his tools and starting to process the valuable parts of the demon beasts. Anything that could be cut off was packed up to take away, leaving nothing behind. Watching this scene, Suyu felt a pang in his heart. These spoils originally belonged to him, and now they were being taken away by someone else, which made it hard for him to bear. However, with his strength being inferior to theirs, he could only endure for now. Just wait. He would settle this score with them sooner or later. Suyu took a deep breath and decided to leave for the time being. Clearly, he couldn't leave anything useful behind under these people's hands. With that thought, Suyu planned to slowly move backward. Suddenly, he stopped, his gaze fixed on Zhao Cheng ahead, who seemed to be unintentionally moving closer, as if he knew Suyu was there. Suyu was puzzled. He hadn't moved at all, so Zhao Cheng shouldn't be able to know he was there. Yet, for some reason, Suyu felt a wave of inexplicable unease in his heart. Ahead, Zhao Cheng stopped, his gaze suddenly locking onto Suyu's direction. a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ice wolf, ice arrow, poison frog, poison spray. Suddenly, Zhaocheng shouted. Under his command, an ice arrow about 2 meters long, the size of an arm, suddenly formed beside the ice wolf, sparkling slightly in the sunlight. The poison frog also opened its mouth wide, spraying out a stream of dark green liquid. Both attacks were directed towards the bushes where Suyu was hiding. Not good. Suyu, who was hiding in the bushes and preparing to slip away quietly, suddenly changed his expression. Without thinking too much, he directly dove to the side. Whoosh! The ice wolf's ice arrow struck a decayed tree behind him. Crack, crack, crack. The tree trunk that was hit instantly froze from the arrow's impact. The ice arrow disappeared, leaving behind a tree with most of its trunk frozen. The green poison, though slower, followed closely behind and landed on that big tree, rapidly corroding the freshly frozen trunk. The sizzling sound made Suyu's heart race with fear. Damn it! He glanced at his left arm, where there was a wound surrounded by frost. His blood was clearly frozen, unable to flow out. Yes, he had been injured. No matter how vigilant he was, his reaction speed couldn't match the ice wolf's almost ultimate skill. At this moment, Suyu could clearly feel a slight numbness at the site of the injury on his left arm. If it didn't receive proper treatment, it was likely to necrotize. Chapter 40. Dark World. Haha. You must be that kid who just joined the Wanghu team, right? Zhaocheng laughed loudly. His recent actions had also attracted the attention of the 4 people processing the demon beast corpses. Fatty stepped forward, puzzled, and asked, Boss, what's wrong? Humph. You all better watch closely today. Don't let that kid escape. Last time he dared to command the beast to hold a knife to my neck, making me lose face. This time, I wanted to wish he were dead. Zhaocheng's gaze was icy, his tone cold. Boss, you mean? Fatty's eyes widened. If Zhaocheng was talking about something else, he might not know. But if it was about the last time Zhaocheng had a knife held to his neck, he remembered it clearly. He looked at Suyu, who had just revealed himself, wearing a black mask like last time. Other than slightly different clothes, he looked almost identical. It's you. A hint of surprise appeared on Fatty's face. They had expended a great deal of resources last time to have the chance to annihilate the Wanghu team, only to be disrupted by this kid, resulting in a failed effort. Huh. Suyu took a deep breath, staring intently at Zhaocheng. How did you know I was here? Ha ha ha, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't made the shadow-type beast hold a knife to my neck last time, I wouldn't have come up with this idea. Saying this, he took off a necklace that shimmered with golden light from around his neck, boasting, see this? It's the beast tool, the bright necklace, at the demon servant level. I spent a great deal of resources to exchange for it at the Hunters Guild. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to get a beast tool specifically for shadow-type demon beasts. He looked at Suyu with a mocking expression. If it weren't for Suyu's shadow servant, he wouldn't have bothered to get a beast tool that only worked against shadow types, which was not cheap. Suyu looked at him and understood Zhaocheng's general thoughts. It was merely a classic case of once bitten, twice shy. Rather than targeting Suyu's shadow servants, it was more about fearing that Suyu's shadow servants would again hold a knife to his neck. Suyu narrowed his eyes, the numbness and stiffness in his arm growing stronger. When he was just hit, he had considered running away without thinking, but if he did that, it would likely alert Zhaocheng. With 5 demon servant-level Beastmasters pursuing him, he didn't think his chances of escaping would be high. Moreover, his shadow servant was currently only at the demon slave level and clearly did not yet have the ability to take him into the shadows to escape. Coincidentally, he was familiar with the bright necklace. The bright necklace's grade depends on the materials used to craft it. Zhaocheng clearly wouldn't go through the trouble of getting a demon soldier-level beast tool for a demon slave-level Beastmaster like him. Nor could he carelessly obtain a demon slave-level one. So the bright necklace in Zhaocheng's hand should be of the demon servant level. Its function was to locate shadow-type demon beasts within a range of about 15 meters and mark their positions within 3 minutes. This meant that unless Suyu could run a considerable distance in those 3 minutes, he wouldn't be able to avoid the positioning marked by the bright necklace. Ha ha. You little brat, if your beast hadn't left shadow energy on this flame tiger, I probably wouldn't have known. Zhaocheng continued to smile. He had seen the shadow energy wounds on the flame tiger, which was why he had dared to use the bright necklace, which could only be used once a day. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and the outcome was good. Suyu narrowed his eyes. Who said that the villains in this novel were brainless fools? To be cautious. He could spend a great deal of resources to acquire a bright necklace. To be careful, upon seeing the shadow energy, he directly used the bright necklace, which could only be used once a day. This certainly didn't look like the actions of a fool. Xiaoying, are you ready? Suddenly, Suyu inquired in his mind. He was not a fool. If it weren't for stalling for time, he wouldn't have revealed himself and engaged in conversation with Zhaocheng for so long. All right. The voice of the shadow servant echoed in Suyu's mind, and he felt a slight sense of relief. His gaze towards Zhaocheng changed. Kid, take off your mask. I want to see what the person who ruined my plan and embarrassed me looks like. Zhao Qing spoke, his tone filled with mockery. He wanted to see Su Yu's appearance, and then he would find his home and deal with his friends and parents as well. Huh. I wonder if you've heard a saying? What? Zhao Qing's tone remained mocking. When he was confident of victory, he often enjoyed taunting his opponents. A lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Su Yu uttered this phrase, which drew laughter from Zhao Qing and his teammates. Ha ha ha, what did you say? If you were a monster servant level Beastmaster, I might be more cautious, but now, you are already surrounded by our team's beasts. Do you still think you can escape? Although Zhao Qing appeared arrogant and in control, he had already ordered his teammates to have their beasts surround the area. Go on. Since he doesn't want to take off the mask, just kill him, and I'll go check. Zhao Qing waved his hand, giving the order. Big move, just like anyone else's. Su Yu glanced at the wound on his arm and murmured softly, before finally shouting, Shadow Servant, Dark Realm. Su Yu also issued a command. He had been concealed by the bushes, so no one knew what was happening here, nor did they realize that the Shadow Servant was accumulating energy. Key. This was the voice of the Shadow Servant. To be honest, it was Su Yu's first time hearing this sound. As the Shadow Servant activated its skill, the surroundings suddenly darkened. This was true darkness, not the gradual dimming that comes with nightfall. It was as if all senses disappeared in an instant. As if he had lost contact with the world. The Shadow Servant was not particularly strong, but its ultimate move was extraordinarily powerful. The Dark Realm was a skill that could deprive living beings of their senses. Although it could only be maintained for 2 to 3 seconds and had a limited range, it was just enough to envelop everyone present. If someone were outside, they would see something resembling an upside-down bowl on the ground. Just wait. Once I break through to the monster servant level, I'll personally come to deliver this to you. Su Yu's voice echoed in Zhao Qing's ear like a ghost. Then, the darkness disappeared, and Zhao Qing regained his senses, his face showing a hint of fear as he looked around. His teammates, like him, wore expressions of terror. Apart from their facial expressions, everything else seemed unchanged. However, in the center of their encirclement, Su Yu's figure had vanished. Chapter 41. Mingzhu Beastmaster University. On the other side, the Shadow Servant beside Su Yu had disappeared, leaving only the Thunder Python following him. Damn it. That ultimate move is a bit too powerful, but it doesn't last long. The Shadow Servant's skill was strong, but only lasted for 2 to 3 seconds. Fortunately, those 2 to 3 seconds were enough for Su Yu to conceal himself in the complex area filled with bushes and trees, making it easy to escape under such circumstances. Su Yu's face was filled with shock. He had to admit that this move truly surprised him, but the cost was also significant. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the shadow energy in the shadow vein had been almost completely exhausted. Thunder, with little shadow gone, it's up to you now. Su Yu patted the Thunder Python beside him. Hiss. Without the Shadow Servant, Su Yu felt his safety drop significantly. Fortunately, he did not encounter any other troubles along the way, and soon after, he returned safely to Lin City. The only regret Su Yu had was that he couldn't collect the corpses and materials of the more than 10 monster beasts. It was simply a huge loss. On the other side, Zhao Qing was filled with anger as he shouted, "Haven't you found him yet?" The fat man and the other 3 exchanged glances, but no one spoke. "Tell me," Zhao Qing shouted again. Furious that Su Yu had caused their carefully prepared plan to fail and had a beast hold a knife to his neck. In their second encounter, 5 monster servant-level Beastmasters surrounded him with their beasts and even used a light necklace to mark the location of the opponent's shadow-type beast. Yet they still let him escape. This was an immense humiliation. "Boss, we've searched everywhere around here, but we haven't found him." Finally, it was the fat man who spoke. "Impossible." Upon hearing the fat man's words, Zhao Qing immediately retorted. That kid's beast couldn't possibly stay in the main world after using that skill. He likely returned directly to the other world. Plus, he's only a monster servant-level beast. Without the protection of a beast, how could he have run far away? Speaking of the skill released by Su Yu's beast, beads of cold sweat appeared on Zhao Qing's forehead again. In that instant, he lost all his senses. As if the world had abandoned him. He couldn't hear, see, smell, speak, or feel anything. If it had lasted a little longer than 2 to 3 seconds, he might have gone insane. He also guessed that Su Yu hadn't killed him in that state for a reason. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Yu's beast wouldn't be able to hold out for long. If he killed him, Su Yu might not be able to escape, which was why he chose to let him go. But he didn't want to experience that feeling of being abandoned by the world again. In an instant, it felt like he lost everything. With that thought, Zhao Qing's gaze became sharp. "You all, go search again. I refuse to believe that without his beast, he can survive long in this wilderness." Lin City, after completing a few tasks and finding someone to treat his frostbitten arm, Su Yu chose to go home. At home, Su Yu directly lay on the bed, a look of relaxation appearing on his face. "I almost got caught today. If it weren't for the Shadow Servant's help, I probably wouldn't have made it back. However, Why did the shadow servant possess such powerful skills? From the information Suyu had gathered, there seemed to be more than one or two similar powerful skills. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately inquired about it through the spirit ring. But alright then, if you don't want to answer. Suyu wore a helpless expression. Although he had contracted the shadow servant, he felt that it was somewhat different and seemed to have a strange vibe. Suyu couldn't quite put his finger on it. School just started, and most students were still at school. Suyu got up from the bed and looked out the window. The sky was already getting dark. It wouldn't be long before the sun disappeared. He wondered how Tian City was doing these days. Suyu's gaze gradually became hazy. Tian City. The city where he lived with his parents back then, but he later heard that after the monster beasts attacked the city, it was occupied by a powerful monster beast. Sigh. Suyu sighed, but he also knew that there was nothing he could change. There was still a year left, and by then, he could go to university. A smile appeared at the corner of Suyu's mouth. According to the normal timeline, he should only be considered a student who had just entered his third year of high school. Fortunately, university admission was not so strict. As long as your strength in beast taming was not bad and your academic performance was good, that would be enough. Naturally, he did not have to worry about his academic performance, as he was the only one who had continuously ranked first in the Hope Beast Tamer High School. Although he had already dropped out and could no longer enter university through the college entrance examination, there were other pathways to university admission, which did not hinder him. He remembered the teacher saying that the top university in the magic capital was Mingzhu Beast Tamer University, which was known as one of the 4 supreme universities in the Dragon Kingdom, alongside the top universities in the Demon Capital, Imperial Capital, and Ancient Capital. The conditions for joining included mastering over 80% of the basic knowledge in cultural beast taming, and achieving the level of a demon servant beast tamer. Suyu bowed his head in contemplation. This was not difficult for him, as it wouldn't be long before he could become a demon servant level beast tamer. Forget it. Forget it. Let's sleep. Tomorrow, when the energy of the shadow spirit vein is restored, I'll go out to hunt demons. The next day, just as Suyu arrived at the Hunter's Guild, he had not yet taken on a task when his phone rang. Hello? Is this Yushu? Su Qing's soft voice came through. What's the matter, Qingqing? Well, the insane rock giant has recovered and wants to go hunt demons. I'm calling to ask if you have time or if you want to go. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up. He needed souls for his beast atlas and had no reason to refuse. I'm going. Where are you now? In the office on the 2nd floor of the Hunter's Guild. Okay, wait for me. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Suyu hurriedly ran up to the 2nd floor. Click. The sound of the door opening. Suyu walked in, instantly causing everyone to freeze. Yushu? Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. How did you get here so fast? Didn't we just hang up? Haha. I happened to be at the Hunter's Guild. Suyu scratched his head and said. Chapter 42. Refusing the task, seeing that the others were about to ask again. Wang Hu stepped forward. He wrapped an arm around Suyu's head and said, Yushu, how have you been? Have you missed us these days since we haven't taken you out to hunt demons? Still with that loud voice, still deafening. Of course, Captain, you don't know. But I've been so bored at home these past few days without going out to hunt demons with you. After some light banter, everyone returned to the topic. This task is to capture a fugitive, a demon servant level beast tamer. You guys take a look and see if you want to accept it. Suyu was taken aback and said, Captain, isn't our usual task to hunt demons? Why has it suddenly changed to capturing a fugitive? Yeah. Wang Hu rubbed his head, showing a helpless expression. The tasks released by the Hunters Guild are diverse and not limited to just hunting demons. So, someone from the Beast Tamer Association posted a task at the Hunters Guild to capture a beast tamer who escaped from their association. As he spoke, he pulled Suyu over to the computer and pointed at the screen, because we are one of the few demon servant level hunting teams in Lin City. This task was directly assigned to us. If we don't accept it, the task will be passed on to other hunting teams. Suyu looked at the computer screen that Wang Hu was pointing to. Name, Zhuahai, Beast, Shadow Spider, Shadow Type. Poison Bee, Poison Type. Description, killed personnel from the Beast Tamer Association and took away their belongings. After reading this information, Suyu's brows furrowed tightly. At this moment, Wang Hu's voice sounded again in Suyu's ear. Because the target's beasts are of the Shadow Type, and the Poison Type is particularly troublesome when injured, we are considering whether to accept this task. Is that all the information? Looking at the data, Suyu frowned and spoke. This information is too little. The description feels very perfunctory, just a few brief sentences about his situation. Yes, that is all the information the Beast Tamer Association provided. They also mentioned that this Beast Tamer has fled to our Lin City, and if no one accepts it, they will send someone to handle it soon. As he spoke, Wang Hu looked at Suyu and asked, Yushu, you have a Shadow-type beast, what do you think? Can we accept this task? The other 3 also looked at Suyu, waiting for his answer. They didn't have Shadow-type beasts, and if Suyu didn't go, they would be in trouble. Looking at them, Suyu's gaze moved back and forth between the computer screen and the 4 people. Are you sure you want to ask me? Haha, of course, you're our team member, so we naturally need to ask for your opinion. Wang Hu laughed heartily, then looked at Su Yu and said, "You Shu, tell us whether to accept this task or not." Taking a deep breath, Su Yu looked at everyone and said solemnly, "We cannot accept this task. Whether it's Zhuahai's beasts or the lack of detailed information, it tells us that this task is very tricky. Besides, didn't the Beast Tamer Association say they would send someone to handle it? Since that's the case, we want to get involved." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Wang Hu nodded and turned to Shuren, saying, "Sure to. Contact the Hunters Guild and tell them we want to accept this task. Let them find someone else. Also, look for other tasks that might be suitable for us." Shuren nodded and then began typing on the computer. Su Yu sat down to the side, while Su Qing walked over to Su Yu. "You Shu, what's wrong? You look a bit distracted," she asked with concern. "I'm fine. Then can you tell me why you don't want to accept that task? You know, the reward is quite generous." Su Yu glanced at her and then said, "The shadow spider is only the size of a palm, has no combat power, and only has one skill at low levels." "What skill?" "The ability to take people into the shadows, and it consumes very little. Plus, Zhuahai's other beast is a highly poisonous poison bee. If we're unfortunate enough to get stung, we might just find a shady spot to lie down." "What?" Su Qing covered her mouth with her hand, unable to hide her surprise. The others clearly heard what Su Yu said as well. "You Shu, if it's just like this, we should be able to take it on. You know, the reward for this task is equivalent to 3 or 5 ordinary tasks." Lin Feng spoke first. "Yeah, if Zhuahai's beasts weren't these two, it wouldn't be a problem. But it just happens to be these two. The shadow spider's ability to take people into the shadows isn't particularly rare. Some shadow-type beasts can easily do this when they reach a certain level. When the level is low and there are no light-type abilities, the shadow spider's skill can be considered nearly unsolvable, especially combined with the poison type. At low levels, there are basically no solutions. Su Yu feels helpless. In a normal combat situation, if Zhuahai can't defeat you, he can still use the shadow spider to escape. But in a solo situation, if Zhuahai suddenly ambushes you from somewhere, it's enough that the poison bee injures you and leaves toxins in your wound. And you won't be far from death. Everyone knows this, so no one spoke further. Moreover, do you think anyone who can escape from the Beastmaster Association is an ordinary character? If I'm not mistaken, Zhuahai probably has quite a few trump cards up his sleeve." Su Yu looked at them and didn't say anything more. In fact, Su Yu had one more thing to say. According to the typical storyline in novels, those who kill members of a certain organization and take something away may not be particularly strong, but what they take away is definitely not ordinary. You have to be cautious. It's not easy to awaken a spirit ring and become a genius Beastmaster, so you can't throw it all away. Su Yu thought to himself, "Captain, I've found a suitable task." Suddenly, Shuren's voice rang out. "What is it?" Wang Hu walked over and looked at Shuren. "It's not a big deal. It's just that the task we just pushed away was taken by Zhao Cheng's team." "So what? What is the big deal? Just tell me what our task is." "Yes." Chapter 43. Zhao Cheng's team's death on the other side. In the office where Zhao Cheng's team was located, the captain said, "We accepted this task." The fat guy was so happy. The reward for this task was several times that of other tasks. "Really?" Zhao Cheng's eyes lit up. Usually, tasks they release are fought over by several teams, discussing to see who will take it. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, if other teams refuse, the remaining demon hunting teams can take it. Clearly, Zhao Cheng's team was in this situation. However, after accepting the task, he felt inexplicably uneasy. The reward for this task was substantial, and several demon hunting teams at the demon servant level had chosen not to take it, as if they had all agreed to refuse the task. This made him wonder if there was something different about this task. Seeing his captain's hesitation, the fat guy spoke up. "Captain, what are you thinking? We've already accepted it. Isn't it because the target, Zhuahai's beast, is hard to deal with and the information is scarce? Aren't we 5 demon servant level beastmasters capable of handling it? Besides, Captain, don't you have the light necklace? Once you use it to mark the position of that shadow-type beast, won't we be able to handle it easily?" Listening to his teammates, Zhao Cheng gradually relaxed. After all, as someone with a light-type beast tool, he shouldn't be unable to handle a small shadow-type beast, right? "Alright, in that case, do your best to gather more information and prepare early so we can claim this generous reward." "Okay." Seeing his captain's decision, the fat guy also breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that his captain might suddenly have regrets and not take the task. If that happened, the task would be counted as a direct failure. "Captain, I found it." Shuren stopped what he was doing and spoke to Wang Hu. "What is it?" "A normal demon hunting task, but we need to bring back all the demons' corpses. Aside from that being a bit troublesome, everything else is fine." "Alright, let us take this task." Shuren nodded in agreement. At night, in the brightly lit Hunters Guild Hall, many people were gathered there. "Did you hear? Zhao Cheng's team is all dead." One person said to another. "What happened?" "Haha, I happen to know a bit about it. They took on a task that led to this, and their deaths were really gruesome. Another person leaned in with a mysterious look. Immediately, Wang Hu frowned. Shuren, go submit the task and see what happened. Okay. In the office, what is going on? Did something happen? Yu Shu said that the task we refused was taken by Zhao Cheng's team, and then he glanced at Su Yu and continued. Then the members of Zhao Cheng's team, who took the task, all died. After finishing, Shuren took out several photos and handed them to Wang Hu and the others. As they received them and looked at the scenes in the photos, their faces changed drastically. The only girl in the team, Su Qing, turned pale, looking as if she was about to vomit. In the photos were 5 corpses, some bones scattered and discarded to one side. And on the bones were what looked like long rotten flesh, very few in number. Just looking at the photos was enough to make anyone nauseous. Zhao Cheng's team had sent out a distress signal before they died, but when help arrived, they found these 5 mangled corpses. And the time from the distress signal to the arrival of help was only 5 minutes. After hearing Shuren's words, everyone fell silent. Thank goodness for Yu Shu, otherwise our fate wouldn't be much better. After a long silence, Lin Feng was the first to speak, his face full of fear. Yeah, our team's strength isn't any better than Zhao Cheng's team, and they ended up dying so tragically. Wang Hu's expression was heavy as well. If he hadn't listened to Su Yu back then, their fate might have been the same. All right, for the next few days, let's not go out of the city to take on tasks, to avoid accidentally running into someone like Shuahai. Wang Hu spoke again, as the captain. He had to be responsible for his team members, and given this situation, it probably wasn't convenient to continue going out to hunt demons. Captain, that shouldn't be necessary. We hunt our demons. As long as we don't actively pursue Shuahai, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Lin Feng looked confused, thinking that as long as they didn't actively engage with Shuahai, there shouldn't be too much danger. What do you know? Unexpectedly, as soon as he spoke, Wang Hu glared at him angrily. If we don't encounter him, it's fine, but if we do, can you guarantee he won't attack you? All right, I've decided. Until the Beastmaster Association deals with Shuahai, we want to go out of the city to hunt demons. Okay. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. On the way, Su Yu felt helpless. He really had waited several days. Just when his team was ready to go out and hunt demons, this incident with Shuahai happened. He felt very frustrated. He knew that going out with his team to hunt demons would allow him to use the Shadow Servant to finish off enemies and let the bestiary absorb beast souls. However, after just one day out, they hadn't hunted many demons and had to rest again. However, the death of Zhao Cheng's team was considered good news for him, as it spared him the time he would have had to spend dealing with it after breaking through to the demon servant level. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, causing Su Yu to shiver. The temperature had dropped so quickly. Su Yu muttered to himself, then quickened his pace, preparing to head home first. But after just a few steps, he stopped, his brow furrowing tightly. Was that the smell of blood? Having lived outside the safe zone for so long, his nose was quite sensitive to the scent of blood. How could there be a smell of blood here? After all, this was in Lin City, where killing was prohibited. Could it be that some desperate criminals or robbers were at play? Su Yu frowned. He didn't want to get involved in this matter. However, he glanced at his shadow, and the shadow servant reported a fluctuation of shadow energy nearby. Chapter 44. Encounter with Shuahai. Su Yu's heart was conflicted. He wanted to take a look, but according to the tropes from the novels, he would likely encounter quite a bit of trouble. I remember that Shuahai has a shadow-type shadow spider. I can't possibly be that unlucky to run into him, can I? Beast tamers are not allowed to kill ordinary people casually, or they would face severe penalties. And those who report beast tamers for killing ordinary people would receive a handsome reward. Resolving his thoughts, Su Yu called the shadow servant out from the shadows. Xiaoying, go see what happened ahead and come back to tell me. While speaking, Su Yu was already prepared to summon the thunder python at any moment. The shadow servant nodded, just about to transform into a shadow and disappear, but suddenly froze in place, then retreated to Su Yu's side, a black dagger appearing in his hand. Xiaoying, why aren't you going? The shadow servant's gaze was cold as he looked towards a figure not far away, under a streetlight. Who is that? Under the streetlight stood a person whose face was obscured by a hood. Su Yu couldn't see his features clearly. Su Yu furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you?" Hee. A slightly eerie laugh echoed, and in the night, under the streetlight, it sounded particularly creepy. The sudden laughter startled Su Yu, and once he regained his composure, he cursed, "What the hell are you laughing at? Just answer my question honestly." Kid, weren't you just muttering about me?" the man said, pulling back his hood to reveal his face. In the light of the street lamp, Su Yu could see clearly that he had a deep knife scar running from his left eye to the corner of his right mouth, and his eyes were slightly white and murky, resembling dead eyes, staring directly at Su Yu. Seeing the man's face, Su Yu fell silent. If he had not known this face before today, after completing today's task, he would surely recognize the person responsible for halting their demon hunting team, Shuahai. With a scar from his left eye to the right corner of his mouth and eyes like those of a corpse, Su Yu had just seen his image today. After a moment, looking at the person before him, Suyu forced a smile. Big brother, I'm just passing by. Can you let me go? In a situation where one could fight back or back down, Suyu, having lived in the safe zone for so long, understood this well. Hee, you little brat. Weren't you just talking about me? Why do you want to leave as soon as I show up? Seeing Zhuahai approach, Suyu cursed inwardly. Damn it. Why do I have to run into this kind of trouble? I haven't even checked out what's happening yet. Watching Zhuahai step closer, Suyu's heart raced, and he began to back away. According to the information, Zhuahai was only a somewhat tricky demon servant-level beast tamer, but from what Suyu had read in novels, Zhuahai could not be that simple. Sure enough, the next moment, Zhuahai's words made Suyu turn and run. Hee. It's not every day I run into a beast tamer. It's perfect for practicing necromancy. According to the information, Zhuahai only had a shadow type and a poison type. And only beast tamers who had contracted with the undead could turn people into undead. This meant that Zhuahai was a 3-type beast tamer and a demon soldier-level beast tamer. The information from the Beast Tamer Association was completely off base. Damn it. How could the people at the Beast Tamer Association not just die? A demon soldier-level beast tamer was listed as a demon servant level. Now he finally understood why. After Zhao Cheng sent out a distress signal, the support from the Hunter Association arrived so quickly, and 5 demon servant-level beast tamers had died in such a short time. A demon soldier-level beast tamer with shadow abilities who could slip into the shadows was simply unstoppable for Zhao Cheng. No wonder Zhao Cheng's team had died so easily. Suyu dared not linger for a moment, knowing that Zhuahai wanted to turn him into undead. Little guy, don't run. Isn't it better to be turned into undead obediently? Originally running ahead, Suyu instinctively turned back to retort, You little shit, mine's bigger than yours. Zhuahai's expression froze, and his dead fish-like eyes widened. He then snorted coldly and said, Humph, just obediently become my undead. Watching Suyu's retreating figure, a bloodthirsty smile crept across his face. Run faster. I heard that the stronger the feeling of despair a person feels before death, the more powerful the undead they become. Shadow Spider, let's follow him. As soon as he said this, Suyu saw something on Zhuahai's shoulder, which he had thought was a dead object, suddenly move. Hiss. It was a pitch-black spider. As Zhuahai issued his command, both the Shadow Spider and Zhuahai turned into shadows and vanished. Damn it. How can I fight against a demon soldier-level beast tamer? With that, Suyu took out his phone and called Bai Li. On the other side, Bai Li was just about to take a shower when her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and immediately smiled. You little brat, why are you calling me so often? Miss me? Bai Li teased lightly, but unexpectedly, Suyu's voice, slightly choked with tears, came through the phone. Teacher Bai Li, help me. If you don't come soon, you're cute. Handsome student who just awakened his spirit ring and has a bright future is going to die. Hearing this, Bai Li's smile froze, and she said with a black line on her face, who boasts about themselves like that? Teacher Bai Li, help me. On the other end, Suyu had just dodged Zhuahai's pursuit and slipped into another alley. Damn it, you better pray I don't find a chance, otherwise, I'm going to kill you. Fortunately, Zhuahai seemed to be toying with him, otherwise, he might have really been in trouble. Saying this, he glanced at his phone again and cried out, Teacher Bai Li, I'm not talking about you. Hurry and save me. I'm really going to die? Alright, tell me where you are, I'll come right away. Suyu's temperament was relatively steady. He wouldn't deceive her in this matter. Moreover, she had invested so much in Suyu, and if anything happened to him, just the investment alone would break her heart. At the entrance of the right alley on North Street. Hurry, teacher, I'm really going to die? The right alley on North Street. Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Bai Li calculated the distance a bit and gave a not-so-accurate answer. 10 minutes. Teacher Bai Li, you should prepare a bag to collect my corpse. No, wait, forget the bag. That guy said he wants to turn me into a zombie. Suyu was on the verge of tears. 10 minutes felt like an eternity. Bang. Just as he was about to say something else, Suyu's phone was knocked away and crashed to the ground, instantly rendered useless. Chapter 45. Summoning the Thunder Serpent. Hello? Disconnected? Bai Li frowned, then put on a code and leaped out of the window once more. Contract summon, Wind Spirit. The spirit ring lit up and a palm-sized, fairy-like wind spirit appeared beside Bai Li. As soon as it emerged, the wind spirit ran straight to Bai Li's shoulder, reaching out its tiny hands to hug her face. Qing, one of my students is in trouble. It's urgent. I'll play with you tonight. Bai Li had a helpless expression. Her familiar was great in every way but loved to play, always expecting her to entertain it whenever summoned. Qing, use wind spirit wings. Whoosh. The little spirit waved its tiny hands again, and this time, instead of a buff, a pair of light blue wings appeared behind Bai Li. With a whoosh, she shot up into the sky, heading towards the address Suyu provided. Hee, even looking for help. Zhuahai smirked disdainfully, and the shadow spider on his shoulder slowly lowered its raised legs. Obviously, the attack that just destroyed Suyu's phone was launched by that shadow spider. Although the shadow spider had no combat power, that was only in comparison to others of the same level. It didn't mean it was weak enough to be killed by an ordinary person. After all, it was still a demon servant level beast. Seeing the smoke rising from the broken phone on the ground, Su Yu's face darkened. 20,000 yuan, just like that, gone. But he still turned his head and forced a smile. No, you're already a demon soldier level Beastmaster, trying to turn me, a mere demon slave level Beastmaster, into a zombie. Even if you succeed, the quality wouldn't be that great, right? So you could only drag Zhuahai along, waiting for Bai Li to arrive. Then everything would be easier to handle. Hee, I know that too, but unfortunately, the demon hunting team I killed earlier sent out a distress signal before they died. And the hunters from the guild arrived before I could turn them all into zombies. As he spoke, a hint of regret appeared on Zhuahai's face. But the scar on his face and his dead fish-like eyes made him look somewhat eerie. Why not wait a bit? You know I called my teacher. She's a demon servant level Beastmaster, so she should be quite suitable for you to turn into a zombie. Sorry, teacher Bai Li. Silently murmuring the last sentence in his heart, Su Yu said without a change in his expression. He didn't know how strong Bai Li was, but it was clear that she wasn't any weaker than Zhuahai. Is that so? Hee, I have my plans. Right now, the most important thing is to turn you into a zombie, so that no matter who comes, it won't be like last time, where I ended up with nothing. Zhuahai chuckled lightly, then waved his hand, and a spirit ring appeared behind him. The black edges with a gray center indicated it was a contract spirit ring of the undead attribute. A skeleton, about a person's height and entirely made of gray-white bones, appeared next to Zhuahai. Kid, try out my latest contract undead beast. A bloodthirsty smile emerged on Zhuahai's face as he looked at Su Yu with a mocking expression. Corpse skull, kill him. Roar. The corpse skull let out a series of roars, and the stench of decay spread. Even from a distance, Su Yu could smell it. Damn it. Su Yu cursed angrily. But the corpse skull lunged forward, its sharp claws swiping fiercely at Su Yu. Shouting. Su Yu shouted angrily. And the shadow servant swung its blade to block the corpse skull's claws, but was forced back several steps. Su Yu quickly dodged to the side. Just as Su Yu avoided it, he saw the corpse skull seemingly increase its strength, and the shadow servant, which could barely hold its ground, was directly sent flying. Shouting, are you okay? Su Yu looked at the shadow servant, filled with concern. Yeah, the shadow servant shook its head, indicating it was fine. Oh, a demon slave level beast can actually withstand a blow from a high-level demon servant and remain unharmed. In front, Zhuahai's eyes narrowed as if he saw something interesting. What a pity, it's not a contracted beast. Otherwise, turning it into a zombie would surely yield excellent results. Corpse skull, finish it quickly, stop playing around. Roar. Hearing this, the corpse skull let out an angry roar and charged at the shadow servant again. Its speed and attack power were significantly faster than before. The shadow servant once more raised its black blade to defend, but after 2 strikes, it was brutally knocked away, crashing into the wall, which immediately caved in, raising a cloud of dust. Damn it. If it weren't for Zhuahai also having a shadow-type beast, the shadow servant wouldn't easily deal with the corpse skull. But at least it could make Zhuahai wary and not attack recklessly. With this thought, Su Yu made up his mind and decided to summon the thunder serpent. In this dangerous moment, there was clearly no need to hide his strength. You think I'm a pushover? Contract summon, thunder serpent. Hiss. The spirit ring lit up, and the figure of the thunder serpent appeared beside Su Yu, immediately letting out a roar. Bang. Su Yu slapped his hand against the thunder serpent's head. Stop screaming. If you keep yelling, when Xiaoing can't hold on anymore, we'll both be finished. Su Yu cursed angrily. What kind of awareness is that? I'm about to die, and you're still yelling. Looking at the thunder serpent's aggrieved eyes, Su Yu felt helpless. All right, stop making a fuss. Go help Xiaoing first. When teacher Bai Li arrives, I'll make that kid regret it. Thunder, go help Xiaoing. Try to entangle the corpse skull as much as possible. Hiss. The thunder serpent let out a cry and swam towards the battlefield between the shadow servant and the corpse skull. Meanwhile, Zhuahai, who had originally been watching the battle with a mocking look, suddenly frowned. Then, as if he thought of something, his gaze gradually became heated. Born with dual rings. Is this a talent? Ha ha ha. It would be so interesting to turn someone with talent into a zombie. Corpse skull, give it your all. I want to thoroughly turn him into a zombie. Damn it. Watching Zhuahai's somewhat manic expression, Su Yu's face darkened. Glancing at the thunder python helping the shadow servant to entangle the skeleton, Su Yu faintly felt that summoning it was a mistake. Under the joint effort of the thunder python and the shadow servant, the situation that had just stabilized was once again overturned by Zhuahai's command. Roar. The skeleton roared in anger, black gas began to emerge from its body, and a knife over half a meter long appeared in its hand, slashing directly towards the thunder python. Hiss. The thunder python hissed, a gory wound appeared on its body, with gray mist swirling around the wound, corroding it significantly. Chapter 46 Death? Is this a necromantic weapon? Looking at the knife in the skeleton's hand, Su Yu's expression darkened again. Necromantic weapons, a type of beast tool, are made from the bones and souls of demon beasts, unlike normal beast tools. This one is made from the skeleton of the undead itself, carrying the death aura of the undead, making the wounded area difficult to heal and gradually rot. If the wounded area on the thunder python is not dealt with quickly, it won't just be a matter of bleeding later on. Hey, kid, isn't it good to be obedient and let me refine you into an undead? Watching the thunder python heavily injured, the shadow servant was once again pressed and beaten by the skeleton, facing a life-threatening situation. So you heard Zhua Hai's mocking voice in his ear again. I de-refine you, you brat, damn it. If I were on the same level as you as a Beastmaster, you wouldn't even be able to carry my shoes. Suyu turned his head and cursed angrily. Through the Beast Atlas, Suyu knew that potential and rarity could, to some extent, represent combat power. But even so, it didn't mean that the Shadow Servant could now cross a major realm and directly kill the skeleton, especially since Zhua Hai at least still had a demon soldier-level beast. It wasn't this newly contracted skeleton or the shadow spider on his shoulder. It could only be the poisonous bee that he hadn't summoned yet. Zhua Hai was probably still treating him like a toy. Watching the thunder python's injuries worsening and nearing death, Suyu directly returned it to the spirit ring. Roar! Bang! With an angry roar, the shadow servant was directly blown away, landing beside Suyu, and its body, once shrouded in black mist, had become much fainter. Kid, obediently let me refine you into an undead. Zhua Hai walked to the skeleton's side, a sickly smile appearing on his face. Hee kid. You should be thankful that I'm only refining you into an undead and not torturing you like those crazy Beastmasters. Suyu looked at Zhua Hai slowly approaching him, fear showing on his face. Hee kid, don't be afraid. I still have a bit of experience in refining people into undead. Skeleton, kill him. Zhua Hai gave the order. And the skeleton quickly walked over, raising the knife in its hand, ready to strike down. In the next moment, the fear on Suyu's face disappeared, replaced by madness. You want my life? You're not qualified yet. As these words came out, the shadow servant beside him seemed to receive some command, instantly transforming into a black light and rushing into Suyu's body. A faint black mist emerged from Suyu's body, and a pitch-black knife appeared in his hand, with a crimson and sinister eye from the hilt to the blade. Gripping the knife tightly, Suyu swung it fiercely, directly slashing it out. Die! A pitch-black knife light shot out, heading straight for Zhua Hai. Bang! Suyu fell to the ground. The black knife formed from the shadow servant also vanished. As he had returned to the alternate world, Suyu barely turned his head, wanting to see how Zhua Hai would respond to this unexpected strike. He knew this was his last move. If it failed, he would surely die. Zhua Hai looked at the pitch-black knife light in front of him, shocked. He sensed danger from that knife light and shouted loudly. Skeleton, block it for me. Roar. The skeleton raised the knife in its hand, which also glowed with a black light, seemingly enhancing its power, making the strike faster. Boom. A rumbling sound echoed. Fortunately, there were not many people living here, or such a loud noise would attract a lot of attention. Bang. Suyu's knife light was clearly superior, directly knocking the skeleton's knife away and severing one of its skeletal arms, heading straight for Zhua Hai. No. Zhua Hai's face turned pale with terror as he continuously retreated, only to watch helplessly as the pitch-black knife light came slashing towards him. Watching Zhua Hai fall, Suyu's face revealed a smile. This blow seemed a bit too powerful. As one of his ultimate skills, Suyu now understood the power of this skill. Suddenly, Suyu's smile froze. The joy that had just been on his face didn't completely disappear before it solidified. Cough, cough, cough. Bang, bang, bang. Zhua Hai slowly got up. Something like iron blocks began to fall from his body. He looked at Suyu not far away, anger showing on his face. You little brat, if it weren't for my beast tool, I would have really fallen into your hands. Looking at Zhua Hai, Suyu could clearly see a bleeding wound on his abdomen. It wasn't deep, but it had indeed injured him. Without that so-called beast tool for protection, Suyu's knife, in his unprepared state, would have been enough to kill him. What a pity. Suyu lay on the ground, looking at the stars in the sky, one by one. The twinkling stars, while on the ground, there was Suyu, waiting for death. To be honest, when death approached, it didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Kid, I originally just wanted to refine you into an undead. Now, I want to make you wish you were dead before refining you into an undead. Zhua Hai's eyes were filled with rage. A mere demon slave-level Beastmaster almost caused him, a Beastmaster with a demon soldier-level beast, to die, which was a tremendous humiliation for him. Looking at the shattered pieces on the ground, he felt even more heartbroken. This demon servant-level beast tool had cost him hundreds of thousands to acquire, and now it was ruined. Skeleton, first use your knife to cut wounds on him. Let the death aura gradually corrode his flesh and blood. Zhua Hai looked at the skeleton and gave the order. The necromantic beast could break a bone or two, and it could find something to recover later, so he didn't have to worry too much. Roar. The skeleton picked up the knife with its other hand, walking towards Suyu. Watching the slowly approaching skeleton, Suyu swallowed hard. All right. He still felt scared. No, this should be called from the heart. Closing his eyes, Suyu's consciousness began to enter the spiritual world, calling out to the beast atlas inside. Hey, according to the plot in the novel, you should now tremble and directly pin the external beast to the ground, making them unable to move. Suyu grabbed the beast atlas and shook it hard, saying fiercely, "Buzz, buzz, buzz. This isn't working." Suyu's eyes revealed disappointment as the consciousness withdrew from the spiritual world, looking at the skeleton that was now within arm's reach. A bitter smile appeared on Suyu's face. Roar, roar, roar. The skeleton was no stranger to the enemy that had severed one of its arms. It raised its blade and swung down fiercely. Green Shadow, Hurricane Spirit Arrow. Chapter 47. A suggestion. Green Shadow, Hurricane Spirit Arrow. A delicate shout rang out, and a spirit arrow filled with wind energy shot directly towards the skeleton that was about to kill Suyu, piercing through its side and pinning it hard to the ground. The sudden change immediately attracted the attention of both parties. Suyu looked over and became excited. Teacher Bailey. Bailey landed next to Suyu and asked with concern, "Suyu, are you okay?" Teacher Bailey, woo woo woo. "If you had come a bit later, I would never have seen you again." On the other side, unlike Suyu's excitement, Zhuahai wore a grave expression. Ignoring the wailing skeleton, he looked at Bai Li and said in a deep voice, "Friend, he is my prey. You shouldn't interfere." He could sense that Bai Li was not simple. Although he didn't know her level as a Beastmaster, it was clear that the little creature on her shoulder could condense a spirit arrow with wind energy strong enough to pin his level 17 skeleton to the ground. This alone indicated that Bai Li was at least at the same level as him as a Beastmaster. After confirming that Suyu was just exhausted and had no major issues, Bai Li turned her head, her eyes filled with killing intent, and coldly said, "Friend? What kind of friend are you? You think you are worthy to be friends with me, Bai Li?" Zhuahai could no longer endure being mocked by a woman. "You've gone too far. Since you are unwilling to leave, I will teach you a lesson. Contract summon, Poison Bee." With Zhuahai's furious shout, a black-edged, dark green spirit ring lit up behind him, accompanied by a buzzing sound. A bee-like beast, large as a human and adorned with purple-green patterns, flew out and quietly hovered beside Zhuahai. "Humph. I want to see how strong that so-called teacher of that kid is and what ability you have to interfere in my matters." Although Zhuahai's poison bee had just entered the monster soldier level, it was still a monster soldier beast. Moreover, with the troublesome nature of poison attributes, he wasn't afraid of any Beastmaster who hadn't advanced to the monster soldier level. Not to mention, with the shadow spider that could take him into the shadows. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on his face. "Ability? Hee. Bai Li's gaze was icy. "I want to see what ability you have to dare to touch my student." Contract summon, Crimson Flame Lion. Black-edged, red center, fire-type contract spirit ring. Contract summon, Strangewood Demon. White-edged, deep green center, plant-type summon spirit ring. Contract summon, Curse Spirit. Black-edged, black center, resembling an all-black spirit ring. This is the curse-type contract spirit ring. A lion engulfed in flames roared to the sky, its lion eyes wide open, staring directly at Zhuahai. A half-meter-tall figure with green patterns on its face, hair made of willow leaves, and bright eyes flashed with green, occasionally showing reflections of falling leaves. Another was a small figure, surrounded by swirling black mist, holding a long crimson sickle, with red light in its eyes that gave an unsettling feeling. Seeing the three additional beasts, Zhuahai's expression froze, and he slowly turned to look at Bai Li and the curious little creature on her shoulder. For beasts, all at the monster general level, Zhuahai's mouth twitched madly. How could he fight now? The poison bee that had been quietly hovering next to him had now stopped flapping its wings and landed on the ground, its body trembling slightly, as if it had seen some terrifying giant beast. "Dare to touch my Bai Li's student and want to turn him into an undead?" Zhuahai suppressed the fear in his heart and forced a smile that looked worse than crying. No, you misunderstood. This was just a little joke. Please don't take it to heart." As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu, who was watching the commotion, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Teacher Bai Li. He not only wants to turn me into an undead, but he also said he wanted to turn you into an undead." Zhuahai turned to see that Suyu, who had just been lying on the ground, had now gotten up and was hiding behind Bai Li, looking at him with a teasing expression. Damn it. Zhuahai cursed in his heart, but had to maintain a smile on his face. This brother is just joking. How could I possibly turn you into an undead? Zhuahai wanted to say more, but Bai Li waved her hand impatiently and said, "You must be the fugitive Zhuahai from the Beastmaster Association. Hand over what you took from the Beastmaster Association." Zhuahai was taken aback and then looked at Bai Li with a confused expression. "What are you talking about?" Seeing Zhuahai feigning ignorance, Bai Li sneered and said blandly, daring to play this game in front of me. Cursed spirit, give him a little lesson. Crack, crack. The cursed spirit walked excitedly in front of Zhuahai. No, no, poison bee, get up and stop him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The poison bee struggled to fly again, trying to attack the cursed spirit, but the cursed spirit waved its hand as if in disdain, and a crimson light shot out, hitting the poison bee. Crack, bang. The cry of the poison bee sounded, and it fell straight to the ground. No, no, ah. As the cursed spirit sent the shadow spider on Zhuahai's shoulder flying and placed its hand on Zhuahai's face, he immediately screamed in agony. Suyu stood behind Bai Li, feeling a chill run down his spine as he listened to Zhuahai's screams. Wait a minute. I'll give it to you. Ah, please spare me. Seeing Zhuahai struggling to complete his sentences, Suyu felt a slight chill in his heart and tugged at Bai Li's sleeve. Teacher Bai Li, that's enough, right? It's late at night. This is kind of creepy. Enough? Bai Li glanced at him and said impatiently, you really can't tolerate this? If you knew that he turns people into undead by making them watch their flesh peel away layer by layer while they are fully conscious, you wouldn't think this is cruel. Suyu pondered for a moment, Bai Li's words echoing in his mind. Thinking of the scenes she described, he couldn't help but shudder, then looked at Bai Li with determination. No, teacher, I think your cursed spirit is too lenient. It still allows him to scream. As your student, I suggest either let your cursed spirit increase the intensity or just kill him directly to end it. Chapter 48, Beast Evolution Path. Bai Li looked at Suyu's serious face and couldn't help but burst out laughing. You really are. Looking at Suyu, Bai Li had a helpless expression on her face. All right, cursed spirit, wait a moment. Bai Li stepped forward and said to Zhuahai, hand over what you took from the Beastmaster Association. Zhuahai trembled and reached out a shaking hand from his pocket, pulling out a flat box no bigger than a palm. He handed it to Bai Li, who, instead of taking it, took a few steps back and turned to the cursed spirit, saying, Cursed spirit, open the box and give me what's inside. The contracted beasts of Beastmasters vary widely, and no one knows if any of them have hidden strange skills, especially for someone like Zhuahai, who is on the run and has contracted a poison attribute beast. It's better to be cautious. Crack. The cursed spirit opened the flat box, and fortunately, nothing happened, nor did it cause any trouble. Inside was a piece of unknown beast skin, folded and lying quietly. The cursed spirit took the beast skin out and handed it directly to Bai Li. Just then, Zhuahai's pained voice sounded. Spare me. Zhuahai was in immense pain. Curse-type beasts attacked the soul, and although there were no physical wounds, the pain felt like being stabbed 1,000 times in the soul, especially when the beasts of higher-level Beastmasters attacked him. It was like being executed, or as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at him, causing unbearable suffering. Spare you? Humph. Zhuahai, former staff member of the Beastmaster Association, initially diligent, but due to greed, he killed his colleagues and stole a beast evolution route worth millions, and during his escape, personally slaughtered hundreds of people in a remote mountain village to hinder pursuers. Is that not you? Bai Li looked at Zhuahai, who was writhing in agony on the ground, with no trace of sympathy in her eyes. It should be noted that the staff member he killed was only an 18-year-old Beastmaster, someone who had just joined the association and was full of hope and goodness. His future was bright, yet he took advantage of someone else's innocence and kindness to kill them and steal a beast evolution route worth millions. Moreover, during his escape, he killed hundreds of people and turned them into undead to obstruct pursuers. Any of these charges could lead to Zhuahai's death multiple times over. Otherwise, Bai Li wouldn't have ordered the cursed spirit to torture him right away. Cursed spirit, kill him, and make sure it isn't too easy for him. Crack. The laughter of the cursed spirit echoed, followed by Zhuahai's screams. Ah, spare me. Bai Li ignored him and walked back to Suyu's side, looking at him and asking, do you think it's a bit cruel for me to have the cursed-type beast torture him? Suyu shook his head and replied, no. Hearing what Bai Li had just said, Suyu understood what had happened. For him, such a person was not worth pitying, especially since this scoundrel had just tried to turn him into an undead, which was even more unforgivable. By the way, teacher Bai Li, what is this thing in your hand? This is a beast evolution route. As long as you gather the specified materials according to the methods above, you can have someone help your beast evolve. It was bought at a high price by people from the Beastmaster Association. As she spoke, Bai Li snorted coldly. Those fools at the Beastmaster Association could have issued a notice to capture Zhuahai immediately, but they were concerned about face issues and suppressed the news, allowing Zhuahai to escape for half a month, during which he killed hundreds of people. If it weren't for Zhuahai's mass murder being too big to cover up, those from the association would probably still be hiding the information and unwilling to tell others. Upon hearing this, Suyu finally understood why the Hunter Guild had released so little information about Zhuahai. It was likely due to that so-called face, which had led to the removal of most of the content. All right, you brat, it's so late. Why aren't you at home? Why are you wandering around here in the middle of the night? If I hadn't happened to have a wind attribute beast and arrived in time, you might have already become an undead, Bailey said, her face showing a hint of anger. If she had been half a minute late, so you might not have been human anymore. Growing increasingly angry, she reached out and pinched Suyu's ear. It hurts, hurts. Teacher Bailey. This isn't my fault. Who knew he would show up here in the middle of the night? Suyu looked helpless. Who knew he would be so unlucky as to run into Zhuahai? However, Bailey released him, glancing at Suyu with a slightly strange expression. You're not simple. Just relying on the level 9 lightning python I helped you get, you managed to hold out against him for so long? Cough, cough, cough. Teacher Bailey. I think I smelled blood when I passed by here just now. It should be that Zhuahai killed someone. I should go check if that person is still alive. Suyu awkwardly smiled and prepared to leave, but unexpectedly, before he could take a step, Bailey grabbed him by the collar. Hey, Teacher Bailey. What do you want to do? Suyu looked at Bailey with tears in his eyes, while Bailey looked at him with a half smile. You don't need to go. My Crimson Flame Lion and Mysterious Wood Demon have already gone to check. As she spoke, two beasts walked over. The Crimson Flame Lion and Mysterious Wood Demon. The Crimson Flame Lion shook its head at Bailey, indicating that there was nothing significant to report, while the Mysterious Wood Demon extended its vine-like hand, which was wrapped around a corpse. The Mysterious Wood Demon gently placed the body down and retracted its vines. Also shaking its head at Bailey looked at the corpse and sighed. It was more like a skeleton than a corpse. The entire body was filled with the aura of death, almost completely corroded, with bones exposed. Besides being able to tell it was a female, nothing else could be discerned. When I arrived, I had already let Qing Ying sense the wind and check if there were any living people nearby. He told me there weren't any. I just wasn't willing to accept it. So I had the Crimson Flame Lion and Mysterious Wood Demon take a look. The result is as expected. Chapter 49. Revealing the truth, Suyu fell silent for a moment, then looked at Bailey seriously and said, Teacher Bailey. It's all my fault for being too weak. If I were strong enough, maybe that little girl wouldn't have died when I arrived, and I could have saved her. So I've made up my mind. I'll go home and rest well tonight, and take my beasts out to hunt monsters tomorrow. As he spoke, Suyu took a step forward, ready to leave. Hey, Teacher Bailey, what do you want to do? There's no other meaning. I just want to know how you managed to keep a thunder python alive for so long in the hands of someone who is about to become a demon soldier level Beastmaster. Zhuanghai has a scar radiating with shadow energy on his body, and his beast tools have turned into fragments. You can't say that it's his shadow spider that did this, right? Not to mention whether that little spider has the ability, even if it does. Zhuanghai shouldn't be unable to control his own beast. After all, he is not someone who has contracted a magical beast. Bailey looked at Suyu with a smile. Teacher Bailey, you're not playing by the rules. Suyu gritted his teeth. What rules? Bailey looked a bit confused. The rules in story novels. Normally, shouldn't you say something like, everyone has their own secrets, I want to ask so much. And yet you're still digging for answers? Suyu looked at Bailey with a resentful expression. You really are something. Come on, I won't let you suffer. As long as you say it, I can give you the reward for killing Zhuanghai, as well as the evolution route of this beast worth over 1 million that I have in my hands. Bailey chuckled lightly, waving the beast evolution route in her hand. Looking at what Bailey had, Suyu couldn't help but feel greedy. After all, this was something worth over 1 million, and if he got it, he could directly obtain most of the materials needed for the Shadow Soldier Servant to evolve into a Shadow Soldier Master. So what do you think? Do you want it? Bailey teased Suyu, not in a hurry at all. Alright. After a while, Suyu seemed to give up and let out a sigh of relief. Buzz. A spirit ring appeared in his hand, the one that contracted the Shadow Soldier Servant. When I awakened, I didn't just awaken one beast spirit ring, but 2. And one was a contract and the other a summon. What's more, they're both attribute-less spirit rings. Suyu looked up at the sky, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness, though if you didn't look at the smile on his lips. Slap. A loud slap echoed as Bailey gave Suyu a heavy smack on the head. Hiss. Teacher Bailey, what are you doing? Suyu rubbed his head and stepped back slightly, but saw Bailey's incredulous expression, pointing at him and asking in a trembling voice. You mean to say that you awakened 2 attribute-less spirit rings at once? And one is a contract while the other is a summon? Yes, if I hadn't contracted the Shadow Soldier Servant with the summoned spirit ring, how could the Thunder Python have lasted until you arrived? Saying this, Suyu revealed a hint of pride. After all, it was quite impressive for a Beastmaster at the Demon Slave level to last this long in front of a half-Demon Soldier level Beastmaster. Hearing this, Bailey sighed, then turned to the spell spirit and said, just kill him, he is too noisy. Crack, crack, crack. No. The sound disappeared, and Bailey spoke to Suyu. Let us go, I want to talk to you. Where to? The Beastmaster Association, to exchange what I promised you. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately became interested and followed Bailey. On the way, Suyu couldn't help but ask, Teacher Bai Li, what is wrong with my spirit ring? Why do I feel like you seemed a bit unhappy when you saw my spirit ring? Bai Li gave him a sideways glance. Happy? Tell me, how can I be happy? I awakened 2 spirit rings. Beasts naturally have one more than others. Isn't that worth celebrating? Happy? Of course. It's worth celebrating, but... Bai Li paused. But what? Teacher, don't keep me in suspense. Suyu felt a bit anxious. It was the first time he felt that Teacher Bai Li was dragging things out. Do you know the power ratio among demon beasts? What? Suyu looked confused. The power ratio of demon beasts is that on the native continent, the demon beasts in our real world have a power level of 1. The summoned beasts from other worlds have a power level of 15, and the magical beasts invading from other spaces have a power level of 2. The power ratio among native demon beasts, summoned beasts from other worlds, and magical beasts from other spaces is approximately 1:15. 2. Suyu looked puzzled but still asked, Teacher Bai Li, are you trying to say that among the same level, there is a power size difference? Bai Li looked at Suyu appreciatively, then nodded. Don't think that the differences of 1 to 15 and 2 aren't that big. But if I tell you that under normal circumstances, 3 to 5 native demon beasts are needed to deal with 1 summoned beast. And to deal with a magical beast of the same level, at least 7 to 9 are required, what would you think? Hearing this, Suyu looked incredulous. Teacher Bai Li, it can't be that exaggerated, right? If that's the case, wouldn't we humans have been wiped out long ago? Yes. It's not that simple. If it weren't for the fact that we humans can use the alien bones and beast souls of demon beasts to forge beast tools, and can attach ourselves to our beasts at the demon master level to try to level the gap, we humans would really be on the brink of extinction. Then why is there such a big difference? Because of slaughter. Although there are many disputes and killings among demon beasts on the native continent, it's far less than among summoned beasts, and even less than the magical beasts that are always in a state of slaughter. Perhaps it's precisely because you contracted a good summoned beast that you've been able to last so long in front of Zhuanghai. So you didn't speak because this was indeed true. It was basically the shadow soldier's servant holding on. As for the thunder python, it still had a big wound. Better not to mention it. Big wound. Damn. Teacher Bai Li, my snake is still injured. Can we go to the Hunter-S Guild for help first? Suyu said urgently. Although he was very curious about what Bai Li was about to say next, it was obvious his snake couldn't hold on much longer. Very serious? It's dying. Upon hearing this, Bai Li also realized the seriousness of the situation and stopped the conversation. Qing-ying, use the wind spirit wings. Whoosh. A pair of light blue wings appeared behind Bai Li again, retracting all beasts except the wind spirit, grabbing Suyu's shoulders with both hands and leaping into the sky. Wow, ha ha ha, Teacher Bai Li, I'm flying. Suyu, being lifted into the sky by Bai Li, was very excited, but suddenly, a faint voice came to his ear. If you move around again, I'll bury you. Chapter 50, The 4 Ultimate Attributes. In the Hunter-S Guild, Bai Li seemed to have some status. Upon arrival, she immediately ordered someone to take Suyu's Thunder Python for treatment. Office. This is an office that Bai Li opened. A place in the Hunter-S Guild for handling personal matters or transactions. Let us continue our previous topic. The power difference between magical beasts and demon beasts is too great. We will do everything possible to level the gap. Just like forging beast tools and cultivating our beasts as well as possible. The beasts cultivated by us humans can have their combat power improved to a certain extent. Of course, we won't discuss this for now. You should know that the contract of beasts has attribute restrictions. Just like the wind attribute spirit ring can only contract wind attribute demon beasts or summon beasts. And the fire attribute spirit ring can only contract fire attribute demon beasts or summon beasts. Do you know about ultimate attributes? Suddenly, Bai Li, who was speaking, posed a question. I don't know. Then you should know the basic elemental attributes, right? Yes, gold, wood, fire, earth, water, wind, thunder, ice, light. Rare attributes. Plant, poison, shadow, undead, curse, healing, space. You remember quite well. Bai Li praised, then continued. The 9 basic attributes, along with the 7 rare attributes, and also the 4 ultimate attributes. What are ultimate attributes? Suyu asked curiously, feeling that what Bai Li was about to say was very important. The 4 ultimate attributes, you see, Bai Li said leisurely, are the time attribute that controls time, the spirit attribute that controls souls, the life attribute that can resurrect others, and the mysterious and strange mystic attribute. These 4 attributes are called ultimate attributes because they are powerful enough that anyone possessing even one of them would be heavily nurtured. So strong? Suyu was shocked. As according to Bai Li's description, these attributes indeed seemed extraordinary. Yes, and it seems that the rarer the attribute, the more it suppresses the more common attributes to some extent. Just think about it. If a top-tier magical beast with the time attribute from the 4 ultimate attributes were to attack, what would happen to us? Suyu fell silent. A top-tier magical beast. Combined with the combat power comparison between magical beasts, demon beasts, and summoners, along with the ultimate attribute of time, seemed outrageously strong. In gaming terms, it would mean everything is maxed out. Of course, the most important thing is, Teacher Bailey, what does this have to do with me? I'm just a low-level Beastmaster. He was merely someone who had just awakened his spirit ring and couldn't think about such things. According to the best method to resist magical beasts, it was to contract magical beasts. What? Contract magical beasts? Teacher Bailey, didn't you say that magical beasts are inherently violent and only know killing and cannot be contracted? Yes, but nothing is absolute. Magical beasts can actually be contracted, but it requires a contract spirit ring and a summoning spirit ring. Moreover, due to the attribute restrictions, these two spirit rings must have the same attribute, under multiple conditions. This has led to contracted magical beasts becoming a luxury. So, I really want to beat you to death right now. Suddenly, Bai Li's eyes widened as she looked at Su Yu. If I had known you simultaneously awakened a contract summoning dual non-attribute spirit ring, I would have tied you up and sent you to the demon suppression department long ago. You should know that these two spirit rings represent your ability to contract any demon beast or magical beast in the world. Bai Li glanced at Su Yu and then said faintly, and as far as I know, there is a top-tier containment entity in the demon suppression department called the ethereal holy butterfly, which is a dual attribute magical beast, possessing both light and space attributes, comparable to an ultimate attribute magical beast. If you can contract it, then I don't need to say more about your future. Even if you are just a low-level Beastmaster, you could easily escape if you encountered that guy Zhuahai today. Teacher, but I already contracted a shadow servant when I awakened my spirit ring. That's nothing. It's just that you were hiding it from me and refusing to join the demon suppression department. If I had known you already had a shadow servant, which can grow in ability, I wouldn't have rushed you to contract the Thunder Python. I would have saved your non-attribute contract spirit ring for when you could awaken a light or space summoning spirit ring later. That ethereal holy butterfly would still be yours. Now do you understand why I was so angry with you back then? Bai Li looked helpless. The country's situation was not good, with various cult organizations causing trouble within, as well as numerous interdimensional invasions and rampant local magical beasts. Sigh, well, it's fate. Just consider it bad luck. Seeing Su Yu silent, Bai Li tried to comfort him a little. By the way, Teacher Bai Li, why do you need two spirit rings to contract magical beasts? Su Yu suddenly asked again. It's not that you must have two spirit rings to contract magical beasts. Actually, one can also be used to contract. But magical beasts are inherently brutal and prone to killing. If you contract with just one spirit ring, it could go out of control, which may lead to greater disasters. Therefore, the state has explicitly prohibited contracting magical beasts with a single spirit ring. Two spirit rings can stabilize the control over the magical beast. But it does waste a spirit ring. Waste a spirit ring? Well, originally, one could contract two demon beasts or summoners, but with a magical beast, you can only contract one. Of course, magical beasts are strong. Oh, since we're on the topic, let me mention that there are many evil organizations in the world, with the most powerful being the Enlightenment Society. Their Beastmasters primarily use magical beasts, and most of them are contracted with a single spirit ring. The magical beasts they possess have a high chance of going out of control, and their goal is to restart the world. They are enemies of our country, and once confirmed, they are to be killed without exception. As she spoke, Bai Li's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came. Come in, Bai Li said. A service staff entered, followed by a large snake that was wrapped in bandages. It was the Thunder Python. Upon seeing Su Yu, it swam towards him and rubbed its head against him. Sir, the Thunder Python you asked to be treated is better now. But the wounds are too severe and will need a couple of days to heal, so for now, it can only be bandaged. Also, the money obtained from the items you asked to exchange is here, and as for the contribution points, they have been transferred to the specified account as per your instructions. Saying this, the service staff handed Bai Li a black card. After receiving the card, Bai Li waved her hand, signaling him to leave. If you need anything, call me anytime. The service staff exited. Here, the money from the Beast Evolution route change and the task is all here, no password needed. Bai Li handed the card to Su Yu. The contribution points from the task have also been transferred to your account by the Hunters Guild. Hee. I knew Teacher Bai Li was the best. Su Yu accepted the black card and smiled. Alright, besides the Beast Evolution route, I don't care about this little stuff. You can go back now, it's getting late. Bai Li said, but saw that Su Yu had no intention of leaving. She raised an eyebrow and asked, do you have something else to say? Ahem, Teacher Bai Li, you see, it's getting late, and it's not quick for me to go back alone, so. You want me to take you? No. How could I trouble Teacher Bai Li? It's just that when I arrived earlier, I thought your wings looked really beautiful. Could you help me get a pair too? Su Yu looked at Bai Li with hopeful eyes. Oh, you're not afraid of dying? You should know that if I give you the wind spirit wings and you don't know how to use them, you might fall down. If it's low, it's fine. You might just end up with a broken bone. But if it's high, you would turn into mush. Ahem. Suyu said sternly. I think Teacher Bai Li is right. People my age shouldn't be greedy for just a little bit of time. Walking is good enough. Teacher Bai Li, goodbye. Chapter 51. Taking on more tasks, the wind spirit sat quietly on Suyu's shoulder, looking at him with curiosity. With the wind spirit controlling the wind spirit wing, Suyu didn't encounter any major issues along the way. At that moment, on the bed, Suyu was communicating with the shadow servant through the spirit ring. After all, in tonight's encounter with Zhuahai, the shadow servant had played the biggest role. If it weren't for the shadow servant, Suyu definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on until Bai Li arrived. Little shadow, are you okay? I'm fine, just that the shadow energy is depleted. Once the shadow energy in the spirit vein recovers, I can go out. I might be about to break through to the demon servant level. The shadow servant sent another message, and a smile appeared on Suyu's face. It was known that if the shadow servant broke through to the demon servant level, it meant he could awaken the spirit ring again. However, the problem was still the lack of money. Suyu rubbed his forehead, looking helpless. By the way, the money Teacher Bai Li gave me today. Suddenly, Suyu seemed to remember something. His eyes brightened. He almost forgot about today's gains. It seems that meeting Zhuahai today wasn't entirely a bad thing. Afterward, Suyu communicated with the Thunder Python, confirming that it was fine and that its injuries would heal after a while. Suyu then exited the spiritual world. The next day, as soon as Suyu woke up, his phone rang. Hey, Yushu, I have good news for you. It was Su Qing's voice, soft and sweet, and she sounded obviously happy. What is up? Didn't the captain say yesterday that we should pause the demon hunting until Zhuahai was dealt with? Today we got news that someone took care of Zhuahai yesterday, and the captain said we can go out to hunt demons today. Su Qing's tone was cheerful. Previously, she had borrowed most of the 500,000 needed to awaken her spirit ring. So for her, hunting demons was one of the essential ways to earn money. Oh, that's great. We can go out to hunt demons. Are you coming? Wait for me. After a night of recovery, the shadow energy in the shadow spirit vein had already restored, so summoning the shadow servant was not difficult. After washing up and slightly disguising himself, Suyu set off towards the Hunters Guild again. At the Hunters Guild, it was still bustling with activity, with people coming and going, either chatting or taking on tasks. Did you hear? Zhuahai, who wiped out Zhao Cheng's team yesterday, has been dealt with. I heard it was a big shot who did it. I don't know. Anyway, we don't have to worry about running into that person while taking on some small tasks. Yeah, you don't know. Seeing the photos of Zhao Cheng's team before they died was horrifying. It made me sick just looking at it. It seemed that Zhuahai's killing of Zhao Cheng's team had caused quite a stir, making people anxious. Now that Zhuahai was gone, everyone was discussing it, as if a huge weight had been lifted off their chests. But thinking about it, as one of the few demon hunting teams in Lin City at the demon servant level, Zhao Cheng's team only managed to send a distress signal before they died, with no ability to wait for support. Coupled with the horrific state before their deaths, it was hard not to make people anxious. In the office, Suyu pushed the door open and saw only 3 people inside. Su Qing stepped forward, looked at Suyu, and said softly, Yushu, you're here. Suyu replied, then asked, where's the captain? Why isn't he here? The captain went to take on a task. Task? Suyu frowned. Aren't tasks usually handled by Shirtu? Why did it fall to the captain? Before Su Qing could respond, Shirin, who was sitting in a chair, spoke up first. Usually I do the tasks, but some special ones need the captain to handle the negotiations. After all, he is our team's leader, the one who represents us. Well, that is fine. This gives me a chance to rest a bit. Nodding, Suyu didn't ask further and found a seat to sit down. Bang! In another office, Wang Hu slammed the table and stood up angrily. What? You're saying after Zhao Cheng's team died, their tasks fell to us? Calm down, calm down. As one of the few demon hunting teams at the demon servant level in Lin City, this shouldn't be too difficult for you. In front of Wang Hu, a somewhat plump middle-aged man set his teacup on the table and raised his hand to gesture for Wang Hu to relax. Guoming, how can you expect me to relax? Zhao Cheng's team died because of me, so why should their tasks all fall on us? If it were distributed among other demon hunting teams at the demon servant level, allocating us a bit would be fine, but to make us take it all is unreasonable. You know very well that these types of tasks can lead to big trouble if anything goes wrong, resulting in 1 or 2 deaths. Wang Hu was still furious. Other demon hunting teams have clearly refused and stated they want to take them. So you just push all the tasks onto us? Ahem, pretty much. Besides, I'm negotiating with you now, aren't I? Negotiating? So you just plan to push all the tasks onto us? What about Zhao Hai's team? I remember she loved these kinds of tasks, and isn't it said that girls are meticulous? Her? You know her team is still short of 1 person. And they are all girls. If something unexpected happens, being meticulous won't help. How do you know we won't have any accidents? Wang Hu retorted. Isn't it trusting you? No way. We will only take on the task that originally belonged to us. Captain Wang, why are you in such a hurry? Let me finish. Wang Hu looked at him, sat down, and said solemnly, "You better give me a satisfactory reason. Here's the thing. The students you're supervising are the strongest among this batch, and they usually have the most resources, so most of them can take care of themselves. You don't have to pay extra attention to them. Also, the reward for your task plus what originally belonged to Zhao Cheng is increased, although the task is a bit harder, but the reward is also much higher, right? And I remember your team just recruited a little guy with shadow-type beast control skills, so you can prepare in advance if anything happens." Wang Hu thought for a moment and finally spoke. "So you mean, the students we need to supervise are the strongest among this batch, and we can also receive the reward that originally belonged to Zhao Cheng's team?" "Yes, and considering your task, I'll add 50 more to the original task's reward." "How about that?" Chapter 52. Unanimous agreement. Wang Hu pondered for a moment. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Guoming. "So you mean, if we complete this task, I will receive 250 of the reward?" Guoming picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, and nodded. "Not bad. A reward of 250%, and you only need to complete 150% of the task. What do you think?" The original task was 100, and the reward was also 100%, but the task increased by 100, although the difficulty of this task is not high. It can only be considered as 50. Wang Hu pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Okay." Su Qing from his team needed money to repay the loan taken for awakening the spirit ring, and they also needed money to train their beasts. If they could complete a slightly more difficult task and get nearly double the reward, it would indeed be a good choice. With a click, the door closed, and Wang Hu left. Phew, finally managed to trick him. Guoming wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. This task has finally been accepted. Damn Zhuhai. Why did he have to wipe out our Hunter Guild's demon hunting team before he died? Can't he wait a few more days? Guoming cursed for a moment before he stopped and picked up the tea on the table to drink again. Captain Wang Hu, who had just opened the door, saw everyone and nodded, acknowledging them. He then grinned and walked over to Su Yu, directly hugging his head. "You Shu, you finally came." "Captain." Su Yu looked helpless, as if Wang Hu really liked to hug his head, and in terms of size and height, Su Yu had no way to refute it now. After a brief playful scuffle, Wang Hu's expression turned serious. "Let's talk about this mission." "Captain, what is there to say? This mission is something we have every year, right?" As soon as Wang Hu finished speaking, the clever boy Lin Feng chimed in again. "You think you're so smart, huh? If you interrupt me again, we'll go down to practice." Wang Hu clenched his fist, looking sternly at him. "Captain, go ahead." Lin Feng forced a grin, to prevent him from interrupting again. Shuren directly walked over to his side and put a hand on his shoulder. "Sure too, don't be like that. All right, because we have new team members joining. I'll briefly explain our mission again. The only beast-raising high school in Lin City, Hope Beast High School, sends teachers every year to lead students out to hunt demons and train their abilities. To be safe, they spend money to have our Hunter Guild's demon servant-level hunter teams escort them, adding a layer of security. Su Yu nodded. Now he finally understood why Wang Hu needed to negotiate. In every country, new Beastmasters are valuable resources, so it's normal to spend extra effort on their safety. However, just when Su Yu and the others thought it was over, Wang Hu's voice rang out again. But because of Zhuhai causing Zhao Cheng's team to perish, the students they were originally responsible for have now been assigned to us. What? As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Feng couldn't sit still first. And even Shuren couldn't hold back. "Captain, our team's mission is already not simple. Why do we have to take on the task of a deceased person?" Everyone's gaze turned to Wang Hu, wanting an explanation. "What's the rush? What's the rush? Crazy guy, you're the best at making noise, aren't you? Can't you wait for me to finish speaking?" Wang Hu glared at Lin Feng, then continued. "Although the task has become a bit more difficult, our required effort has also increased a bit, but the rewards originally belonging to Zhao Cheng's team will also come to us. Plus, that guy Guoming added 50 on top of the original base reward. Furthermore, the students we need to oversee are the best and most capable batch from Hope Beast High School. I think this task is still not difficult, so we accepted it." Wang Hu scanned the room and continued, "I want to hear your opinions now. If there are no objections, this task is settled. If you think the task is inappropriate or too difficult and will distract us, I will go find Guoming to discuss it and withdraw from this task. Only completing our part." Everyone lowered their heads in thought, then spoke in turn. "I think there's no problem. If it's just a bit more difficult. As long as we are careful, it shouldn't be a big deal. Besides, we're not alone. We are just a layer of security. And there will still be teachers from the Beast High School watching us." This was Su Qing's voice. As someone who still owed money to others, if there was a task that was just a bit difficult but could provide nearly double the reward, she naturally wouldn't refuse. "It's fine. If it's just like this, I think it's okay. Yushu, what do you think?" As the team member who helped them avoid 2 disasters, Wang Hu paid special attention to Su Yu's opinion. The first time was when they were ambushed by Zhao Cheng's team, and the second time was when they rejected Zhuhai's task. It's fine, Captain. I agree with that. As long as we pay attention, it will be fine. Just now, Suyu was still thinking about whether he would meet his classmates from his original class and the students he was supposed to protect when Wang Hu suddenly asked him. Noticing Suyu seemed a bit distracted, Wang Hu didn't ask further. After acknowledging him, he continued, all right, since there are no objections, we officially accept this task. Get ready, we will set off at noon. Shuren, remember to prepare well. It was 10 in the morning, and there were about 2 hours until noon. So there was no rush. Thinking about this, Suyu walked out of the office. Suddenly, just as Suyu walked out of the office, his phone rang. Looking at the incoming call displayed on the phone, it was Bai Li. Hello? Teacher Bai Li, it's me. What is up? It's nothing, just wanted to ask you. We're organizing a hunt for the third-year students of Hope Beast High School at noon to train their practical abilities. Do you want to go? Suyu glanced at the 4 people still in the office. No need, Teacher Bai Li. You know what happened to me yesterday. My beast hasn't recovered yet. And the wounds on the thunder python are still not healed. Clearly, I'm not suitable for combat hunting. Yeah, that's true. Surviving in the hands of a demon servant Beastmaster is already quite good. You should rest for a few days. Yes, then I'll hang up, Teacher Bai Li. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want Bai Li to know he was going hunting demons right now. Chapter 53. Returning to Hope Beast High School again as noon approached. Suyu and the others gathered in front of the back door of the Hunter Guild under Wang Hu's lead. Here, apart from Suyu's demon hunting team, there were a few other teams. According to Wang Hu's earlier statement in the office, these teams should all be demon servant level hunting teams. Up ahead, a slightly plump middle-aged man smiled as he saw Wang Hu and the others arrive. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Clear his throat now that everyone is here. Let me introduce myself. My name is Guoming, and I am a small supervisor at this Hunters Guild. Aside from a few newcomers who may not know me, I should be considered an old friend to all of you. I want to elaborate on the annual mission. As for the newcomers in the team, I believe you have already been briefed by your teammates. With that said, let us set off. He didn't say much more, as he was only responsible for counting the personnel and checking if any small teams were missing. Now that everyone was present, he felt no need to say anything further. His task was already complete. Let us go. Wang Hu spoke up, leading the group away, while several other small teams also began to move. Hey Wang Hu, I heard your team recently recruited a shadow-type Beastmaster. Is that true? Suddenly, a female voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a demon hunting team composed entirely of women. Wang Hu raised his eyebrows, a hint of wariness showing on his face. What is this, Zhao Haidang? Are you trying to poach my people? It was clear that Wang Hu recognized the woman who spoke. After all, as one of the few demon hunting teams at the servant level, it was normal for them to have some connections. Hee, Captain Wang Hu, you're joking. How could I be that kind of person? The woman replied, her gaze scanning Wang Hu's team. Suyu stood out conspicuously among the crowd, and the woman, Zhao Haitang, clearly noticed him and immediately said, Hey little guy, do you want to join our demon hunting team? Suyu was taken aback. He didn't expect Zhao Haidang, who had just claimed she wasn't that kind of person, to invite him so quickly. No, I can't. But after regaining his composure, he quickly declined, as being with Wang Hu's team felt much more comfortable. Really not coming? We're all girls here. If you join us, I can help you get to know whoever you fancy. Their team happened to have an attractive mission that required a shadow-type Beastmaster's assistance. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so eager. Zhao Haidang, enough? Yu Shu is our team member. This is too much. Seeing Wang Hu's barely contained anger, Zhao Haidang pouted but didn't say anything further. Although the mission was important, offending Wang Hu was clearly not a good choice. After this somewhat unpleasant exchange, no one else spoke during the rest of the journey. Hope Beast High School. Wang Hu led Suyu and the others here. The students were gathered in a formation, with the principal standing at the front. Upon seeing Wang Hu and the others arrive, a group of teachers came forward. Captain Wang Hu, it's a pleasure to see you again. We'll be relying on you once more. Ha ha ha, you're too polite. We're just taking on a mission from the Hunters Guild. Wang Hu waved his hands, genuinely meaning what he said. If it weren't for the comparatively high reward for this mission, he might not have come at all. After a brief exchange, Principal Dong Ping approached. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. As you all know, our work at Hope Beast High School is supported by the Hunters Guild. Here, I want to thank the guild for their strong support. As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted. Dong Ping spoke beautifully. He made it sound as if the demon hunting team was here because of the guild's support, creating a sense of mission among the demon hunters. As if they were here for the future of the country, not just for the reward. Dong Ping raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Now, I would like to mention a few points. Suyu didn't pay attention to what Dong Ping was saying. He was lost in thought, looking around. After being expelled from here after more than 2 years, he felt a deep sense of unwillingness. Now, just over a month later, he had returned. But in such a manner, who would have thought he would come back like this? And now, He even had to protect them. It seemed that his fate began to change the night Li Yuan brought him the awakening stone. Now his role had reversed. He was no longer the worthless person everyone looked down on, nor was he just someone filled with theoretical knowledge. He had transformed into a genius with dual spirit rings. Suyu clenched his fists, murmuring, "Everything will pass. Dawn will eventually come." "All right, I finished speaking. Next." The teachers from each class will take their respective demon hunting teams to their classes. After Dong Ping finished, he left, and the teachers led the corresponding demon hunting teams to their classes. Zhao Haitang's all-female demon hunting team was taken away by a female teacher, while a male teacher approached Wang Hu. "Captain Wang Hu, please come with me." The male teacher led Su Yu and the others to a formation and addressed the students in it. "This is the demon hunting team that will be accompanying us. This is Captain Wang Hu and his team members. Let us greet them." "Hello, Captain Wang Hu." The students were obedient and didn't cause any trouble. After all, in front of Wang Hu, who was nearly 2 meters tall, no one would want to provoke him. "Wang Hu, please wait a moment. I'll go get another class." With that, the male teacher left. After a moment, he returned with a large group of students from Class 1. Known to be the strongest and most resourceful among this batch of students. The same class that Guoming had mentioned to Wang Hu. Suyu could even see the class leader, Su Xiaoxiao, and Zhao Jiao, along with their follower, Wang San, walking in front. "Captain Wang, all the students you need are here. Please wait a moment. We can set off shortly." Things were indeed quite complicated. A moment later, another female teacher arrived. Bai Li. The moment Suyu saw Bai Li, he fell silent. Now he understood what fell off. It was the unexpected encounter with Bai Li. Suyu felt so awkward that he wanted to cover his face. After all, Bai Li had called him to ask if he was coming, and he had declined. Yet here he was. As for whether Bai Li would recognize him, Suyu didn't know. After all, he had only summoned the spirit ring for her to see. Not the beast. In this small town, there weren't many people with shadow-type beasts, and Suyu had mentioned what his other spirit ring was contracted to. It was unlikely that Bai Li wouldn't recognize him. "Hello, Captain Wang Hu." Bai Li stepped forward, shaking hands briefly with Wang Hu, and they exchanged greetings. "Hello, Teacher Bai." Every year there are similar tasks, and Wang Hu and Bai Li are quite familiar with them. "Since we're ready, shall we set off first?" Bai Li asked. "Haha, Teacher Bai, we are just the ones taking the commission. Such matters should be up to you. We just need to protect you." "All right then." Bai Li replied and turned to the crowd, saying, "Get ready, we are going to set off first. It will be inconvenient to leave the school gate with so many people later, so it's fine for Bai Li to have the class prepare to set off first." In the wild, in the semi-safe area, Bai Li turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, get ready and summon your beasts." "All right. Yes, teacher." The crowd responded, and colorful spirit rings lit up around them. Contract summon, Iron Tooth Pig. Contract summon, Wind Chaser Dog. Contract summon, Wind Snake. Contract summon, Suyu. Watching from the side, felt a pang in his heart. No, do they really have to shout so loudly? It would be fine usually if just 1 or 2 people shouted, but this is the wild, with over 100 people. Such a loud noise might attract a lot of monsters. Now Suyu finally understood why Bai Li had everyone summon their beasts in this semi-safe area, close to the wild. If they went a bit further and summoned their beasts, it would probably be a different story. After everyone finished summoning, Bai Li nodded and softly chanted, and a spirit ring appeared behind him. Following that, a small sprite settled on Bai Li's shoulder. It was the wind sprite, familiar to Suyu. Others might not know this little guy's strength, but Suyu knew quite a bit, although he didn't know the exact level. He knew this was at least a beast of the demon general level, rare throughout Lin City. Another male teacher summoned a light-chasing tiger. After the students finished summoning, Bai Li nodded to Wang Hu. "Brothers, let us start summoning our beasts. We can't let these students underestimate us." Contract summon, Fire Lion, Thunder Snake. Wang Hu took the lead in summoning. Roar. As the Fire Lion appeared, it roared to the sky, its demon servant level aura making the student's beast shiver. Windbird. Armor-piercing beast. Rock Bull, Rock Giant. Shurin and Lin Feng began summoning in turn, with Lin Feng's Rock Giant being the most eye-catching, standing nearly 5 meters tall, giving off an impressive oppressive feeling, likely due to the rock heart they exchanged for him earlier. Su Qing didn't need to summon. After all, they hadn't reached their destination yet. Her beast, the withered vine tree demon, had no combat power before rooting, so summoning it would be of little use and would just create more trouble. Everyone's gaze turned to Suyu, as currently, apart from Su Qing, who didn't need to summon, he was the only one left. "Yushu, summon your beast. We'll need you for the next part of the journey." The students curiously looked at Suyu, especially since he was the only one among them who concealed his face. Seeing everyone looking at him, Suyu felt helpless. Contract summon, Shadow Soldier. The spirit ring lit up, and a shadowy figure appeared beside Suyu. It seemed to have broken through to the demon servant level, and Suyu vaguely sensed some indescribable changes in the Shadow Soldier. What he could see was that the black mist around the shadow soldier had noticeably thickened. Is this a demon servant level? Yushu, has your beast broken through? Wang Hu asked with delight. And the other 3 members of the hunting team turned their eyes toward him. Yes, Captain, it just broke through to the demon servant level yesterday. I didn't have time to tell you. Suyu replied. Ha ha, great. Once this mission is done, I'll take you to awaken your spirit ring. At that time, we can handle your second beast and Qingqing's second beast all at once. On the other side, Bai Li was clearly taken aback upon seeing Su Yu's shadow soldier. Her eyes narrowing slightly. Is it Su Yu? Speaking as if to confirm her thoughts, she asked Wang Hu. Captain Wang, is this your new team member? I haven't seen him before. Wang Hu, who was talking to Su Yu, was momentarily stunned, then turned his head. Ha ha ha, Teacher Bai, look at my brain. Come here. Yushu, let me introduce you. This is Teacher Bai. Wang Hu waved his hand, signaling Su Yu to come over. Su Yu felt helpless and could only step forward. Yushu, this is Bai Li, Teacher Bai. Nice to meet you, Teacher Bai, Su Yu said hoarsely. This left Wang Hu confused, like a monk who couldn't figure things out. And he immediately asked with concern, Yushu, what happened to your voice? It was fine just now. It's nothing. After answering, Su Yu fell silent. All right, Teacher Bai. This is our new team member, Yushu, a shadow-type Beastmaster. Bai Li replied, then extended her hand. Hello, Yushu. Hello. Su Yu also extended his hand. But as soon as he grasped it, he quickly pulled it back. Seeing this scene, Wang Hu could only laugh awkwardly. Teacher Bai, Yushu is a bit shy. Captain, I'll let my beast scout ahead. Saying this, without waiting for Wang Hu to respond, Su Yu turned and left. Seeing this, Wang Hu could only nod to Bai Li before turning to leave. Behind them, Bai Li narrowed her eyes, a smile creeping onto her lips. Yushu Su Yu. This little guy even knows how to go incognito. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We are entering the wild. Don't make a noise and keep your beasts under control. Saying this, Bai Li led everyone deeper into the wild. Chapter 55. I've invested quite a bit in you. In the wild, Su Yu followed the shadow soldier at the front, responsible for scouting the surroundings to see if any groups of monsters or powerful beasts appeared. After confirming there was no significant danger, Bai Li began to issue orders. Everyone form teams of 3, team up freely, and try to find people who can coordinate with your beasts. Hearing Bai Li's words, everyone dispersed, beginning to search for teammates in pairs and trios. Once everyone had formed their teams, Bai Li continued, free hunting within 1,000 meters. Remember, hunt only the monsters you can deal with. Don't be arrogant and seek out powerful beasts, and don't go too far to avoid life-threatening situations. After the reminder, everyone began to scatter to find monsters they could handle. Captain Wang Hu. Suddenly, Bai Li called out to Wang Hu. Teacher Bai, what's wrong? Please take your team and drive away any demon servant level monsters that might appear nearby, so they don't harm the students. Bai Li said, as the students' beasts are all only at the demon slave level. If they encounter a demon servant level beast without being able to handle it, it could be quite dangerous. Ha ha ha, Teacher Bai is joking. This is our task after all, and we will handle it. Bai Li nodded and didn't say anything more. Wang Hu then led Lin Feng and the others to a slightly farther area. Qingqing, leave your withered vine tree demon here to guard this side. Okay. The terrain here was good, just suitable for Su Qing's withered vine tree demon to take root. Madman, go to the left and keep an eye on that side. If anything happens on the right side of the rock, let your windbird come find me immediately. Got it. Shuren responded and then set off. The current situation was that the students were behind. Lin Feng was on the left, Shuren was on the right, and Su Qing was in the middle. As long as a servant-level monster appeared, they would drive it away. Seeing everyone agree, Wang Hu continued to walk ahead, but the more he walked, the more furrowed his brows became. This seemed to be the place where someone previously mentioned that monsters had inexplicably gone berserk. Their small team was the same. Damn Guoming, I knew that guy had bad intentions. Anger filled Wang Hu's face. No wonder no one was willing to take on this extra task. And Guoming even added 50% more pay on top of it. Looking back, it was probably anticipated long ago. But now that they were here, Wang Hu could only suppress his thoughts and think about addressing it when they returned. With that in mind, Wang Hu pressed a device similar to an earpiece hanging from his ear. Hello, everyone pay attention. Everyone pay attention. From now on, stay alert. Received. Received. The voices of Lin Feng and Shuren followed one after another. Received. This was Su Yu and Su Qing's voices. Before Su Qing could finish speaking, her soft and confused voice rang out again. Captain, is something happening? Wang Hu then shared his suspicions with everyone. What? Guoming dares to deceive us? Lin Feng's angry voice was the first to respond. As he was one of the few in Lin City who belonged to a servant-level monster hunting team and also knew Guoming. Alright, stop complaining for now. Let's handle the immediate problem first. We must not let servant-level monsters appear and harm the students of the Monster Tamer High School. As for Guoming, let's put that aside for now and deal with him when we get back. Wang, who spoke first, directly cutting off any further words Lin Feng might have. Yushu, can you please have your shadow servant pay more attention to the surroundings? If servant-level monsters appear, let me know, and I will handle it immediately. Okay, Suyu responded. After reaching servant level 10, the shadow servant could stay in the main world for a much longer time. On the other side, Suyu, who had just hung up the communication device, rubbed his temples, looking quite frustrated. Troublesome. Xiaoying, please expand the exploration range a bit more and keep an eye out for any gatherings of monsters or any servant level or higher monster tamers appearing. Got it. The shadow servant disappeared instantly upon receiving the command. Hey, suddenly, a voice came from behind Suyu. He turned to see Bai Li approaching. Cough cough, Teacher Bai. What are you doing here? Is there an issue? Suyu asked as Bai Li walked closer. Unexpectedly, Bai Li stood in front of Suyu, looking at him with great curiosity. I said, in this weather, aren't you hot wearing such a big mask all day? No problem. All right, you little brat. Still pretending in front of me. Cough cough, Teacher Bai, I don't understand what you mean. TSK, after taking so many of my resources. Now you pretend not to know me? Suyu fell silent. What's the matter? Do I need to take off your mask? Hey, Teacher Bai, what are you doing? Can't you let me have a bit of mystery? Suyu took off his mask, looking helplessly at Bai Li in front of him. You really, all right, I don't have anything else to do. I mainly just wanted to confirm if it was you. I didn't expect your shadow servant to already be at the servant level. It shouldn't have been that way yesterday. I ran into Zhuahai yesterday. It might be because I fought with Zhuahai's skeleton. The shadow servant couldn't win and wanted to level up, and it probably succeeded now. Suyu touched his nose, looking quite pleased. Go on. Do you want me to take you to awaken your spirit ring later? No need. I feel bad constantly troubling Teacher Bai. Hearing this, Bai Li rolled her eyes at Suyu. You still know to feel bad. All right, I'm leaving. If you need anything, you can find me. I'm over there watching the students. Okay. All right, Teacher Bai. Our captain said that there have been inexplicable monster disturbances here before. What's going on? TCH. You should ask yourself. Guess how your lightning python came about. Suyu fell silent. He had completely forgotten about that. All right, just complete your task well. Remember, if anything happens, you can come directly to me. I've invested quite a bit in you. If you die, my investment will go down the drain. Don't worry, Teacher Bai. I value my life more than anyone. Oh, right. About your dual spirit rings, I spoke to the higher-ups. I mainly came this time to give you a heads up. Don't overthink it. It's just a simple report. As long as you don't do anything harmful to the country later, there shouldn't be any major problems. Oh, that's fine. Don't blame me. Bai Li looked at Suyu. I'm from the Demon Suppression Division. To prevent any accidents, I'm letting you know. It's good for both you and the higher-ups. Otherwise, if something happens later, you could easily get dragged in. Got it. I'm not that petty. Then it's settled. I'm leaving now. If something comes up, find me again. Suyu nodded. Chapter 56. Advancing deeper on the other side. Zhao Jiao was teaming up with Wang San. And there were only the two of them. Although Bai Li required 3-person teams, it was impossible for every group to have 3 people, and with Zhao Jiao's strong abilities. He only brought Wang San along for hunting. Wang San, have your earth spike dog block the armored bear. I'll deliver the final blow. Zhao Jiao shouted at Wang San. In front of them, a bear-like monster was showing signs of wanting to leave. Okay, Zhao Ge, leave this to me. Wang San replied. Then shouted to his canine monster in front of him. Earth spike dog, block the armored bear, use earth barrier. Woof woof. In front of Wang San, a half-meter-tall monster barked, raising its front paw and stomping down hard onto the ground. A thick earth wall, nearly 2 meters high, rose up in the direction the armored bear was trying to leave. Seeing this, the armored bear let out a series of furious roars, raising its huge bear paw and slamming down on the earth wall. In just a couple of hits, the wall was already riddled with cracks. All right, now it's my turn. Thunder Tiger, use Thunder Roar and hit the armored bear's head. Roar. The tiger-like monster in front of Zhao Jiao, glowing with purple lightning, roared and began to gather a sizable ball of lightning in its mouth. At a certain moment, the lightning ball was directly released by the Thunder Tiger. A surge of lightning light swept towards the armored bear. Sensing the danger approaching from behind, the armored bear abandoned its attack on the crumbling earth wall. Roar. The earth yellow light flickered on the giant paw of the armored bear as it looked at the incoming lightning ball and swung its paw fiercely at it. Bang. The lightning ball exploded, and the armored bear's paw became charred. Owl. The armored bear's cry echoed, but this time it clearly carried a hint of a wail. Zhao Jiao, unfazed, issued another command to the Thunder Tiger. Thunder Tiger, use Thunder Roar again. Roar. Another lightning ball shot out. And just as the armored bear was about to raise its paw to block, the ground beneath it suddenly shook, and the earth yellow light on its paw disappeared in an instant. Haha, there's still me. Wang San's proud voice came. Boom. The next moment, the lightning ball hit the armored bear's head hard. Bang. The armored bear, with half of its head gone, fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Brother Zhao, we got it. Wang San looked at Zhao Jio with a big smile. Wang San, well done. If it weren't for your interference, the Thunder Tiger's attack might not have landed on the armored bear's head. Zhao Jio rarely praised Wang San, making Wang San beam with joy. Not at all. If it weren't for the armored bear's earth attribute restraining your Thunder Tiger's lightning attribute, you could have handled it alone, right? Hearing this, Zhao Jio felt pleased, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Indeed, if not for the need to hide his strength and the armored bear's earth attribute restraining the Thunder Tiger's lightning attribute, he was confident he could have dealt with it by himself. Let's go, time to deal with the next one, then we can rest a bit. All right. Meanwhile, in the same class, the class leader Su Xiaoxiao was also paired with another girl. Hey Xiaoxiao, what's wrong? Tian Lu asked, smiling at Su Xiaoxiao. Nothing. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. Really? Tian Lu smiled. If I remember correctly, it seems like you've been a bit absent-minded since Su Yu dropped out. Usually it's fine. But now we're hunting monsters in the wild. What if something happens? Honestly, do you like Su Yu? No, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Xiaoxiao blushed, clenched her fist, and pretended to hit her. TCH, who has talking nonsense? But seriously, Su Yu is really good. Aside from not being able to awaken a beast spirit ring, it seems he doesn't have any major issues. Hey, why not support him? You're a Beastmaster, and your earning ability is much better than an ordinary person. Supporting an ordinary person shouldn't be a big deal. As she spoke, Tian Lu's eyes sparkled. After all, Su Yu ranked first in the entire grade, and he was excellent in every way. It's just that not being able to awaken a beast spirit ring is a hard flaw. Don't talk nonsense. We need to focus on hunting monsters now, Su Xiaoxiao said, though a dark glimmer still flashed in her eyes. Roar. A roar sounded, and a green figure suddenly dashed out ahead. When it stopped, Su Xiaoxiao and Tian Lu focused their eyes. It's the Gale Wolf. All right, Xiaolu, we need to fight. Stop the chit-chat. With that, she looked at a fiery red figure ahead, which was her beast, the Flame Fox. Flame Fox, entangle it first to wear it out, then wait for the right moment to attack. Windwalker Cat, just like the Flame Fox, first entangle the Gale Wolf and look for an opportunity to attack. Yo, meow, Xiaoying. Is there anything up ahead? The Shadow Servant shook its head, indicating there was nothing. Phew. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. No situation is the best situation. I hope things can stay this way. Xiaoying, please patrol a few more times. If anything happens, let me know directly through the contract. The Shadow Servant nodded and disappeared again. Teacher Baili, what's wrong? Baili looked over to see another male teacher from a different class who had summoned the light-chasing tiger walking up to her. Seeing his hesitant expression, Baili said, Teacher Gao, if you have something to say, just say it. Gao Hong adjusted his glasses and said, Actually, I think the students have been hunting here for a while, and the monster beasts are almost gone. I wonder if we can let the students push a little further in for better hunting opportunities. Baili frowned and looked around. Indeed, many people were struggling to find monster beasts to hunt, sitting or chatting idly, and they were restricted to about 1,000 meters, where the monster beasts had basically been hunted out. Gao Hong's suggestion wasn't without reason. After all, although they were in the wild, they were still very close to the safety zone, and it was clearly not possible to have a large number of monster beasts for the students to hunt. I'll go discuss with the hunting team and see if we can move a little deeper in. Chapter 57, Agreement to Advance. All right, then I'll trouble you, Teacher Baili. Gao Hong said, then turned and left. He only needed to say one thing. No need for too many words. After all, Baili was the teacher of Class 1. And in a sense, this team had to listen to her. Too few monster beasts? Baili glanced around. More and more people were stopping after hunting the current monster beasts. This is troublesome. Qingying, please check the surroundings and see where the monster beasts are scarcer. The wind sprite nodded and then flew into the sky, leaving the area. Seeing the wind sprite leave, Baili stepped towards Wang Hu. Captain Wang, hearing the voice. Wang Hu, who was watching for monster beasts ahead, turned around and smiled when he saw Baili. What's wrong, Teacher Bai? It's like this. The monster beasts here are almost hunted out. I wonder if we can push a little further in. Upon hearing Baili's words, Wang Hu frowned. Usually, they would hunt in one place and return after a certain time. But now, it was only a bit past 2 in the afternoon, and they hadn't been out for long. Teacher Baili, please wait a moment. I need to discuss with my teammates. Baili nodded, not refusing. Although Wang Hu and his team were hired, they had to follow wherever Wang Hu went, but that didn't mean they wouldn't leave any grudges in their hearts. Nor did it mean that if problems arose later, the other party could rescue them wholeheartedly. So, it's better to let them discuss. If they refuse, they can negotiate for more compensation. After all, she had seen plenty of those who hired hunters and thought that hunters had to listen to them, believing that hunters had to protect them no matter what foolish decisions they made. Such people often died from hunters' indifference. After getting Baili's agreement, Wang Hu did not ask too many questions and opened the communication device again. After briefly explaining the situation, he began to inquire. What do you think? Captain, I'll follow your lead, came Lin Feng's voice. Captain, I have no issues, said Shuren. Captain, I also have no problems. But we need to carefully consider which direction to go. We can't just rush into the beast's den, added Su Qing. Wang Hu responded. Then turned to ask Su Yu. Yushu, what do you think? Any issues? Hearing his captain's question, Su Yu replied, no problems, Captain, you decide. Others might not be clear about Bai Li's strength, but he was well aware. In this territory, at the very least, it was safe enough not to act recklessly. Teacher Bai, my team has no issues. We can push a little further in, but where to go needs to be decided by you, Bai Li nodded. Suddenly, a light chirp sounded from the sky, and the next moment, a pale blue figure dashed towards Bai Li's chest. The wind spirit rubbed against Bai Li, looking very happy. Qingying, how is it? Bai Li pondered for a moment, and then asked, are you saying there are many beasts on both sides, but fewer in front? The wind spirit nodded heavily, rubbing against Bai Li with joy. Seeing the wind spirit act like a child, Bai Li felt a sense of helplessness. Teacher Bai, have you decided where to go? Wang Hu inquired. Let's push forward, but not too much. Actually, moving to the sides would be best. But since the wind spirit said there are many beasts on both sides, we can only push a little forward. Captain Wang, please wait a moment. I will gather the students, Bai Li said as she left. Wang Hu opened the communication device again. Shi, Fengzi, you two advance a bit. Qing, put away your withered vine, tree monster, and move forward. Received. Yushu, please have your shadow servants push a bit further and pay attention to the surrounding beast situation. Su Yu acknowledged and began to command his shadow servants again. Looking at the fire lion and lightning snake before him, Wang Hu felt an inexplicable sense of unease rising in his heart. I hope nothing happens, he muttered to himself and then called to his beasts, fire lion, lightning snake. Stay alert. Roar. Hiss. The two beasts roared, and Wang Hu nodded. Let's move forward a bit. Teacher Gao, Captain Wang agreed. Please gather your class's students. Bai Li said to Gao Hong. Okay. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao and Tian Lu had just finished dealing with the Gale Wolf and were petting their beast, the Flame Fox. Su Xiaoxiao, Tian Lu. Teacher Bai, is there something wrong? Did you just hunt the Gale Wolf? Bai Li glanced at the corpse of the Gale Wolf lying on the ground, with a large area of charred marks on it. Yes, we just finished hunting it. But it seems. Su Xiaoxiao looked around and said, there doesn't seem to be any beasts nearby. Bai Li nodded. Indeed, I came to talk about this. You too, gather our classmates. We need to push a bit further. Okay, Su Xiaoxiao responded, grabbing Tian Lu's hand and turning to leave. Sigh, this girl. Ever since Su Yu dropped out, Bai Li noticed Su Xiaoxiao's mental state. Could it be that she likes that brat Su Yu? Suddenly, Bai Li seemed to think of something. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiao and Wang San were resting after dealing with another beast. Brother Zhao, we finished with the beast. Should we move a bit deeper ourselves? Wang San inquired. No need. Zhao Jiao shook his head. Although he still had some hidden strength, it didn't mean he could ignore all the beasts here. If they accidentally got surrounded, they might not even have bones left. Sensing Wang San's thoughts, Zhao Jiao said, Wang San, put away your little thoughts. The wild is not as safe as you think. If we weren't together this time, we might not have come this far. Wang San nodded. He generally listened to Zhao Jiao. If it weren't for the absence of beasts nearby, he wouldn't even have thought about going deeper with Zhao Jiao. Let's go. It seems the front is gathering. Suddenly, Zhao Jiao said this and then stepped forward. Wang San quickly got up and followed closely behind. Chapter 58, Not Growing Up. Classmates, take care of your beasts. We need to push a bit further in. Up ahead, Bai Li was speaking. And the students below listened earnestly. They were not fools and knew that this was a dangerous wilderness, so no one was talking casually or taking it lightly. Xiaoying. Are there servant-level beasts ahead? Su Yu frowned but finally felt relieved. Although they were in the wild, they were still relatively close to the safe zone. But there shouldn't be a single servant-level beast around. Now that one had appeared, it eased Su Yu's mind a bit. Thinking of this, Su Yu directly contacted Wang Hu through the communication device. Captain, a servant-level beast has appeared ahead. Should we deal with it directly or drive it away? Deal with it. Wang Hu's voice came through, choosing to deal with it directly. Wait for me. We will handle the beast directly. Some beasts are clever and will call others if they think they can't handle it. If we only drive them away, it will cause a lot of trouble. Wang Hu's voice came again, and Su Yu understood his meaning. Moments later, Wang Hu stood beside Su Yu. Where? Up ahead. Su Yu led Wang Hu forward. And soon they came across a leopard that was completely red and glowing with flames. This is the flame shadow leopard. Wang Hu's brow furrowed. Yushu, I will have my fire lion and lightning snake entangle it. You have your shadow servants ambush and kill it. Don't give it time to call for help. Su Yu nodded. He knew the flame shadow leopard was a fire-type speed beast and could summon a group of leopards. If they didn't handle it quickly, it could attract many more flame shadow leopards. This one in front of them was probably around level 12 of the beast servant rank. A level 10 Shadow Servant should be able to kill it with an ambush. Alright. Fire Lion, Lightning Snake, attack. Roar. The Fire Lion roared and charged ahead. Hiss. The Thunder Snake hissed and followed closely behind. Roar. The Flame Shadow Leopard, startled by the sudden commotion ahead, looked up and saw a fiery red lion and a snake crackling with electricity pouncing towards it. It immediately let out a roar. Roar. A jet of flame shot out directly towards the Flame Shadow Leopard. Hiss. A bolt of lightning also surged forth, targeting the Flame Shadow Leopard. The Flame Shadow Leopard quickly dodged. With a loud bang, the attacks landed behind it, kicking up a cloud of dust. Roar. The Flame Shadow Leopard let out a low growl, laced with a warning, and slowly began to retreat, sensing that the beasts before it were stronger. Naturally, it wouldn't stay put to show off. The Fire Lion and Thunder Snake did not attack again, but slowly approached the Flame Shadow Leopard. Behind the Flame Shadow Leopard, a shadow gradually emerged. It was the Shadow Servant, holding a black knife in its hand. Crack! A sound exploded in the Flame Shadow Leopard's ear, and before it could react, a dark flash lunged at it fiercely. Roar! The Flame Shadow Leopard was knocked away, a gory wound appearing on its back near its right side. Its low growl echoed again, but this time it was filled with anguish. Roar! Hiss! A flame and a bolt of lightning struck again, and the Flame Shadow Leopard had no strength left to evade. The attacks landed squarely on it. Boom! The Flame Shadow Leopard's body was sent flying, landing on the ground and kicking up more dust. When the dust settled, a battered corpse covered in charred marks lay before Su Yu and Wang Hu. For the two beast tamers who had already reached the high rank of beast servants, this outcome was not difficult to understand. Fire Lion Beast Servant level 18, Thunder Snake Beast Servant level 17. Seeing this scene, Wang Hu breathed a sigh of relief and said to Su Yu, "Yushu, it's taken care of. I'll have the Fire Lion take the body away a bit further to avoid attracting other beasts. You stay here and watch for any other Beast Servant level beasts that might appear. If any show up, call me, and I'll come deal with them." "Okay," said Wang Hu, then directed the Fire Lion to approach the Flame Shadow Leopard to carry its body away. However, unexpectedly, a faint sound rang out again. Before Wang Hu could react, the Shadow Servant appeared beside the Flame Shadow Leopard, raising the black knife and stabbing down hard towards its head. The faint sound abruptly ceased. From Su Yu's perspective, a noticeably bright flame-black gas floated out. It was the Flame Shadow Leopard's beast soul, and it was a complete beast soul. With his soul collection bottle, he could determine whether a beast was dead by the appearance of its beast soul. He had just realized that the Flame Shadow Leopard was not dead, so he had secretly given the Shadow Servant the order to finish it off. However, it couldn't be too obvious, so he waited for the Flame Shadow Leopard to make a sound before letting the Shadow Servant go in for the kill. Now the beast's soul could be absorbed by his monster compendium, and he would take it out later. A smile appeared on Su Yu's face. Wang Hu had just reacted, and with a sigh, he said to Su Yu, "Yushu, you really are quick to react. I thought it was already dead." Although the Flame Shadow Leopard was nearly on the brink of death and posed no threat, what if next time it was a beast with the ability to resist? Such carelessness would put them in danger. "Captain, it might be because the Flame Shadow Leopard also has fire attributes that it reduced some of the Fire Lion's fire damage. You can only blame the Flame Shadow Leopard for being too cunning. Just be more careful next time." Fire Lion. Take the Flame Shadow Leopard's body away and dispose of it elsewhere. Don't leave it here to avoid attracting other beasts. Thunder Snake. Use your lightning attacks directly on the area where there is blood to eliminate the smell of blood as much as possible. Hiss. Captain, I'll go check other areas. Okay, go ahead. If there are any beasts, just call me. Understood. Meanwhile, as Su Yu and Wang Hu dealt with the Flame Shadow Leopard, the other students had found suitable hunting spots. Now, just like before, they teamed up in threes to find suitable beasts for hunting. Yes. Okay. Teacher Gao, we've reached the location. The students should return after hunting in this area. The students' beasts have fought quite a bit today. As long as we handle the beasts in this area, we should head back. Gao Hong nodded. I really envy these students. Wiley said with a smile upon hearing this. What is there to envy? They haven't grown up yet. She replied. Yes, they haven't grown yet. Gao Hong adjusted his glasses, a subtle glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 59. Goodbye Chishire meeting. Yes, they haven't grown yet. Wiley nodded, not picking up on any other meaning, and said, there is still plenty of time. Let us wait for the students to finish hunting these beasts before heading back. Gao Hong nodded with a smile, and then turned to leave. In a dense grove, a dozen people dressed in black robes were quietly waiting. After a moment, one person's communication device rang, and a somewhat cold voice issued forth, we can begin the plan. Just that one sentence, and then the communication was cut off. It was very quiet here. Even though the voice was not loud, it was enough for everyone to hear. All eyes turned to the person standing at the front, awaiting his command. Let us begin. Let this batch of students be the appetizers for our grand plan. Understood. The group departed, and no one knew where they had gone. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight slipped through the leaves, shining directly on the face of the person giving the orders, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. On the other side, while patrolling the surroundings, Wang Hu felt a sudden surge of intense unease. Wang Hu's expression darkened. As a hunter, he trusted his instincts. Attention! It's already 4:30 p.m. We have half an hour before we can head back. Remember, there must be no problems. Stay alert. Unable to find the source of danger, Wang Hu could only turn on his communication device to remind his teammates to be cautious. Captain, a beast horde has appeared. Suddenly, Su Yu's slightly serious voice rang in everyone's ears. Before Wang Hu could ask much, he heard a series of roars nearby. He looked up just in time to see the greenery ahead beginning to collapse as numerous beasts started to emerge, charging towards them. Captain, there's a beast horde coming this way. Captain, I have a beast horde over here. Before Wang Hu could say much, the voices of Lin Feng and Shuren rang out again. Damn it. Ching Ching, recall your withering vine tree demon and tell Teacher Bai to retreat immediately. Okay. The situation was urgent. Su Qing had no time to think and quickly recalled her withering vine tree demon, running towards the back. Madman, your rock giant has used the rock heart, and with your rock bull, it should be fine to hold them off for a few minutes, right? Haha, of course, Captain. Stone, it's up to you. Shuren's beast taming is more inclined towards support, and he can't demand too much. Captain, what should we do? Su Yu appeared beside Wang Hu, looking serious. With so many demon beasts, they couldn't hold them off. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hu looked at the demon beasts ahead and said in a deep voice, taking people's money and resolving their disasters. Most of the demon beasts here are at the demon slave level. We can still hold them off for a bit. Let's try to block as many as we can. Su Yu nodded. What's wrong? What happened? Why do I feel like I heard the sounds of demon beasts? The students began to ask questions, but no one could answer them. Bai Li looked at Su Qing, who was rushing towards her, with a serious expression, and asked, what happened? A beast horde is coming. The captain and the others are over there waiting to hold them off. Teacher Bai, please let the students evacuate. Okay. Gao Hong looked at the demon beast horde not far away, a manic smile appearing on his face. Come on, bring more. Then, the madness disappeared, and his face turned to panic as he hurried towards Bai Li. Teacher Bai, what's going on? Bai Li, who had just received news and was about to notify the students, was stopped by Gao Hong. The beast horde is here. Please let your students retreat. I don't know. Bai Li shook her head. It might just be a coincidence that we encountered the beast tide. Please, Teacher Gao, hurry and notify the students. Don't waste time. Soon, the students were gathered together. Now, the beast horde is attacking. Retreat immediately. The crowd erupted in chaos. How can there be a beast horde? Discussions erupted. And the students clearly had never seen a beast horde and still had the mood to discuss. Everyone be quiet. If you want to die, you can stay here and keep discussing. Bai Li shouted angrily. Although she didn't release the spirit ring like last time, her words still had some effect. Fire Lion, hold that rock snake. Wang Hu roared. Roar. The Fire Lion leaped up, engaging in a fierce battle with the rock snake Wang Hu mentioned. Yushu, you only have one beast, don't stand too far forward. Wang Hu couldn't help but say, looking at Su Yu's somewhat forward figure. There were too many demon beasts. Relying solely on Su Yu's shadow servants, and Wang Hu's Fire Lion and Thunder Snake couldn't hold off so many demon beasts. If these demon beasts weren't so focused on running behind the two, not attacking them, they probably wouldn't last much longer. Captain, isn't it about time? After a moment, Su Yu asked, as his shadow servants had just broken through to the demon's servant level and couldn't hold out for long. He could now distinctly feel the shadow energy in his shadow spirit ring rapidly depleting, having consumed more than half in just a few minutes. Ching Ching, how did Teacher Bai arrange it? The students have all gathered, and we are starting to retreat now. Su Qing's message made Wang Hu breathe a sigh of relief. And then he spoke to Lin Feng and Shuren. Stone, Madman, the students have started to retreat. You two watch for the right moment to leave. Don't get entangled by the beast horde. Understood. Yushu, we can go now. Wang Hu began to retreat with Li Su Yu, but at that moment, Bai Li, who was preparing to lead the students away, encountered trouble. On their way back to Lin City, a group of more than 10 people in black robes appeared, accompanied by many beasts showing their fangs, clearly not friendly. Bai Li's face showed anger upon seeing this group of black-robed individuals, gritting her teeth and saying, trash from the Qishir Society. The students behind her clearly didn't know what the Qishir Society was. Looking at the 10 or so people blocking their way with blank expressions, Zhao Jiao, mixed in the crowd, turned pale upon hearing the Qishir Society and began to pull Wang Sen back quietly. Brother Zhao, what's wrong? Aren't we supposed to retreat? Why are we going back? Wang Sen asked in confusion, but Zhao Jiao whispered furiously, if you want to live, just listen to me. I won't harm you. Wang San, a bit confused, nodded slightly. Saying nothing more, just obediently retreating with Zhao Jiao. His mind felt like it was about to explode. The conflict seemed to arise too quickly. I'm sorry. Chapter 60. Reversal. I originally wanted to enjoy watching these students being devoured and slaughtered by demon beasts, to see their journey from hope to despair. Unfortunately, my superior assigned me a task at the last minute, and I don't have time to watch you become what I originally wanted to see. Saying this, a look of regret appeared on his face, but seconds later, he raised the corners of his mouth and softly uttered a word. Kill. Roar. Hiss. The roars of the demon beasts erupted, and under the command of their respective beasts, they began to pounce and bite at the students in front. Run. Just as Zhao Jiao had retreated to the back of the crowd, upon hearing the leader of the black-robed individuals say kill, he immediately shouted at Wang San and ran off into the distance. Brother Zhao, what happened? Who are those people? Wang San asked, but unexpectedly. Zhao Jiao cursed angrily, and then said with a serious face, "That's a group of madmen. Remember, if you see someone dressed in a black robe with a strange red pattern on the left chest, and you don't have the ability to kill them or don't want to cause trouble, steer clear immediately." Wang San nodded in confusion. He knew Zhao Jiao's family was not ordinary and could know things he didn't. He said this for his own good. Ahead, the demon beasts were pouncing on the students, and Bai Li looked at the demon beasts with a cold expression. Are you planning to bury all the students here? Ha ha. Of course. Although this is just an appetizer for a grand scheme, it's enough to stir up a huge wave in Lin City. If all the students here die, the news will spread back, and the entire Lin City will probably be thrown into chaos. It's a pity my superior unexpectedly assigned me a task, which I didn't anticipate. Otherwise, I could have enjoyed your despair. Saying this, he shook his head, as if regretting not being able to appreciate the students' despair. There are many things you can't anticipate. Bai Li said coldly. Oh, seems like you're interested, the leader of the black-robed people said. Then tell me, what else is there that I can't anticipate? Of course, it's my strength. Contract summoning of the Crimson Flame Lion, the enigmatic Wood Demon, and the Cursed Spirit. 3 spirit rings simultaneously lit up behind Bai Li. 3 beast companions also appeared at the same time, and the momentum of the demon general level directly pressed towards the many incoming demon beasts. Although these words took a while to say, the demon beasts had only just rushed halfway, and the momentum of the demon general level made them tremble and involuntarily start to retreat. Watching this scene, the smile on the leader's face immediately froze. What should we do, boss? A person stepped forward to ask. They were all single spirit ring contract beasts. Although strong, they could not fully control their contracted beasts. Faced with a more powerful beast, they naturally chose to retreat, even disregarding their Beastmaster's commands. What do you mean, what to do? The leader slapped the questioning person across the face, his expression filled with killing intent. You asked me what to do? Tell me, which fool gave us the information? Didn't they say that in the Beastmaster High School, only Principal Dongping is a demon general level Beastmaster? Now you tell me. What level is this woman in front of us? Ignoring the internal conflict, Bai Li directly addressed her contracted beast. Deal with them. Crack. The first to act was the Cursed Spirit, a crimson scythe appearing in its hand, and with a sweep, a streak of scarlet light shot forward. Roar. Next was the Flame Lion, spouting a torrent of raging flames from its mouth. Following that was the enigmatic Wood Demon, who spread its arms as vines began to sprout from its hands, dropping to the ground before sinking into the soil. Moments later, the ground beneath the hostile beasts began to tremble, and thick vines emerged from the soil, entangling the beasts. Whoosh! The wind sprite, who had been sitting on Bai Li's shoulder, also took action, unleashing a fierce wind that coalesced into arrows filled with a brutal aura, sweeping forward. Zhao Jiao, who had just escaped with Wang San, stood frozen in place, watching this scene unfold. For a moment, he didn't know whether to continue fleeing with Wang San. Beside him, Wang San couldn't help but ask, Zhao Gu, do we still need to run? Zhao Jiao swallowed hard, unsure of what to say. Bai Li had always been very low-key in school, rarely summoning her beasts. At most, she would summon the Flame Lion's spirit ring to intimidate others. As for the wind sprite, they had seen it many times, but it was such a small creature with no powerful aura that no one would think it was formidable. They only knew that every time Bai Li sparred with students, the wind sprite won effortlessly, but even so, everyone just thought it was a demon servant level. They never expected her to casually summon such a massive wind element. Wang Hu, who had just arrived here with Su Yu, was also stunned. Is teacher Bai this strong? Su Yu, standing beside him, looked unconvinced. After all, Bai Li had summoned all her beasts at once to save him, and he had felt that power up close. I wonder when I can reach teacher Bai's level, Su Yu murmured to himself. Captain, Shuren and Lin Feng arrived simultaneously. Perhaps teacher Bai doesn't even need us. Damn. Now it was the leader of the black-robed figures who panicked. In just a short time, their beasts had suffered heavy casualties. They had clearly received information that only a demon servant-level Beastmaster, at most possibly a demon soldier level Beastmaster, was present. How could it suddenly turn into a demon general level Beastmaster, and clearly not an ordinary one at that? Contract summon Rock Sparrow, Holy Light Demon, Three-Tailed Flame Fox. 3 spirit rings lit up, all contract spirit rings. A rock sparrow the size of a normal chicken flew out, its earthy yellow body resembling blocks of stone. The Holy Light Demon, a glowing light attribute beast, concealed its true form beneath its radiance. The Three-Tailed Flame Fox, a fire attribute fox with 3 tails, was unlike other obedient foxes. This one, summoned from another dimension, had blood-red eyes and glared fiercely at the leader upon being summoned. Note, this chapter is important. If possible, please read it. The author particularly likes the scene in Full-Time Magister where the Great Wall transforms into a Qinglong, so they wanted to write about it, using a realistic background. However, the beasts written about may be somewhat exaggerated, so here they are amplified several times compared to reality. Also, regarding attributes, most people have seen Full-Time Magister, so the attributes are not changed much. Otherwise, a simple fire attribute might turn into something like Holy Fire or Flame Fire, which would be annoying to read. As for names like Mingzhu, the author is not creative enough to come up with another name, so they mostly use those from Full-Time Magister. Regarding the classification of spirit rings, they are called Beastmaster spirit rings, and if classified, they can be divided into contract spirit rings, which can contract beasts from the real world, and summon spirit rings, which can summon beasts from another world. If further divided, there are various attribute spirit rings, such as fire attribute contract or summon spirit rings, or water attribute contract or summon spirit rings. The levels of demon beasts are Demon Servant 19, Demon Servant 10 to 19, Demon Soldier 20 to 29, Demon General 30 to 39, Demon Lord 40 to 49, Demon King 50 to 59, Demon Sovereign 60 to 69, Demon Saint 70 to 79, Demon Emperor 80 to 89, Demon Monarch 90 to 99. The same applies to monster beasts and summon beasts. A Beastmaster with a spirit ring contracting a Demon Servant level beast is also a Demon Servant level Beastmaster, which can be called a one-ring Beastmaster. In the certification of Beastmaster levels by the Beastmaster Association, a current Beastmaster must have more than half of their beasts break through to the next level to be certified as the next level Beastmaster. For example, a Demon Servant level Beastmaster must have one of their beasts reach the Demon Servant level to be certified as a Demon Servant level Beastmaster. Similarly, a Demon Servant level Beastmaster wishing to become a Demon Soldier level Beastmaster must have 2 of their beasts reach the Demon Soldier level. Therefore, the Beastmaster Association is not very useful. Some hidden bosses may have only 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 beasts due to having lost beasts in earlier years or not encountering suitable demon beasts, and their registered information may show them as Demon Servant or Demon Soldier level small fry, but their individual beasts may be very strong, reaching Demon Lord, Demon King, Demon Sovereign, or even higher. Some people don't even register with the Beastmaster Association. Just a little spoiler, Li Yuan, who is the protagonist's uncle, is one such person. As for the feedback from contracting demon beasts, there is none. However, demon beasts can merge with their Beastmaster at the Demon Lord level, 40 to 49, similar to possession, allowing the Beastmaster to possess the abilities of the demon beast. Some demon beasts can transform into a weapon, an armor, or can transform into both at the same time. Another little spoiler. Qin Wang Ingzheng's Qinglong can transform into both armor and a weapon simultaneously. Once a beast reaches the Demon Soldier level, 20 to 29, the intelligence of the beast or demon beast will significantly increase, no less than that of a human, except for some fools. Reaching the level of Demon Lord, 40-49, allows one to speak human language, except for some fools. Upon reaching the level of Demon Sovereign, 60-69, one can transform into a human, except for some fools. Originally, there were supposed to be 9 major levels, but inexplicably there are 10 now. Woo. Also, this book was originally intended to be called Full-Time Beast Tamer, but I can only call it Full-Time Beastmaster because some idiot took the title. By the way, I almost forgot to mention one thing. A beast tamer needs to awaken their spirit ring again, and all you need to do is wait until one of your beasts successfully breaks through to the next major realm. This is just a world rule. No need to think too much about it. Furthermore, although there are 10 levels of demon beasts, humans can only have a maximum of 9 spirit rings. Even if the last realm breaks through, they cannot awaken the spirit ring. This is still the author's fault for wanting to have 9 major realms, but ending up with 1 more and being too lazy to change it. Of course, the protagonist does not count in this. There shouldn't be anything else, but I will add more later if I think of it. Hee. Chapter 61. Transaction. Looking at the 3-tailed flame fox, the leader cursed angrily. What are you looking at? Look at the enemy in front. As someone who had contracted a magical beast, it was normal for the beast not to listen to him, but at this critical moment, it inevitably annoyed him a bit. After a scolding, the three-tailed flame fox finally shifted its gaze away from him. Woo-woo. The three-tailed flame fox let out a low growl. Although it could sense the strength of the demon beast ahead, it didn't stop it from attacking. Woo-woo. A stream of intense flames shot directly from its mouth. Seeing the three-tailed flame fox, which was several times weaker than itself, fiercely attacking, the crimson flame lion did not dare to be careless. Also spewing out a stream of flames in response. The flames clashed, both streams of fire met, but unexpectedly, in a matter of 2 to 3 seconds. The crimson flame lion's flames completely overpowered those of the three-tailed flame fox. Boom! An explosion sounded, and then the three-tailed flame fox was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thud, its small hind legs twitching slightly. Roar? The crimson flame lion's lion face showed a look of confusion as it went from serious to Suyu, Wiley, the group of black-robed people. Didn't they say that a beast that has reached the level of demon soldier would have its intelligence enhanced? Why is this thing I contracted, knowing it can't win, still charging in? Fool, fool. The leader cursed angrily and then shouted at the group of black-robed people. What are you doing standing here? Do you want to go back and have a candlelit dinner with her? His roar snapped everyone back to their senses. Cursed spirit, eerie wood demon. Leave all the enemies behind. Hearing Bai Li's words, the leader shot a resentful glance at the strongest three-tailed flame fox, which was already lying on the ground, and issued orders to his other 2 beasts. Rock Sparrow, Fallen Rock, Holy Light Demon, Holy Light Wave. Chirp chirp. The rock sparrow flew into the sky, and fist-sized stones began to gather around it, quickly accumulating into hundreds in a short time. Chirp. The stones began to fall, resembling a rain of stones. The light on the Holy Light Demon gradually brightened, and a light beam nearly half a meter in diameter shot out. Without checking the results of the attack, the leader turned to flee. The eerie wood demon used its vines to knock away the falling stones, while the crimson flame lion directly blocked the light beam, and the cursed spirit intercepted the escaping person. Roar! Hearing the command, the crimson flame lion roared and directly blocked in front of Bai Li. The eerie wood demon waved its hand, and the vines that had previously slain those demon beasts surged into the sky, knocking the falling stones away. Crack! The cursed spirit looked excited, and the next moment, it disappeared. With the cursed spirit gone, Bai Li looked up at the rock sparrow still flying in the sky and coldly said, Qing-ying, that little sparrow belongs to you. Hoo-hoo. The little guy nodded heavily, also looking up and stretching its small hand up. Hoo-hoo-hoo. A fierce wind suddenly swept up, and in an instant, nearly 100 light blue wind arrows, half a meter long and finger-thick, appeared. With a wave of the wind spirit's small hand, the wind arrows shot straight up. Swish, swish, swish. The rock sparrow wanted to dodge, and many stones were also gathered around it. Chirp! The stones fell again, and those seemingly ordinary wind arrows directly pierced through, turning into fragments. The wind arrows that pierced through the stones retained their power, growing larger in the eyes of the rock sparrow. Chirp! A wailing sound echoed, followed by a thud as the rock sparrow fell. Damn it, damn it. Which fool gave the news? I must return safely, otherwise, I will kill you. Just as the leader was running while thinking fiercely, suddenly, the hair on the back of his neck stood up as a sense of deadly danger surged over him, causing him to stop his forward motion. The next moment, a crimson light streaked across the ground, leaving a 10-centimeter deep mark. The distance was only 2 or 3 centimeters from his toes. Crack, crack. The cursed spirit appeared in front of the leader, its small body wielding a massive scarlet scythe, resembling a devil seeking lives, with its scarlet eyes fixed directly on the leader. At this point, the black-robed leader's 3 contracted beasts, the three-tailed flame fox, the rock sparrow, and the holy light demon, which was currently half destroyed and being carried back by the crimson flame lion, had all lost their combat ability. As for the black-robed people, they had long been trapped in place by the eerie wood demon. Yushu, is the danger now resolved? Wang Hu swallowed hard and said to Suyu, if Bai Li hadn't hidden her strength and was strong enough, they might have really been eaten and slaughtered by the demon beasts like that person said. Given that they were clearly not good people and had a demon soldier level beast tamer and many demon servant level beast tamers among them, it should be fine now. You, tell me that so-called grand plan of yours. Looking at the leader surrounded by 3 beasts, Bai Li said coldly. The last demon servant level beast tamer they dealt with also mentioned a so-called plan, which made her feel uneasy. Plan? Wanna know? The leader's expression suddenly calmed down as he glanced at the subordinates bound by branches and then at the 3 demon generals around him, knowing he couldn't escape. How about making a deal? Go ahead. I'll tell you our plan, and you let me go. Bai Li fell silent, looking up at the black-robed people beside her. From the situation of that last person, it seemed that these members of the Enlightenment Society all knew about this plan. The leader, who had been watching Bai Li's movements, seemed to guess what she was thinking and spoke again. Don't worry, they don't know our real plan. So, How about trading with me? You won't lose. Watching Bai Li remain unmoved, the leader fell silent for a moment. You should know, this plan concerns the entire Lin City. Upon hearing this, Bai Li could no longer stay calm. Taking a deep breath, she spoke, go ahead. However, the leader shook his head at this moment, gazing at Bai Li's beast, which was glaring at him menacingly. You should let them leave first. Don't push your luck. Bai Li's voice turned cold. Don't forget, your life is in my hands. As if in coordination, Bai Li's beast also assumed an aggressive posture. Yes, my life is indeed in your hands, but the initiative is in my hands. Don't forget, there are over 100,000 people in Lin City. The leader smiled, a hint of smugness on his face. Chapter 62, Bloodthirsty Flower Demon. Bai Li looked at the smug expression on the man's face and admitted that since joining the Demon Suppression Division as a demon suppressor, she had never felt so constrained. You must not be an ordinary person. After all, at your age, having a Beastmaster with 4 demon generals. No ordinary organization would let you come to this small Lin City. Cursed spirit, let me think. It seems that a high-ranking figure from our origin society once paid a great price to obtain a cursed spirit, only to fail and, in anger, turned most of his subordinates into undead. If I hadn't sensed the danger and left the mission early, my fate would have been no better. Oh, right. The leader seemed to recall something, slapping his forehead and muttering to himself. If I remember correctly, there's also the enigmatic wood demon, known as the king of the forest. Once it reaches the demon king level, it can spontaneously develop a second attribute, healing. Ah, right, and the wind sprite, one of the few beasts that can transform into weapons. TSK, truly enviable. After finishing his words, the man in the black robe looked at Bai Li with a mocking expression. So, are you trained by the Origin Association or the Beastmaster Association? Of course, no matter which organization you belong to. I assume those trained by these major organizations wouldn't disregard the lives of over 100,000 people, right? My esteemed Beastmaster, ha ha ha. Bai Li took a deep breath. With every word the leader spoke, her anger grew, but knowing that the plan might involve the lives of over 100,000 people in Lin City, she could only forcefully suppress her rage and waved her hand, signaling her beast to retreat. Watching the man gradually exit the encirclement of her beasts, Bai Li spoke again. Go ahead, you'd better pray that the outcome you speak of satisfies me, or you should know the methods of the cursed spirit. Ha ha ha, of course. He replied with a laugh. When he was nearly 20 meters away from Bai Li's beasts, he did not run, knowing it would be futile, and suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, you people always consider those ordinary individuals who have no chance of awakening spirit rings, and for that, you'd rather sacrifice your lives. I must say, you truly are foolish beyond measure. He suddenly pulled out a palm-sized object that looked like a glass vial. So you didn't know what it was. And neither did Bai Li, but she realized that things seemed to spiral out of control the moment he left the encirclement of her beasts. Ha ha ha, if I'm to die, you'll all accompany me to the grave. The grand plan of the Origin Society, once known by the people in the society, unless one has absolute power, cannot escape being cursed and having something mental implanted in their mind. He didn't know what he had unleashed, but he was aware that if he revealed even the slightest detail about this plan, he would surely die a terrible death. Just then, he recalled witnessing a high-ranking figure in the society, perhaps to establish authority, who had personally seen someone who violated the rules scream in agony for an entire day before dying from pain. The combination of soul-controlling mental powers and soul-torturing curses, once activated simultaneously, would undoubtedly make death the most desirable outcome. Otherwise, he would truly want to make a deal with Bai Li. Go. Feeling something was wrong, Bai Li shouted angrily, but saw the man display a look of ecstasy as he sniffed the object in his hand. Ha ha. Let's taste the pollen of the bloodthirsty flower demon from another dimension. After saying this, he threw the glass-like object to the ground. Bang! The sound erupted, and a pale yellow mist spread out, dissipating into the air in just 2 to 3 seconds. Because the wind sprite had used the power of wind, the chaotic wind elements still lingered in the air, so it was not surprising that the mist dissipated in just a few seconds. However, Bai Li and Suyu, who was a bit farther away, had grim expressions. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Bai Li cursed angrily, followed by a roar. Crimson Flame Lion, kill him directly. Watching the approaching beasts, the leader laughed maniacally. Ha! If you don't want me to live, then let's die together. I remember. This is the Snake Valley in the west of Lin City. Boom. The next moment, a crimson light and a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter zoomed past, and the leader was directly turned into 2 charred remains. Green Shadow, Wind Spirit Wings. As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of pale blue wings sprouted from Bai Li's back, and she soared into the sky, angrily shouting down at the people below. Now, no matter what you're doing or what you want, if you don't want to die, hurry up and rush to the city with all your strength. At the very least, get away from this place. Seeing the students still in a dazed state, Bai Li shouted again, why aren't you moving? Do you really want to die? Upon hearing this, the students finally started to move in a slightly panicked manner, either taking their beasts with them or riding whatever they could ride, heading towards Lin City. Crimson Flame Lion, go ahead of the students and clear the way. Roar. The Crimson Flame Lion rushed ahead of the students. Bai Li landed and said to Gao Hong, Teacher Gao, please take good care of the students and ensure that they all return safely to Lin City. Don't worry, Teacher Bai. If it weren't for you this time, the plan of the Origin Society would have succeeded. Bai Li nodded. In the urgency of the situation, she didn't catch anything odd in his words. Watching everyone's anxious expressions, Wang Hu looked puzzled and asked, Yu Shu, what's wrong with Teacher Bai? Why does she look like staying any longer will lead to death? Su Yu glanced at the clueless Wang Hu and said gravely, the bloodthirsty flower demon, an extremely rare magical beast from another dimension, doesn't have strong combat capabilities. But its pollen is a great catalyst for battle. Once any beast smells this pollen, it will immediately fall into a state of extreme frenzy and bloodlust, attacking other living beings without regard for anything. Their pollen can influence creatures of the same level based on their own rank. In other words, a bloodthirsty flower demon at the Demon King level can affect demon beasts at the same level. Even if the amount in that bottle is not enough, it should still be able to influence some demon general level beasts. You mean, Su Yu? Yes, that means the demon beasts around here have already been affected, including. Su Yu's gaze turned deeper into the area, towards the many snake demon beast clans on the west side of Forest City. Additionally, I announce that today's happiness is brought by the readers. Haha. Chapter 63, Thunder Eagle. The bloodthirsty flower demon was something he had seen in a book when his parents were still around. He found it interesting and remembered it. If nothing unexpected happens, it is most likely the same as recorded in that book. Caw. Before Su Yu could think much, a cry of an eagle sounded. Looking up, he saw a figure in the high sky, with black-purple wings, sharp claws, and an eagle's beak, indicating it was not to be trifled with. That was the Thunder Eagle. With its lightning attribute and ability to fly, it could truly disregard most demon beasts of the same level. Caw. The originally sharp eagle eyes turned blood red and locked onto Su Yu the moment it saw him. The Thunder Eagle dove straight towards Su Yu, its purple glow brightening. And with a flap of its wings, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm appeared and struck down towards Su Yu. Damn it! Su Yu cursed loudly. Wang Hu also looked terrified. Judging by the power, it should have reached the level of a demon weapon. The speed of the lightning was incredibly fast, and in an instant, it was halfway there. Xiaoying, enlarge. Su Yu shouted angrily and leaped to the side. The shadow servant, holding a black knife, clearly understood what Su Yu meant by enlarging. With a swing of the black knife, a pitch-black blade light shot out towards the lightning. Evade, Fire Lion Thunder Snake. Wang Hu also shouted, urging Shi En and Lin Feng to dodge while commanding his beasts to attack, then executed the same action as Su Yu. Roar. Hiss. Both beasts roared and unleashed their attacks. Boom. A loud sound erupted. Su Yu and Wang Hu fell to the side. Damn it. Is this thing missing a screw, or what? Captain, Madman, Stone, are you okay? Su Yu waved away the raised dust and asked. Cough, cough, cough. We're fine. Wang Hu stood up. We're fine too. Lin Feng and Shi En also got up, looking quite disheveled. Caw. The Thunder Eagle charged straight at them. Captain, Madman, Stone. Understood. Su Yu wanted to call his teammates to block the attack, but Bai Li's voice suddenly rang in his ear. Qingying, Windblade. A pale blue wind blade, over 10 meters long, sliced horizontally from the side. Caw, caw, caw. The Thunder Eagle let out a slightly panicked cry as it abruptly halted its descent. Swish. The wind blade swept past under the Thunder Eagle. If it hadn't stopped in time, it might have been cut in half. Caw. Some feathers fell, and after 2 cries, the Thunder Eagle flapped its wings again and soared into the sky. However, that fierce gaze shifted from Su Yu to Bai Li, who had just appeared. Teacher Bai Li. Su Yu called out. Teacher Bai, if it weren't for you, we would be in big trouble. If Bai Li hadn't intervened, the Thunder Eagle, a demon soldier with lightning attributes and the ability to fly, would have been enough to grind them to death. Bai Li shook her head, looking at Wang Hu. Wang Hu acknowledged. The Thunder Eagle arrived early simply because it could fly, but that didn't mean they would be safe once it was dealt with. The moment the bloodthirsty flower demon's pollen spread, many demon beasts would likely have awakened or emerged from their caves in search of targets to attack. If they didn't leave now, they would be waiting to be permanently accompanied by the wilderness. Hiss hiss. In the distance, the hissing of snakes could be heard. Many snake demon beast clans at the demon general level had already begun to arrive. Caw caw. The Thunder Eagle circling in the sky looked at Wang Hu and the others departing, letting out an angry cry. With a flap of its wings, it dove straight towards them. Bai Li raised her head, her gaze icy. Every day, all it does is screech. It's annoying. Qingying, take it down. The wind spirit stood on Bai Li's shoulder, its big eyes staring straight at the Thunder Eagle heading towards Wang Hu and the others. With a small hand raised suddenly, the wind stirred. A series of winds rushed towards the wind spirit, and in an instant, a tornado over 10 meters high and 5 to 6 meters in diameter formed. The wind spirit waved its little hand at the Thunder Eagle. The tornado swept towards the Thunder Eagle in the sky. Caw, caw! The Thunder Eagle's panicked voice rang out. What the hell? The tornado is flying. What's wrong, Yushu? Wang Hu instinctively asked, turning to look at Su Yu, who was staring back. They saw a tornado rampaging in the sky, while the menacing Thunder Eagle was frantically flapping its wings, trying to escape the tornado's attack range. Caw, caw, caw. The Thunder Eagle was desperately flapping its wings to fend off the chasing tornado, and even lightning appeared around it, striking at the tornado in an attempt to disperse it. Down below, the wind spirit on Bai Li's shoulder clenched its small hand, and the tornado immediately came to a halt. However, the next moment, the size of the tornado suddenly increased, and its suction power multiplied several times, directly pulling in the Thunder Eagle, which was still able to struggle, into the tornado. Caw! Caw, caw! The wind became like a blade. The once high-pitched cries of the Thunder Eagle turned weak, becoming a wail. Crack! Crack! Sounds of feathers, flesh, and blood from the Thunder Eagle falling echoed. The blood-red tornado dispersed, and the Thunder Eagle fell directly down. Bang! The blood-soaked Thunder Eagle appeared before Bai Li. It was dead, leaving only a skeleton with some flesh attached. Crack! Before Bai Li could take a closer look, the voice of the cursed spirit rang in her ear. Bai Li looked over. The cursed spirit, originally responsible for clearing the surrounding demon beasts on the right, was entangled by a green snake demon beast of the demon general level, while the left side's Eeriewood demon was also entangled by 3 demon soldier level beasts. Damn it! How did they arrive so quickly? Bai Li's expression darkened. Logically speaking, even if the bloodthirsty flower demon's pollen could take effect immediately, the demon beasts should take some time to come out of their caves. At the very least, demon soldier or even demon general level beasts shouldn't appear now. The Thunder Eagle could be explained by its ability to fly, but how could the appearance of these demon beasts be explained? Could it be that the people from the Enlightenment Society had already arranged everything? Thinking back to the calm expression of their leader when he was surrounded, Bai Li's face grew heavier. Chapter 64. The message that could not be sent at this moment, with the obstruction of the cursed spirit and the strange wood demon gone. The monsters on both sides, their eyes blood-red, charged towards the students retreating to Lin City. Roar, goor, hiss, I'll help. I don't want to die. Help me, help me. Looking at the blood-red-eyed monsters rushing in, the students could no longer hold back. They wailed and cried, commanding their beast companions to dash towards Lin City, heedless of others being hurt. Suddenly, the previously orderly line was thrown into chaos. Damn it! Wang Hu, who had just caught up with the student group, cursed out loud. When there was no significant danger, they hunted monsters, each one more eager than the last, and at that time, no problem seemed apparent. But now, faced with danger, they couldn't even control their own emotions. It must be known that emotions are contagious. Even if Guoming said that the strongest class has the ability to take care of its own students, it is still true. Damn. I knew that bastard Guoming had ill intentions. Wang Hu muttered angrily, then shouted at the panicking students. If you want to live, quiet down. We'll hold off the monsters. With a roar, many students turned their gaze towards him. I said, we'll hold off the monsters. What you need to do now is to command your beasts properly and retreat to Lin City in an orderly manner. Seeing the nearly 2-meter-tall, imposing Wang Hu, the students' emotions stabilized somewhat, no longer running around and shouting as before. You all, except Ching Ching, who are taking money to mitigate disasters for others. Do your best to hold off the incoming monsters. Bai Li's red flame lion is indeed powerful, strong enough to sweep away 99 of creatures in this area. But with nearly 100 students from 2 classes, plus their beast companions, the line they could form was not short, and just one red flame lion responsible for clearing the path simply couldn't manage everything. Wang Hu glanced at Gao Hong, who was struggling in battle with a monster while leading his beast companion, the Shadow Tiger, and realized he couldn't rely on him. After all, not every teacher was like Bai Li, hiding their true strength. Hopefully, among the Beastmasters in high school, aside from Principal Dongping, who had the strength of a monster general and a few directors with the strength of monster soldiers, the remaining teachers possessed at most the strength of monster servants. It was normal for Gao Hong to have only one monster, likely because he had no contract, or perhaps even had not awakened a spirit ring. After all, the awakening cost of 500,000 was not something everyone could afford. Madman Shirtu, you two hold off the right side. You Shu and I will take the left. Fortunately, although many monsters were rushing in, not a single one was at the monster soldier level. In this situation, Wang Hu felt a bit relieved. If there had been a monster soldier, whether they could save their own lives was up for debate. There would be no time to help the students. Hunters have their own principles. If they can save, they save. If not, they don't force it. After all, they are just here to earn resources. not to risk their lives. Roar. Bai Li's red flame lion roared, a fierce flame engulfing a monster's servant-level beast blocking the way, reducing it to half a corpse. The next moment, it pounced forward, its paw pressing down on the monster's head. Bang! The monster's head exploded. Roar. Standing atop the monster's corpse, it lifted its head and roared to the sky, as if proclaiming its sovereignty. Under normal circumstances, these monster servant level and below beasts would not dare to offend too much. But today was different. Having absorbed the pollen of the bloodthirsty flower demon at the monster king level, they feared nothing, and in fact, driven by the scent of blood, charged recklessly at the red flame lion. Roar. The red flame lion roared, leaping off the monster's corpse, raising its front paw, and stomping down. Boom. Two towering pillars of fire erupted in front, instantly turning the attacking monsters to ashes. Red flame lion, you help the students clear the path. We'll hold off these monsters. Seeing that the red flame lion wanted to continue fighting, so you quickly spoke up. If the red flame lion kept fighting, by the time more monsters came, even if it was strong, it might not be able to protect the students. Roar. The red flame lion glanced at Suyu, recognizing the voice of its Beastmaster-esque student from last night. Roar. With a mighty roar, the red flame lion breathed fire, directly killing the incoming monster, then leaped forward to continue clearing the way. Phew. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the red flame lion wouldn't listen to him. Fortunately, that was not the case. But he couldn't help feeling somewhat sad. Among classmates he had been with for 2 years, not a single one expressed doubt about his voice. It was even worse than a lion he had only seen once. The way the red flame lion had just looked at him clearly showed it recognized him. Shadow Servant. Block that wolf. Fortunately, the Shadow Servant had broken through to the monster's servant level, and the shadow energy in its shadow spirit vein had increased. Otherwise, given how long it had been outside today, fighting so many times, and even delivering a big blow to that Thunder Eagle, it should have returned long ago. But even so, the shadow energy in its shadow spirit vein was now only about 1/6 left. It wouldn't last long. So Suyu could only try to have the Shadow Servant hold off the monsters, and didn't dare to order it to kill any more monsters. Damn it. If it weren't for the information not going out, we wouldn't be in this situation. Besides Suyu, Wang Hu complained. It seemed those people had been prepared all along. The information here couldn't be sent out. Only the communication devices used by Suyu and others remained unaffected. Brother Zhao, what should we do? Wang Xin asked, panic-stricken. They had just been taken away by Zhao Jiu far from the group, and now they couldn't return in time, with the monsters attacking. If Bai Li hadn't attracted many monsters away by trapping the black-robed man, they probably wouldn't last much longer. What are you afraid of? You called me Brother Zhao. Do you think I'd let you die? Zhao Jiu growled, looking at the surrounding monsters. Now, you need to listen to me. Wang Xin nodded, not daring to refute. He was counting on Zhao Jiu now. While not many monsters were paying attention to us, let us head straight back to the group. As long as we get back to the group, with Teacher Bai's lion protecting us. As long as we don't do anything stupid, we should be safe to reach Lin City. Alright, I'll follow Brother Zhao. Let us go? Watching for the right moment, Zhao Jiu led Wang Xin away, but unexpectedly, the two were soon targeted. Quick, run. Zhao Jiu turned to Wang Xin and hissed. In this hot weather, I actually caught a cold. Also, I declare that today's unhappiness is brought to you by the readers. Wowu Chapter 65. Curse Iowa. Before the words were finished, a wolf's howl rang in their ears. Wang San's face turned pale with fear, and he panicked. Zhao Jiu's expression changed drastically as he turned his head and saw a grayish-blue wolf-like demon beast with red eyes charging towards them. The aura was that of a demon servant-level Qingfeng wolf. Zhao Jiu's face darkened as he grabbed the terrified and bewildered Wang San, gritting his teeth and saying, "Don't run. This Qingfeng wolf is best at speed, and as two humans, we can't outrun it." Wang Zhaoga, what should we do? Wang Xin asked with a quivering voice. His Earth Spike Dog was only a level 5 demon beast, and against this demon servant-level Qingfeng wolf, it couldn't even fill its belly, let alone fight back. What are you afraid of? Aren't I here? Zhao Jiu replied. Oh right, with your level 9 Thunder Tiger, we should be able to fill the Qingfeng wolf's belly. Noticing Wang San's strange expression, Zhao Jiu didn't think much of it. After all, people react in various ways when frightened. When the Qingfeng wolf comes, do your best to have your Earth Spike Dog create a wall of earth to block it. The rest will be up to me. But it's a demon servant-level beast. My Earth Spike Dog's wall won't hold it back. Do your best. Do you understand what do your best means? Even blocking for a second counts. And blocking for half a second counts too. Enough talk. The Qingfeng wolf is coming. Ow. Hearing the wolf's howl, Wang Xin dared not hesitate and immediately commanded his Earth Spike Dog to create a wall of earth. Dog, use all your strength to block the Qingfeng wolf. Woof. The Earth Spike Dog barked once. Boom. Then a wall of earth rose up in front of the Qingfeng wolf. Thunder Tiger, go all out. We won't hide our strength today. Roar. The thunder tiger roared, and the thin rope around its neck snapped, causing a small black stone that had been bound under its fur to fall out. With the stone's fall, the thunder tiger's aura was no longer concealed, revealing its true power as a level 13 demon servant. Thunder tiger, thunder strike. Roar. The thunder tiger roared, and a bolt of lightning began to condense above it. Bang. Ow. The Qingfeng wolf had shattered the earth wall and leaped out. Crunch. Boom. The thunder tiger's lightning struck just as the Qingfeng wolf emerged from the wall, catching it off guard. The wolf, which had just broken through the wall, could not dodge in time and was hit directly, howling in agony as the areas struck by the thunder tiger's lightning turned charred, cooking the flesh. A fragrant smell wafted through the air, bringing Wang San, who was momentarily stunned by Zhao Jiu's sudden show of power, back to his senses. Zhao Zhaoga, it smells so good. Good for you. Get moving. Don't you need me anymore? Seeing Zhao Jiu's thunder tiger was a demon servant-level beast, Wang San relaxed, even having the mood to ask back. Contract summon icebound deer. A black-edged, white spirit ring resembling a deer appeared, indicating an ice attribute contract spirit. Oh, accompanied by a celestial deer cry, a deer demon beast, only half a human's height and covered in pale blue, appeared. Its four hooves had pure white patterns extending several centimeters, and its antlers were crystal clear, resembling a treasure bestowed by the heavens. Icebound deer, take this kid to that team over there. Wang San, you really got lucky. I just found a suitable one to contract with my icebound deer recently, and I haven't used it much. Hurry up and go. What about you, Zhaoge? Wang San instinctively asked upon seeing the icebound deer appear. Enough nonsense. Don't you know what kind of family I come from? Of course, I have something to protect my life. But I have the earth spike dog too. Shouldn't I leave the icebound deer for you? No need. How much energy does your earth element spirit vein have left? Without energy to use skills, and with your earth spike dog unable to use its skills, to put it bluntly, my thunder tiger could take you out easily. Indeed, the earth spike dog had already fought against the thunder tiger many times, and with the earth wall just now using all its strength. The only reason it wasn't summoned back was due to being a native continent demon beast. Wang San wanted to say something more, but was interrupted impatiently by Zhao Jiu. Enough talk. Get going. Once you leave, I'll deal with this Qingfeng wolf, or I'll have to take care of you too. Okay. Watching the icebound deer take Wang San away, Zhao Jiu smiled slightly. Good kid, at least you're not leaving immediately. Ow! The wolf's howl rang out, and Zhao Jiu turned his head, his expression instantly turning cold. Humph, you mutt, if you won't let me go, then Thunder Tiger, deal with it. Roar. The Thunder Tiger lunged at the Qingfeng wolf. Damn it. Bai Li's expression turned grim as she watched more and more demon beasts surround them. She directly addressed the cursed spirit that had just dealt with a snake-like demon general, saying, Cursed spirit, use the curse eye? Ka. Hearing this, the cursed spirit suddenly laughed, its laughter eerie. It vanished, reappearing a moment later high up in the air, 10 meters off the ground. The giant crimson sai that had used to kill enemies also disappeared. Ka. It looked down below, an eerie laugh emanating from its mouth. With its short hands coming together, strange whispers came from its lips. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the sky above this area of nearly 100 meters darkened, turning a bloody crimson. Ahead, a massive eye slowly appeared, going from transparent to solid, cold and indifferent. The crimson iris of the eye seemed capable of making everything sink into despair. Boom. Ow. The screams and cries of the demon beasts within this nearly 100-meter range stopped abruptly in an instant. They were dead, dying in a bizarre manner. Ka. The cursed spirit descended, its voice slightly exhausted. Bai Li stroked its head, saying, Little guy, you've worked hard. Damn it, that guy is finally dead. Looking at the charred remains of the Qingfeng wolf not far away, Zhao Jiu sighed in relief. The Qingfeng wolf was far more troublesome than he had imagined. Even with the level 13 Thunder Tiger facing the level 11 Qingfeng wolf, it took considerable time to deal with it. Thunder Tiger, let's go. The demon beasts gathering around are increasing. If we don't leave now, we might really be stuck here. Roar. The Thunder Tiger growled softly and followed Zhao Jiu, who was preparing to leave. Captain, how's it going? My spirit vein is running low on energy. Thinking about it, he wondered how a cold would relate to his updates. Haha, so he wrote another chapter. How about that? Surprised, right? Also, some readers are concerned about my health, so I announced that today's happiness comes from the readers, huh? Additionally, I want to mention that the third chapter may not seem very pleasant, but it relates to the protagonist's background. The protagonist's image as a top student is worth mentioning. Lincheng is just a small place, and the knowledge the protagonist has is all that can be found in this city. In such a small city, the knowledge available to a protagonist without a background is limited. Whenever it comes to higher-level figures, if there is any slight restriction, the protagonist may not be aware of it. The top student persona is aimed at the general basic knowledge of beast taming in Yusho High School. so there's no need to say that the character setting is incorrect. Chapter 66. Giant venomous forest python Wang Hu's communication device beeped, and Lin Feng's voice came through. If it weren't for the fact that the rock giant had used the rock heart earlier, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Hu glanced towards Lin Qing. Due to their delay, the students were now nowhere to be seen. It should be fine now, Wang Hu muttered to himself, and then began contacting Su Qing through the communication device. Qing, how are you doing? Since the withering vine tree demon needed some time to take root to gain combat power, there was simply no time for it to establish itself under such a beast attack, which is why Wang Hu chose to let it leave with the student team and pay attention to the situation among the students. Captain, I'm fine here. I've reached the subsafe zone, and there are significantly fewer beasts. Good. Saying this, Wang Hu spoke again into the communication device. Madman, sure to find the right moment. We can retreat. Yushu, let's go. Since a few minutes ago, he had already stopped obstructing the beasts, with almost no shadow energy left. It was already good enough for him to have the shadow servants protect him in this chaos. Fire Lion, Thunder Snake. Calling out his beasts, Wang Hu began to gradually move backward. Roar. The Fire Lion let out a roar and pounced forward, directly using its large head to knock away a beast. After shaking its head for a moment, it began to follow Wang Hu. Hiss. The Thunder Snake lashed out its tail, sending a beast of the beast slave level flying before swimming towards Wang Hu. Xiaoying. Jia. The shadow servant let out a cry and then returned to Su Yu's side, following Wang Hu as they left. Moments later, Wang Hu reunited with Su Yu and Lin Feng, and Shi En's wind bird landed on his head, covered in wounds. The armor-piercing beast was nowhere to be seen, likely recalled back. As for Lin Feng's rock bull, it seemed fine on the surface, but Su Yu noticed a deep wound on the right side, visible to the bone. Regarding the rock giant that had used the rock heart, Su Yu felt that its nearly 5-meter tall and imposing figure seemed to have shrunk somewhat for some reason when he looked over. Captain, my Earth-type spirit vein has run out of energy, and the armor-piercing beast has returned, Shi En said. As a support, his combination with Lin Feng, who was responsible for defense, had little offensive power against the beasts. Most of the output relied on the rock giant's body crushing them, while his armor-piercing beast played a supportive role, consuming a lot of Earth-type energy. Without energy to use skills, the armor-piercing beast was about the same as a groundhog. So he recalled it first. My rock bull was ambushed by a beast, so it has a large wound. Lin Feng said, shaking his head slightly. Let's go. The most important thing now is to return first, otherwise, we won't be able to leave. The number of beasts was starting to increase, and if they delayed any longer, the outcome might be different. Hearing Wang Hu's words, everyone said no more. Let's go. They began to gradually retreat towards Lin Qing. Damn. Zhao Jiu's face was grim. Originally, after the Thunder Tiger dealt with the Qingfeng Wolf, he hurried towards the student team, but unexpectedly, after just a few steps, he was targeted again. Thunder Tiger. Holy Thunderfield. Roar. The Thunder Tiger roared, and a massive thunderbolt surged from its mouth. Boom. The thunder erupted. But instead of releasing it towards the beast that was half lion and half tiger opposite him, it was directed at the ground. There was no dust kicked up from the attack on the ground, nor was there a loud bang. Only the massive thunder poured into the ground, spreading outward like ripples. Roar. The beast roared, trying to dodge, but the speed of the thunder spreading from the ground was extremely fast, and before the beast could evade, it climbed up its 4 legs. In the next moment, the creeping thunder surged through its limbs, paralyzing it in place. Seeing this, Zhao Jiu's expression hardened, and a small knife that was less than the size of a palm appeared in his hand. That was a beast tool, something that could either save a life or kill enemies. One only needed to imprint their mental power into it to place it in the spiritual world, and when needed, it could be retrieved. Even the lowest grade beast tools at the beast slave level cost tens of thousands. Damn thing. Zhao Jiu cursed angrily, and in the next second, the small knife in his hand suddenly grew larger, transforming into a big knife in a matter of seconds. As the beast was paralyzed, he wielded the big knife and slashed at it. Buzz. A light ringing sound seemed to echo as the big knife erupted with raging flames, transforming into a fiery light blade that struck the beast. Roar. A wailing sound arose as the beast's head was severed. Bang. The beast's head fell to the ground, kicking up dust. Thunder Tiger, let's go. Zhao Jiu leaped onto the Thunder Tiger's back and urged it to leave. Let's go. Seeing that everyone had vanished, Bai Li said and intended to lead the beast companions away. From Bai Li's back as she ascended into the sky, just as she was about to wave her hand to summon back her beasts. In the next moment, a sense of deadly danger surged from her heart. There was no time to command the wind spirit to release a wind barrier for protection. Bai Li shouted angrily, Holy Light Spirit Shield. A shield, resembling a turtle shell, appeared before Bai Li in an instant, and in a moment, it opened a golden protective cover, enclosing her within like an eggshell. Clang! Just as the shield was completed. Protecting Bai Li, a pitch-black liquid fell directly onto the shield. Sizzle! Ear-piercing sounds rang out, making Bai Li's scalp tingle. She had no doubt that if this thing had fallen directly on her, she probably wouldn't have returned safely. Regaining her focus, Bai Li's gaze turned sharp as she looked towards the direction from which the attack had come. Hiss! It was a snake, over 20 meters long, with a body that one person couldn't wrap their arms around. When it slightly raised its head, it was 5 or 6 meters high. It looked at Bai Li, its eyes blood red, exposing its bloodthirsty fangs. The scales on its body shone in the sunlight, resembling a general's battle armor. Giant venomous forest python. Bai Li's expression darkened. The giant venomous forest python, a top predator in the forest, not only had a body capable of crushing most beasts, but also possessed a mouth full of toxins that few beasts could withstand. Moreover, this beast was one of the top dominators of the entire Snake Valley, a level 39 beast general, nearly on the verge of breaking through to the beast lord level. In short, she couldn't handle it. Hiss! A violent hissing sound erupted as the gigantic tail of the giant poison forest python swung directly towards her. Chapter 67. Resolving the giant poison forest python. The giant tail of the giant poison forest python swung towards Bai Li, tearing through the air and heading straight for her. Bai Li's expression changed drastically, and in the next moment, 2 emerald green vines swept in from behind, pulling Bai Li back. Bang! The giant tail struck the ground, creating a depression more than half a meter deep. Rumbling, the vibrations spread around, causing some already unstable rocks to tumble down, raising a cloud of dust. Hiss hiss hiss. Beside her, Bai Li fell, saved by the strange wood demon, whose vines had pulled her back at a critical moment. Gee! A thunderous roar echoed as the giant poison forest python's basketball-sized crimson pupils scanned the area, and the next moment, it spotted Bai Li. A faint ink-green gas erupted from its body. This was the poison the giant poison forest python carried. As it began to release it, the surrounding plants and trees started to rot, and even some nearby demon beasts, whether they were demon servants or demon soldiers, began to wail. Even some demon general-level serpent demon beasts were affected. Seeing the poison mist gradually spreading towards her, Bai Li shouted, "Qing-ying, blow the poison mist away with wind." Whoosh! A gust of wind swept in, and with a wave from the wind spirit, the poison mist began to be blown away. Realizing that its poison mist was ineffective, the giant poison forest python let out another furious roar. Its massive body, as if equipped with springs, lunged directly at Bai Li. Its gaping maw opened wide, emitting a foul stench, as if it was about to swallow Bai Li whole. Having been caught off guard before did not mean Bai Li would be unprepared this time. Qing-ying, wind walk. In the next moment, before the massive maw could reach her, Bai Li vanished. Wind walk allows one to become a gust of wind, dodging attacks at incredible speed, a power possessed only by a few wind attribute beastmasters, excluding the extremely powerful wind attribute demon beasts. The giant poison forest python hit the ground, kicking up another cloud of dust as it turned its serpentine body, raising its head and flicking its tongue. Drops of venom dripped down, corroding the ground and creating small pits. After taking a deep breath, Bai Li solemnly said to the Strangewood Demon, "Strangewood Demon, 10 directions demon vines." The Strangewood Demon's small hands released all the vines, and a shimmering green light began to emanate from its body. In the next moment, while its hands released the skill without touching the ground, its 2 small hands directly slapped down onto the ground. The shimmering green light gathered into its hands, as if using them as a conduit to merge into the ground. Buzz! It was as if time had paused for a moment, and in the next instant, towering vines erupted from the ground. Bang 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 bang. Vines the size of small buckets appeared, wrapping around the giant poison forest python the moment they emerged. The first 1 or 2 vines couldn't bind the gigantic and violent giant poison forest python, but as more and more vines coiled around it, its writhing body began to slow down. Seeing that the giant poison forest python was temporarily entangled, Bai Li knew the time had come and dared not delay. A small short sword, the size of a palm, glowing with golden light, appeared in Bai Li's hand in an instant. She tossed the golden short sword, which immediately appeared above the head of the giant poison forest python. Whoosh! Die! As Bai Li's cold words were spoken, she used her mental power to activate the golden short sword, which began to grow larger. A larger semi-solid phantom, glowing with a golden radiance, appeared around the golden short sword. In an instant, the giant sword fell. Gee! A scream echoed across the area. A golden giant sword was embedded in the head of the giant poison forest python, piercing through its skull, with the burning light constantly stimulating the nerves in the python's head. Gee! The giant poison forest python was in immense pain, breaking free from the vines that had wrapped around it. It howled in agony, its massive tail thrashing about, destroying numerous trees and killing many demon beasts nearby. Bailey summoned the wind spirit to manifest a pair of wind wings behind her and flew up into the sky, getting far away. The wind spirit also used its wind to lift the cursed spirit and the strange wood demon into the air to avoid any harm from the giant poison forest python. She looked gravely at the giant poison forest python, judging by its frenzied state. Although it had been injured in the head, it was clear that it could not be killed outright. Cursed spirit, exert all your power and cast the cursed scythe. Crack, crack, crack. The cursed spirit stepped forward, supported by the wind energy from the wind spirit, preventing it from falling. A giant scythe appeared in its hand, which it used to slay enemies. In Bailey's eyes, only the cursed spirit's eyes turned crimson, and the giant scythe appeared in its hand. But in the eyes of the giant poison forest python, it saw the cursed spirit stepping forward, holding the scythe. In an instant, the entire sky darkened, and everything around began to fade away. A massive figure, entirely crimson and blood-colored, appeared behind the cursed spirit. Although half of it was still underground, to the giant poison forest python, it felt as if only it and the cursed spirit remained in the world. An eerie laughter rang out as the blood-colored figure plunged its sharp hand into the ground, and when it pulled it out again, an even larger, demonic scythe emerged slowly from the earth. As the cursed spirit swung its scythe, the crimson figure behind it moved as well. It seemed to mimic the cursed spirit's actions, swinging its own massive scythe, sending an invisible wave across, causing the giant poison forest python to halt. In reality, the giant poison forest python, which had been writhing in pain and howling, suddenly stopped. Bang! The giant poison forest python collapsed, kicking up dust. Meanwhile, the scythe in the cursed spirit's hand vanished in an instant, and the crimson pupils dimmed, its body falling straight down. Whoosh! With a wave of the wind spirit's hand, the cursed spirit was caught by the wind. Bailey flapped her wind wings and descended directly. She reached out to catch the cursed spirit, her face filled with concern. She gently touched the cursed spirit and asked softly, "Little one, are you okay?" Crack! A weak voice emerged. It was the cursed spirit. After casting 2 powerful abilities in succession, it was exhausted. All right, you should go back and rest for a while." With a wave of her hand, the spirit ring lit up, and the cursed spirit disappeared. Ching-Ying, use the wind spirit arrow to check if the giant poison forest python is truly dead. The nervous system of serpents is different from others. Even if their head is severed, they can still bite you. So it's better to be cautious. Chapter 68, Split Wind Eagle. Swish, swish, swish. The wind spirit arrows shot out, and as several arrows struck the giant poisonous forest serpent, it remained completely still. Bailey finally felt relieved. She looked around, and the scene was already a wasteland. "Let's go," Bailey said, and the wind spirit instinctively activated the wind spirit wings. In the next moment, as the wings fluttered behind Bailey, she shot up into the sky, heading toward the direction of Forest City. Captain, are you all okay?" Su Qing's worried voice came from Wang Hu's communication device. Cough, cough. "It's fine," Wang Hu replied as he climbed up from the ground, looking disheveled. He truly didn't understand why. Even when they were almost at the safe zone, they were still attacked by a beast. And it was a beast of soldier level at that. Caw! A loud eagle cry resonated through the sky as a dark black eagle swooped down. Damn it! Wang Hu gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fire lion, flame howl, roar!" A deafening roar erupted as the injured fire lion charged out again, its mouth wide open, releasing a torrent of crimson flames straight at the attacking eagle. Caw! The eagle was clever, seeing the flames coming. It flapped its wings violently, halting its charge. With another flap, it changed direction, avoiding the flames. Caw! The split-winged eagle screeched, unconcerned, ready to pounce again at any moment. Roar! The weak voice of the fire lion sounded as its body began to sway unsteadily. Since a few minutes ago, they had arrived here and even encountered Zhao Jiao, a Beastmaster of the servant level. The 5 of them had been traveling together, but somehow, they attracted a soldier-level split-winged eagle when they got here, blocking their way and preventing them from leaving. As a result, their beast companions had sustained injuries and were either retreating or severely wounded. His own thunder serpent was in such condition that he could only let it retreat for now. Yushu, how much energy do you have left in your shadow spirit vein? Suddenly, Wang Hu asked Suyu beside him. Not much, Suyu shook his head. His shadow spirit energy was almost depleted, leaving only a thin layer that barely sustained the shadow servants in the local world for a few minutes. Captain, mine is almost gone too. Lin Feng spoke up. His rock bull had already been summoned back, leaving only a rock giant still holding on. Captain Shuren didn't say anything, but everyone understood his meaning. Zhao Jiao's expression was grim. His thunder tiger was severely injured and was now baring its teeth. What should we do? As the split-winged eagle seemed poised to attack again, Wang Hu directly posed the question to everyone. After all, His fire lion had just used a big move, and now his fire-type spirit vein was nearly out of energy. If they didn't come up with a plan soon, they would all die here. Hearing this, Zhao Jiu scanned the surroundings, a hesitant expression on his face, and then gritted his teeth, saying to everyone, "I have a plan, but I need time to prepare." As soon as he said this, it immediately drew everyone's attention. "What is it?" Wang Hu asked in a deep voice. "I have a beast tool that can directly kill the split-winged eagle, but my mental strength is too weak. I can only slowly activate it, which requires some time. Otherwise it won't work." "Caw!" The split-winged eagle's cry rang out again, and wind blades appeared around it. Swish, swish, swish. They flew directly towards Su Yu and the others. Wang Hu's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Quick! Get out of the way!" Boom, boom, boom. The wind blades struck the ground, carving deep grooves. "I don't care what you have. As long as it's useful, use it. We will do our best to protect you." Wang Hu shouted loudly. At this moment, even a moment's carelessness could cost them their lives, and there was no time for gentle persuasion. "Okay." Zhao Jiu nodded firmly. Avoiding the wind blades. "Yushu, Crazy Stone, try to protect him as much as possible." "Caw!" Just after dodging the wind blades, Wang Hu saw a pair of sharp claws reaching for him. He quickly dove to the side again. Rip! Ah! Blood gushed from Wang Hu's back, leaving 6 bloody wounds. His face turned pale, and the intense pain made it feel like he was walking on the tip of a knife with every step, suffering greatly. Roar! Seeing its master harmed, the already weakened fire lion forced itself to roar again. A weak flame shot out, but it extinguished halfway. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiu, sensing the urgency of the situation, didn't dare to delay any longer. A thin rope appeared in his hand, and he began to slowly activate it with his mental strength. Caw! The split-winged eagle soared into the sky again, its sharp gaze scanning. The next moment, it fixated on Zhao Jiu, or more precisely, on the small rope in his hand. As a soldier-level beast, its intelligence was not low, and it could clearly sense what posed a threat to it. At that moment, the small rope emanated a faint sense of danger in its eyes. Without hesitation, it turned its body and charged toward Zhao Jiu. Zhao Jiu, who was focusing on activating the small rope, was startled and instinctively wanted to stop channeling his mental strength and turn to flee. But suddenly, Wang Hu's loud voice rang in his ears. "You focus all your energy on activating the beast tool. We will hold off the split-winged eagle." Just as Wang Hu's voice fell, a loud sound erupted. Rock giant, earthstone wall. Roar! A massive earthen wall rose up, blocking the ferocious charge of the split-winged eagle. "Windbird, Gale Blade." Shuren's voice called out, and a nearly 2-meter-long light blue crescent-shaped wind blade shot toward the split-winged eagle. Boom! The split-winged eagle was blocked by the stone wall, and a wind blade came slicing in from the right. Caught off guard, the split-winged eagle was knocked back several meters. However, as a soldier-level beast, the main and supporting attack from Shuren's Windbird didn't cause much impact even though the wind blade hit it. Moreover, the Windbird was not in peak condition, and the power of the wind blade was significantly reduced. Although it didn't inflict much damage on the split-winged eagle, it clearly enraged it. Chapter 69, Slaying the Split-Winged Eagle Caw. The split-winged eagle abandoned Zhao Jiu and chose to charge toward Lin Feng and Shuren quick. "Get out of the way." Seeing the fierce approach of the split-winged eagle, Wang Hu shouted angrily at Lin Feng and Shuren. As his words fell, Zhao Jiu's voice sounded. "Bloodvine bind." The thing that looked like a small rope suddenly grew larger, turning into a light red vine. With a swoosh, it appeared right next to the split-winged eagle. The vine then began to climb up the split-winged eagle, wrapping it tightly in a matter of moments. Caw! The entangled rift-winged eagle clearly had never encountered a situation like this before and immediately panicked. Violent wind blades swept out in all directions. But the vines on its body seemed to be non-existent, and the wind blades could not harm it at all. Screech! The rift-winged eagle let out a fierce cry. Zhao Jiu, however, turned pale. Using beast tools consumed mental energy. There was no clear standard for dividing mental energy. It was simply based on the level of the Beastmaster. For example, a Beastmaster at the Beast Slave level had first-tier mental energy. He was now a Beast Servant level Beastmaster, which meant he had second-tier mental energy. Using second-tier mental energy to activate beast tools of the Beast Soldier level was still somewhat strenuous for him. "Die for me," Zhao Jiu shouted angrily. And the blood vines that were originally just restraining the rift-winged eagle suddenly tightened, leaving marks of constriction on the eagle's body. The next moment, the eagle's wailing spread throughout the area. Screech! The rift-winged eagle fell to the ground. Seeing this, Su Yu's eyes lit up an opportunity. "Xiaoying," he growled, and the shadow servant understood his meaning, transforming into a black light and rushing into Su Yu's body. A faint black mist began to emerge from Su Yu's body, and a pitch-black knife appeared in his hand, with a crimson and sinister eye from the hilt to the blade. His level was too low. He still needed the shadow servant to enter the Beastmaster's body. Once his level was a bit higher, he could directly transform it into a knife in the Beastmaster's hand. This was not the fusion or possession of a Beast Lord level. Suyu wielded the black knife and rushed straight towards the Riftwind Eagle, which was trapped on the ground and unable to move. Die for me. Suyu raised the black knife, and a dark gleam suddenly shone brightly. The next moment, the black knife fell, landing on the eagle's fragile neck, where there was already a blood mark left by the blood vines. Screech. The Riftwind Eagle's voice was abruptly cut off. In Suyu's perspective, a faint black gas appeared. This was the beast soul, and it was a complete beast soul. A complete beast soul of the beast soldier level was worth the risk Suyu took to come up here. Boom. The black knife exploded into a dark gas and disappeared. Suyu knew that this was because the shadow spirit vein had run out of shadow energy, forcing the shadow servant back to the other world, which was not a big deal. Just as the Riftwind Eagle's beast soul was collected, Zhao Jiao collapsed behind him. Having exhausted too much mental energy, he could no longer hold on. Whoosh. Suddenly, a light cry came from the sky, and everyone tiredly looked up to see a figure. It was Bai Li. Finally not a monster. After seeing the figure clearly, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief and slumped down. Bai Li also saw the people below, and her wind spirit wings fluttered as she descended. As soon as she landed, she saw everyone's disheveled appearance. The Beastmasters either had weak auras and were extremely weak, or they had no beasts left, clearly having been summoned back. Looking at everyone's condition, Bai Li frowned. What happened to you? It's like this, Wang Hu explained to Bai Li. So we stayed behind, but the sudden appearance of the Riftwind Eagle left us a bit helpless. Wang Hu said this, but in fact, it was more than just helplessness. If it weren't for Zhao Jiao, the rich kid with the beast tools, helping them, and Suyu seizing the opportunity to slay the Riftwind Eagle, they would have really died here. So now Zhao Jiao just temporarily overdrew his mental energy and fainted? Wang Hu nodded. This was indeed the case. Roar. A deafening roar sounded, and a figure suddenly darted out from the side, startling Wang Hu and the others, who became tense again. After all, they had no combat ability left. But when they saw the situation clearly, they relaxed again. It was the Crimson Flame Lion, Bai Li's beast, now eagerly running towards her. Roar. The Crimson Flame Lion ran to Bai Li's side, rubbing its massive lion head against her. Whoosh. The wind spirit also left Bai Li's shoulder and landed on the lion's big head. Are the students all right? Bai Li asked softly, and the Crimson Flame Lion immediately shook its head. Well, since everyone is fine, let's head back. With that decision made, Bai Li began to lead Wang Hu and the others away. At the city gate, a large group of students had gathered there, and their beasts had all been called back. Why aren't they coming out yet? Yeah, it's been so long. If I had known this would happen, I would have taken a day off and not come today. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to echo in agreement. Yeah, how could a group of people appear out of nowhere and want to kill us? If it weren't for Teacher Bai Li, we might not have come back. That's right. Now Teacher Bai Li's Crimson Flame Lion has also left. The crowd buzzed, while the city guard standing aside had a black line on their face. If it weren't for orders from above, they would have wanted to drive this noisy group away long ago. They didn't even know what was going on above. They clearly knew someone had attacked the students of Hope Beast High, and it had been half a day with no orders sent down. Among the crowd, compared to the noisy surroundings, Wang Xin stood alone on the side. Beside him was Zhao Jiao's icebound deer, only half a person tall, with crystal-clear antlers. The pale blue icebound deer was extremely eye-catching, drawing the attention of many girls around. Wang San, whose icebound deer is this? It's so beautiful. Yeah, Wang San. Is this yours? Why haven't I seen you summon it before? Or are you secretly hiding your Beastmaster level, and this is your new contract? A group of girls actively engaged him in conversation. Normally, he would have been happy and eager to share everything, but now, looking at the icebound deer beside him, he lost that thought. He gazed hopefully at the exit not far away, hoping Zhao Jiao would return. Brother Zhao, cough cough, today was somewhat happy, but not particularly so. So I want to announce it. Actually, the author is very easy to talk to. If you comment more to urge updates, I will naturally update more. Chapter 70. How to Punish You. Step, step, step. Footsteps sounded, and everyone looked over. It was Bai Li and the others. Teacher Bai, is everything all right? A group rushed forward, speaking all at once. Only Wang San wore a worried expression, searching back and forth among Bai Li and the group for Zhao Jiao. Suddenly, he saw Zhao Jiao being carried by a tall person and rushed over without thinking, pushing through the crowd. Brother Zhao, what happened to you? Seeing his truly anxious expression, Wang Hu, who was carrying Zhao Jiao, couldn't help but speak up. Hey, kid, your brother Zhao is unconscious. If you shake him anymore, he might die from your shaking even if he doesn't die first. Hearing this, Wang Xin stopped moving and turned to Wang Hu. Your brother Zhao just fainted for now. He'll be fine when he wakes up. Up ahead, Bai Li waved her hand to signal everyone to quiet down. then scanned the crowd before speaking calmly. After saying this, Wiley said no more. She was also angry and naturally had no mood to explain anything to the students. Moreover, the appearance of this meeting was obviously unusual. After the Hunter Guild, and Wang who parted ways with Bai Li and the others, they had come here. Yushu, this task is my problem, and I will find Guoming to settle the score later. Everyone is tired now, so let's go back first. When there are results, I will transfer the task rewards to you. Suyu didn't say much, as it was clear that such a big issue couldn't be resolved with ordinary negotiations. Of course, they were talking about someone attacking the students, not about their hunter team almost being completely wiped out. But they could still ask for more rewards because of it. Night. Tick-tock. In an empty underground basement, the light was dim, and the sound of dripping water was exceptionally clear, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. At this moment, there were two people in the center. One was standing, and the other was kneeling. The kneeling person was dressed in a black robe, their head pressed tightly against the ground, not daring to move at all. Is this what you meant by an appetizer before the grand plan? Is this the person you recommended to me? The voice was cold and the tone chilling. The person below didn't dare to refute, only trembling as they spoke in fear. I didn't know such a situation would occur. According to our investigation, only Principal Dong Ping of Hope Beast High has the strength of a demon general, and the others are at most demon soldiers. I don't know. I don't know anything. The person above, in anger, kicked the kneeling person, sending them flying. The kicked person looked up and happened to see the face of the one who had kicked him. If someone from Hope Beast High were present, they would recognize this as Gao Hong, who was courteous and refined in his dealings at school. Although Wu Yun had been kicked, he did not dare to get angry. Nor did he dare to look at Gao Hong for too long. He quickly got up and knelt in front of him again. However, just as he knelt down, Gao Hong's foot pressed down on him, forcing him back to the ground. Tell me, why did you not know? Wu Yun, pinned down, dared not speak. No matter how well he spoke, he would die? I don't understand why you would recommend this appetizer before the grand plan. What did you say at that time? Raise your head and answer me. Gao Hong lifted his foot so that Wu Yun could raise his head. I said that killing the students at Hope Beast High would cause chaos in Lin City, and at that time, our plan could be completed more perfectly. Wu Yun spoke hurriedly, panic in his eyes. What did I say at that time? You said to leave it entirely to me, and then... Wu Yun paused here. Gao Hong continued. Then you recommended the demon soldier Yu Wang. Yu Wang was the leader of the previous group of black-robed individuals. Yes. I didn't expect him to fail. Fail? No. Actually, I don't care much about your so-called appetizer before the grand plan. This 100 people doesn't even count as a fraction of tens of thousands. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left it entirely to you. Besides, he also exposed Bai Li, the hidden demon, general-level Beastmaster. This task has been completed perfectly. But the originally gentle voice turned cold again. What he should never have done is leak our meeting's information in Lin City, and he should never have mentioned our so-called grand plan, causing that woman Bai Li to grow suspicious. Do you know that because of this, we have been completely exposed? And Bai Li is clearly not an ordinary person. If she reports to her organization or family, bringing in other large organizations, our plan might be affected or even directly destroyed. I believe that at that time, death will be the thing you desire the most. Kneeling on the ground, Wu Yun did not dare to speak, only trembling, because he knew that the person in front of him was right. Moreover, as if that wasn't enough, that fool ended up attracting beasts with the bloodthirsty flower demoness pollen, yet he didn't kill a single student and almost exposed me. Tell me, how should I punish you? Gao Hong's eyes were filled with coldness. The bloodthirsty flower demon's pollen attracted many beasts, and if Bai Li had not been there to hold them back, even sending out her crimson flame line to protect, he might have had to reveal his true strength. At that time, killing those students would have been easy, and even Wang, whose demon hunting team, could have been easily wiped out. But he couldn't guarantee that he could handle Bai Li 100. Even if he managed to sneak attack her, he couldn't be sure she didn't have any background that would send people over. A series of potential problems could lead to their hidden plan collapsing. Even if they didn't die, if their plan failed and they returned to the organization, they would not be able to live safely. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he stomped hard on Wu Yun's arm. Crack! A faint sound echoed as Wu Yun's arm was directly crushed by Gao Hong. In an instant, Wu Yun's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down uncontrollably. Suddenly, Gao Hong lifted his foot and said, "All right, you can leave now. Remember, the plan is advanced. Within a month, I want to see the complete rollout of the plan and the best results." Chapter 71. The Evolution Route of the Thunder Python. Yes, rest assured. This plan will not fail. I will personally oversee it. Although the broken bones in his arm caused him immense pain, he still suppressed it and replied, Gao Hong nodded. Wu Yun slowly took a step back and started to retreat. Wait. Just as Wu Yun placed his hand on the door, he heard this and instantly showed a bitter expression, knowing that just breaking a bone wouldn't allow him to leave so easily. After all, Gao Hong's cruelty was not just talk. Taking a deep breath, he turned back, looking at Gao Hong respectfully. My lord, is there anything else you need me to handle? No. I just think that with your hand broken, it's useless to keep it. As soon as these words were spoken, a spiritual ring behind Gao Hong lit up, with a black edge and a dark green center featuring a python design. This was a poison-type contract spiritual ring. Hiss! A sound of a snake's tongue flicking echoed as a giant snake head emerged behind Gao Hong. In an instant, Wu Yun's hair stood on end, and his face turned pale. My lord. Gao Hong, however, remained unfazed, looking at the snake head beside him, affectionately reaching out to touch it. And the snake comfortably closed its eyes. Go on, just one hand. Don't eat too much. P.S. Still useful. Also, don't release poison. Gao Hong said with a smile. Hearing this, the snake immediately opened its eyes, its huge, cold pupils staring at the person in front of it. Wu Yun, under the gaze of the snake, felt a chill run through his body. His hand instinctively reached for the door behind him, which was just within reach, and he could escape in the blink of an eye if he wanted to. However, looking at Gao Hong's half-smiling expression, he abandoned this thought. He knew it would be easy to run out that door, but it would be impossible to escape completely, and once he stepped through that door, death was the only outcome awaiting him. Hiss! The blood-poisoned python slowly swam over, first placing its head in front of Wu Yun, its tongue flicking against Wu Yun's face. The next moment, the blood-poisoned python directly bit down on Wu Yun's arm, its powerful bite force severing his arm. Rip! The sound of tearing fabric echoed, and Wu Yun's face turned pale. Drip, drip, the sound of blood falling to the ground was strikingly clear in the confined space. Let's go, or else my little darling won't be able to resist, and will swallow you whole. You can't blame me then. Gao Hong's indifferent voice rang in Wu Yun's ears. Ignoring the pain, Wu Yun quickly replied, Yes, thank you, my lord. With a thud, Wu Yun opened the door and dashed out. Hiss! The blood-poisoned python swam over and lowered its head to look at Gao Hong. As a Beastmaster, Gao Hong naturally understood the python's meaning, and he patted its head, smiling. No rush. After his business is done, I'll let you eat him. Hiss! Outside Lin City, in the safe zone of Asia, in Su Yu's home, in Su Yu's spiritual world. Hey, come down quickly, I'm not going to hit you. Su Yu looked helpless, seeming to have left a bad impression on the Beast Manual in their previous encounters. Now, whenever he entered, the Beast Manual would immediately rise high into the spiritual world sky. Buzz, buzz, alright, come down quickly, I'm not going to hit you. Buzz, buzz, stop buzzing. If you don't come down soon, I'll go up and grab you. The buzzing stopped, and after a moment, the Beast Manual chose to descend. Buzz. The Beast Manual landed in Su Yu's hand. Alright, I'm not messing with you anymore. I want to see the evolution route of the Thunder Python. The beast souls accumulated over the past few days should be enough. Buzz, buzz, alright, stop buzzing. Even though you're my external help, if you make too much noise, I'll still have to discipline you. Buzz, the buzzing sound of the Beast Manual abruptly ceased. Quickly inject the energy of the beast's souls into it. I want to see what the evolution route of the Thunder Python is. As the page of the Thunder Python was turned in the Beast Manual, Su Yu spoke eagerly. Buzz, as if someone was writing, the blank space on the page of the Thunder Python began to fill with text. Normal evolution, Thunder Python, Xian Lei Python. Blood Thunder Python, Thunder Blood Angry Flood Dragon. Thunder Python, Thunder Electric Python. Advanced evolution, Thunder Python, Two-Headed Thunder Python, Five-Headed Thunder Python, Nine-Headed Thunder Flood Dragon, Thunder Python. Red Fire Thunder Python, Heavenly Fire Flood Dragon, Thunder Fire Dragon, Thunder Python, Xian Ice Thunder Python. Unique evolution, Thunder Python, 5 elements Flood Dragon, Elemental Dragon. Elemental Ruler, do I even need to think? Little Beast, directly activate the unique evolution route of the Thunder Python. Su Yu exclaimed excitedly. Buzz, the next moment. The materials required for the evolution route of the Thunder Python appeared above. Thunder Python, 5 elements Flood Dragon. 10 drops of elemental water from the 5 elements of gold. Wood, water, fire, earth. 3 elemental flowers of each of the 5 elements. 2 elemental grasses of each of the 5 elements. 1 beast soul of each of the 5 elemental demon soldier levels. 5 elements Flood Dragon. Elemental Dragon. 100 drops of elemental water from the 9 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, light, thunder, ice. 30 elemental flowers of each. 20 elemental grasses of each. A complete dragon-type beast soul, subdragon. The beast soul of a cunning demon. A complete shell and beast soul of the holy light turtle. Elemental Dragon, Elemental Ruler. After reading this, Su Yu fell silent. The elemental water, elemental flowers, and elemental grasses were easy to understand, just like the materials used in the previous evolution chart for the Shadow Servants. For instance, the elemental flower used for the Shadow Servants was the Shadow Flower. and the elemental grass was the shadow grass, with the elemental water being similar. This time, the elemental water or elemental flowers and grasses needed for the Thunder Python's evolution to the 5 elements Flood Dragon were the same, like flame flower, flame grass, and so on. But, hee, Suyu sneered as he looked at the beast manual. The 5 elements Flood Dragon sounds impressive. And while I want to complain about the various elemental flowers, grasses, and waters, the 5 demon soldier level beast souls, I just need to kill more demon beasts later. After all, I can collect beast souls. The elemental dragon sounds fierce, but suddenly, Suyu gripped the beast manual tightly, his gaze fierce. As for the other materials, I want to even mention them, but 9 basic elemental subdragon beast souls? Are you kidding me? Last time, Xiaoying only needed 1 shadow dragon beast soul. Do you think I'm a wholesale supplier of subdragon beast souls? And I now have serious reasons to suspect that if I were just a bit more capable, you wouldn't be asking for a subdragon beast soul, but a pureblood true dragon beast soul. What should I say here? Alright. Some male protagonists don't treat women as people, treating them as playthings. I want to clarify that my protagonist won't be like that, at the very least. He won't treat them as toys to play with at will. If you can't accept that, you can exit. Chapter 72. 8-star Demon Suppressor. Hey, that person? It's me, the Demon Suppression Department, 4-star Demon Suppressor, by Lee. The star levels of the Demon Suppression Department are divided by strength. By Lee. At the level of a Demon General, is a 4-star Demon Suppressor. Hearing this, the person on the other end fell silent for a moment before speaking in a somewhat serious tone. Is this related to the Enlightenment Society? Yes. More than 2 years ago, someone from the Demon Suppression Department captured a big shot from the Enlightenment Society, using mental powers. We learned that the Enlightenment Society plans to initiate a so-called grand scheme in certain cities around the world. However, the specifics were destroyed by the mental and curse skills in that big shot's mind. That's why the Demon Suppression Department has deployed demon suppressors in various cities to investigate and respond in a timely manner. Go on. Here's the thing. I've discovered people from the Enlightenment Society, Bai Li began, succinctly describing the situation. Are you saying that the Enlightenment Society might target Lin City? Not certain. But the person I encountered from the Enlightenment Society said so, and they had a rough idea. So I wanted to ask if you need to send someone over? On the other side, in a somewhat simple house, a middle-aged man frowned, lightly tapping his fingers on a nearby table. Send someone? He murmured, then said, all right, I'll send someone over later. If they don't arrive in time, you can find the military's Chung Yuan. You should know him. Hearing the response from the other end, Bailey nodded and replied, understood. If there's not enough time, I'll go find him. Chung Yuan, the highest military commander in Lin City, is responsible for the security of Lin City. If there are any problems, he naturally has to be the first to step up. If there are issues later, feel free to contact me anytime. Beep, beep, beep. The middle-aged man hung up the phone and shook his head with a smile. Really? With that guy around, as long as it's not a catastrophic problem, he should be able to handle it. It's just that I don't know if he is willing to take action. Beside him, an elderly man with white hair spoke up. Whose call was that? Ha. It's from the little girl of the Bai family. Why? Are you interested too? Bai family. The elder frowned slightly, then relaxed and said in a somewhat dazed manner. Is it a girl named Bai Li? Yes. I remember she joined your demon suppression department, right? What? Is she in trouble? No. The middle-aged man shook his head with a wry smile. If she were in trouble, how could the old man of the Bai family let me off? Ha. Don't even mention that little girl. Just calling him an old man like that. If he were here, you would definitely suffer a bit. The elder stroked his beard and said, then why is she looking for you? Although the old man of the Bai family has you take care of her, you're taking care of her too much, right? Contacting you directly? TSK. Not many in the demon suppression department have that privilege. You're joking. It's just that she is currently involved in a more dangerous task. So giving her a small privilege isn't a big deal. True. Otherwise, if that old man's most beloved granddaughter got into trouble, wouldn't you be in for a lot of trouble? The middle-aged man just smiled and didn't speak, because the old man's words were true. Then tell me, why is she looking for you? As an 8-star demon suppressor and a beastmaster at the demon saint level, it wouldn't normally disturb you unless it were a big deal. The elder said with a smile. Having been here for a long time, he was quite bored. And it was rare to have some fun, so he naturally had to ask. It concerns the demon lord Beastmaster of the Cheshire Society from 2 years ago. You know, that incident caused quite a stir. The elder laughed, saying he knew, and that person was captured by your own hand. However, how could a demon lord level Beastmaster be related to that little girl? At that time, the news from the demon suppression department was that the Cheshire Society would set up in various cities, but what exactly and where, the demon suppression department didn't know. Which is why they had the demon suppressors stationed in various cities to investigate secretly and prevent the Cheshire Society from causing trouble. I see. In that case, it's understandable that you gave her your contact information. Yes, The middle-aged man nodded. Suddenly, the elder seemed to remember something and spoke. So that girl contacted you to find out about the Qishir Society? Yes. What is it? The elder's eyes lit up, like a curious child, continuously asking. She said that in Lin City, members of the Qishir Society attacked students at the Beastmaster school. And it seems to involve hundreds of thousands of citizens in Lin City. To be safe, she asked me to get some people for her. The middle-aged man could only honestly reply, feeling helpless. Lin City? Why does that sound a bit familiar? After hearing this, the elder frowned, quickly pondering. You forgot. Lin City is where Li Yuan is, and where Su Ming and his wife's son, Su Yu, is. As soon as the words fell, a strong aura burst forth ahead, causing various items to scatter all over the ground. Clack, clack, clack. The middle-aged man, caught off guard, stumbled back several steps. You dare to plot against Su Ming's son? Don't forget how Su Ming died, and don't forget that if he hadn't died, we humans would have had a great chance to counterattack the other world, instead of just surviving like this. Looking ahead, the once amiable and curious elder now had a face full of anger, his eyes icy. The middle-aged man, steadying himself after retreating a few steps, looked at the person before him with a bitter smile. If it were a normal old man, as an 8-star demon suppressor and a beastmaster at the demon saint level, not to mention anything else, just based on strength and status, very few people would dare to act against him. But the old man before him was different. His strength was enough to rank among the top in the entire dragon country. Behind the elder, 9 brightly colored and extremely bright spirit rings lit up, and the beast patterns in the rings seemed to come alive, staring at the middle-aged man as if the beasts would leap out at any moment. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man smiled bitterly. Please calm down. I know my strength is not as good as yours. If you want to hit me, I won't say anything. But if you summon all the beasts and start fighting, this city of 1 million people will be completely destroyed in no time. You don't want to see tomorrow's headlines reading that a city of 1 million people vanished overnight, do you? Chapter 73. It's really not a plot. Hearing this, the elder slightly restrained himself, and most of the spirit rings behind him disappeared, leaving only 2. You'd better explain clearly, otherwise. The elder said coldly. Sir, I know you have a good relationship with Su Ming and his wife, but couldn't you have listened properly just now? Seeing the elder's inclination to take action, the middle-aged man quickly added. All right, you're strong. I'll explain, just don't get rough. Humph, speak. If the explanation isn't satisfactory, the elder snorted coldly and withdrew all the spirit rings. The middle-aged man was sweating profusely but could only hurriedly explain. What I mean is, the little girl from the Bai family, Bai Li, one of my demon suppressors, found members of the Qishir Society in Lin City, and they might be planning some disaster in Lin City, which just happens to be where Li Yuan and Su Ming and his wife's son, Su Yu, are. This is all coincidence. No one is deliberately plotting anything. Sir, you're being too sensitive. Sensitive? I just hate that I'm not sensitive enough or smart enough. Otherwise, how could Su Ming and his wife have died back then? The elder sat down, his aura retracting, looking full of regret. The surroundings fell silent, and after a moment, the middle-aged man again sat down beside the elder. You. Sigh. The elder shook his head and sighed, saying, I'm getting old. I started to take action without even hearing clearly. No wonder I was plotted against back then. It's not your fault. Who could have predicted that they would dare to act without a demon lord level or even higher level strong person as protection? Su Ming and his wife's deaths are understandable. The middle-aged man also looked regretful. Let us talk. If someone still dares to plot against Su Ming's son, this old bone of mine wouldn't mind going out and causing a ruckus. You know I have the ability to say that. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. The old man is strong, but he seems a bit stubborn, clearly stating that all of this is coincidence. You, sir, really no one is plotting against you. You also know that Su Ming's son, Su Yu, has been cursed, preventing him from awakening his spirit ring. The so-called genius Li Yuan, who could supposedly fend off 1 million troops when he grows up, has also been schemed against, resulting in him being the sole guardian of the entrance to the other space, holding off millions of magical beasts for half an hour. Although he is still alive, the 3 beasts with the strongest abilities and the highest potential have already died, so they no longer pose any threat to them. This time, it really was just a coincidence. The middle-aged man looked helpless. If any rumors about plotting against Li Yuan and Su Yu spread, the agreement from back then would be null and void. At that time, once that old man goes out with his strength, he would be able to turn the dragon kingdom upside down. Is there really not a bit of plotting? All just coincidences? The old man glanced sideways at the middle-aged man. Really, how could I dare to deceive you? What guarantee do you have? The middle-aged man was almost in tears. How stubborn could this old man be? What guarantee could he provide? Ahem, sir, I have some good news to tell you. Suddenly, the middle-aged man changed the subject. TCH, I only want to know about Su Ming's son, Su Yu, and Li Yuan. Don't mention anything else. The old man looked disdainful. At his age, there are few things he cares about, and coincidentally, Li Yuan and Su Yu are among them. Don't want to listen? This is good news about Su Yu. Really? Suddenly, the old man stood up, looking excitedly at the middle-aged man. Sir, could you please not look at me like that? It feels uncomfortable. Then tell me, what happened to Su Yu? Ahem, I can tell you, but you must promise me that after hearing this matter, you cannot ask me whether that was just a coincidence or a scheme. Upon hearing this, the old man raised an eyebrow, and after a moment of silence, he asked, really not a scheme? Really not? Then tell me, what good news is there about Su Yu? Do you have any heart-saving pills? What is that? The old man glared at the middle-aged man. Hurry up and speak, or I'll beat you. All right then, but you mustn't get too excited. Go on, go on. At my age, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. What could possibly go wrong? You know the young girl from the Bai family, Bai Li, who works under me as the demon subduer. She previously sent me a message saying that someone in Lin City has awakened a dual spirit ring. And it's a non-attribute contract and summoning spirit ring. What does that have to do with Su Yu? Who knows where that dog of a man contracted an unfamiliar cursed beast that can cast a curse, preventing him from awakening a spirit ring. It would be good enough if Su Yu could live safely for his entire life. But the girl from the Bai family said that person is named Su Yu. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings fell silent. Are you serious? The old man trembled all over, looking at the middle-aged man in disbelief. Yes. Just to be safe, I specifically checked. It is indeed Su Ming's son, Su Yu. It's not a case of sharing the same name, which means the cursed Su Yu has awakened his spirit ring. The middle-aged man nodded. Ha ha ha. Now the old man could no longer contain himself. This is really great. Su Ming's talent was top-notch back then, and now his son Su Yu has such amazing talent too. Dual spirit rings, and they are non-attribute contract summoning dual spirit rings, which means he can contract any demon beast in the world and even the top magical beasts. At that time, I must personally go out and help him get a top-tier dual attribute magical beast. Ha ha. While laughing, the old man seemed to remember something and lowered his head, muttering to himself, No, those guys want to let me go out. I can't go out. Or they find another excuse to deal with Li Yuan and Su Yu. By the way. Suddenly, the old man looked at the middle-aged man, walked up to him, placed his hands on his arms, and said with a kind expression, Little Su, I got a bit too excited just now. Don't take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Su Songhai felt a sense of ominous premonition rising in his heart. Sure enough, the next moment, he heard the old man say, I remember that your demon subduing division has quite a few top-tier demon beasts or magical beasts. Before the old man could finish, Su Songhai shook his head like a rattle drum. No, you know that to obtain these top-tier demon beasts or magical beasts, one must join our demon subduing division and make certain contributions to our division. How could we just easily give them to outsiders? Hiss. As soon as this was said, Su Songhai's face twisted in pain. Ouch. Little Su, my ears aren't very good. Could you repeat what you just said? The old man looked at Su Songhai with a smiling face, exerting force and pinching Su Songhai's arms. Chapter 74. Things under guard. I said, sir. How about you let go of me first? Su Songhai's expression was contorted. Don't be fooled by the old man's appearance. His grip was truly not ordinary strong. All right. The old man smiled and loosened his grip. How about this? I remember that your demon subduing division has quite a few good items that can be contracted. And there aren't many who are loyal to your demon subduing division. Why not share one? You. Seeing that the old man seemed to be preparing to hit him, Su Songhai smiled bitterly and said, Sir, could you let me finish speaking? Regardless of whether I'm willing to give Su Yu a contract, just based on him, he already cannot be contracted. The old man's gaze gradually became sharp. It's not that someone is plotting against him. It's just that without our knowledge, Su Yu went and contracted a summoning beast himself. And then he found the girl Bai Li from the Bai family. At that time, Bai Li also didn't know that he had already contracted a beast and had the ability to upgrade to a Beastmaster level and awaken a spirit ring. So, Su Songhai was almost in tears. He was genuinely afraid that this old man would hit him, and moreover, this old man was always thinking about plots. The old man frowned, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. So you can no longer contract the top magical beasts in the world? Yes. So it's not that I'm unwilling to give it to him. It's just that I'm also powerless. What a pity. The old man sighed. It's all right. Although he can't compare to the very top tier, having one more beast than others is still quite an advantage in the future. Su Songhai remained silent. Although having one more beast feels like a significant advantage, in reality, it's just like that. There are many people with talent, just like the old man in front of him. By the way, how is the girl from the Bai family? She shouldn't know Su Yu's identity, right? Suddenly, the old man changed the subject and asked Su Songhai. Of course, she doesn't know. Su Songhai shook his head. You know that this matter was classified as a taboo back then, not allowing others to speak of it casually. And most of those who know about it are high-ranking officials and nobles who have no intention of casually mentioning it. If it weren't for the fact that the problem happened to arise in Lin City, we wouldn't even bring up this topic. It's fine. Let's not let Suyu know the truth before he grows to be able to stand on his own. All right. Su Songhai nodded in agreement. After a while, the old man looked at Su Songhai with curiosity. Why aren't you leaving? Don't you have things to do? Cough, cough. It's just that the people from the Qishir Society have appeared in Lin City. They might be planning something big, and if any uncontrollable accidents occur, I wonder if you could ask Li Yuan for help? Su Songhai's face was full of anticipation. Even though Li Yuan's 3 strongest beasts had already died, his strength was still unquestionable, and Lin City, being a small place, wouldn't have a very high level of combat. As long as Li Yuan stepped in, there was a 99% chance he could handle it. Ha ha, you really? You know what happened back then? You should know how we supporters of Su Ming ended up? The old man scoffed, his eyes full of mockery. Don't forget, back then, Li Yuan was about to have all his spirit rings abolished. If it weren't for us old fellows who managed to keep him, he would just be an ordinary person now. And now you want to look for him? Su Songhai's expression stiffened, and the anticipation on his face disappeared completely. All right. Maybe I was thinking too much. Su Songhai shook his head and smiled, not saying anything further. Suddenly, the old man spoke again, looking at Su Songhai meaningfully. Little Su, considering that you often come to keep me company, I'll give you an old man's advice. No matter what you think or who you want to scheme against, don't get involved in our matters, and especially don't scheme against Li Yuan and Su Yu. Moreover, don't forget what Li Yuan's talent is. Even if he has lost 3 of his strongest and most potential beasts, he is still the Li Yuan who is said to be able to block 1,000,000 troops once he grows up. You're overthinking it, old man. Su Songhai chuckled bitterly, looking at the old man with a helpless expression. Maybe. The old man didn't say much more. What? Still not leaving? Do you want to stay here and have a meal with this old man? The old man's voice hinted at wanting to send him off. All right. Next time I'll come to see you again. Su Songhai nodded. He had already stayed here long enough today. Watching Su Songhai's departing figure, the old man murmured, I knew Su Ming's son wouldn't be bad. Sigh. Su Yu, hurry up and grow up. I've kept what your father entrusted to me long enough. Hey, Su Yu. Just after getting up, Su Yu received a call from Yang Na. What is up? This month's salary has come in, and I have just enough to pay for the awakening spirit ring, so? Yang Na's voice came through. Although she didn't finish, Su Yu understood her meaning. Awakening a spirit ring required going to a specific organization, and if one wasn't a Beastmaster, they needed to be accompanied by a Beastmaster. Similar to a guarantee. Su Yu had agreed to Yang Na before, so it was only natural that she sought him out now. Moreover, Su Yu also wanted to go for the awakening since his shadow servant had reached the level of a demon servant, giving him another opportunity to awaken. Okay, wait for me. By the way, is it still at that restaurant on North Street? Yes. All right, North Street. Upon seeing Su Yu, Yang Na waved her hand with a happy smile. After all, only a few people could awaken a spirit ring and become Beastmasters. Where are we going? Su Yu asked. To the Beastmaster Association, where there are awakening stones that can help people awaken. Plus, since Lin City is a small town, not many people need to awaken every day, so we don't need to make an appointment in advance. This is one of the few good things about our remote little town. All right, let us go. Su Yu nodded, then seemed to remember something. If we're going to the Beastmaster Association to awaken, why are we gathering here? Yang Na looked indifferent. Well, since last time we were chatting here, I thought we could meet here. Do you want to dress up a bit, disguise yourself? No need. There's no need for disguise now. I'm going to awaken my spirit ring, so I won't make it so complicated. Huh. Yang Na looked surprised. Think about it. You're already at the level of a demon Beastmaster? No, I'm at the demon servant level. It's just that after my beast broke through last time, I didn't go to awaken. Su Yu shook his head, denying that statement. But last time you asked me, before Yang Na could finish, Su Yu interrupted her. You don't need to think too much. I'm currently at the demon servant level of a Beastmaster. Last time, I just wanted to understand things in advance. Oh, Yang Na replied and said, let us go. Could it be that someone thinks Yang Na is just a silly sweet girl? Chapter 75, Awakening the Dual Spirit Rings Again, Beastmaster Association. This place is different from the Hunter Guild, which has many hunters coming and going to take on tasks. It seemed a bit quieter, with only some public staff inside. As soon as Su Yu and Yang Na walked in, a staff member immediately approached them. Do you have any business? We're here to awaken our spirit rings. Yang Na spoke first. Okay, please follow me. The staff member led Yang Na and Su Yu to a somewhat secluded counter. Then, looking at the two of them, he said, this is where you pay the awakening fee. After you pay, I'll take you over. Okay, Yang Na nodded, first taking out a card and handing it to the staff member at the counter. No password. The staff member operated it for a moment and then handed Yang Na a form. This is the form you need to fill out for the person responsible for the awakening after you complete the process. Okay. After receiving the form, Yang-na stepped aside to watch Suyu pay the fee. After a moment, under the guidance of the staff, Suyu and Yang-na started walking down a corridor. Here it is. This is the place for awakening spirit rings. The people inside aren't very easy to get along with. So I hope you can keep quiet once you go in. After giving a reminder, the staff member gently knocked on the door, and once a voice came from inside. She lightly pushed the door open. Go in. Saying this, the staff member turned and left. Let us go. Suyu stepped inside, where an old man was standing there, fiddling with something he didn't know. You're in. Just close the door. The man stopped his movements and spoke to Suyu and Yang-na. With a click, the door closed. Hand me the forms. Suyu and Yang-na exchanged glances, then handed over their forms. The old man took a look at the forms, raised his head, and looked at the two of them. You didn't choose any attribute stones to guide? Attribute stones are stones that contain various elements, like fire attribute stones, wind attribute stones. Their purpose is to be placed next to the awakening stone to guide the process when a person is awakening their spirit ring. At that time, there will be a great chance to obtain the attribute spirit ring of this attribute stone. Of course, the cost will be the same as that of awakening the spirit ring. Moreover, for rarer attributes, the cost might be even higher. Alright, let's go into that room over there. Don't touch anything else. Just place your hand on the awakening stone to awaken the spirit ring. After reminding him, Luli pointed to a door behind him and then lowered his head again, busy with his own matters. Suyu and the other person looked over. There was clearly another room there. Two nodded in agreement, and Yang-na looked at Suyu with a somewhat expectant gaze. You go first. I am already a Beastmaster, so there's no rush for me to awaken again. Suyu understood Yang-na's meaning, shook his head, and smiled. Thank you. Yang-na nodded, revealing a bright smile, and then stepped forward, happily walking inside. Kit. Suyu frowned, looking at the old man in front of him who had stopped his task to look at him. Is there something you need, sir? No. Luli shook his head. As a Beastmaster, if you guarantee someone else's awakening, and if that person encounters problems in the future, you must step in within your capabilities. That is only natural. Suyu nodded. Crack. The door opened, and Yang-na joyfully walked out. Suyu, it's your turn. Alright. After responding, Suyu walked towards the room. He opened the door. It was a relatively small room with a light hanging from the ceiling, which wasn't very bright. On the left side of the room were several attribute stones of different colors, and on the right were some rather strange items. In the center stood an awakening stone resembling a crystal ball, resting on a thick stone pillar. Suyu approached, placed his hands on it, and closed his eyes. In Suyu's spiritual world, the Beast illustrated book standing in the center began to flutter, and the pages in the middle started to turn, releasing a strand of light, gray energy that floated out of the spiritual world. Buzz. Suyu opened his eyes, and the surroundings became much brighter, revealing a spirit ring with a white edge and transparent center before him. Is this a non-attribute summoning spirit ring? A look of joy appeared on Suyu's face. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, the light suddenly vanished. The surroundings plunged into darkness, and a spirit ring with a black edge and transparent center appeared alongside the non-attribute summoning spirit ring. Is this a non-attribute contract spirit ring? The corners of Suyu's mouth lifted, and he couldn't stop smiling. But considering this was still the Beastmaster Association, Suyu could only forcefully suppress his excitement, tidy himself up a bit, and then walked out. Crack. The door opened, and as soon as Suyu stepped out, he felt Yang-na's gaze upon him. What's wrong? Suyu asked. Nothing. I'm just curious about what attribute spirit ring you awakened. Suyu slightly furrowed his brows, but then heard Lu Li's voice. Don't overthink it. This is the process of awakening at the Beastmaster Association, and it's necessary to know what kind of spirit ring each person has awakened. Hearing this, Suyu relaxed his brows and said lightly, Lightning Attribute Contract Spirit Ring. Lightning Attribute? Not bad. Among the basic elements, lightning and fire are the best. Luli nodded, then picked up a pen and began writing on a piece of paper. Yang-na stepped forward, looking at Suyu with a happy expression. I have a water attribute contract spirit ring. In this Lin City, I probably won't find any good monsters, so I might have to leave here later. I really envy your lightning attribute. It's powerful, and finding beasts in this Lin City is relatively easier. It's fine. I believe you will awaken a spirit ring better than lightning attribute in the future. Alright, you two come over here. Suddenly, Lu Li's voice rang in their ears. The two looked over to see him handing them two forms he had just given them. Here, the information is filled out. There are some basic personal details you need to fill in. After completing it, return it to where you got this form. The two took the forms and began filling them out. Once done, they were told to leave and not disturb him. After submitting the forms, Suyu and Yang-na walked out of the Beastmaster Association's main door. Where do you plan to go next? Suyu asked. Where? Yang-na pondered for a moment, then looked up at Suyu. I don't know. But I should go to some coastal cities since I awakened a water attribute contract spirit ring. What about you? Me? Suyu was momentarily stunned, then smiled. I should be going to university next year, so I won't be staying here for long. This is my first time writing a novel, so some small details might not be handled well. Sorry. Chapter 76. Wu Yun with ulterior motives. After bidding farewell to Yongna, Suyu returned home. Because of the previous situation at the Beastmaster High School, apart from Su Qing and Suyu, the other members' beasts had sustained serious injuries. Therefore, Captain Wang, who announced a few days of leave, needing to wait a few more days for them to recover their beasts. As for the previous task rewards, there were quite a few, and combined with what Bai Li had given him and what he had accumulated before, it just reached 2 million. After deducting the 500,000 used for today's awakening, he would still have 5 million left. This 5 million probably wouldn't be enough to gather all the evolution materials for the Shadow Servant. Suyu lowered his head in thought. As for the evolution of the lightning python, he didn't want to think much about it right now. In fact, if it weren't for pursuing the perfect and strongest evolution, he wouldn't choose that only evolution path. Not to mention the many resources consumed, it would also bring him trouble out of nowhere. According to the evolution path given by the Beast Illustrated book, the evolution form of the lightning python, the 5-element dragon, has 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem. Although multi-element beasts are rare in this small city, they are virtually non-existent. However, Suyu believed that in those large cities, even in the top-tier cities like the Imperial Capital and Magic Capital, multi-attribute beasts are definitely not uncommon. It's just that most of them are dual-attribute, and those with 3 or more attributes are quite rare. The 5-element dragon, after evolving from the lightning python, would possess 5 attributes, instantly attracting others' attention upon summoning. After all, the middle part of the spirit ring represents the beast, and the color represents the beast's attribute. This is something that cannot be hidden. When the spirit ring displays 5 colors, representing 5 attributes, even a fool would know that your beast has 5 elements. This is so annoying. Suyu wore a gloomy expression. Not evolving the best beast would be disrespectful to the Beast Illustrated book, this golden finger. But evolving the best beast seems too impressive and could easily draw others' attention. By the way, suddenly, Suyu seemed to remember something. 2 spirit rings rose before him. My spirit ring has awakened, and it's still 2 non-attribute spirit rings, just like last time. Suyu looked at the spirit ring in front of him, lowered his head in contemplation. Logically speaking, a person can only awaken 1 spirit ring at a stage. When he first awakened, it could still be explained by talent, but now could it be that my talent is not inherently dual-ringed, but rather that as long as I awaken, I can awaken dual spirit rings? Suyu's eyes brightened. If that's the case, he would have the ability to contract magical beasts in the alternate space, and it would be unrestricted by attributes. However, the entrances to alternate spaces are guarded by military personnel, making it not so simple to enter. The magical beasts in the alternate space are bloodthirsty and brutal, with combat power that normal magical beasts cannot match. This is why military personnel guard the entrances to alternate spaces, to prevent the magical beasts from coming out and harming humans. Moreover, for a small city like Lin City, there are no alternate spaces, otherwise. Even the simplest alternate space passage could cause great destruction to Lin City. Thus, the vast majority of entrances to small alternate spaces are directly destroyed. After all, powerful spatial attribute beast tamers can destroy the entrances to alternate spaces, so under normal circumstances, any small alternate space entrances that can be destroyed have been destroyed. So, to contract magical beasts, would I need to join various organizations or later obtain various permits to enter alternate spaces when I go to a big city? Suyu muttered to himself, then suddenly shook his head vigorously. Rather than joining various organizations, it would be better to wait until he became a bit stronger before obtaining the permits to enter alternate spaces. Meanwhile, in a house, Wu Yun, who had lost an arm, coldly looked at the people kneeling in front of him and calmly asked, "How is the arrangement in Lin City?" Below, a seemingly leading person raised his head and respectfully replied, "My lord, our spatial stones are ready. In at most half a month, we can forcibly open the alternate space passage without alerting the military in Lin City." Good, this matter must not have any accidents, otherwise. Wu Yun's tone suddenly turned cold, and he spoke in a slightly eerie manner. Otherwise, you should know the fate of the last person. Yes, the person trembled, respectfully answering before lowering his head again. Wu Yun glanced at him indifferently, and then continued, "What about the arrangements in Suicheng, Chucheng, Guicheng, and Yincheng? My lord, I have completed the arrangements for Yincheng. I have completed the arrangements for Guicheng. All arrangements are completed, then prepare to proceed. Remember, this matter must not have any accidents." Yes, the crowd responded, standing up to prepare to leave. Wait, leave behind the person in charge of the arrangements for Lin City. After the others exited, Wu Yun looked at the kneeling person in front of him, revealing what he considered a friendly smile, and extended his only hand to help the kneeling person up. The person was lifted by Wu Yun, and a look of panic appeared on his face. It is known that those who join the Qishur Association are either crazy or foolish, and Wu Yun in front of him was clearly not a fool. My lord, is there anything else you need me to handle? The person cautiously asked Wu Yun. No, I just wanted to ask, how do you feel about me? Wu Yun asked with a smile. The person was taken aback, fearing he would be fed to magical beasts, and hurriedly replied. My lord is naturally good to me. Usually. After a series of continuous flattery, the person cautiously looked at the smiling Wu Yun again and asked, My lord, is there anything you need my help with? Yes. The person sighed in relief. As long as he wasn't going to be fed to magical beasts, that was fine. After all, in the Qishur Association, many lords would kill their subordinates or feed them to magical beasts when angry. Then, my lord, is there something you need my help with? It's nothing major. Saying this, Wu Yun pulled out a fist-sized, pitch-black, deep stone from under his black robe and handed it to the person in front of him. I just need you to place this stone on the spatial stone you arranged later, without anyone knowing. The person was instantly dumbfounded and uncertainly said, My lord, are you sure? The spatial stone is the key to forcibly opening the alternate space passage. If mixed with other things, it may lead to unpredictable consequences. The person forced a smile. So, are you saying that what you just said about me being good to you was all made up? Or do you not want to help with such a small task after all I've done for you? Wu Yun maintained his smile, but for some reason, the person felt a chilling sensation, as if being targeted by some fierce beast. My lord, if I fail the mission, we will all die. Don't worry. As long as you listen to me, I won't let you die. But the person wanted to say something else when he saw a spider, as big as a calf, crawling out behind Wu Yun, with scarlet eyes staring at him. This made the person feel a wave of coldness wash over him. Just help me well, and I won't let you die. Otherwise, you, who know my secrets, won't live either. As the spider approached, the person could only take the item handed over by Wu Yun and said, My lord, rest assured, I will handle it well. Saying that, he felt an urge to leave. Not so fast. Let my little darling put something on you first. Without waiting for the person to respond, the blood-red cursed spider lunged at him, knocking him to the ground. A faint red light emerged from its mouth, landing on his head before disappearing. My lord, you may go now. Wu Yun's expression returned to indifference. Yes. After the person left, Wu Yun looked at his right hand, where there was no longer an arm. Bitten off by Gao Hong's blood-poisoned python. Gao Hong, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Wu Yun laughed, his laughter manic and his expression sinister. You didn't expect this, did you? I have also broken through to the beast general level and contracted the blood-red cursed spider. You, relying on your beast general level strength, have gained a little status from the lord, yet you dared to let the magical beast bite off my hand. Just wait, this time, I will make you die in Lin City. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yun's expression was sinister, and his manic laughter echoed in the room. The rest quite a bit. Sorry for taking a few minutes of your time. First, some say Yang Na, a front desk staff member, gave her contact information to others, which seems inappropriate or something like that. But the truth is she has her own plans. Don't forget where she works, the Hunters Guild. Without connections and abilities, how could she stay in the Hunters Guild and do this high-paying job? Later, she used her information to find the protagonist to be her guarantor for awakening the spirit ring. Second, some say I often put the 10,000 Beasts catalog in difficulty, with water numbers. However, this book is intended to be written to 800 or 900 chapters, or even 1,000 chapters. Not just a hasty conclusion at 300 or 400 chapters. Moreover, for some reader's experience, I wrote that part down. Some people just like to see the direction of evolution and so on. Moreover, without such interactions, I think this book would be better off as a system. I said I don't even use the Beast Encyclopedia now, but the monsters that appear are all familiar to the protagonist. By the time we reach bigger and more prosperous cities and encounter more diverse monsters, we will frequently use the Beast Encyclopedia. At that time, just don't say I'm padding the word count. Besides, the Beast Encyclopedia exists in the spiritual world. It's not like you can just glance at it and get the information. You can't just say to someone before a fight, wait a moment. I need to check your monster's information in the spiritual world. Thirdly, some people say that even with an evolution route, they still go to Bai Li for monsters. However, the protagonist has his own thoughts. He can indirectly tell Bai Li that he has a spirit ring. Otherwise, what will he say when he sees Bai Li someday? Will she think he joined some evil organization to get the spirit ring? That would lead to a whole lot of troubles. This point is similar to Yang Na's special thoughts that weren't expressed. Otherwise, I would have to explain everything, and you wouldn't have any room for imagination. As for going to Bai Li for monsters, please, evolution is one thing, but dogs and lions have different upper limits. And coincidentally, Bai Li is the one who can help the protagonist get a lion. Although this lion is not strong. Some might say, Why doesn't he, the protagonist, go for monsters and grab that dual attribute monster? But the protagonist is just a monster slave level person. In chapter 28, I mentioned that there are many monster clans with monster general levels, and there are still 2 realms in between. This is not a fantasy novel where you can enhance combat power 100-fold with hand signs or pull out an extraordinary treasure to fight across 2 or 3 major realms. The protagonist is just a low-level monster slave among a group of monster general level monster clans and monster general level beastmasters. If he were to snatch a monster from them, I could certainly write it that way, but don't you think it's quite brainless? Doesn't it feel a bit insulting to your intelligence? In fantasy novels, you can explain things with secret methods and treasures to enhance combat power, but here, I'm writing about beast taming, not about defying the heavens. Whoa. Fourth. I forgot what I wanted to say for the 4th point. Alright. Now the protagonist 1T contract any particularly defying monsters, nor any powerful magical beasts without exposing his spirit ring. Where would he get top-tier monsters or magical beasts? Don't say he can just walk out and see a powerful magical beast. Magical beasts are only in different spaces. As for monsters, the protagonist can casually walk down the road and encounter a space attribute or time attribute 1. Writing it that way feels quite disrespectful to you. Also, for taming beasts, it's quite fate-bound. You contract whichever you feel is good. You can't just contract one the moment you have a spirit ring. Otherwise, according to the end, the protagonist would have more than a dozen beasts. Just thinking about their names would make my hair fall out. Furthermore, I want to write a serious novel. A good one, not one aimed at making quick money. Otherwise, I could just write something like starting with this or that. You can check the title of my other book, although it's also on hiatus. Chapter 77. The Demon Suppression Office sends people. The next day, Suyu left the city. He wanted to hunt more monsters to collect beast souls for the Beast Encyclopedia, so that later, whether selling evolution plans or anything else, he would have options. To the west of Lin City, Xiaoying, scout around here and see where there are fewer monsters. Suyu commanded the Shadow Servant. Besides hunting monsters for beast souls, he had another idea, to let the Thunder Python reach level 10 as a monster servant instead of remaining at level 9 as a monster slave. Watching the Shadow Servant leave, Suyu turned to the Thunder Python and said, "Thunder, get ready. You will be fighting monsters soon. Make sure to reach the monster servant level in the next few days, alright? After all, you were contracted with a no-attribute spirit ring. Don't embarrass me, Suyu." Hiss. The Thunder Python flicked its tongue, looking aggrieved. Don't look at me like that. You know Xiaoying is close to level 11 as a monster servant. If you don't work hard, once I contract other beasts, you won't even keep your second position. Hiss. Not bad, not bad. You have some spirit. Let us wait for Xiaoying to return. Suyu nodded in appreciation. After a moment, the Shadow Servant returned and informed Suyu where the monsters were fewer. After patting the Thunder Python's head, Suyu left with his 2 beasts. Let us go? Hey, Xiaoying, didn't you say there are fewer monsters around here? Suyu, hiding in the grass, looked at the group of unicorn cattle ahead, momentarily speechless. The unicorn cattle would attribute, although individually they don't possess great combat power. When they charge as a group, even ordinary strong monsters would have to avoid their edge. The group of unicorn cattle ahead, although not large, had over 20 individuals. If a fight broke out, given the Thunder Python's build, it would be trampled into a meat paste in a matter of moments. Suyu sighed and said, "Let us go? This won't work. Thunder doesn't have your shadow ability and can't hide in the shadows. If we're not careful, Thunder might be gone." Just as Suyu was about to leave with his 2 beasts, he heard the voice of the Shadow Servant in his mind. Ahead, there is something good. Something good? Suyu was puzzled. Before he could ask again, a unicorn cattle swayed its tail and walked away from the group. At that moment, Suyu also saw what the Shadow Servant referred to as something good. In the very center of the unicorn cattle group, there was a flower glowing with green light. Not very tall, only about a dozen centimeters. If it weren't for the unicorn cattle moving away, Suyu wouldn't have noticed it. Is this a wood attribute elemental flower? Suyu's eyes lit up. He knew that one of the spirit materials needed for the Thunder Python to evolve into a 5-element flood dragon was a flower with 5 attributes. However, Suyu frowned. While a wood attribute elemental flower is indeed good, which is why he hadn't seen one until now, there were still over 20 unicorn cattle ahead. And one of them was obviously a much larger monster servant-level unicorn cattle. This is difficult to handle. As for having the Shadow Servant directly use the shadow ability to grab it, that could work, but if the elemental flower disappeared, the unicorn cattle group would likely go into a frenzy. Forget it, let us just take it. With that thought, Suyu hesitated no longer and said to the Shadow Servant, "Xiaoying, let us back off a bit. You go grab that would attribute elemental flower, and then circle around outside to shake off the unicorn cattle group before coming back." Although they were currently hiding behind the grass and had not been discovered by the unicorn cattle group, they were still too close. If the unicorn cattle group went wild and exposed them, they would definitely be targeted as a vent for their anger after losing the wood attribute elemental flower. Watching the shadow servant nod, Suyu began to slowly retreat with the thunder python. On the other side, just as Suyu had retreated here and Henti caught his breath, a thunderous bellow erupted from the area where the unicorn cattle had been, and the ground shook incessantly. After an unknown amount of time, the noise finally quieted down a bit. Moments later, the shadow servant appeared in front of Suyu, holding a flower glowing with green light, which was the wood elemental flower. Alright, we've got the item. Now let's find some monsters to let the thunder python battle, Suyu said as he took the item. Meanwhile, in Lin City, two guests arrived at Bai Li's home. Bai Li, a 4-star demon subduer. Hello. 4-star demon subduer Bai Li, my name is Yun Kong, and like you, I am also a 4-star demon subduer. A handsome man extended his hand and briefly shook hands with Bai Li. I am Huang Ping, also a 4-star demon subduer. The other man, a middle-aged fellow, spoke up. After a simple introduction, Bai Li frowned and looked at the two, asking, why are there only the two of you 4-star demon subduers? Didn't the higher-ups send any 5-star demon masters? The two were not angry, understanding that Bai Li meant no disrespect. Yun Kong explained first. Without clear evidence that members of the Qishir Society will definitely take action here, the higher-ups usually send 5-star demon masters. You know, several spatial rifts have recently shown unusual activity, and the demon subduing department is a bit stretched. As for those aristocratic families, they seem indifferent to the situation. Yun Kong shrugged helplessly, and Huang Ping nodded in agreement. But what if a problem really arises? Bai Li raised her concern. No worries. We are 4-star demon subduers from the demon subduing department. In this small border city, there is not much here that would warrant a major response from the Qishir Society. Generally speaking, we are more than capable of handling it, Yun Kong replied with a hint of pride. But what if our abilities are insufficient? Bai Li pressed. Don't worry, in a short time, people from the other 4 cities will come to assist. The other 4 cities are Guicheng, Qicheng, Shuicheng, and Yincheng, not far from Lin City, and they have reached a mutual support agreement with Lin City to some extent. Hearing this, Bai Li relaxed her frown, feeling reassured. As long as the other 4 cities came to help if something unexpected happened in Lin City, they believed things could be handled properly. Alright, now let me explain the situation to you. After that, you can choose to investigate or patrol in Lin City, as long as you can respond quickly if anything unexpected happens. Also, today we need to discuss the mysterious system. This system, how should I put it, can be incredibly powerful, capable of overpowering the other 3 attributes of the same extreme level. However, if it's not powerful, it might struggle to even defeat the most basic elemental attributes, making it a system with both high potential and high limitations. Chapter 78. The mysterious arrival of people on the west side of Lin City. Thunder, don't let it escape. Hiss. Accompanied by a snake hiss, a bolt of lightning appeared beside the thunder python, striking down on a demon beast that was trying to flee. Roar. The demon beast roared in anger, but could only helplessly collapse. Well done. Suyu reached out to pat the thunder python's forehead, which comfortably closed its eyes. Hiss. Suddenly, the thunder python hissed, its gaze sharp as it looked ahead. Whoosh. A figure darted out from the grass at an incredible speed, heading straight for Suyu. The speed was so fast that even the thunder python didn't react in time. Crack. In the next moment, just before the figure attacked Suyu, the shadow servant emerged from Suyu's shadow, swinging its black knife. Whoosh. The figure was sent flying, crashing into a nearby tree. After it slid down, Suyu could finally see its appearance. A small, snow-white figure with faint cyan patterns. Windwalker Rabbit? Suyu raised an eyebrow, knowing that demon beasts in certain cities generally belong to fixed types and would not appear from other cities, especially in a small city like Lin City where the variety of demon beasts was limited. Of course, these details were not the most important. The most important thing was that anyone daring to attack him would die, regardless of whether they were a demon servant or not. Xiaoying, take care of it. Before the words fell, the shadow servant vanished from its spot. Squeak. The Windwalker Rabbit seemed startled, kicking its legs and darting to the side. Boom. Stones flew as a black knife landed where the Windwalker Rabbit had just stood. The shadow servant's figure appeared again, glancing at the Windwalker Rabbit that had just stopped nearby, then disappearing once more. Squeak. Squeak. Although the Windwalker Rabbit was a level 11 demon servant, higher than the shadow servant, it was evident that under the pressure of its rare attribute, the Windwalker Rabbit was no match for the shadow servant. Wait, my friend. Suddenly, a voice came, and a handsome young man emerged from the grass, appearing before Suyu. Upon his arrival, the previously panicking Windwalker Rabbit rushed to the young man's side, hiding behind his legs. The shadow servant also appeared beside Suyu, looking at the person who had just appeared. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of rustling came as a small, earthy yellow figure appeared next to the young man. Seeing this, He smiled and then looked at Su Yu, asking kindly, "My friend, I apologize. Did my Windwalker rabbit offend you?" Seeing the other party's friendly demeanor with no aggressive intent, Su Yu also smiled. "No, it was just that your Windwalker rabbit almost tried to kill me." Hearing this, the young man shot an annoyed glance at the Windwalker rabbit behind him, then turned back to Su Yu with a smile. "My friend, my Windwalker rabbit didn't mean to. My command was to have it clear out the creatures it could defeat ahead. Perhaps it misunderstood, you know? The intelligence of demon servants is different from that of demon soldiers. Misunderstandings happen. It's quite normal." Upon hearing this, Su Yu narrowed his eyes and said flatly, "Are you saying that because your Windwalker rabbit almost killed me, you think saying it wasn't intentional will make this matter go away?" "My friend, I apologize. This is my fault. I will teach it properly next time." He chuckled. Su Yu sneered. It's the first time for everyone. In situations with equal strength, there's no reason to give in to others. Shouting. Suddenly, the shadow servant vanished, and when it reappeared, it was behind the young man. The sound of slicing air rang out as a dark knife slashed down at the young man. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the shadow servant's black knife was blocked by the small, earthy yellow figure beside the young man. When the shadow servant's figure reappeared, it was back at Su Yu's side. "I'm sorry, I will take good care of my beast." At this moment, a smile appeared on Su Yu's face as he said this to the man. Hearing this, the man's hypocritical smile faded, and he looked at Su Yu with a gloomy expression. "Friend, isn't this a bit much?" He couldn't imagine what would have happened to him if his beast hadn't blocked the attack from the pitch-black beast just now. Faced with a life-threatening situation, he no longer wore a hypocritical smile. "Friend, isn't this a bit much?" Su Yu echoed him, then burst into laughter. "Cut it out, friends. Who the hell is your friend? If you had just apologized nicely, that would have been fine. But you had to wear that hypocritical smile and act as if nothing happened. It's really disgusting." Su Yu looked at him with disdain. You're asking for it. Gold-armored demon, kill him." The angry man didn't care about anything else and directly commanded his beast to attack. A strange sound emerged, and the beast called Gold-Armored Demon sprang into action. It rushed forward, and objects that looked like golden arrows flew towards Su Yu. The shadow servant leaped out, and a dark, fishnet-like object appeared in his hand. As he threw it forward, the dark object gradually enlarged into a giant net, blocking the golden arrows. Shouting, "No need to hold back," Su Yu said, and the shadow servant leaped out again, slashing with the black knife. Gold-armored demon, golden scale armor. With the man's command, yellow scales appeared around the gold-armored demon, protecting it before the shadow servant's knife could strike. Clang. With the sound of metal clashing, the yellow scales on the gold-armored demon shattered, and it was sent flying. Seeing the gold-armored demon about to charge again, the man suppressed his anger and said, "Gold-armored demon, stop." Knowing he couldn't deal with Su Yu in a short time, he ordered the gold-armored demon to halt. The gold-armored demon looked confused at its master, then, somewhat bewildered, walked back. "What's wrong? Not fighting anymore?" Su Yu asked, not understanding why the opponent had stopped. Unexpectedly, the man's face revealed a hypocritical smile again. "Friend, this time it was my fault. I'm sorry. Next time we meet, let's have a good fight." The man smiled and turned to leave. This was baffling. Although Su Yu felt a bit confused, he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. "Let's go. We continue hunting demons." Chapter 79. The opening of the alien space. Why are you so late? In a room, Wu Yun frowned. Something happened on the road. I was delayed. Wu Yun nodded. I'll let it go this time. Just don't be late next time. Is everything ready? Yes, the tasks you assigned have been completed. As long as there are no accidents, we won't be discovered before the alien space opens. Good. A smile appeared on Wu Yun's face. By the way, my lord, may I ask you something? Suddenly, Gu Mingyi inquired. Given that we are on the same side now, I can answer you appropriately. Clearly, Wu Yun was in a good mood at the moment. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, a superior wouldn't answer a subordinate's question. I want to ask why this time the spatial stone is set up outside the city? Gu Mingyi's face was filled with confusion. After all, Qishir would use the spatial stone to forcibly open the alien space passage, wanting the beasts inside to cause massive destruction in the city. The best result without being discovered would be to set it up inside the city. But now, I don't know, the higher-ups didn't say. Wu Yun shook his head, equally unaware of this. Thinking of this, his anger grew. He was not informed about such a significant matter. It was known that even Gao Hong, who was merely a level above him, knew more than he did, which made him furious and uneasy about working for Gao Hong. Moreover, just because of a small matter, his arm was bitten off by the beast under Gao Hong's command, which made his already discontent rise to enmity. Just wait. Once the time comes, I will send you straight to hell. Wu Yun's face was grim. Gu Mingyi, watching from the side, didn't dare to speak again. All right, go down. Prepare for a few days, and we can start forcibly opening the alien space passage. Suddenly, the grim expression on Wu Yun's face turned calm. Yes, Time passed quickly, and in just a few days, it was gone in the blink of an eye. On this day, Suyu was hunting outside the city with Wang Hu and others. The Thunder Serpent cooperated with the Fire Lion to block him. Wang Hu roared, and the Thunder Serpent also hissed. Hiss! Lightning began to appear on the Thunder Serpent, pouncing toward the attacking beasts. Moments later, Wang Hu's hearty laughter echoed. Ha! Yushu, well done. This mission was perfectly accomplished. After a brief moment of playfulness, everyone began to pack up and head toward Lin City. In Lin City, Hope Beast High School, Teacher Gao hello. Good afternoon, Teacher Gao. Watching the students around him with happy smiles greeting him, Gao Hong revealed a kind smile, nodding in response. The road wasn't long. Within a few minutes, Gao Hong returned home. Click. The moment the door closed, Gao Hong's smile vanished, and he looked coldly at the person kneeling in front of him. So, are you ready? He spoke, his tone icy. The kneeling Wu Yun's eyes flashed with resentment. Upon hearing Gao Hong's question, he instantly raised his head, the resentment in his eyes disappearing without a trace, leaving only a respectful expression. Yes, I am ready. Should we forcibly open the alien space passage now? Open it. Don't waste time. Saying this, Gao Hong produced a crystal ball-like object the size of a fist and handed it to Wu Yun, saying go. I believe you can complete it well. Yes, my lord, rest assured, I will complete it well. Gao Hong smiled, but said nothing. Seeing that Gao Hong had no further instructions, Wu Yun respectfully retreated with the object. With a click, the door closed. Watching the door close, Gao Hong revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Having ulterior motives? Once the task is completed, it just happens to be able to feed my little pet. Holding the object Gao Hong gave him, Wu Yun made his way towards the center of Lin City. In the center, apart from a few passers-by occasionally walking by, nothing special was happening. No one would notice a figure in a black robe suddenly appearing here. Looking at the crystal ball-like object in his hand, Wu Yun grinned savagely and smashed it hard on the ground. Bang! A loud sound rang out, and when everyone looked over, they only saw something resembling glass shards shaking on the ground. No one paid much attention, assuming it was just something that had fallen from a passerby and shattered. Furthermore, no one knew that at the moment that crystal-like object hit the ground, an invisible force of space swept far away. Outside Lin City, in various hidden places in the southeast, northwest, and in other directions, dozens of spatial stones emitted faint glows after being swept by that spatial force, which soon dimmed, and the spatial energy within the stones was completely exhausted. However, in one of those places, a pitch-black stone flickered slightly. After the spatial force activated the energy of the spatial stones, it seemed to have completed its task and dissipated into the air. On the other side, Wu Yun, who had just left with his shadow-type beast, stored the beast away and looked at the moving crowd, a cruel smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. 3, 2, 1 creak. A somewhat awkward sound rang out, and the originally bright sky suddenly dimmed. Everyone looked up, confused. What happened? Why did it suddenly get dark? Wasn't it just noon? Is it going to rain? People murmured, but no one could come to a complete conclusion. Meanwhile, Wu Yun raised his gaze to the sky, laughing. Ha ha ha, the feast has begun. Just as Wu Yun's voice fell, the sky seemed to be sliced open, revealing a pitch-black crack. Roar! A whoa! Next moment, figures enveloped in faint black mist began to appear in the sky. They were magical beasts, and the faint black mist rising from them was their identifier. After a spirit ring contract, the faint black mist on the magical beasts becomes very light. If there are 2 spirit ring contracts, the mist almost completely disappears. Roar! A red-eyed magical beast landed on the ground and immediately began to kill without hesitation. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a person being knocked to the ground by the magical beast, blood splattered onto others. Oh, help! Quick, help me! My leg! Chaos erupted in Lin City. At Bai Li's home, Yin Kong and Huang Ping arrived once again. Bai to Beauty. Still no news about the Qixia Society? Yin Kong looked at Bai Li, a helpless expression on his face. After these few days, the 3 of them had become quite familiar with each other, but the difference was that they still hadn't found a trace of news related to the Qixia Society. As if they had been specially instructed to hide, Bai Li lowered her head in thought, then shook it. It's best if there's nothing. If it could stay this way, that would be even better. I just assumed that the person I encountered from the Qixia Society wanted to make me uneasy before dying. Chapter 80. Action begins. Wait. Something seems to be wrong. Suddenly, Huang Ping, who had been looking out the window, spoke up. Bai Li and Yin Kong exchanged glances and quickly moved to the window. The spatial anomaly seemed to have opened for some unknown reason. They looked up at the sky and saw a pitch-black crack beginning to form, with one magical beast after another emerging from it. Damn it! Bai Li cursed, then looked seriously at Yin Kong and Huang Ping. You 2 go assist and try to kill as many magical beasts as possible. I will find the military officer Cheng Yuan. Saying this, without waiting for the 2 to respond, she directly stood on the windowsill and jumped down from the building. Wind spirit. A voice called from below. And when the two looked down, they saw Bai Li's figure darting up into the sky at an even faster speed, flying off into the distance. Really? Yun Kong shook his head. Don't really start now. Don't forget our mission here. It's time for us to make our appearance. Huang Ping said beside him and also jumped out. Angry flame lion. Roar. A lion's roar came, followed by Huang Ping's voice. I'll take the left, you take the right. Hurry. Watching Huang Ping's departing figure, Yun Kong slightly shook his head, then casually said, all right. Here comes trouble again. Come out, wind demon. The spirit ring lit up, and a beast only half a person tall appeared beside Yun Kong. Let us go, little guy. Yun Kong also jumped down from the building, taking his wind demon away from there. A few minutes earlier, at the Hunters Guild, sure too. You go submit the mission. Sure nodded and left. You Shu, why are you wearing that mask all day? It's useless. Wang Hu looked at Su Yu and said with a smile. Captain. The people in the Hunters Guild began to stir. Wasn't it fine just a moment ago? Everyone rushed out of the Hunters Guild, looking up at the sky. Creak. A somewhat awkward sound rang out, and then everyone saw a pitch-black crack appearing in the sky. Is this a spatial anomaly? I've seen it on TV. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in terror, and that voice seemed to trigger others' memories. The spatial anomaly. But isn't there a device in the city that can detect whether the space is stable? How could a spatial anomaly suddenly appear? Although the opening location of a spatial anomaly is not fixed, before it opens, the space where it will open must weaken for at least a year. So people can infer whether a spatial anomaly will open based on whether the space is weakening. Every city has devices to detect whether the space is stable. And Lin City is no exception. But now that the spatial anomaly has suddenly appeared, everyone was caught off guard. Roar. Before people could think more, a roar echoed in their ears as a frenzied magical beast lunged directly at the people in the Hunters Guild. Damn it. Do we look easy to bully? Unicorn python. Rock dog. Horned deer. Various spirit rings lit up, and magical beasts began to appear before everyone. At this moment, an unusual situation clearly emerged, and people no longer cared about the city's rules against summoning large magical beasts. Wind dog, wind blade. Thunder monkey, zap him. Before the frenzied magical beast could attack the crowd, it was bombarded to pieces by dozens of attacks. Roar, roar, roar. Squeak. Bright. Before everyone could catch their breath, bloodthirsty magical beasts appeared all around. What the hell is going on? Isn't there anyone to explain this? Damn it. Where are the military personnel in Lin City? What are they doing, letting Lin City open up a spatial anomaly? Damn it, how did this happen? The Lin City military hasn't even sent out a single notification. Is the broadcasting system, which costs so much to install and maintain every year, just for show? Everyone's expression turned grim. They simply couldn't understand why this situation had arisen. My mother is still at home. Suddenly, a voice filled with tears rang out. Everyone was taken aback and looked over to see a little girl with red eyes. She seemed to have just passed by the Hunters Guild and ran here due to the sudden changes. Oh my gosh, my mother is still at home. One person slapped their head as if remembering something and hurriedly left with their beast companion. Damn it. My daughter is still waiting for me at home to celebrate her birthday. Another person, with a birthday cake in hand, looked grim and suddenly smashed the cake on the ground before leaving with their beast. My mom. My girlfriend. The majority of people were not alone at this moment. They suddenly remembered that they had family at home. Worried about their loved ones, they scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing in a flash. Yushu, let's go. While the beasts haven't surrounded us yet, we need to leave here, Wang Hu said heavily. After most of the hunters from the Hunters Guild left, the guild no longer had the capacity to resist the magical beasts, and staying here was not a wise choice. With the magical beasts starting to surround them, all Wang Hu could do was take his team and leave immediately. As for the staff of the Hunters Guild, Wang Hu had no ability to care for them. Some of them were Beastmasters, but the vast majority were not. Some of those who weren't Beastmasters might smartly follow the hunters from the guild to leave. But some who couldn't react quickly enough and didn't know to hide could only leave their fate to chance. Yushu, let's go. Wang Hu growled and began to lead everyone away. In a military camp in the safe zone. This was the territory of the Lin City military, a heavily fortified area where normally no one could enter. But now, in this urgent situation, Bailey couldn't think of much else and directly waved her wind spirit wings, flying toward the innermost part. Who? Someone stepped forward, appearing in front of Bai Li, accompanied by a beast, clearly ready to act if things weren't clarified. I am Bai Li, a 4-star demon subduer of the Demon Suppression Department. Let's see who dares to stop me. With an angry roar, the two who stepped forward exchanged glances. The Demon Suppression Department represents the most authoritative official organization in Long Country, and a 4-star demon subduer indicates that this person possesses the strength of a demon general. After some hesitation, they allowed Bai Li to pass with her wind spirit wings. Qing Yuan. Bai Li landed and shouted angrily. Here it should be noted that the elements that an elemental master can control are the basic 9 elements. And they won't be proficient in all of them. At most, they are proficient in 1 or 2. They can't compare to those who specialize in just 1 or 2 elements. For example, some beasts can burn space with fire, while others can freeze space with ice. Elemental masters can't achieve such prowess in every element. So there is no need to say that the Shadow Master doesn't measure up. Chapter 81. Thick Earth Giant Ape Sir. Officer Chung is waiting inside. One person stepped forward and spoke. Bai Li, filled with anger, directly walked in. This was a tent-like room. And as soon as Bai Li entered, she saw everyone inside busy, with one person in the center looking at the display screen. Chung Yuan. How can you still be here when such a huge incident has happened in Lin City? The middle-aged man turned around and looked at Bai Li. Come here. Bai Li, with a face full of indignation, walked over. Let's hear it. You better give me an explanation. Bai Li stared at Chung Yuan, as if ready to act at any moment. You guys explain the situation that just appeared to this demon subduer, Chung Yuan said. Then one person stood up and spoke loudly. Report to the demon subduer. The device responsible for detecting whether the space in Lin City is stable has shown no abnormalities. So the reason for the appearance of the alternate space in the sky is still unknown. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the citywide broadcast in Lin City has inexplicably lost its function. Is this your reason for not sending troops? Bai Li looked at Chung Yuan, still full of anger. I'm not refusing to send troops. I've already sent my subordinates. Then you, before Bai Li could finish her sentence, the entire tent suddenly rang with alarm sounds. Officer Chung, Yin City has sent a distress signal for the 3rd time. Suddenly, someone stood up and said, Officer Chung, Guay City has sent a distress signal for the 3rd time. Officer Chung, Shuai City. Officer Chung, Zhu City. After that person finished speaking, 3 more people stood up and said, Now, do you understand why I'm still here? Chung Yuan shrugged, looking helpless. Bai Li's face turned cold, her fists clenched. Damn it. The Qishir Society. Yes, the Qishir Society. Who else could pull off such a big move, disregarding the lives of hundreds of thousands? Chung Yuan sighed. So what now? Bai Li glanced at him and asked, What can we do? We can only save the nearest ones. Whether Lin City can be saved is still a question. So now, we can only do our utmost to save Lin City. Let's go. I will go with you, Chung Yuan said, his eyes filled with determination. Chung Yuan and Bai Li walked out the door. By the way, suddenly, Chung Yuan turned around and spoke to the people inside the tent. Now, do your best to repair the broadcast in Lin City. When it's done, notify people to evacuate to the underground passages of Lin City. Yes, let's go. As soon as the words fell, Bai Li's wind spirit wings rose behind her, and in the next moment, she soared out. Chung Yuan watched Bai Li and shook his head. Bloodwing Blade Mantis. The spirit ring lit up, but no beast appeared. Instead, Chung Yuan instantly transformed into a half-human, half-beast creature. His 2 strong arms turned into scythe-like claws resembling those of a mantis. And a pair of slightly transparent blood-colored short wings appeared behind him. A mantis-like head faintly appeared on his face. This was a power that only a Demon Master-level Beastmaster could possess, allowing for the merging with their beast. In the next moment, the blood-colored short wings behind Chung Yuan flapped, and with a whoosh, he shot out far away. In the sky's alternate space channel, a giant, furry hand suddenly grasped the crack, followed by a head with sharp fangs emerging. It was a monkey-esque head. A sound like glass twisting echoed, and a massive giant ape slowly revealed itself. Humans, delicious flesh and blood. The giant ape spoke, its blood-red eyes filled with greed. Roar. I want to get out. The giant ape's roar echoed throughout Lin City. Its body was too large, stuck in the space channel. With the force of its giant arms, it seemed as if the alternate space channel was about to widen a little. Boom. The giant ape landed, sending tremors throughout Lin City, its nearly 100-meter-tall body exuding an overwhelming presence. Roar. The giant ape howled to the sky, its roar resonating across the land, causing even the magical beasts that originally thrived in this area to begin fleeing in terror. Bang, bang, bang. His 2 gigantic fists pounded against his chest relentlessly, roaring. With another furious roar, he exclaimed, It's out. After speaking, he looked at the tiny humans on the ground, a smile creeping across his lips as he savored the delicious humans. As he spoke, his enormous hand reached down to grab a car, lifting it high and shaking it casually towards his mouth. Help. That's a person, trying to hide in the car to survive. The person fell directly into the giant ape's mouth, and with a crunch, a faint sound echoed, signaling the departure of 2 lives. The giant ape looked inside the car, and then casually tossed it aside as if it were a toy. Bang. Boom. The car exploded, kicking up dust and igniting flames. Roar. Bai Li's face turned pale. The nearly 100-meter-tall giant ape was enormous, and every movement he made was noticed by countless people, including Bai Li. Damn beast, Bai Li cursed angrily. Let's go. You should be thankful that it's the earth element giant ape and not a rare elemental beast. Otherwise, with the enhancement of battle power and elemental suppression, even I, the only Beastmaster at the Demon Lord level in Lin City, wouldn't last long. By then, Lin City would have to announce its destruction. Cheng Yuan sighed, his face filled with seriousness. However, the earth element giant ape is also one of the few magical beasts with top-tier combat power. Wiley hadn't finished speaking when Cheng Yuan interrupted her. And this earth element giant ape is on the verge of breaking through to the Demon King level, right? Wiley remained silent. Although she wished Cheng Yuan could fend off the earth element giant ape, or even kill it, she knew that was nothing but a dream. Not to mention the battle power comparison, just the sheer strength of the ape-like magical beast and its nearly 100-meter height were enough to crush most magical beasts. And its top-tier combat power was based on this. Let's go. Do what we can and leave the rest to fate. Whether we can hold it off or not. I have to try. With a swish, Cheng Yuan's speed increased again. Roar. A beast's roar pulled the attention of Wang Hu's team back. Take care of it. Wang Hu roared, and in a matter of moments, the beast was slain by the Beastmasters. Captain, Lin Feng murmured, still somewhat in a daze. Everyone felt the same. The image of that gigantic, ape-like magical beast seemed to reach the heavens, instilling fear. Suyu felt the same. Under that massive body, he had never felt so small. Chapter 82. The student group begins to evacuate. Let's go. Stop dazing around. If we don't leave now, even if we aren't killed by that giant ape, we'll be killed by other magical beasts. Wang Hu roared again, leading everyone away. Yun Kong, who had just slain a magical beast, looked grimly at the conspicuous earth element giant ape slaughtering in the city center. What the hell is going on? Ignoring the magical beast rampaging in the city, Yun Kong took his beast and left the area. Angry flame lion, angry flame fire breath. Huang Ping commanded his beast when he heard a ground-shaking sound. He looked and saw a giant ape seemingly squeezing through a spatial passage. Damn it, it can't be a commander-level magical beast, can it? Huang Ping's expression darkened. The commander level doesn't refer to the level of magical or demon beasts, but rather the leading beast among a group of magical or demon beasts. It's like having a boss among a group of beasts that only know how to kill, making the situation more troublesome and difficult. Damn it. Huang Ping couldn't help but curse, knowing he had always appeared to be an honest person. I hope the Beastmaster High School principal and the students are all gathered. A teacher spoke to Dong Ping. Is anyone missing? Dong Ping kept his gaze fixed on the distant massive earth element giant ape. Bai Li and Gao Hong were missing. But the other teachers and students were present. That's fine. We don't have to worry about the other two teachers. Dong Ping didn't know much about Bai Li's identity, but he was aware of her strength. As for Gao Hong, Dong Ping shook his head. He couldn't risk the lives of thousands of students for one teacher. Let's go. After taking you to a safe place, I need to help out. Summon six-winged flying flood dragon. The spirit ring lit up, and a serpent with 3 pairs of black wings appeared behind Dong Ping. This was a snake that had evolved along the line of a flood dragon. However, it was clear that Dong Ping's serpent was not fully evolved. It should have had 4 claws, but now only had 2 short front claws. And the back ones were nearly absent. The horns that should have grown on its head were also incomplete, with the last 2 wings being noticeably smaller. It was caught between a flood dragon and a snake. Once the 6-winged flying flood dragon appeared, it rubbed against Dong Ping, showing a sense of reliance and affection. Rare softness appeared in Dong Ping's eyes as he gently spoke. Old friend, I need you again. His 6-winged flying flood dragon had evolved from a 4-winged flying snake. Originally intended to evolve towards a flood dragon, but unfortunately, it encountered a malicious originator, causing its evolution to fail. It ended up as a half-snake, half-flood dragon, with its level capped at a maximum of Demon General level 39. Out of guilt, he always called his beast the 6-winged flying flood dragon. Let's go. Teachers, protect the students as much as possible, Dong Ping said, and led the way forward. Behind him, a large group of students was in a panic, some with fearful expressions, others excited and nervous. Zhao Ge, what's going on? Didn't we have a normal day of school today? How did this happen? Wang Xin was almost in tears. Last time they went hunting in the wild, there was an accident, and after returning to the city, they had only just recovered. Now, another incident had occurred, and it was clearly not ordinary. Stop the nonsense. Zhao Zhou's expression turned serious. You called me Zhao Ge. Am I going to let you die? Let's move towards the center. Why? Isn't it safer to stand in front? You fool. Standing in front is safer? Yes, naturally, standing not far from Principal Dong Ping, who is at the Demon General level, is safer, but what if he encounters an enemy he can't handle? You must understand that Principal Dong Ping is a Beastmaster at the Demon General level. If he can't resolve it or needs time to deal with it, then his enemy is at least a top-tier Demon Soldier level, or even a Demon General level. If you're close to such a magical beast, one wrong move could mean disaster for you, understand? Wang Xin nodded slightly, confused. But according to what Brother Zhao said, we should be as far away from the principal as possible, so we should be moving towards the back of the line. Bullshit. Do you not know how many people are in our line now? It's getting longer and longer. When the monsters come. Zhao Jiu lowered his voice slightly and leaned closer to Wang San, saying, when the monsters come, the teachers won't be able to hold on. The remote part of the line, which is the back, has a high chance of being abandoned. Ah, Wang San instinctively exclaimed. And Zhao Jiu immediately covered his mouth with his hand. But that sound attracted the attention of others, so Zhao Jiu could only awkwardly turn around and apologize. Sorry. This guy is too scared. I finally understand why that Suyu kid likes to call you an idiot. You're afraid we won't die fast enough, huh? If you shout now and they find out, it will cause chaos. Do you expect to save us then? After confirming that Wang San wouldn't speak out of turn again, Zhao Jiu began to pull him quietly towards the center. Hey, Xiao, aren't you scared? On the side, Tian Lu asked uncertainly. Hearing this, Su Xiao forced a smile. Scared? How could I not be scared? It's like a towering building. Anyone would be afraid. Then how come you don't seem scared, but rather worried? Nonsense. Where's the fear? All right, just be careful. We are in a time of escape now. We can talk about things once we reach a safe place. Okay. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. But as she turned her head, a hint of worry resurfaced in her eyes. Suyu, six-winged flying dragon, kill him. A beast soldier-level monster appeared before them, but fortunately, its level wasn't too high. Looking at the distant thick earth giant ape still causing destruction, a hint of malice flashed in Dongping's eyes. However, when he glanced back at the students behind him who were still in fear and confusion, he had to suppress his malice again. Once I get the students to a safe place, I'll come back and deal with you. Chapter 83. Corrosive Poison Wolf ZZZ, the citizens of Lin City. The spatial passage has now opened. Please, those with the capability, go to the underground passage to avoid disaster. If your abilities are insufficient, find a safe place to hide, and try to apply something on yourself to cover your scent while waiting for rescue. The broadcast in Lin City echoed, the voice intermittent. But it aimed to remind people as much as possible, either hide or go to the underground passage if capable. The underground passage was a refuge established by Lin City, built using beast taming abilities, effectively blocking the bloodthirsty monsters. However, on the way to the underground passage, how many people could remain safe? Yushu, Wang, who shouted angrily, and the next moment, the monster blocking their path was directly slain by the shadow servant. Fortunately, most of the monsters appearing before Su Yu and the others were of the beast servant level. Otherwise, dealing with them wouldn't be so simple. Huff, I'm exhausted. Lin Feng panted heavily. What the hell is going on? The spatial passage opened out of nowhere, and why hasn't anyone from the other 4 cities come? Lin Feng cursed angrily, knowing that Lin City and the other 4 cities were not far apart, just about 100 miles apart. With flying beasts, they could reach quickly. But now, nearly half an hour had passed, and there was still no news. Stop complaining. The officials might be too busy to care for themselves right now. We need to take care of ourselves first. Once we get to the underground passage, we will be safe. Wang Hu said, then led everyone away again. Roar. The thick earth giant ape stood in the center of the city, its roar echoing through the air. Damn it, hurry up. Wang Hu's face was anxious. Behind them, a huge wolf-like monster covered in sores and rotting flesh was charging at them, drooling corrosive liquid that dripped to the ground, sizzling with a corrosive sound. It was a beast soldier-level corrosive poison wolf, and it had been following them closely. Fortunately, one of its legs was injured, making it limp and slower. Otherwise, they would have been caught by now. Damn it. How unlucky to encounter this. Lin Feng complained as he ran ahead, still chattering away. Captain, this isn't a way to go. So you spoke up, looking serious. Don't be fooled by the corrosive poison wolf's current speed. Its injury affects it. But that doesn't mean it's any less dangerous. If we encounter 1 or 2 monsters ahead that slightly block our way, we could be caught by the corrosive poison wolf behind us. That would lead to a different outcome. They were lucky that they hadn't run into any blocking monsters yet. I know, but we currently have no abilities. Beast soldier-level monsters are still troublesome, especially with their poison attributes. If we accidentally get touched by it. Before Wang Hu could finish his sentence, the corrosive poison wolf behind them let out a furious roar. The running crowd turned to look, their faces changing drastically as they saw the corrosive poison wolf open its mouth wide, shooting a jet of dark green poison directly at them. Damn, get out of the way. Everyone hurriedly dodged. Splat. The poison landed on a nearby car, corroding a large hole in the steel body. Wang Hu and the others were horrified. If the poison could corrode a steel car, if it touched them, they would probably be left with nothing but bones. A wolf howl rang out, and the corrosive poison wolf took the opportunity to catch up with Wang Hu and the others. Looking at the corrosive poison wolf blocking their path, Wang Hu's expression darkened. He looked at everyone and shouted, "Damn it, we have no choice but to fight." Su Yu and the others nodded, all looking seriously at the corrosive poison wolf that was dripping poison. The corrosive poison wolf roared and pounced. Angry flame lion, flame burst. Accompanied by a powerful voice, a scorching flame blasted toward the corrosive poison wolf, sending it flying. Bang bang. The sound of the corrosive poison wolf hitting the ground stunned Su Yu and the others, who were on high alert. Captain, hey, you guys, why are you still dawdling? Don't you want to live? They turned to see a middle-aged beast tamer with an honest appearance, accompanied by a lion engulfed in flames. Oh whoa. The corrosive poison wolf let out a weak sound, and they saw the man frowning as he said, Angry flame lion, take care of it. Roar. The angry flame lion let out a low growl and walked toward the half-damaged corrosive poison wolf. After instructing his beast, Huang Ping approached. Why are you still standing here? Don't you want to live? No, thank you. Wang Hu said before leading everyone away. Watching Wang Hu and the others leave, Huang Ping cursed under his breath, trouble. Along the way, he encountered numerous magical beasts, some chasing humans and others devouring them. The tragic scenes made him stop multiple times to command the Fury Flame Lion to help them. However, even so, compared to the countless humans being slaughtered in this city at all times, the people he saved were merely a drop in the bucket. Damn it. Let's go. Captain, who do you think that person is? Without the pursuit of the corrosive poison wolf, Lin Feng clearly relaxed a lot and even had the mood to ask. I don't know, but someone who can easily handle beast soldier level magical beasts must at least be a top level Beastmaster. Wang Hu shook his head. All right. The most important thing now is to head to the underground passage. Don't overthink it. Oh, at the top of a tall building, two figures in black robes stood there. You're really ruthless. The 5 cities combined have hundreds of thousands of people. A hoarse voice came out, obscured by the black robe, making it hard to see the figure. It's just the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. Compared to what you've done abroad, what I'm doing is far from it. A slightly seductive female voice spoke, sending chills down one's spine. Ha ha ha, perhaps. The person spoke again, neither denying nor confirming. After a moment, his voice became serious. Are we sure there's something here? I don't know. Right now, this is just a small part of the plan. The alternate space I want to open hasn't even been activated yet. No one knew how large the alternate space she mentioned was, but if someone looked down from a very high sky, they would see that above the 5 cities, there were alternate space passages. These 5 alternate space passages, within the 5 cities, were oriented either east or west, as close as possible to the remaining alternate space passages. Chapter 84. The Great Battle with the Giant Ape, let's go. This is the place where that madman Li Yuan lives. If we accidentally get discovered by him, even if we don't die, we'll lose a layer of skin. Suddenly, the woman spoke. Didn't he already leave Lin City? Otherwise, we wouldn't have chosen to act today. Besides, don't you want to verify your results? The hoarse voice sounded, filled with doubt. I'll naturally know when the results come out. Moreover, the results aren't very important to me. As she spoke, the owner of the female voice directly disappeared from the spot. Really, as a big shot of the Enlightenment Society, who wouldn't appreciate their own achievements? After a slight complaint, the man also directly vanished from the spot. On the ground, magical beasts rampaged, buildings collapsed, various severed limbs and remains scattered everywhere. And the smell of blood permeated the air. Roar. A beast general level magical beast appeared in front of the Hope Beastmaster High School. 6-winged flying flood dragon. Thunderhook. Dong Ping issued the command. The 6-winged flying flood dragon roared and flew directly into the sky. Brilliant lightning appeared, and the next moment, it directly struck the beast general level magical beast in front of them, causing electric sparks to scatter in all directions. Dong Ping looked heavily at the beast general level magical beast bathed in thunder, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. This is hard to deal with. As time passed, more and more magical beasts emerged from the alternate space passage. When only some beast slaves and servants appeared, Dong Ping was confident that with his beast general level strength, he could protect the students to the underground passage. But now, as more and more magical beasts appeared, including several rare beast general level magical beasts, his confidence diminished significantly. Watching the alternate space passage not far away continuously spewing out magical beasts, and glancing back at the students well protected by the teachers, a deep worry appeared in Dong Ping's eyes. Cheng Yuan's figure rushed through the air and landed on a tall building. He looked at Bai Li, who had just landed as well. Bai Zhen, I'm going down to block the Earth Giant Ape, but my abilities, so I'll try to hold him off. As for the evacuation of the civilians, I'll leave that to you. Okay, Bai Li nodded seriously. The next moment, Cheng Yuan directly dashed toward the Earth Giant Ape. In the eyes of the nearly 100-meter-tall Earth Giant Ape, he naturally wouldn't notice this tiny figure, akin to a fly, coming from behind him. Summon. Cheng Yuan's eyes lit up in the air, the short wings behind him began to fade, and 2 scythe-like hands returned to their normal state. Golden Battle Wolf. In the next instant, Cheng Yuan, who had just retreated from the Bloodwing Blade Mantis transformation, directly turned into a werewolf. with sharp fangs and black fur with a hint of yellow. His two strong arms transformed into claw-like appendages. His size also increased significantly in an instant, reaching around 5 meters. Roar! Chung Yuan let out a roar, and his powerful legs stomped hard onto the back of the Earth Giant Ape. Boom! Stomp, 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 stomp. The Earth Giant Ape staggered and started moving forward unsteadily. Boom! Finally, the Earth Giant Ape lost its balance and fell to the ground, taking a building down with it. Rumble, rumble. Roar! The Earth Giant Ape shook its head, using its hands to throw aside the surrounding stones, then looked at Chung Yuan, who had taken advantage of its moment of carelessness to knock it down. Human, powerful human. The Earth Giant Ape's gaze was greedy. For them, devouring powerful humans and absorbing the various energy veins within their bodies would allow them to grow faster. Chung Yuan stood amidst the ruins, looking gravely at the Earth Giant Ape. With his Beastmaster level strength, a single kick could only barely knock down the unprepared Earth Giant Ape. The surrounding buildings and falling stones landing on the Earth Giant Ape were like scratching an itch. It was impossible to inflict even a bit of damage on it. I'll eat you. Roar. The Earth Giant Ape got back up and let out an angry roar. Come on. I want to see how a Beastmaster at the Beastmaster level can be inferior to you. Chung Yuan spoke, his tone filled with seriousness. Bloodwing Blade Mantis. Frosthorn Deer. With a call, two beasts appeared beside the transformed werewolf Chung Yuan, a blood-colored mantis over 3 meters tall and a pure white frosthorn deer. Yo! The deer's call echoed far and wide. He didn't have only 3 beasts, rather, only these 3 had reached the Beastmaster level. The other 2 beasts were at most Beast General level, and one had just been contracted not long ago, lacking even the strength of a Beast General. In this situation, summoning beasts below the Beastmaster level would be of little use and would only distract him. After the summoning, Chung Yuan reminded his beasts to protect him as much as possible. Then he looked at the Earth Giant Ape. Come on, you piece of trash. Human. I will eat you. It seemed that Chung Yuan's words had enraged the Earth Giant Ape, which swung its massive fist directly at Chung Yuan. Boom. A massive pit appeared instantly where the thick Earth Giant Ape's fist struck, but Chung Yuan and his beasts had already disappeared without a trace. Beside the thick Earth Giant Ape, a blood-colored mantis revealed itself. It was the Bloodwing Knife Mantis. It wielded 2 scythes, sending waves of blood-red blade energy directly towards the side of the thick Earth Giant Ape. On the other side, the Frosthorn Deer also appeared, and with a deer call, a beam of frosty white light began to gather at its antlers, which then shot directly towards the thick Earth Giant Ape. Behind the thick Earth Giant Ape, Chung Yuan's figure emerged, and with a burst of golden light, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a rich stream of gold element from within. Boom. 3 attacks landed on the thick Earth Giant Ape, but failed to create much of a stir, only further enraging it. Roar. With a furious roar, the giant creature clenched its massive hands into fists and slammed them down into the ground. Boom. Nearby, some already unstable buildings collapsed, and a wave of energy radiated from the thick Earth Giant Ape's fists, affecting the surroundings. Within a kilometer, debris and earth began to rise, all related to the earth element. Roar. With another roar, all the earth blocks and rubble rushed towards Chung Yuan and his 2 beasts at high speed. Golden armor protection. Chung Yuan also slammed his hands down on the ground, and a golden shield began to form around him. Bang, bang, bang. The falling earth blocks and rubble caused little damage to the shield. Frosthorn Deer, Ice Seal. Chapter 85, Call for Help. Yo! The Frosthorn Deer's hooves lifted and stomped down, instantly sending a wave of freezing power spreading towards the thick Earth Giant Ape. Roar! The thick Earth Giant Ape roared, tightened its hands, and slammed down into the ground again. Bang! A massive earthen wall appeared, blocking the incoming ice. Humans. The thick Earth Giant Ape leaped and charged directly towards Chung Yuan. Wolf Shadow. Seeing the charging thick Earth Giant Ape, Chung Yuan shouted angrily and instantly transformed into an afterimage, escaping from the spot. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, as if the entire Lin City had experienced an earthquake. Damn it! Chung Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His previously imposing figure now felt like an ant before the thick Earth Giant Ape. Liam, what's wrong? Shouldn't you be slaughtering beasts in Lin City right now? Hearing this, Yun Kong smiled wryly. There were too many beasts, and I couldn't kill them all. I came to ask if you had called for help from above, and to see if I could assist in any way. I have already called for help from above, but it may take some time. Bailey paused before continuing. Moreover, the other 4 cities are facing the same troubles as us. Perhaps. Bailey's words were interrupted by Yun Kong's exclamation. What? You mean the other 4 cities also have spatial rifts opening? Yes. So now we can only rely on ourselves, at least until support arrives. Hearing this, Yun Kong fell silent. What do we do now? This might be a beast at the commander level. To put it bluntly, it may not even be trying seriously yet. Otherwise, if it summons other beasts, Chung Yuan and Lin City might not last even a moment. Bai Li did not speak, as it was indeed the case. Although it was not a rare attribute. Judging by the thick earth giant ape's capabilities, it likely had not used its full strength yet. Roar. A lion's roar sounded, and the two turned to see Huang Ping arriving on the furious flame lion. Hey, Bai Li, Yin Kong. Before he arrived, his voice preceded him as Huang Ping leaped down from the furious flame lion. What's going on? Why are you still watching here? From a distance on a high building, Gao Hong observed the three discussing not far away. Hee, are you starting to feel helpless now? The real show hasn't even begun yet. Gao Hong's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile, his madness no longer concealed. He took out an object similar to the crystal ball he had given to Wu Yun and gazed at it with obsession. What a wonderful thing, so small and cute. Yet it can take the lives of hundreds of thousands in an instant. Ha ha, just wait, the agreed time is very near. Shadow Servants. With a furious roar from Su Yu, a black blade from the Shadow Servants slashed out a brilliant light, striking directly at a level 11 beast servant. Boom. The beast's head fell off, and Su Yu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, the beasts appearing now are too difficult to handle. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Without the help of the beasts, he wouldn't have been able to evade the attack from this beast. You have to know, with their abilities, they could usually handle any beast that wasn't at the demon soldier level. Yet now, even a low-level beast servant was proving so difficult to deal with. If they don't find a safe place soon, the next encounter won't be any better. The beasts appearing now are becoming increasingly troublesome, and with our strength, we are still too weak among this group of beasts. Wang Hu sighed and continued. Let's go, the underground passage is not far ahead. The underground passage, also known as underground caves or shelters, has many names, but it remains the best refuge during beast attacks or monster invasions. With the earth attribute beasts' abilities to manipulate the surrounding earth and rocks, their stability is obvious. You all take the students and leave. I will stay behind to block these beasts. Dong Ping said to the principal beside him. Principal, the director began but didn't know what more to say. Go. Time is running out. Dong Ping's expression was stern. A massive crowd of thousands of people in this ruined Lin city inevitably attracted many beasts. The ease they had experienced earlier was simply because the beasts hadn't launched an attack yet. They were waiting for more companions to arrive. Brother Zhao, is the principal staying back to hold off the beasts for us? Wang San's eyes were slightly moist as he looked at Dong Ping not far away. Besides him, some students clenched their fists or sobbed softly, creating a sad atmosphere among the group. Let's go. Entering the underground passage early is the best way now. Zhao Jio's fists tightened, filled with unwillingness. Unfortunately, he was just a low-level beast servant master. No matter how unwilling or angry he felt, it was useless. Watching the teacher lead the students away, Dong Ping smiled, and then looked at the beasts preparing to attack the departing students. Come on, you trash. Contract. Dong Ping stood atop the six-winged flying dragon, gazing ahead at the hordes of beasts. Summon. Before the voice fell, 3 spirit rings lit up behind him. Earth contract, undead contract, ice summon. Roar. From the earth contract spirit ring emerged a tall and mighty giant bear, which immediately roared towards the sky. Hiss. A hissing sound was heard, and the sound of hooves echoed as a skeletal horse, devoid of flesh, walked out from the undead contract spirit ring, carrying a knight with a gun on its back. At the moment he appeared, dark light surged from around, a power capable of corroding flesh and blood. The ice-summoned spirit ring made no sound. Only a palm-sized white figure slowly flew out and landed on Dong Ping's shoulder. A woo! Ahead, a demon wolf of the monster general level couldn't hold back any longer and pounced first. Roar! In the next moment, it was directly swatted away by the giant bear's massive paw. Go! Kill them as much as possible. Suddenly, Dong Ping said calmly. Hiss! The undead knight was the first to swing the reins and charged forward with his gun. The giant bear followed suit, roaring angrily as it rushed towards the place where the demon wolf had just been knocked away. The snow moth also slowly took flight, snowflakes beginning to appear on its body. Roar! Lastly, the flying winged dragon swooped out. Chapter 86, Su Yu will die. We finally arrived. Wang Hu led Su Yu and the others to the entrance of the underground passage, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Behind the group of gatekeepers, there was a rising light shield, a type of light-type beast control skill, allowing any human to pass through safely, while monsters like demon beasts would be blocked outside. Let's go, Wang Hu said, and he began to lead the 4 into the passage. The outermost gatekeeper looked at them without speaking. Those who had come here after much hardship, whether beast tamers or ordinary people, were not in the mood to chat. Entering the underground passage, it was a long downward corridor. After walking for several minutes, Su Yu saw the scene before him. It was a very large open space, filled with people lying or sitting, crowded together. Regardless of age or gender, their faces showed signs of exhaustion. clearly indicating that the sudden disaster had drained all their strength as they rushed here. Some were crying, while others were angry. Suddenly, an angry roar broke out not far from Suyu. Cry, 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 all you do is cry. Suyu looked over. A disheveled young man was yelling at a mother. Day after day, all you do is cry. Now that disaster has come, can't you be quiet for a moment? I'm sorry, my son protected me, sob. The mother spoke, but halfway through, she began to cry again. The people around fell silent, seemingly used to it. Their eyes filled with numbness. The disheveled young man also fell silent, not speaking again. Suyu watched them without saying a word. Compared to tomorrow, disasters always come one step ahead. In Lin City, with over 10,000 people, how many managed to safely reach here during this interdimensional event and monster invasion? Go find a place to sit. After saying this, Wang, who walked ahead, found an empty spot and sat down. In Yin City, cries for help echoed. Save me, please. Let me go. I beg you, let me go. Run. In Yin City, various wails and sounds of weeping could be heard. Ordinary citizens, with no power to resist, appeared like a delicious dish in the eyes of the bloodthirsty monsters, having no choice but to be eaten. Some wailed, while others begged for mercy. But how could the monsters, which only knew how to kill, show any mercy? The entire Yin City, like Lin City, was akin to a hell on earth. Suddenly, a hawk's cry echoed from the sky, and a figure descended. Take care of him. A figure on the back of the hawk spoke, and instantly, accompanied by the hawk's flapping wings, a strong wind surged, sweeping away the monsters ahead. Who? In the center of the monster horde, a girl who was being attacked by monsters breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the figure riding the wind hawk. Captain, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have held on much longer. Smack. The figure on the wind hawk jumped down, looking at the girl. How is it? Did the other cities respond to the rescue? Hearing this, the girl, who had just been rescued and had relaxed, suddenly tensed up, saying seriously, Captain, this time, it seems Yin City must get through this crisis on its own. Upon hearing this, Yilong's brows furrowed tightly as he looked at the girl and asked, What do you mean? When we in Yin City send out the distress signal to the other 4 cities, they also send out distress signals. Just like us in Yin City, they all opened interdimensional passages within their cities. Yilong's brows furrowed even tighter. The other 4 cities opened interdimensional passages too? Yes. So now we, who should have helped each other, can only deal with our own problems. Yilong fell silent, looking up at the giant beasts wreaking havoc in the city center. Similar situations were playing out in the other 3 cities besides Lin City and Yin City. In the Demon City, Li Yuan, who had just walked out of a shop, looked at what he had in hand, smiling. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang in Li Yuan's ear, and his smile instantly froze. He took out his phone, frowning. Since that incident, he had settled in Lin City, and only a few knew how to contact him, let alone call him. Now, seeing an unknown call on his phone screen, he was even more certain of his thoughts. Beep, beep, beep. The phone kept ringing. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, an anxious male voice came from the other end. Hello, is this Li Yuan? Smack. The next moment, Li Yuan hung up the phone directly, confirming that he did not know the person on the other end, at least not familiar with that voice. On the other side, Su Songhai stared at the screen showing the call ended notification, stunned. He just hung up? Ha ha ha. I told you he wouldn't help you. Yet you insisted I give you the phone number. Look, you didn't believe me. Now aren't you regretting it? The old man on the other end had a smile on his face. But, now Lin City and the other 4 cities are suffering from the disaster of interdimensional openings and monster invasions. Ha ha ha. So what does that have to do with him? Su Songhai looked at the phone in his hand, listening to the somewhat mocking words in his ear, and dialed the number again. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang again, and just as Li Yuan was putting the phone in his pocket, he frowned again. He took out his phone and hung up without thinking. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Su Songhai had a grim expression. He knew that the situation was urgent by the time the rest of the organization arrived for support. The best outcome for the 5 cities would be that they were all half destroyed. Right now, Li Yuan was in Lin City, and as long as he was willing to act, with his strength, he could definitely save Lin City along with the other 4 cities. However, Li Yuan was not answering his phone. Looking at the old man beside him who was mocking him, he gritted his teeth and dialed the number again. Li Yuan, whose phone hadn't even been put away, looked at the familiar screen lighting up again. He frowned and directly chose to answer. Without waiting for the other side to speak, he said sternly, I don't care who you are, I don't want to deal with anything or take responsibility for anything. If you call me again, I will personally come to settle the score with you, do you understand? Before Li Yuan could finish speaking, Su Songhai's anxious voice came from the phone. There is now an anomalous spatial passage in Lin City. If you don't return to save the situation, Su, you might die. Then good night. I wish you sweet dreams.